Harry Potter was anxiously awaiting the results of his ordinary wizarding level examinations when, to his astonishment, he awoke to find himself transported back to the age of 11 before he had even entered Hogwarts. He had spent 5 years at Hogwarts a century ago, mastering ancient magic, quelling a goblin rebellion, and embarking on countless adventures. Now he was faced with the prospect of starting school all over again. However, he remained undeterred. Returning to school was merely a minor inconvenience. Little did he anticipate that his century-later student life would still be fraught with challenges. Chapter 1: Wrong School. The sun at the end of June bathed the shimmering lake in golden light, reflecting the majestic castle by its shores. Groups of young wizards and witches clad in black robes congregated on the grassy banks, animatedly discussing various matters. The grand entrance of the castle stood wide open, with students of all years bustling in and out. A tall, slender boy with dark hair hurriedly exited the castle, squinting slightly as he adjusted his round, black-framed glasses and ruffled his unruly hair. He made his way directly toward the south gate. "Hey!" a red-haired boy called out from behind, sprinting toward him with large strides, his fiery locks glinting in the sunlight like a blazing flame. "Hey, Harry, wait for me." The dark-haired boy paused and turned, a smile brightening his emerald eyes. "Gareth? What's up?" "Don't ask me about that history of magic exam. You know I've never been particularly skilled in that subject." Gareth finally caught up, bending over to rest his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Who would ask you about that? I've always managed to scrape by. What I want to know is, are you still planning to seek that thing out during this summer holiday?" Harry pressed his lips together, running a hand through his hair in frustration, making his already tousled locks stand even more askew. "I absolutely must go. I refuse to believe that it's just a dream, and Professor Una has assured me that it is not. I will see him again." Gareth sighed in resignation. "I'm not saying you shouldn't go. Ever since you passed Professor Hecat's test and started venturing out on your own, you've explored every inhabited area around Hogwarts. You even thwarted the Ashen Serpent gang and assisted Professor Fig in dismantling the Goblin Rebellion of Lonlos. Not to mention, you are the only person in decades with the gift of ancient magic. Being called a savior isn't an exaggeration. I just think you could use a break. My aunt has asked me several times to invite you over, and you've never once accepted." Before Harry could respond, Gareth quickly added, "Sometimes I really feel like you've ended up in the wrong house. Your unwavering determination and reckless persistence have nothing in common with Slytherin." Harry chuckled awkwardly. "It doesn't matter which house I'm in. That doesn't affect our friendship, does it?" Gareth rolled his eyes. "So, just give me a straight answer. Are you coming to my house this year? Even for just a week? I need to give my aunt some assurance." "Of course I will," Harry replied sheepishly. "I only have 2 places left to explore, Crofshire and Craigmore Coast. After I've been there, I'll come to your house for the summer, and I also need to consult Professor Weasley about a few things." "Wow. So you've explored all the areas near Hogwarts?" Gareth exclaimed in disbelief. Harry turned to squint at the Hogwarts gate, bathed in sunlight. "Indeed, I must find him." "All right, I get it." Gareth clapped Harry on the shoulder, beaming. "I'll inform my aunt right away and have your OWL results sent to my house, so you'll have no choice but to visit." With that, he burst into laughter and dashed back toward the castle, waving at Harry as he ran, inadvertently colliding with several students on their way out, hastily apologizing. As he went, Harry couldn't help but smile as he watched Gareth's figure disappear into the castle before continuing on to the south gate. "Finally here. I thought you would spend a leisurely holiday with that redhead." A voice suddenly emerged from the shadows cast by the towering castle. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Not at all, Sebastian. We agreed to go to Hogsmeade to stock up on supplies. We must hurry with that." He stepped out from the shadow of the castle and strode purposefully toward the distant village. The brown-haired youth chuckled lightly and quickly followed suit. Bang! 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 The sound echoed through the house, reminiscent of a herd of trolls trampling past. With the final resounding thud, dust cascaded from the ceiling. In the smallest room of the house, a frail figure curled up on a simple single bed seemed startled, tightening his embrace around himself. The thin shape beneath the tattered blanket stirred, suddenly throwing off the covers and springing upright. The boy quickly thrust his hand beneath his pillow, frantically searching, eyes squinting as he surveyed the room. The wallpaper, adorned with patterns, was somewhat aged, its edges peeling to reveal the mottled wall beneath. In one corner, a heap of battered toys occupied most of the space, each one damaged in some way. Beside the window stood a wooden desk that appeared intact, yet he knew well that it had its share of flaws and was far from comfortable. Harry surveyed his surroundings with uncertainty, his frantic search beneath the pillow yielding no trace of what he desperately sought. His wand, clatter. A soft sound drew Harry's attention as a pair of glasses fell to the floor, the legs, once held together by tape, completely separated. As he stepped down from the bed and picked up the damaged glasses, he awkwardly perched them on his face, panting as he took in the diminutive room anew. Spotting a black wand on the desk, Harry's eyes lit up. He rushed over to seize it, Inspecting it with relief, it was the holly wand that had accompanied him for years. Restored to its former glory, Harry declared, removing his glasses and giving his wand a gentle wave. The tape spun and vanished, while the broken leg of the glasses snapped back into place. Harry donned the glasses once more, finally noticing something amiss. Ever since entering Hogwarts, he had been well fed and well clothed, with Professor Sharp assisting in concocting numerous nourishing potions, and he had grown healthy and robust. But now Harry gazed silently at his slender wrist, feeling as though it would snap with the slightest exertion. A glance at the calendar on the desk revealed the dates being crossed off one by one. Today was August 31st. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. It struck Harry like a bolt of lightning, and he clutched his head, collapsing to the floor in a ball, his mind swirling with a cacophony of images. One moment he saw Hagrid handing him a ticket and bidding him farewell with enthusiasm. The next, Gareth Weasley was furiously shaking a letter, accusing him of being untrustworthy. Time passed without his notice until the turmoil in his mind finally began to ease. Though the pressure remained, Harry shook his head vigorously, rubbing his temples as he sat dazed on the floor, leaning against the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. So that's how it is, he murmured to himself. No wonder he scoured every inhabited corner near Hogwarts, yet could not find a trace of Hagrid. And no wonder his summers always seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving him with no recollection of returning home. No wonder his classmates discussed the Muggle Wars with such palpable anxiety. It turned out he was oblivious to the fact that he had ventured into a Hogwarts from a century ago. Harry raised his hand, furrowing his brow as he examined his slender fingers. Given the current circumstances, it appeared he would have to attend school all over again. Thinking of this, Harry quickly sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings until he spotted a large trunk at the foot of his bed. He hastily opened it and perused the textbooks contained within. A sigh of relief escaped him as he realized that the contents of the textbooks had not changed in 100 years, confirming that his 5 years of study had not been in vain. He had learned all of this before. Suddenly struck by a thought, Harry seized the History of Magic textbook and began flipping through its pages rapidly. However, it seemed that the records only extended back a century. To uncover the history of the past 100 years, he would need to procure a modern history of magic. Harry swiftly extracted a piece of parchment from the bottom of the trunk and tapped an ink bottle and quill with his wand. The quill soared gracefully into the air, dipped itself in ink, and began to inscribe a list of book titles and his vault number on the parchment with elegant script. The words, simple yet sophisticated. This was a little spell taught to him by Omenes, as he had some trouble with his eyesight and relied on this method for writing letters and assignments. The parchment rolled itself up, and a string wriggled up the scroll. Tying it securely, Harry took the scroll and approached the window, where an owl cage sat, housing a gentle snowy owl that gazed at him. After a moment's hesitation, Harry tentatively called out, "Hedwig?" Hedwig let out a soft hoot and obediently extended a leg. Harry couldn't help but smile as he handed her the letter. "Take this to the bookstore, it's called Flourish and Blots, right? Ask them to prepare the books on the list and deliver them directly to the school, if you could." Hedwig gently pecked at Harry's finger, grasped the letter, and flew out the open window, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Harry stared blankly at the scenery outside, feeling an unsettling sense of disconnection from reality. After a while, he rubbed his cheeks vigorously, casting a disdainful glance at the clothes draped over the chair. He struck his wand forcefully against them, and the oversized, tattered garments rolled and transformed into a well-fitting shirt and trousers. Harry inspected the clothing, adding simple patterns at the collar and cuffs, altering the button style. Although it wouldn't hold up for long, it would suffice for the time being. This was an instinctive response ingrained in all Hogwarts students under the meticulous scrutiny and reprimands of Headmaster Black, ensuring their attire was complete, well-fitted, and met basic standards of decorum. Once dressed, he fastened exquisite cufflinks, took a handkerchief, gave it a gentle shake, and it transformed into a simple bow tie, which he donned with ease. He casually picked up a coat, and as he draped it over himself, it morphed into a finely crafted trench coat. Glancing at his reflection in the door mirror, he tidied his hair and stomped his foot, transforming his nearly worn-out sneakers into a pair of brand-new Oxford shoes. After preparing himself, Harry tucked his wand into the inner pocket of his coat and finally opened the door to step outside. Surveying the familiar yet foreign corridor, Harry felt a mix of nostalgia and aversion, his emotions complex and tumultuous. With a slight shake of his head, as if attempting to dislodge the chaotic thoughts, Harry steadied himself and descended the stairs. According to his memory, at this hour, his aunt, uncle, and cousin should be in the dining room. Ahem. Excuse me, may I come in? Harry gently knocked on the door, asking politely. This was also a lesson from Omenes, as he often said, regardless of the situation, one should never let others perceive their likes or dislikes, and one must maintain basic politeness even in distasteful circumstances, as it might yield unexpected rewards. Having experienced this several times, Harry had come to trust ominous teachings. The Dursleys, who had initially resolved to ignore him, merely lifted their eyelids, stunned into silence. They had never seen Harry in this light. In their memory, Their nephew Harry Potter had always been a scrawny, timid boy clad in ill-fitting clothes. Today, the Harry who entered seemed like a transformed individual, clad in neat, well-fitted attire. His hair, still tousled, bore an artistic disarray, and his tattered glasses appeared revitalized. Though they were still the same ordinary black round frames, they lent him an air of sophistication. The boy remained the same, he merely stood taller, and that alone altered everything. Each gesture and movement exuded a sense of aristocracy. Harry observed the three of them, confusion etched on his face. Was he allowed to enter or not? Ahem. Ahem. Aunt Petunia was the first to recover, clearing her throat awkwardly and turning away. Come in, who could possibly stop you? Harry smiled politely and walked slowly into the dining room, taking a seat beside Dudley at the table. Dudley stared at the newly transformed Harry in horror, desperately trying to shield his backside with his hands, inching away towards Uncle Vernon. Harry raised an eyebrow, offering Dudley a congenial smile. Dudley let out a whimper, his round eyes quickly brimming with tears, a look of sheer terror as if Harry's smile was a malevolent grin directed at him. Harry's smile froze awkwardly on his face. For him, the events had transpired years ago, and he could scarcely recall what had truly happened. Ahem, boy. What do you want? Didn't I tell you not to leave your room before school starts? Uncle Vernon stammered, continuing, I mean really. Harry remained unfazed. He had encountered far more daunting individuals and situations outside than Uncle Vernon's bluster, and such bluster would not intimidate him. Of course, Uncle Vernon. I was hoping to ask if you would have time to take me to London today? After all, I need to depart for school from King's Cross Station in London. However, if you are unavailable, I would appreciate your permission to go on my own, Harry replied amicably. Before attending Hogwarts, Harry's life at the Dursleys had not been particularly pleasant. He had contemplated revenge when he gained the ability to do so, yet after spending 5 years at Hogwarts a century ago, and reflecting on the experiences of his classmates from war-torn backgrounds, Harry felt a sense of gratitude. At the very least, he had not been cast into an orphanage. According to his classmates who had grown up in Muggle orphanages, they had at least raised him. Chapter 2. Departure from the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon appeared as though his throat had been grasped tightly, his face flushing a deep crimson as he struggled for breath. You, he stammered. This is your breakfast. Aunt Petunia, with a stony expression, approached and interrupted Uncle Vernon's tirade by placing a dinner plate before Harry. On the pristine white china lay 2 slices of freshly toasted bread, exuding the rich aroma of butter, alongside several strips of sizzling bacon, and a perfectly round fried egg, its yolk quivering enticingly, looking utterly delectable. Harry couldn't suppress a smile. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. This was the first time he had sat quietly at the dining table, only to be served food. Aunt Petunia pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on Harry with a complex expression. She had always thought Harry resembled his wayward father, and each time she laid eyes on him, it stirred memories of less than pleasant times. Today, however, something felt different. Perhaps it was Harry's effort to present himself well, or Aunt Petunia's newfound scrutiny of his face. While the contours were strikingly similar to her brother-in-law, his almond-shaped eyes, delicate lips, and refined cheeks bore a striking resemblance to her own sister. Aunt Petunia exchanged a glance with Uncle Vernon, before turning to pour a cup of coffee, taking a seat at the opposite end of the table, and placing the coffee before Uncle Vernon. What are you going to London for? School doesn't start until tomorrow, does it? Uncle Vernon inquired, lifting the cup to his lips with an uncharacteristically calm tone. Harry sat upright in his chair, meeting Uncle Vernon's gaze. I need to visit Diagon Alley once more to procure some supplies, and since the station is in London, I fear I might not make it in time if I wait until tomorrow. Uncle Vernon set down his cup, his brow furrowing. And where will you stay tonight? Are you planning to sleep on the streets? What will people say about me? There are inns in Diagon Alley, Harry explained earnestly. Hagrid recommended one to me last time I was there, and I believe it's acceptable to stay there for a night. In principle. He could have simply left without a word, as he suspected his aunt and uncle would be powerless to stop him. Nonetheless, they were his last remaining family, and if coexisting peacefully was an option, he wished to avoid escalating tensions. Upon hearing Hagrid's name, Uncle Vernon's hand trembled, the cup he had yet to steady wobbling precariously, spilling dark brown coffee onto the table. Do not mention that name. Uncle Vernon's complexion shifted to a purplish hue, while Dudley, terrified, clutched his rear end tighter, letting out a short yelp. Harry froze, suddenly recalling the incident involving Hagrid and Dudley, and fell silent. After a lengthy pause, Uncle Vernon finally calmed his heavy breathing, his color returning to normal. We will go to London. We had planned to go tomorrow, but not for your sake. He spoke through gritted teeth. We must resolve that issue before Dudley starts school. Harry glanced at Dudley, who was still clutching his backside, and nodded silently. It seemed he would indeed be going to London. The sooner, the better, Uncle Vernon added awkwardly, taking a large gulp of coffee. Harry paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. His gratitude was genuine. No matter how awkward or fierce Uncle Vernon might be, he was still willing to take him to London rather than leaving an 11-year-old to fend for himself. That was more than enough. Finish up and pack your bags. Don't expect us to wait for you. Uncle Vernon barked gruffly. Harry swiftly polished off his meal, waved his wand with a gentle flick, and sent the empty plate floating into the sink, where a cloth dutifully washed it clean before placing it in the cupboard. Only after stowing his wand did Harry lift his gaze to the Dursleys, who were huddled together, their faces filled with apprehension as Uncle Vernon positioned himself protectively in front of Aunt Petunia and Dudley, glaring at Harry as if he were a formidable adversary. Put away your tricks, boy, Uncle Vernon shouted, arms outstretched to shield his family. Harry bit his lip. I'm sorry, I want to do it again. I just shut up. Go back to your room. Pack your things. Uncle Vernon's face was turning an alarming shade of purple, as if he might burst a blood vessel at any moment. Feeling awkward, Harry scratched his head, glancing at Dudley, who was now in tears, and Aunt Petunia, whose expression was a mix of concern and apprehension. There's one more thing I need to ask. The Dursleys, now standing, cautiously sidled towards the wall. Are you going to London or not? This concerns Dudley, Harry stated. Uncle Vernon halted abruptly, his expression contorted. What's wrong with Dudley? If it weren't for that oaf, I wouldn't he have to take him to London? Feeling a wave of guilt, Harry lowered his gaze. The incident at the zoo had left Dudley under the effect of a transformation spell, albeit a flawed one, and if left unchecked, it could have lasting consequences. I know you want to have that tail removed, but that alone won't suffice. Aunt Petunia, suddenly anxious, pushed past her husband and returned to the table, leaning over it with both hands planted firmly, staring at Harry intently. What will happen to him? Harry contemplated, scrutinizing Dudley's condition before responding. Dudley may develop certain animalistic traits, and retain some characteristics, such as size and appetite. He articulated cautiously, mindful that the term pig might trigger the Dursleys' sensitive nerves. What must we do? Do we need to go to St. Mungo's? Will they help us? Aunt Petunia asked, her voice quick. Harry was taken aback by her knowledge of the wizarding world. It was quite astonishing, given her usual demeanor. Petunia? Uncle Vernon echoed, equally astonished. Aunt Petunia, like a lioness defending her cubs, shot a fierce glare at Uncle Vernon, silencing him. Harry too was uncertain. The last information he had about St. Mungo's was from a century ago, and who knew if it had relocated since then. If you're willing, I think I can help Dudley with this issue, Harry said earnestly. Are you sure? You're just a first-year student. You haven't even been to school yet. How can you help Dudley? Aunt Petunia challenged. Harry was at a loss for words. He had no proof to present, as his OWLs were still in the Weasley household from a century ago, and he hadn't even had the chance to glance at them. While he could potentially take the Dursleys to the current Street Mungo's, there would undoubtedly be someone in Diagon Alley willing to assist, but that would reveal Hagrid's involvement, and he had specifically warned Harry to keep this matter private, as it could lead to significant trouble. Harry fell silent. Ultimately, he still harbored resentment towards the Dursleys, and in the conflict between them and Hagrid, he instinctively chose to side with Hagrid. With a sigh, he drew his wand once more. He would deal with the trouble Hagrid had caused. As for what would happen afterward, he could not afford to worry. He could not bear to see Dudley transform into a creature with porcine traits. At worst, he would be expelled, but according to his vault at Gringotts, he could manage on his own. What are you doing? Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon screamed in unison, attempting to rush forward to stop Harry. With a mere flick of his wand, chairs leapt up to block their path. Uncle Vernon struggled to shield Dudley with his body, but found it increasingly difficult, given Dudley's considerable size increase. Harry waved his wand as if wielding a sharp sword, a mysterious beam of light shooting toward Dudley with astonishing swiftness, leaving no time for reaction. The diminutive figure standing there exuded the aura of a battle-hardened warrior, rather than that of an 11-year-old child. In the horrified gazes of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, the light struck Dudley, who remained dazed against the wall, even halting his breath. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice nearly pierced the roof. Yet, it seemed to rouse Dudley from his stupor, as he suddenly inhaled sharply, forcefully pushing Uncle Vernon aside, and rushed to the trash bin to expel the contents of his stomach. What have you done to him? Aunt Petunia glared at Harry with a look of hatred, as if her gaze could slay him. He would surely be doomed by now. Harry remained silent, simply standing there until Dudley finally finished retching, weakly leaning against the cupboard. Only then did Harry relinquish his control over the two chairs, turning to exit the kitchen. He ascended the stairs in a hurried manner, returning to his room where he waved his wand, causing the scattered books and clothes to tidy themselves up joyfully. Leaping into the suitcase and locking itself neatly, Harry tapped the secured case and walked toward the door, the suitcase floating unsteadily behind him. Descending the stairs, Harry could still hear the commotion in the dining room, where the Dursleys were attempting to console Dudley, and it seemed an ambulance had been called. He inclined slightly toward the dining room, whispering in a tone only audible to himself, "Sorry and goodbye, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon." Given the current circumstances, it was likely that he would never return. Before stepping out, Harry cast a lingering glance at the so-called home he had inhabited for 10 years, filled with a sense of melancholy, before he ultimately exited through the door without a backward glance. The August sun was still somewhat blinding. Harry raised his hand to shield his eyes, grasping the suitcase's handle, dragging it along the ground as he made his way along Privet Drive. After a few minutes of walking, he exited the residential area, turning into a side alley, his figure vanishing from the main road. The filthy alley was rife with flowing sewage and litter, accompanied by some unwelcoming gazes cast in his direction. Harry paid no heed to these. Making his way to a spot obscured by trash bins and debris, he surveyed his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This place would conceal him thoroughly, rendering him invisible unless approached closely. Now the pressing question was how to reach London. With his small stature, it would take him several days to walk there. And apart from a few galleons, he had no pounds to seek a ride. Rubbing his head, Harry sighed in resignation, wishing his broomstick were still with him. He wondered how the magical creatures he had saved from the clutches of the snake worshippers were faring, and if Hagrid had been taking good care of them. It had been quite some time, and considering Hagrid's age back then, he was certain he would never see him again. Reflecting on this brought a wave of sadness. Those vibrant figures in his memories would likely remain beyond his reach. Shaking his head as if to dislodge those tangled thoughts, Harry reminded himself that his primary focus was still getting to London. However, he was at a loss as to which direction to take. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he tentatively extended his hand into the void, as though grasping something, and with a firm tug, he surprisingly pulled forth a heavy, antiquated tome from the air. It was the Practical Guide for Wizards. This book had been acquired during his 3rd year when he had exerted every effort to pass Professor Hecate's trials in search of Hagrid. It had been co-authored by Professor Weasley and several others, containing every page Harry had painstakingly gathered, filled with maps, potion recipes, and spell information. Undoubtedly, this guide had proven invaluable to Harry, especially after he had compiled the scattered pages from Hogwarts and the village. It could aptly be termed the complete compendium of Hogwarts. Harry opened the Practical Guide and quickly flipped through its pages, recalling that it contained a map that would pinpoint his location and draw a route. If he could find it, discerning the direction would be straightforward. Soon enough, he located the map page and scrutinized it closely. Initially blank, the page seemed to be inscribed by an invisible hand, lines appearing rapidly and gradually forming a rudimentary map. After a brief wait, the paper was filled with intricate lines, and he began to study it intently. According to the map, he was still quite a distance from London. This revelation completely extinguished Harry's intention to walk there, prompting an anguished cry as he flipped to the page on magical creatures, gazing longingly at the illustrations of the thestrals and hippogriffs he had collected. Back then, he had tamed these 2 magical creatures during his adventures, making them the perfect mounts. However, dwelling on this was futile. No matter how extraordinary the creatures were, they could not defy the passage of time. Chapter 3, The Night Bus. With a sigh, Harry closed the Practical Guide, tucking the hefty tome behind him, watching as it twisted and vanished. He drew forth his wand and waved it lightly, causing a string of green numbers to materialize before his eyes. It was now 10 a.m., and without finding an alternative soon, he would indeed have to walk. Holding his wand, he tapped it against his palm and paced thoughtfully in the confined space, seriously considering whether using apparition would leave him scattered across various locations. After all, he had never truly learned the spell, having merely experienced it a few times with his companions. He understood the essentials, but had never tried it himself. This magic required one to be at least 16, and he was not yet of age. Beep. Honk. The resounding blare of a car horn echoed at the alley's mouth, accompanied by the jarring sound of brakes screeching. Harry was startled. The alley was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing 2 people to pass simultaneously. He had not ventured in that far, and there was no way a car could navigate this space. The sound was alarmingly close, certainly not more than 2 meters away. Is anyone there? Any wizards? Do you need assistance? A youthful voice rang out, lively and buoyant, suggesting the boy was quite young. Harry blinked in surprise. A wizard? Cautiously gripping his wand, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and crept toward the alley's entrance, peeking out. A purple triple-decker bus was awkwardly parked at the alley's mouth, appearing as though it had been squished by the surrounding houses, with only the door area maintaining any semblance of normalcy. A boy with a face riddled with pimples leaned against the door, dressed in a uniform matching the bus's color, holding a few parchment tickets that resembled bus passes. Is anyone there? This place is hardly suitable for parking. We have less than a minute left. If no one answers, we're leaving. The conductor fanned the tickets near his cheek, toeing the ground and stretching his neck to peer into the empty alley. Harry withdrew his head and called out. What is this? The night bus. An emergency transport service dedicated to helping stranded wizards. It can accurately reach anywhere in the UK. The ticket collector abruptly straightened his posture, and without a moment's hesitation, uttered a phrase that seemed to have slipped from his lips countless times, now a mere habit. Hey, Ern, did you hear that? It's a little wizard, he exclaimed, turning in surprise towards the driver. The elderly, hunched driver did not even spare him a glance. Stan, hurry up, time is running out. All right, I understand, but this is a little wizard. I think he might need assistance. Stan hesitated, glancing towards the alley's entrance, uncertain whether he should descend to offer help. Harry, having overheard their conversation, swiftly dispelled his disillusionment charm, summoning his luggage with a summoning charm, and sprinted towards the bus. Upon seeing Harry's figure, Stan's eyes widened in astonishment. Ern, look, it really is a little wizard. As he spoke, he quickly leapt off the bus, taking a few steps towards Harry, snatching his luggage, and racing to the door. Harry paid him no mind, closely following behind as he jumped onto the bus. Almost the instant Harry boarded, the door slammed shut, and the vehicle lurched forward, speeding through the alley. Had it not been for Stan's timely grip on Harry, he would have been sent tumbling towards the rear of the bus due to inertia. Thank you, Harry mumbled, extending a hand to firmly grasp the nearby railing, freeing his other hand to pull up the hood of his cloak. The bus was already filled with several passengers, including a few who appeared rather unapproachable. Drawing from past adventures, Harry quickly concealed his appearance, lowering his voice. How much to the leaky cauldron? 11 sickles, but if you're willing to part with 13 sickles, you can enjoy a cup of hot cocoa. For 15 sickles, you might even get a hot water bottle and a toothbrush. Stan cheerfully replied, maintaining his balance on the bus. By the way, I'm Stan Santos, the night bus conductor. And you? Struggling to control his body, Harry diligently pulled out his coin pouch, counting out the necessary coins, deciding to forego anything extra. Reaching his destination was his priority. I'm Omini Sallow. He borrowed the names of 2 former companions without a hint of embarrassment, a tactic he had honed while gathering information with Sebastian. Sometimes, he even referred to himself as Harry Weasley. All right, here you go. This is your ticket. Find yourself a seat. We shall arrive shortly. Over half the passengers are heading to the leaky cauldron. Stan wrote a few words on the ticket with a quill, tore it off, and handed it to Harry, guiding him to a chair that had just become vacant, his gaze intensely fixed on Harry, seemingly curious about why a little wizard was traveling alone the day before term began. Harry ignored his scrutiny, focusing instead on anchoring himself to the chair, and employing every means to ensure it remained in place. After a tumultuous journey, the bus finally came to a halt at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, the door hissing open. Stan stood at the doorway, calling out loudly, "The leaky cauldron has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please take your belongings and exit promptly. Have your tickets ready." A friendly reminder. Fare evasion does not end well. Harry was the last to board during this leg of the journey, closest to the door. Upon hearing Stan's shout, he immediately summoned his luggage, pulled the written parchment from his pocket, and handed it to Stan without looking back as he stepped off the bus. Leaning against the wall to regain his composure, Harry took a moment to shake off the nauseating feeling, and silently vowed that upon arriving at Hogwarts, he would promptly tame a new magical creature as a mount. Never again would he ride this bus. Listening to Stan bickering with an elderly witch over a fare adjustment, Harry paid him no further heed, taking a few steps to reach the door of the leaky cauldron and pushing it open. The dimly lit, disheveled interior of the leaky cauldron remained unchanged since his last visit, now featuring a few families with young wizards, likely making the same journey to King's Cross as Harry. Dragging his trunk to the bar, Harry racked his brain for the name of the proprietor. "Hello, Tom. Do you have any vacant rooms?" "Of course. We have plenty of rooms available. I recognize your voice. Thank you. Please take me to a room if you would," Harry interjected, recalling the chaotic scene from his last visit when Hagrid had announced his name, leaving him without the giant's protective presence today. Tom, perceptive and quick to pick up on Harry's urgency, set down the glass he was polishing, retrieved a large ring of keys from beneath the counter, stepped out from behind the bar, and gestured for Harry to follow. They walked to the fireplace, where Harry noticed a staircase leading upwards. Tom led Harry up the stairs with a brisk pace, stopping at a locked door after a considerable distance. Here we are, suitable for one person. The surrounding rooms are unoccupied, and the rate is 1 galleon, inclusive of dinner and breakfast. You've arrived a bit late. Otherwise, I could have included lunch as well. Feel free to inspect the room, and if it doesn't meet your expectations, you can switch. There are still plenty of rooms available since school starts tomorrow. Tom found the key, unlocking the door while continuing to introduce the accommodations. As the door swung open, Tom entered, placing the luggage beside the shoe rack at the entrance, inviting Harry to step inside and take a look. The modest room was about a dozen square meters, featuring a 4-poster double bed draped with curtains, a large window showcasing a view of train tracks, a desk with a chair, soft carpeting on the floor, and a door leading to a washroom. Harry found the room quite satisfactory, retrieving a galleon from his pocket and handing it to Tom. Thank you, I'm quite pleased. Accepting the galleon with a warm smile, Tom inquired, would you like me to deliver dinner to your room, or would you prefer dining in the common area? Do you require a wake-up service for tomorrow morning? After a moment's contemplation, Harry replied, please have dinner brought to my room, and if possible, breakfast as well. Of course, that's no trouble at all. Dinner will be delivered promptly at 6 o'clock. If you're feeling hungry now, you could find something to eat in Diagon Alley, Tom said, handing Harry the room key. Do you remember how to access Diagon Alley? Harry nodded, taking the key. Thank you for the reminder. I was just planning to take a good look around. It's 2 blocks up and 3 across, right? Tom chuckled, gesturing for Harry to feel free, slightly bowing as he exited, quietly closing the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, the faint noise from outside vanished, indicating decent soundproofing. Harry took a couple of steps forward and collapsed onto the soft bed, the sheets and pillows exuding a refreshing scent of detergent and sunlight. After lying there for a few minutes, he sat up, tidied his slightly disheveled clothing, and made his way to the washroom. The sink was adorned with a large mirror. Harry frowned as he tucked his hair back from his forehead, his lightning-shaped scar prominently visible. Yet he recalled that during his 4th year, while adventuring with Professor Fig, he had learned ancient magic to uncover the reason for this scar, which he believed had been healed. Why was it reappearing now? Harry rubbed the slightly raised scar with his fingers, causing it to redden slightly, and sighed. He pulled out a handkerchief, flicked it, and transformed it into a headband, tying it around his forehead to cover the noticeable scar. There wasn't enough time to eliminate this scar again, and the location was unsuitable. Harry was only 11, lacking sufficient magical power to wield ancient magic. He would need to be in an area rich in magical elements to succeed, and the most potent source of magic was undoubtedly Hogwarts. For now, he could only conceal it. Confirming that the scar was effectively concealed, Harry stepped out of the washroom, opening the door to the room and making his way outside. As he passed through the first-floor hall, he noticed Tom attending to the patrons with drinks, paying no mind to Harry as he descended the stairs. Harry chose not to greet him, and proceeded directly toward the backyard. He used his wand to unlock the door to Diagon Alley, and stepped inside. The streets were not particularly crowded, likely due to the impending start of the school year. Harry reached into his pocket to assess the coins within, estimating his funds as he made his way toward Gringotts. The goblins were still preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to the newcomer entering through the main door. Harry paid them no mind either, striding confidently to the front of the high podium. The platform was quite elevated, and given Harry's current height, he could not see its surface. He had to clear his throat to alert the goblin on duty above. This goblin was not the same one he had met with Hagrid previously. This one appeared older, and from Harry's vantage point, all he could see was a tuft of snow-white hair peeking over the edge of the counter. Good day. What can I do for you? The goblin's rasping voice inquired. Harry took a few steps back to better discern the goblin's features, which were etched with deep wrinkles. A pair of thick glasses perched precariously on his nose. His gaze somewhat clouded as he leaned forward to observe Harry. I wish to withdraw some funds from Vault 687. The Vault of Harry Potter, Harry stated. The goblin retreated to peruse the records on the counter. Do you possess the key? I do. Harry produced the golden key Hagrid had previously entrusted to him, straining to place it atop the high counter. The goblin's sharp fingers swiftly retrieved the key, only to return it shortly thereafter. Harry had to exert himself once more to reclaim it. Ring the bell? Ring the bell. Ring the bell. The goblin shouted hoarsely, yet no one responded. Frustrated, he descended from the podium, muttering under his breath, Damn it, where has the bell gone? A passing goblin casually remarked, He took someone to the vault. You'll have to escort your own guest. Is there no one to assist me? I'm of an age where I should be retiring. The elderly goblin grumbled, trembling as he emerged from behind the podium. None of the other goblins paid him any heed, not even casting him a glance. In a fit of indignation, he approached Harry. "What are you waiting for? Let us go. Don't let my age fool you. I can still operate the cart." Harry merely rubbed his nose, sensing that his timing today was rather unfortunate. "By the way, is Vault 12 still in existence?" Harry suddenly recalled something and inquired. The elderly goblin halted abruptly, widening his eyes as he turned to face Harry. Adjusting his glasses that threatened to slip down his nose, he asked incredulously, "How do you know about Vault 12? It was common knowledge that this vault was a closely guarded secret within Gringotts. A century ago, it was rumored that a certain item contained within had played a role in the Goblin Rebellion's downfall. Since then, access to Vault 12 had been restricted to specific magical means, and no one was permitted to remove its contents or enter it. Many goblins, undeterred by superstition, had broken the bank's covenant to enter, yet none who had ventured into Vault 12 ever re-emerged, as if they had never existed." Chapter 4, Vault 12. The emergence of a vault that goblins could not control had caused them considerable embarrassment, leading them to desperately suppress all information regarding it. Those few who were aware of its existence had ceased to mention it after their demise, and decades had passed without its name being uttered. "You need not concern yourself with how I came to know. I simply wish to ascertain whether that vault still exists," Harry murmured. The elderly goblin scoffed. "Yes, of course it exists, but do you possess the key? You are aware of Gringotts regulations, are you not? Without a key, no one may enter a vault that does not belong to them." With that, he turned his attention toward the area where the carts were parked. Harry, undeterred, followed suit. "Is there truly no other way? To my knowledge, the key to that vault has been lost, has it not? I care not how you learned of this vault. Unless you wish to meet your demise, cease your inquiries." The elderly goblin admonished, panting, "Young wizard, how many years have you lived? You have ample time ahead of you. Had it not been for your name being the same as that person, I would not have even bothered to caution you." Harry was taken aback. No one had ever remarked that his name resembled another's. The fact that a normally exclusionary goblin had offered him a word of caution due to this was astonishing. During his past adventures, he had indeed assisted a goblin named Orn, but a century had passed, and even if goblins lived longer than wizards, he was certain Orn was no longer alive. "What relation did you have to Orn?" Harry stepped closer, glancing around to ensure they were alone, and softly queried the elderly goblin. "Who is that?" The goblin retorted, hastening his pace, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion. "If you wish to visit your vault, keep your mouth shut." He abruptly halted beneath a torch, casting a peculiar look at Harry's wand. "Now might you tell me?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "How many years have passed? Why do these goblins remain unchanged? One must either present them with enticing incentives or conquer them by force, otherwise, one shall glean nothing from their lips." 11 inches Hollywood phoenix feather? The goblin's voice was so faint that Harry nearly missed it. "From where do you know the details of my wand?" Harry frowned. While wand information was not classified, it was not common knowledge either. "Of course I know. The wand of the hero who thwarted the Goblin Rebellion a century ago. Furthermore, it is now the sole key that can unlock Vault 12. The elderly goblin's gaze was fixed intensely on Harry's wand, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. "My father, Orn, informed me of this. He said that the young wizard would return one day. Had it not been for him retrieving crucial items for my father, our family would have long since perished. Thus, I was to await that young wizard at Gringotts, ensuring that the favor from long ago would be repaid. I have spent my entire life in Gringotts without ever seeing him again, and now I am old, approaching retirement. My father did not deceive me. You have returned. I have watched the image of this wand grow since childhood. I would never mistake it." Harry felt a stirring within him when that goblin had implored him for help. It was during his investigation into Riddle's affairs, and he had accepted the task, receiving a reward in return. He had thought that matter resolved, yet here he was, encountering something related to it after so long. "Therefore, may I visit Vault 12? Harry pondered for a brief moment before posing the question. This time, the elderly goblin did not hesitate, nodding with alacrity as he turned to lead Harry in another direction. "Follow me. Vault 12 has been cordoned off for years, and can only be accessed via a specific cart route." Harry did not retract his wand, gripping it firmly in his hand. Regardless of how moving the goblin's tale might have been, he maintained his vigilance. After so many adventures, Harry was no longer the naive boy he once was. He would not easily trust someone he had just met, especially not a goblin. A saying from Professor McGonagall echoed in his mind, resonating with the moment. "Those not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions." After traversing the dimly lit tunnel for nearly 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the passage, where an old, dusty cart awaited them. The elderly goblin climbed into the driver's seat without a care, brushing the dust off the seat, and gesturing for Harry to board. Reveal your true form. Harry cast a spell to scout the area, confirming that no danger lurked nearby before he climbed aboard, securing himself in the seat as he lowered the safety bar. The elderly goblin expressed no objections to Harry's actions. To him, they appeared entirely reasonable. Hold on tight, the old goblin shouted, pulling the lever, and the cart surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Is this speed normal? Harry grasped the railing firmly as the howling wind distorted his face, and he genuinely began to suspect that the goblin intended to bring about his demise. Ha ha ha, it's perfectly normal. Don't worry, this is a specialized route. Of course, it travels faster than an ordinary vehicle. The old goblin cackled with a shrill laugh, adeptly maneuvering the tunnel cart. The fierce wind made Harry's head spin, and he lost track of time until the gusts against his face diminished, signaling their arrival. The cart came to a halt at the edge of a precipice. Looking out over the cliff, he beheld a grand metallic door embedded in the mountainside, its intricate patterns shimmering with an enigmatic light. These were not mere decorative designs, but a series of contracts and protective enchantments. This is it. The old goblin clambered down from the cart, gazing at the door with a complex expression. I can only take you this far. You must open the door yourself. This place is no longer under Gringotts' jurisdiction. Harry shot him a surprised glance, stepping down from the cart and remaining still. Rest assured, I will wait for you here. But I can only remain for half an hour. If you exceed that time, I shall return on my own. I've already taken considerable risks bringing you here. Your debt to our family has been settled. The old goblin stood at the precipice, intently watching Harry as he spoke. Harry appraised him, nodded and replied, "Thank you," regardless of everything. With that, he turned his focus away from the goblin's expression and strode purposefully toward the vault door. Upon reaching the entrance, Harry paused, refraining from recklessly touching the door laden with magic and curses. Instead, he meticulously examined it with spells. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, he had discovered nothing. Furrowing his brow as he stared at his wand, since it was said to be the only key, he was certain it could unlock the door. While his wand was indeed rare, it was not unique. Surely, others had attempted with wands of similar materials. The door remained shut, indicating that the issue lay not with the wand but with him. The notion of his own uniqueness struck Harry suddenly, and he recalled the ancient magic. Those gifted with such talents were exceedingly rare, emerging only once every few decades. This was what Professor Fig had informed him, and the awakening of his ancient magic had coincided with his investigation into his wife's research, starting from this very vault. With this revelation, Harry's eyes sparkled with determination as he summoned his magical energy, releasing a faint aura of ancient magic. An invisible silver light coiled around his wand, transforming into streaks of luminescence that surged toward the vault door. The door responded with a series of mechanical clicks, its enchantments flickering as it slowly creaked open. Stepping back, Harry allowed the door to fully open and glanced toward the edge of the cliff. The elderly goblin wore an expression of exhilaration, but remained rooted in place. Fixated on the interior of the door, Harry subtly moved his lips, laying a trap enchantment at the threshold before proceeding into the now open vault. His caution was not excessive. The events of the past weighed heavily on his memory. He would never forget the time he and Professor Fig were trapped inside by that goblin banker. Upon entering the vault, the torches flared to life, and Harry gazed in astonishment at the ground strewn with a multitude of items. Most prominent among them was a familiar leather satchel, crafted entirely from dragon hide, adorned with a clasp made of mithril set with a green gemstone, featuring an engraving of a small serpent. It was the birthday gift given to him by Omini's Gaunt. The satchel was embellished with a string of silver-white tassels made from unicorn tail hair, gifted to him by a herd of unicorns he had rescued, who had enlisted the centaurs to collect the shed tail hairs for this purpose, granting it protective properties against dark magic. Harry paid no mind to the other items, rushing to the satchel and examining it closely, confirming it was indeed his long-lost backpack. This bag had been enchanted with a stretching charm, capable of holding a vast amount of items, an essential companion during his adventures. It had been a birthday gift from Sebastian when he was 14. As he caressed the dragonhide satchel, now somewhat oversized for him, he noted the absence of dust. This satchel had been subject to various enchantments from professors over the years, and could safely contain the magical creatures he had rescued without concern for their safety. It also contained all of Harry's possessions from that time. He could hardly recall the events leading to its loss, only remembering that during his last search for Hagrid with Sebastian, they had spent a night resting in a dilapidated shack by the coast, and upon waking, he found himself back at the Dursleys' home. Scattered across the floor were various parcels, a considerable number indeed, each inscribed with familiar handwriting belonging to his former friends, Gareth Weasley, Sebastian Sallow, and Omini's Gaunt, and he even spotted the script of the house elf Dobby. "Hey, time's running out. Are you almost ready?" came the old goblin's voice from outside, jolting Harry to turn around. Seeing the goblin still stationary, he exhaled in relief. "I'm coming," he replied, tapping the clasp of the satchel with his wand and whispering in Parseltongue, "Open." The engraved serpent clasp clicked open, and Harry swiftly stuffed the parcels into the bag. In no time, all the items were secured within the satchel. Speaking of Parseltongue, it was Omini's who had inadvertently discovered Harry's ability and had taught him several spells in that language. A century ago, those who could speak to snakes were not particularly rare, albeit uncommon, and it wasn't until later, when Harry resolved the mystery of his scar, that he learned the origins of his serpentine gift. Satisfied that he had overlooked nothing, Harry slung the satchel over his shoulder and exited the vault. He hesitated briefly to deactivate the trap he had set before racing toward the cliff's edge, where the elderly goblin had begun to climb back into the tunnel cart. Just as Harry settled into his seat, the cart shot forward. Upon reaching the ground, he found his least favorite mode of transportation had just shifted ranks, with the night bus now taking a lower position on his list. "Our family's debt is settled, and we shall have no further ties. I am of retirement age now and will no longer be at Gringotts," the old goblin murmured as he led Harry out of the tunnel. Harry nodded, his complexion paling. He dared not speak, fearing that a careless word might escape him. Upon returning to the resplendent hall of Gringotts, Harry's expression brightened slightly. "Oh, you still need to withdraw money, don't you?" The elderly goblin suddenly paused to inquire. Harry's face turned green once more, and after a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. "Not for now, can I simply sign?" The old goblin returned to the high platform, rifling through the records before nodding at Harry and handing him a blank seal, instructing him to create his own mark. As long as he stamped the seal on the bill, he could transfer funds directly from Gringotts. Hearing this, Harry breathed a great sigh of relief, contemplating as he infused the seal with his magical essence, inscribing a serpentine character that represented the letter P in Parseltongue. Exiting Gringotts, Harry found his previously hungry stomach had settled entirely, leaving him with no desire to eat anything at all. Harry glanced around and made his way towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. During his last visit, he was oblivious to many things and merely ordered his school uniform, failing to consider that throughout the year, one could not possibly wear only a school outfit. The clothing provided by the Dursleys was merely hand-me-downs from Dudley and ill-fitting. Harry was reluctant to don those garments at school again. After reordering shirts, trousers, pajamas and other attire, he signed the receipt and stepped outside. Reflecting on his next move, he headed directly to Flourish and Blotts. He had initially assumed he would spend an entire day at the Dursleys, contemplating having the bookstore send his books to school. However, now that he was out, residing at the Leaky Cauldron, and needing to pass the time before tomorrow's train, it was fortuitous that he could collect his ordered books. He hoped the bookstore staff would not be overly expeditious. Upon arriving at the bookstore, he inquired and was handed a large, heavy package. "The school term begins tomorrow, so we prepared to send it out then. It seems fortuitous that you came to collect it. That will be 147 galleons and 10 sickles. But since you made such a significant purchase, I'll waive the 10 sickles." Harry's lips twitched. Indeed, the price of knowledge was exorbitant. It was noteworthy that the clothing he had just ordered, including shoes, did not exceed 60 galleons. Chapter 5. Letters from the Past. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Give it to me, can I sign for it? I truly wish to avoid riding the goblin carts again." "Of course, no problem." The shop assistant's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they deftly reduced the size of the large package and presented Harry with a palm-sized bookcase charm. "This is a complimentary gift for our valued customers. It can hold up to 5 books. Any more? And you would need to spend an additional 100 galleons to acquire our premium gift, which can hold up to 50 books. The assistant continued to enthusiastically extol the charm's virtues, as the bookstore rarely had customers making such grand purchases outside the annual back-to-school season, especially when many preferred to buy second-hand books, making business rather challenging. "Can purchases accumulate?" Harry felt a flicker of interest. Although he had a satchel, it was overly full, requiring considerable rummaging each time, and the summoning charm was needed for any semblance of organization. This bookcase charm seemed exceedingly convenient. Who would disdain such a practical and compact accessory? The assistant gestured upward, unfurling a sheet of parchment before Harry, which listed various book titles. Some glimmered while most did not. "Here is the complete list of books in the store. The ones glowing are those you purchased this time. Have a look. Is there anything else you need?" Accumulation is possible, but I advise you to act swiftly. There's only one of the premium bookcases left. It's a rare find from France. Noticing Harry's interest, the assistant pressed on. Based on your previous purchases, I see you have an inclination towards history. Consider these titles. Although they fall into the realm of fringe history, they possess certain reference value. For instance, this book recounts the heroic deeds surrounding the downfall of the Fairy Rebellion a century ago. While it hasn't been acknowledged by historians, many in the know have their suspicions. I believe it to be true. Harry's gaze fell upon the author's name inscribed on the book, and he clenched his jaw tightly. Gareth Omnisser. Was this a blatant attempt to remind him of who was responsible? With a decisive thud, Harry slammed the seal down on the table. Pack this one up for me. Along with this, and this. He pointed to several series of books, ensuring he met the required spending threshold. And with the assistant's delighted farewells, he exited Flourish and Blots, tightly clutching the history book the assistant had introduced. He hoped he wouldn't encounter any descendants of that author. Professor McGonagall was right. Debts must be repaid, even by grandchildren. Checking the time, he noted that there was still over an hour until dinner at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry turned towards the apothecary at the end of the street. His body was currently in a state of malnutrition. If he didn't take the time to properly care for himself, it would not only affect his physical growth, but could also severely impact his magical development. This was a matter of utmost importance. He recalled Professor Sharp mentioning this topic a century ago, although it was only in his third year that Sharp transitioned from being an Auror to teaching potions at Hogwarts. Regrettably, he had informed Harry that he had missed the optimal time for physical adjustment. Despite his subsequent efforts to restore his health, he bore no lasting issues concerning his magical abilities, yet his height never caught up to his peers. Professor Sharp had advised that the best time for young wizards to adjust their health was during their first year of schooling, as magical control begins in earnest. With the right potions and a degree of physical exercise, 6 months would suffice to rectify any deficiencies, allowing one to grow normally alongside their contemporaries. Upon inquiring at the apothecary, Harry felt disheartened. They did not stock the potions he required. Such potions typically had short shelf lives, and the more effective ones needed to be brewed fresh. Moreover, after a century, some recipes had evolved. Even though Harry was capable of brewing potions himself, the recipes he knew were outdated, with some ingredients now extinct or exceedingly rare. The apothecary's owner finally suggested that Harry could visit St. Mungo's for a health examination, where he might obtain potions of slightly lesser efficacy. Otherwise, he would need to seek a potion master to tailor remedies to his specific needs. However, Harry quickly learned that this option was unfeasible for him. St. Mungo's would likely require hospitalization, which would undoubtedly delay his schooling. He had a significant dilemma awaiting resolution only upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Furthermore, the cost of hiring a potion master was beyond his current means. He had already spent a considerable sum at Flourish and Blots, and if he continued to spend recklessly, his vault would surely be depleted long before graduation. After purchasing a few ready-made potions, Harry exited the apothecary, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He opened the bookcase charm attached to his satchel, recalling that he had just placed a book titled The Development of Modern Potionology inside. It would surely contain some information regarding potion masters. Though he currently could not afford it, once at Hogwarts, he could once again apply for permission to explore and adventure in the Forbidden Forest, where some local villages might have tasks available, thus allowing him to earn some money. Narrowing his eyes in search, he finally spotted the book he desired. Wedged in a corner, thin and unassuming, Harry extended a finger, gently prying it out. The book, reduced to about an inch in size, fell into his palm and quickly returned to its original form in the breeze. Opening the book, he bypassed the cluttered preface and introduction, heading directly to the table of contents that detailed the achievements and introductions of modern potion masters. He skipped over well-established names, knowing their fees would be exorbitant, and having seen many fine things, they were not easily swayed. Instead, he focused on names of those who had attained the status of potion master in the last decade. Individuals who had risen to prominence quickly and lacked notable family backgrounds. Such people might still be impressed by ancient recipes or rare ingredients found in the Forbidden Forest. As he walked while meticulously reading, Harry's brow furrowed tightly. After finishing the last line, he closed the book and slid it back onto the bookcase charm, where it naturally shrank back to its original position. One good piece of news, one bad piece. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. The good news was that the only potion master to emerge in the last 30 years would be his professor upon entering Hogwarts, the current potions master, Severus Snape. The bad news was that he could no longer entice his professor with rare ingredients from the Forbidden Forest. He hoped that the ancient potion recipes he had gathered would be enough to impress Professor Snape. Contemplating this, Harry stroked his chin and glanced towards a dim and ominous alley at the end of the street, marked by a crooked sign, Nocturne Alley. Harry was somewhat familiar with this place. It undoubtedly felt like a gathering spot for dark wizards. He and Sebastian had previously frequented such locales, gathering information on dark magic and addressing the villagers' requests. However, glancing at his own slight frame, Harry decided it would be prudent to refrain from venturing further without absolute certainty. He had no desire to place himself in peril. His promising life was just beginning, and he could not afford to falter here. With this thought in mind, he resolved to hesitate no longer, turning on his heel and swiftly distancing himself from the alley, making his way towards the leaky cauldron. Finding a secluded corner in the bustling first-floor hall, Harry informed Tom that he would not require his dinner to be delivered to his room, as he had numerous matters to attend to and did not wish to squander time tidying a dining table. He expressed his gratitude to Tom as the meal was served, then proceeded to satiate his growling stomach. The dinner was quite delectable, featuring a succulent steak, a bowl of fresh vegetable salad, a small basket of round, freshly baked rolls accompanied by butter, and even a slice of apple pie for dessert. The beverage was a chilled pumpkin juice, which Harry found acceptable, unlike his two Slytherin roommates who would prefer a glass of plain water. Having swiftly yet politely finished his dinner, Harry drained the last of his pumpkin juice, feeling the chill run through him. He exchanged a nod with Tom, and ascended the staircase beside the fireplace to the second floor. Upon entering his room, Harry smiled as Hedwig perched on her stand by the window, softly calling to him. "You know I'm here. Well done, good girl. Rest well. For tomorrow we must head to Hogwarts." Harry approached, gently stroking Hedwig's feathers, and produced a handful of owl treats to feed her from his palm. Once Hedwig was satisfied, he washed his hands and took a seat at his writing desk. On the desk lay a quill and an inkpot, alongside several sheets of parchment embossed with the leaky cauldron's insignia. Leaning back in his chair, Harry gazed at the wallpapered ceiling, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrests. He had no leads on how to cultivate a favorable relationship with the potions professor and sighed, feeling the pressure of time. He needed to improve his physical condition during his first year, ensuring that his body would not become a liability. With no leads in sight, he decided to focus on tasks with more clarity. Harry opened his dragonhide satchel, methodically extracting its contents one by one until the desk was cluttered, and the floor around him was strewn with a multitude of items. Only then was the satchel completely emptied. Squatting on the floor, Harry began to organize the items. Some of the belongings already in his bag were examined for usability. If they were still serviceable, he returned them to the satchel, such as parchments containing information and non-perishable minerals. Items deemed unusable were discreetly disposed of, like unidentifiable potions and desiccated food, and dried-up glass bottles. Once he had sorted through the original belongings, Harry turned his attention to the well-packaged items, which had been retrieved from Vault 12, bearing the handwriting of his friends. After selecting a few, he first opened the parcel from Dobby, the house elf. Inside were a plethora of materials from magical creatures. The feathers of a diricawl, the fluff of a puffskein, and the fur of a mooncalf. Though time had taken its toll, rendering many of these materials somewhat decayed, and those that retained their shape had lost their magical properties. In addition, there were some garments he had stored in the Room of Requirement, enhanced with various protective enchantments by a magical loom. These were in reasonably good condition, but they no longer fit Harry and would be stowed at the bottom of the satchel for future use when his size permitted. Lastly, there was a tattered parchment containing information left by Dobby before his passing. After Dobby's disappearance, many years had elapsed without a trace of him. He had inquired with Professor Weasley, who informed him that the magical creatures had been returned to their respective clans in the Forbidden Forest, alleviating any concerns he had. Professor Weasley assured him that he would indeed return to Hogwarts, but Dobby never lived to see Harry's return. He had left behind a descendant who now worked at Hogwarts. Should Harry need assistance upon his return, he could call upon the descendant by the name of Didi. A heavy weight settled in Harry's heart. He had long been aware that the familiar faces and places had weathered a century, and he believed he was mentally prepared for their absence. Yet, he had not anticipated the stark reality of these truths confronting him so swiftly. The heaviness in his chest, the sting in his eyes, and the lump in his throat were all too palpable, signifying that perhaps his emotional readiness was not as robust as he had thought. After a considerable moment of calm, Harry managed to stifle the tears that threatened to spill over, continuing to unwrap the parcels. The letters from his three mischievous friends primarily consisted of correspondence, which he organized chronologically, interspersed with notes and letters they had passed on to the professors, to be reviewed later. The remaining packages contained his personal belongings left in the dormitory, all bundled together, and he was delighted to discover his coin pouch. Inside were several hundred galleons. The earnings from his last adventure with Sebastian, which he had entrusted to Sebastian for safekeeping to avoid complications, intending to distribute the funds upon returning to school. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Harry sincerely appreciated the goblin's adherence to tradition. The craftsmanship of galleons had remained unchanged over the century. Otherwise, who knew how much they would have deducted in fees had the coins passed through their hands again? Time slipped away, and Harry found little inclination for sleep as he began to methodically open the letters in the order he had arranged them. Setting aside Gareth's rambling, he extracted the news from the time of his disappearance. First was Sebastian, who had been taken aback. A mere good night had been exchanged before Harry vanished without a trace the following day. Aside from his wand, even his outerwear remained in the room. Yet he was nowhere to be found. Sebastian promptly utilized the inn's fireplace to return to Hogwarts, seeking the aid of the only reliable Professor Weasley. Fortunately, Professor Weasley had not left the school at the onset of the holiday, allowing Sebastian to find him. Upon reaching the inn, Professor Weasley insisted that the house elves of Hogwarts secure the entire establishment, meticulously searching for any signs of Harry, yet no trace could be found. Chapter 6. The Dursleys? Just as Professor Weasley was preparing to notify the Aurors, an owl delivered a letter from Professor Onai, stating that she knew Harry's whereabouts and instructed Professor Weasley to return to the school, promising a thorough explanation. Without delay, Professor Weasley took Sebastian back to the school, heading directly to the top of the main building and climbing the rope ladder to the divination classroom. Professor Onai recounted all that she had witnessed, and after much contemplation, Professor Weasley initiated a series of actions. First, he secured all information regarding Harry and eliminated any traces of him within the school, issuing a gag order to Harry's 3 friends to keep his affairs confidential. He contacted the professors, excluding the headmaster, and collaborated to leave behind materials they deemed useful for Harry. On the suggestion of Professor Fig, they placed Harry's items in Vault 12 at Gringotts, employing various methods to seal the vault, ensuring that only Harry could access it. By the time the sun rose, Harry had read all the letters. He carefully stored them in an empty box, tucking it into his dragonhide satchel, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his brow. Harry once again splashed cold water on his face, striving to awaken his foggy mind. The influx of information this night seemed even more overwhelming than when he first returned to this timeline. Back at his desk, he gazed upon the last piece of parchment resting there, his OWL certificate from a century prior. The grades were reasonably commendable. He had taken 8 examinations, securing an A in History of Magic and outstanding in the remainder. This result was quite satisfactory. Yet Harry found himself contemplating whether he could present this transcript to the current headmaster in hopes of being allowed to skip a year or exempted from certain subjects. He was uncertain if the present headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, was as unreliable as the former, Cornelius Black, which left him feeling rather disheartened. Cautiously, he rolled up the certificate and tucked it into his backpack, pondering that it might prove useful in the future. Having organized his belongings, he managed to fit an entire large suitcase into his backpack. It contained only a few essentials, rendering it surprisingly light and easy to carry. Just as he was about to take a moment's respite, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Tom holding a tray, flashing a lopsided grin that revealed his uneven teeth. "You're up already. I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer. Here's your breakfast." Along with some Muggle coins to catch a taxi to King's Cross, as that is Muggle territory and the Flu Network when to reach it. "Thank you. But how much do I owe you?" Harry inquired, genuinely appreciative of Tom's thoughtfulness, as he only possessed wizarding currency, which posed a problem for his journey. "Oh no. This is complimentary. Muggle coins hold no value for us goblins. If it weren't for the Ministry's stipulations, we wouldn't even bother exchanging them for Muggle-born students each year. These are merely tips from those little wizards' parents, which I can only regard as collectibles," Tom explained, handing the tray to Harry. "Once you finish breakfast, just leave the dishes on the table. No need to tidy up. It takes an hour to reach King's Cross from here, and it's already 8 o'clock. You'd best keep an eye on the time." Before Harry could respond, Tom turned and walked down the hallway to knock on another door, where several families were also preparing to catch their trains. Unable to refuse the proprietor's kindness, Harry accepted the offering and closed the door behind him, returning to his desk to hastily consume his breakfast, as he still needed to retrieve the clothes he had ordered from Madame Malkin. The breakfast was quite standard fare: bacon, sausage, and fried eggs, accompanied by toasted bread and baked beans, with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. The flavors were delightful, and Harry quickly filled his stomach before hauling his suitcase out of the room. As he descended the stairs, he could hear commotion from another direction. Children protesting against getting out of bed, met with parental admonishments. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock. And with the journey taking an hour, plus the time needed to summon a taxi and reach the platform, it meant Harry had to leave the leaky cauldron by 9:30. Time was of the essence. He dropped his suitcase at the bar's counter and dashed toward the backyard. Madame Malkin had opened the shop early, having packaged up the clothes Harry had ordered. Upon seeing him, she promptly handed them over. As he expressed his gratitude, he hurried back, shoving the sizable parcel into his satchel. Breathless, he returned to the leaky cauldron, where the once empty hall was now bustling with patrons hurriedly consuming breakfast. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 9:10. With a sigh of relief, he recognized he still had ample time. Retrieving his suitcase from the bar, he headed towards the main entrance. The bell above the pub's door chimed softly as he stepped outside, and the door closed behind him with an automatic click. The surrounding muggles paid no heed to the sudden appearance of a boy dragging a suitcase. Harry adjusted the headband on his forehead, confirming that his transformation spell would endure a while longer before he proceeded towards the roadside in search of a taxi willing to accept a child. After a few steps, Harry abruptly halted, feeling somewhat disoriented as he gazed at a familiar car parked nearby. He had often stood by Mrs. Figg's window, watching this very vehicle slowly pull away from Privet Drive. He had even ridden in it that very summer. Surely it could not be? Harry hesitated, uncertain whether to approach for confirmation, as Vernon Dursley's car was hardly a rare model. There must be many similar cars around. There he is. Mum, look. Dudley's face suddenly appeared at the window, pointing at Harry and shouting excitedly from inside the vehicle. Well, that settled it. This was indeed Uncle Vernon's car, for Dudley's unmistakable round face was not something one would find elsewhere. After a moment's contemplation, Harry dragged his suitcase toward them. As the occupants of the car had already exited, a complex expression adorned Aunt Petunia's face, while Uncle Vernon appeared to be fuming, alongside a nervous Dudley. Uncle Vernon surveyed the crowd around them, his scowl deepening. He quickly strode over, bypassing the car to reach Harry, forcibly seizing the suitcase from him. Nearly losing his balance under its unexpected weight, Harry offered an awkward smile, observing Uncle Vernon's tightened fists while pretending not to notice. After cramming Harry's suitcase into the car's trunk, Uncle Vernon barked, "What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to get to your school?" Harry hastily shook his head, jogging forward to follow Dudley into the car. The vehicle rumbled to life and began its slow journey toward King's Cross. "How did you find me here?" The atmosphere in the car was heavy, causing Harry's stomach to churn slightly, compelling him to break the silence. "My sister, your mother, was a student at that school. I accompanied my parents when we brought her here for supplies. Though I never went inside, I still know the address." Aunt Petunia replied after a moment, her gaze fixed on the window, refusing to turn back to Harry. "I thought," Harry began tentatively, but Uncle Vernon interrupted sharply. "Shut your mouth, boy. We're a respectable family. We wouldn't do anything to invite gossip." Uncle Vernon tightened his grip on the steering wheel, voice raised. "The neighbors would talk if they knew we abandoned you, though I would love to do just that. You'd best show some gratitude, boy." Hearing the familiar tone, Harry couldn't help but smirk. Was he truly losing his mind? "We took Dudley to the doctor. He merely overindulged. The physician said if he hadn't vomited, he could have faced severe digestive issues." Aunt Petunia murmured softly, her lips moving as if she had more to say but ultimately refrained. Harry did not see her expression. He merely nodded, thankful that was the case. He refrained from inquiring why the Dursleys were present. It seemed unnecessary. After all, the people in this vehicle were his last remaining family in this world. If possible, he preferred to maintain a cordial relationship, merely treating them as relatives, as the past could not be easily erased. The car fell into silence once more, and Harry turned his gaze to the window, watching pedestrians hurriedly attending to their own affairs. Through the reflection in the glass, he noticed Dudley, who was stealing glances at him from the back seat. Raising an eyebrow, Harry turned to meet his cousin's gaze. Dudley, as if pricked by a needle, quickly straightened his posture and discreetly shifted towards the other car door. Harry's lips twitched slightly. He averted his gaze and continued to admire the scenery outside the window. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot of King's Cross Station, where the Dursleys disembarked first. Uncle Vernon went to retrieve Harry's suitcase from the rear, while Aunt Petunia stood by the car, making no move. As Harry was about to exit the vehicle, he heard a faint voice. Turning back, he saw Dudley swiftly divert his gaze, as though the words had not emanated from him. Unable to suppress a smile, Harry lightly replied, "No need to thank me." He opened the car door, stepped out, and took hold of his suitcase, casting a glance at the Dursley family standing by the car. Well, goodbye then. Aunt Petunia nodded quickly, so subtly that Harry nearly missed it. After a few seconds of waiting to ensure they had no further words to exchange, Harry dragged his suitcase towards the station. Despite the passage of a century, much had changed within the station, yet Harry effortlessly located the entrance to Platform 9. Passing through the barrier, he found himself at the station where the Hogwarts Express awaited. The deep crimson train rested quietly on the tracks, with not many people around. Harry gazed nostalgically at the train, marveling at how, after more than 100 years, it bore little alteration aside from the marks of time. He boarded the train with ease, striding a few steps before opening the door to an empty compartment. Stepping inside, he levitated his suitcase onto the luggage rack using the levitation charm. After closing the compartment door, he settled into his seat, observing the lively scene outside on the platform. Students bidding farewell to their parents, older students from various houses chatting and playing. After a moment, Harry withdrew his gaze and extended his hand beneath the seat, feeling until he encountered a series of etched marks, which elicited a chuckle. "Looks like I've won," he muttered, gently tracing the grooves. These were remnants of a wager made among friends during their 4th year, debating whether the train would evolve alongside Muggle advancements. Harry had bet against it, while the other 3 had confidently predicted modernization. Gareth had even jested that if the train didn't update, he would apply for the position of conductor to advocate for change. It seemed Gareth had not succeeded in that ambition. Waving his hand, he conjured the passage of time. Green digits flashed before him. It was already 10:30, with only 30 minutes until departure. The outside noise grew increasingly tumultuous, a cacophony of adult and child voices mingling with the hoots of owls, occasionally pierced by a cat's mournful wail. Harry silently closed the window, relieved that he had sent Hedwig to Hogwarts earlier that morning. Otherwise she too would be growing restless. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, revealing a girl with tousled brown hair standing in surprise at the entrance. "I'm sorry I knocked but got no response. I thought no one was here," she explained upon seeing Harry's astonished expression. Harry smiled and shook his head. "It's all right, I should apologize too. I must have missed the knock due to the noise outside. Is there still room here? May I sit?" she asked, visibly relieved. Harry nodded. "Of course, it's just me. Thank you. Gemayani Grainher. A first year. Are you too?" she inquired, struggling to maneuver her suitcase into the compartment. Noticing her struggle, Harry stood, drew his wand, and said, "Actually yes, I'm also a first year. If you don't mind, I could help with your luggage." Hermione's eyes lit up in delight as she gazed at his wand. "You can perform spells?" "I tried some simple ones at home, and while they worked well, I read later that casting unfamiliar spells can be dangerous, so I stopped." "I think I can manage some spells," Harry said, gesturing for Hermione to step back. He waved his wand, proclaiming Wingardium Leviosa. The suitcase began to levitate slowly. Harry guided it up to the luggage rack, giving it a gentle nudge before canceling the spell, watching it settle securely in place. "Thank you so much. I don't even know your name," Hermione exclaimed. "No need to thank me, it was no trouble at all. Harry Potter. Just call me Harry," he replied, retracting his wand and moving to close the compartment door. The corridor outside was bustling with students calling out to one another, creating a rather noisy atmosphere that aggravated Harry's headache from staying up late. As soon as the door clicked shut, Harry turned to find Hermione gazing at him in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Bemused, Harry glanced down at his attire, a brown shirt, dark trousers, and neatly buttoned shoes adorned with a common moonflower pattern. There was nothing amiss. "So you're the Harry Potter?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. A flurry of words tumbled from her lips like bullets. "I know all about you. Of course. I bought a few extra reference books, a history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and important magical events of the 20th century. You re-mentioned in all of them." Harry found himself at a loss for how to respond. It was an experience unlike any he had ever had. Miss Granger." "Just call me Hermione," she insisted, her gaze fixed intently on him, lingering on his forehead for quite a while before she continued. "No wonder your spell work is so impressive. I tried that charm at home but couldn't manage it at all. Yet you effortlessly levitated such a heavy suitcase. So you really are Harry Potter. That explains everything. You must be extraordinary compared to us ordinary folk." Harry slapped a hand to his face. This was a far cry from Gareth's teasing. This girl genuinely believed it. "Did I say something wrong?" Hermione asked, perplexed by Harry's expression. "Well, yes and no. My levitation charm is decent, but it has nothing to do with being a savior." "I'm not a savior," he replied. Hermione gasped, "That's impossible." The books say. Miss Granger, all right. Hermione, not everything in books is accurate. Have you ever seen the smartest 1-year-old? Harry countered, looking straight at her. Hermione pondered for a moment. Well, they can say a few words? Then, to put it bluntly, I was exceptionally bright at 1-year-old, but I could only manage one sentence. Do you think that cold-blooded dark wizard would retreat from a baby's words? Harry said, settling into his seat. And why don't we sit and talk? Aren't you tired? Hermione, somewhat dazed, took a seat opposite Harry. He did have a point. Yet what the book stated starkly contrasted with her real-life experience. This revelation struck her profoundly. For 11 years, the wisdom of books had always been correct, and this understanding had never been challenged. Are you all right? Harry inquired, noticing Hermione's dazed expression, feeling a twinge of concern. Had he spoken inappropriately? After all, she was only 11, and he, with nearly 5 years of Hogwarts experience behind him, was on the brink of adulthood. Had he been too harsh? No, you're absolutely right. I think I need to reflect on this, she replied thoughtfully. Hermione regained her composure and after a moment's hesitation, inquired, I apologize, but may I ask, do you know what really transpired back then? Harry fell silent, and once again, an ominous green light flashed before his eyes, accompanied by the indistinct silhouette of a woman. He turned to gaze out the window, where a large family of red-haired individuals was bidding each other farewell. I too yearned to uncover the truth from that time. It is one of the tasks I must undertake after enrolling, he murmured softly. Hermione seemed poised to ask another question, but the door to their compartment was knocked upon once more. Come in. Harry responded quickly, subtly exhaling a sigh of relief. He was not particularly keen on discussing this matter, and he welcomed the interruption. Hello, is there room here? A round-faced boy timidly stood at the door, cradling a golden toad in his hands. Certainly, there is space available. Do come in and take a seat, Harry said gently after glancing at Hermione, who showed no objection. Do you require assistance with your luggage? Thank you, but I can manage on my own, the boy replied, a bit bashfully, as he released his grip and scratched his head, dragging his suitcase into the compartment and swiftly placing it on the luggage rack. Harry and Hermione exchanged amused glances, marveling at the boy's surprising strength. My name is Neville Longbottom. You can just call me Neville. Thank you for letting me sit here. I've asked several compartments already. Neville plopped down beside Harry, breaking into a wide grin. Harry, quick to act, closed the compartment door just as the golden toad attempted to escape, bumping against the door. Trevor! Neville exclaimed, leaping from his seat to carefully scoop up the dazed toad from the floor. I'm so sorry, I forgot about you. Truly my apologies. Tears nearly welled up in Neville's eyes. This was not the first time he had nearly lost Trevor. Harry sighed and withdrew an empty box from his satchel, tapping it with his wand to transfigure it into a slanted pet cage, pouring a little water inside to reveal a portion of the base. You can place your Trevor here. I suspect he may be a bit dehydrated, Harry suggested. A century ago at Hogwarts, toads were all the rage as pets, making them the ideal companions for practicing spells and testing potions, so Harry had some knowledge in this area. He prefers a moist environment. The warmth of your hands might be too much for him. He will be much more comfortable here, Harry continued, setting the cage on the table for Neville to decide. Listening to Harry's words, Neville felt reassured. Someone who could articulate so much must possess considerable knowledge. Besides, he had little to lose. I appreciate the advice. I really don't know how to care for Trevor. He was a gift from my uncle, though I'm not particularly fond of him, Neville mumbled. The last part nearly swallowed by his embarrassment, and Harry almost missed it. By the way, I don't know your names yet. I'm a new student this year. Are you both as well? After placing Trevor in the water-filled cage, he shyly looked up to ask. You can call me Harry. This is Hermione Granger. Like you. We are also freshmen, Harry introduced, recognizing the power of his name and opting not to disclose his full name, inviting Neville to simply call him Harry. Oblivious to any oddity, Neville offered a bashful smile to both, clutching the box containing Trevor tightly as he sat quietly in his seat. With a loud whistle, the Hogwarts Express began to move, the station outside gradually receding, speeding up until it was soon left behind. The scenery transformed into endless fields, with herds of cattle and sheep visible in the distance. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Harry rubbed his forehead. Having not slept the previous night, he found it increasingly difficult to stay awake. Yet, as the compartment was not solely his, and given their unfamiliarity, he couldn't simply fall asleep, which was quite uncomfortable. After some contemplation, he reached into his satchel, rummaged for a moment, and retrieved a bottle of vibrant green potion, preparing to down it. What is that? Hermione could not help but inquire. Harry paused, shaking the potion bottle at Hermione. This is a vitality elixir I purchased from the apothecary in Diagon Alley. It revitalizes one's energy. With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed the potion, grimacing as he struggled to get it down. He should have known better than to harbor any hopes regarding the changes in the wizarding world. The taste of this cursed potion hadn't changed in a century. If anything, it had become even more unpalatable. Hermione and Neville watched with concern, convinced that what he consumed resembled poison rather than a potion. Once the potion settled, Harry felt a jolt of clarity surge through him, shaking off the drowsiness as if doused in a bucket of icy water. Phew, I'm back. Harry exhaled, feeling rejuvenated once more. Neville pulled a handmade toffee wrapped in colorful paper from his pocket and offered it to Harry. Would you like some? My grandmother made it. The flavor might not be the best, but it should mask the potion's taste. Thank you. Harry gratefully accepted, swiftly unwrapping the candy and popping it into his mouth. The sweet flavor, infused with a rich creaminess, flooded his palate, awakening his taste buds from the dullness imparted by the potion. He sincerely thanked Neville again, enjoying the toffee with gusto. The compartment fell into a tranquil silence once more. It was evident that Hermione was eager to find a topic of conversation. But despite several attempts to speak, she couldn't find the right words. The quietness was punctuated by the sounds from outside, and having grown weary of the view, Harry cleared his throat to break the stillness. Since we have no pressing matters at hand, would anyone like to read? I have a few books with me. What kind of books? May I take a look? Hermione perked up at the mention of books, her love for them evident. If there are any I haven't read. Could I borrow one? Harry unhooked a book rack from his backpack and placed it on the table, tapping the designated spot with his wand. The palm-sized book rack gradually expanded until it reached the size of a book, at which point Harry tapped it again to halt its growth. This should suffice. It will be enough to display the titles within, and any larger, and I fear it wouldn't fit in the compartment. Both Hermione and Neville marveled at the sight, and, upon receiving Harry's consent, leaned in to begin their selection. Neville quickly settled on a book titled The Many Uses of Magical Plants, to which Harry nodded in understanding, having glanced at it. He prepared to peruse A Brief History of Hogwarts, a book he had read a century ago, rumored to be updated every few years. Now, after a century had passed, he was eager to discover what significant events had transpired at Hogwarts. With their selections made, only Hermione remained indecisive. The books were mostly those Harry had requested the shopkeeper to choose, albeit a bit pricey, encompassing various subjects. Hermione's annual allowance of galleons was not substantial, and it had taken her considerable time and flourish and blots to select a few books, although Harry's collection was not as extensive as that of Flourish and Blots. Hermione spotted several volumes she had missed out on purchasing back then. Hermione, you can choose one for now. Once you finish, feel free to swap it with me anytime. Besides, the library at Hogwarts contains thousands more books than I have here. Not to mention that Ravenclaw's common room has its own library, Harry encouraged, noticing her prolonged indecision. Reluctantly, Hermione cast several lingering glances before selecting Walking with Giants. Harry extracted the chosen books from the shelf and tapped another ornament, causing the bookshelf to shrink back to a palm-sized form. By the way, Harry, did you mention that Ravenclaw has its own library? Hermione inquired eagerly, clutching the book without even opening it. Harry nodded. He had previously visited the Ravenclaw common room at the behest of a Catter, and was astonished by the library's size. Although it was not as grand as the Hogwarts library, its collection was quite extensive, filled with notes left by former Ravenclaw students that had never been published. Reflecting on this, Harry provided Hermione with a succinct overview of what he knew. And what about Gryffindor? Neville interjected, unable to contain himself. My grandmother insists I must be sorted into Gryffindor. Otherwise, it would bring shame upon my family. Harry pondered for a moment. He had spent considerable time in the Gryffindor common room, but he was uncertain if there had been any significant changes over the past century, so he could only briefly describe the environment. Which house will you choose? Hermione tightened her grip on the book, temporarily setting aside her desire to read. As I mentioned, my grandmother wants me to go to Gryffindor, Neville mumbled, his fingers unconsciously tracing the gilded pattern on the cover. But I wonder if I am worthy enough to enter. And what about you, Neville? Where do you wish to go? Harry gently inquired. Neville hesitated, seemingly taken aback as if no one had ever asked him that before. His grandmother had always made the decisions for him, leaving him with no opportunity to choose for himself. He stared at the book in his hands, contemplating for a long while before replying, I don't really know. But if given the choice, I would like to go to Gryffindor, not just because of my grandmother's wishes, but because both my parents graduated from there. I want to see the house they once belonged to. After saying this, he turned to the other two and asked, What about you? Hermione was deeply conflicted. I have been torn between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. I've heard that the greatest wizard of the last century, Dumbledore, graduated from Gryffindor. But Ravenclaw seems quite appealing, especially considering that Harry mentioned they have their own library. Chapter 8. A Life Fit for a Prince. Hermione was quite vexed. Even her beloved pastime of reading could not soothe her. Harry, suppressing a chuckle, finally spoke up. I believe you need not worry about this. After all, the courses are fairly similar. The distinction between houses is merely to foster a sense of belonging. In my opinion, it's just a matter of different decor styles. Moreover, if you are sorted into Gryffindor, you can still visit the Ravenclaw common room. As long as you can answer the question posed by the eagle statue, entry will not be denied. Hermione regarded him incredulously. Is that really true? How do you know this? Harry hesitated briefly before giving a vague reply. Someone told me. Which house do you wish to join, Harry? Hermione, noticing his reluctance to elaborate, shifted the topic. Harry pressed his lips together, instinctively touching the headband on his forehead, where his scar lay. I want to go to Gryffindor, he declared resolutely. His reasoning aligned with Neville's. His parents were also Gryffindor alumni, and he longed to see the house they had once called home. During his last admission, he had harbored the same hope. Yet to his astonishment, the Sorting Hat had barely grazed his hair before proclaiming Slytherin, offering him no chance whatsoever. Pondering this, Harry once again brushed his fingers against the scar concealed beneath his headband, contemplating how he might temporarily shield himself from its influence. To his knowledge, a form of mental occlusion could effectively shield one's mind from outside effects, but he had not mastered it. A wizard skilled in this art was a rare find, let alone one who could teach him. Despite Harry's numerous excursions into the restricted section for research, he had only scratched the surface, barely able to sense whether someone was intruding upon his thoughts. If this method proved futile, he would have to wait until he arrived at Hogwarts, hoping to harness some ancient magical energy. It wouldn't require much, just enough to cloak the scar so that the Sorting Hat could not perceive its impact. The trio continued discussing the matter of houses before each settled down with their respective books, the rhythmic clatter of the train accompanying their journey. Before long, noon arrived, and so engrossed were the three in their reading that they failed to notice the passage of time, until a knock sounded at the compartment door. Neville nearly dropped the book in his hands, quickly gripping the corner to prevent it from tumbling to the floor, glancing at Harry and the others to ask, "Shall we open the door?" Harry closed his book, stood up, and opened the compartment door to reveal a woman with a warm smile and dimples, pushing a cart piled high with goodies. "Would you like to purchase some snacks, dear?" At that moment, Harry's stomach rumbled audibly. It had been 4 hours since breakfast, and he was indeed famished. "Absolutely," he exclaimed, glancing over the offerings on the cart, and beginning to select his choices. He picked up 4 or 5 chocolate frogs, a few cauldron cakes, and rummaged beneath the cart for some chilled juice bottles before finally stopping his selection. After paying 6 sickles, Harry stepped aside to allow the others to choose. Neville hesitated for quite some time, eventually selecting a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and several pumpkin pasties, while Hermione merely watched without taking anything. Once the cart rolled away, Harry placed the snacks on the table. "Come on, let us share. I can't possibly finish all this myself. I rarely have the chance to share food with friends. Let me indulge this small wish." Neville beamed, placing his treats on the table, and pulling out a handful of toffees from his pocket to add to the spread. "Me too." Hermione gazed at the spread of sweets with trepidation. Her parents were dentists, and she had seen enough of the suffering caused by dental pain and cavities to develop a disinterest in sugary treats. However, she was not entirely unprepared. From her small bag, she produced a lunchbox filled with sugar-free soda crackers and a generous assortment of whole-grain beef sandwiches. Though they appeared somewhat unappetizing after a morning of travel, Harry could not help but swallow hard at the sight. He too felt that there were too many sweets, but he had not found any savory snacks on the cart. The three exchanged their food, with Neville kindly educating Hermione about the magical realm snacks, earnestly encouraging her to give them a try. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously sorted through the colors of the Bertie Bott's beans, hoping to avoid any unpleasant surprises. With their bellies filled and their thirst quenched, a sense of drowsiness began to settle upon them. "Shouldn't we change into our uniform soon?" Hermione suddenly recalled, prompting her to ask hurriedly. Harry glanced out the window at the light, summoning the time with a wave of his hand. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "I think it's time. We should be arriving around 5, so it's best to change now to avoid any last-minute rush," he agreed with Hermione's suggestion. After a brief discussion, as the lady present, Hermione changed first, while Harry and Neville stepped out into the corridor, leaning against the window and engaging in casual conversation. "Have you seen Harry Potter? My dad said he is a first year this year." I searched the front half of the train but didn't spot him. While Harry was conversing softly with Neville, an arrogant voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Harry turned to see a boy with platinum blonde hair standing there, chin held high, his gray-blue eyes betraying a hint of nervousness and impatience, flanked by two tall companions. This demeanor reminded Harry of a cat he once owned, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upward. Who are you? What business do you have with Harry Potter? Harry asked. Neville merely peeked out, only to immediately retreat behind Harry, tugging at his clothes in an attempt to alert him. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. As for why I'm seeking Harry Potter, why should I divulge that to you? He raised an arrogant eyebrow. Harry pondered for a moment. There indeed seemed to be a younger student with the surname Malfoy, but given their age difference, they had no real connection. He had merely heard that the Malfoys were wealthy heirs of a pureblood family, traditionally members of Slytherin house. Although he had resolutely decided to join Gryffindor, it wouldn't preclude him from making friends in other houses, would it? Moreover, forming a genuine friendship with a Slytherin would surely be the most reassuring of prospects. With this thought in mind, Harry displayed a polite smile and extended his right hand. Hello, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Harry closely, his gaze lingering on the headband adorning Harry's forehead before he finally averted his eyes. He tentatively extended his hand and grasped Harry's right hand. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I merely wish to befriend you. You may call me Draco. Is that so? That's wonderful. I happen to feel I'm in need of a few more friends as well. You may simply call me Harry. Harry's eyes crinkled in a smile. The two shook hands a few times before withdrawing. What are you doing in the corridor? Don't you have a compartment? Would you like to join us in ours? Draco smiled, appearing quite pleased as he inquired, simultaneously introducing Harry to the companions trailing behind him. Harry nodded in acknowledgement to the two of them. We have a compartment, but the ladies need to change into their uniforms. As gentlemen, we must, of course, keep our distance. Wouldn't you agree? Draco, somewhat perplexed, had grown up in Malfoy Manor, rarely encountering outsiders. Even among peers from other pureblood families, he had little interaction. Their few meetings had occurred at various galas where they were required to maintain a fade, learning social niceties from the adults. He was unfamiliar with what normal human interactions should resemble, but surely Harry's words must be correct. After all, he was the chosen one. With this in mind, Draco nodded in agreement. You're right, but waiting here indefinitely isn't a viable solution. Before he could finish his thought, the compartment door swung open. Harry, Neville, I'm ready. It's your turn. Hermione was adjusting her clothing, her head bowed, oblivious to the additional company outside. Allow me to introduce. Harry suddenly remembered, pulling the nearly frantic Neville into view. These are my friends I met on the train, Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. Draco frowned as he glanced at Neville. He had heard of the Longbottom family. Adults often sneered at the generations of Gryffindor lineage. He had also heard that this generation of Longbottoms was nearly mute. Yet Harry claimed him as a friend. Draco pursed his lips and nodded dismissively at Neville, offering a perfunctory greeting. Neville stuttered a response, quickly shutting his mouth, fearful of attracting further attention from Draco. Hermione, however, boldly extended her hand. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. As Draco recalled the Granger family from memory, he reached out to shake her hand lightly. Draco Malfoy. Are you related to Hector Granger from the Potions Guild? His granddaughter? Draco finally managed to extract a name from his recollections, and posed the question. Hermione shook her head. I don't know the person you're referring to. Both my parents are dentists, they are muggles. Ordinary folk. Draco intended to exchange pleasantries. His mother had advised him that even if one had never heard of someone, one should pretend to be knowledgeable to avoid embarrassment. He was adept at this, but midway through his thought, he suddenly grasped the implication of Hermione's words. You mean your parents are muggles? That is correct, but I dislike that term. Hermione frowned, lifting her chin defiantly as she glared at Draco. Draco trembled, his hands shaking in a mix of fear and anger, his face flushing. Sensing the impending confrontation, Harry swiftly wrapped an arm around Draco's shoulders and covered his mouth, interrupting the vitriol that was about to escape. He smiled at Hermione. Hermione, it's time for us to change. Could you please wait in the corridor for a moment? Or perhaps visit another compartment? He was all too aware of the sort of remarks these self-proclaimed pureblood children were capable of making. They hadn't even reached school yet. And he certainly didn't wish to create adversaries on the train. In this world, many matters could be resolved with a multitude of friends and a scarcity of enemies. Hermione glanced at the struggling Draco, wisely refraining from asking what he had intended to say, simply nodding briefly. She tugged at her clothing and strode toward the rear of the train. Harry half-dragged Draco into the compartment and pulled the bewildered Neville inside as well, snatching a handful of sweets from the table and handing them to Crabbe and Goyle, sending them back to their own compartment. The two looked down at the candies in their hands, unwrapped one, and instantly beamed as they made their exit. Fuming, Draco began thumping the table. How could they do this? A mere treat, and they forget about me. Harry closed the compartment door, crossed over to Draco, retrieved his bag from the seat, and rummaged through it to produce his uniform before finally addressing him. Draco, have you ever been to the Muggle world? Harry, why did you stop me? Aren't Muggles all dirty and foolish? And so greedy? Draco seemed to recall something, his face contorted with disdain. You've seen them? Harry raised an eyebrow while changing his clothes. Draco replied without hesitation, of course. He suddenly halted, sealing his lips shut. What did you see? Is it something you cannot speak of? Harry summoned a translucent mirror, adjusting his slightly askew headband in its reflection as he spoke. Draco felt uncomfortable. He was reluctant to discuss the topic. However, upon noticing Harry's actions, his eyes lit up, prompting him to inquire about Harry. They say you've lived a life akin to that of a prince. Is it true? And what was that spell earlier? Can you teach it to me? Harry's hand paused momentarily. Who said I've lived a life like a prince? That was merely a minor spell. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. It's quite simple. Harry intended to explain that it was a spell mandated by Headmaster Black for everyone to master, as he believed wizards should always maintain their attire in accordance with decorum. Yet who knew where those conventions originated? To avoid losing points, even first-year students could summon a mirror and tidy their appearance within a minute. Well, thank you. I find carrying a mirror inconvenient. Although my father procured me a small, inconspicuous extending wallet, it's far too small. I'll need to write to him once I reach school and ask him for a larger one. Would you like one? I could have my father make two, Draco exclaimed, visibly delighted, before finally responding to Harry's query. The books say so. And I often see your name in the newspapers. I grew up reading about you. Harry dispelled the mirror and turned to Neville. Really? Neville, tugging at his uniform in distress, uncertain about whether to change here, nodded upon hearing Harry's question. My grandmother has told me stories about you since I was little. She's not mistaken. Chapter 9, The Real Hagrid. Harry furrowed his brow. He was no longer an ignorant child, having ventured into the world for quite some time. The disparity between what they spoke of and what he knew was stark, indicating that someone had concealed the truth from him. From the information he had gathered over the past few days, it was evident that something was amiss. If it were not for an attempt to suppress him, then it must be for his protection. As for the reason behind this protection, he instinctively touched the band on his forehead. Was it because of the one who had left him that scar? It seemed that the wizarding world was far from tranquil. Harry couldn't help but sigh. During his time at Hogwarts, aside from worrying about the occasional whims of Headmaster Black, his primary concern during adventures was safety. Now, it appeared that even while attending school, he had to remain vigilant regarding his security. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he had been relatively free from worries. Save for basic necessities, other matters were far removed from a prince's concerns. He shrugged and addressed the two in the compartment. How is that possible? This can't be. Neville and Draco exclaimed in unison, one in disbelief, the other in affirmation. Why can't it be? Harry inquired. My grandmother said you were very well taught, that you already knew many spells before enrolling, and you don't seem to. Neville's voice diminished, his confidence faltering as he clamped his mouth shut, unsure of how to continue. And you? Harry turned to Draco. Draco, flustered, retorted, I've been to the Muggle world. I've seen those Muggles. How dare they let you associate with those filthy pests? You have. Harry was genuinely astonished. To his knowledge, pure-blood families rarely ventured into the Muggle realm, especially after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689, which had caused these families to sever ties entirely. This was not merely a fabrication of Harry's. It was documented in the annals of magical history, and he had managed to secure that subject. Draco hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the quivering Neville before reluctantly confessing. When I was little, I studied potions with my godfather, who lived in the Muggle world. My father often urged him to move, but he refused. So, I could only learn by visiting his home through the fireplace each week. One time, he left unexpectedly, and my curiosity about the Muggle world got the better of me. I dashed out the front door and encountered those Muggles. Draco shivered, unable to finish. Do you know where you went? Harry couldn't help but ask. My godfather's address is 19 Spiders Alley. Beyond that, I don't know where it is in the Muggle world. Draco sighed in relief. glad Harry had not pressed further about what he had seen. Harry stroked his chin in contemplation. He felt he had heard that street name before. After a moment of reflection, he recalled it from a distant memory. Aunt Petunia had mentioned it while dealing with their grandparents' house in Cokeworth. It was known as one of the most chaotic areas, rife with poverty, vagrants, and criminals. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Draco. Poor child. The only place he had visited in the Muggle world was such a dismal locale. No wonder he held such a poor impression of it. What kind of look is that? Did I say something wrong? Draco snapped in annoyance. Would you like to see the real Muggle world? Harry proposed mischievously, curious about how the offspring of ancient pureblood families would react to the modern magical realm. There was much to behold. The towering skyscrapers, the cars racing down the streets, and the amusement parks he had once frequented, all sights they had surely never encountered. Draco grimaced. What's there to see? It's filthy and reeks. Harry paid him no mind, rummaging through his bag until after some time he triumphantly exclaimed, "Ah, found it. Don't just stare, lend a hand. This is too heavy." With that, Harry released his grip, allowing the bag to rest on the seat as he grasped the edge of a stone basin, straining to pull it free. Draco and Neville rushed to assist, and together they hoisted the stone basin onto the table. The table held firm, only trembling slightly before stabilizing. Draco examined the intricately patterned stone basin, and then glanced at Harry's bag. How much space does your bag have? This isn't cheap. The Ministry of Magic has prohibited the creation of such items. Anything exceeding twice the size of its carrier must be reported. I found this in the vault. Harry vaguely referenced the basin's origin, standing before the table with the two of them. Let me show you the true Muggle world. Is that a pensieve? Draco finally realized what Harry had produced, astonished. Such items were now exceedingly rare. Even the Malfoy family did not possess one. It was said that Headmaster Dumbledore had one. But that was school property, reserved solely for his use and not to be taken away. Harry chuckled. You've got an eye for it. No wonder you hail from a pureblood family. Of course. I'm a Malfoy, Draco declared proudly. The pensieve had not come by its origins honestly. During his 5th year, while following Professor Fig in search of traces of ancient magic, Harry had encountered pensieves multiple times. He found them quite useful and had stealthily taken one, confident that no one would come looking for it. Do you still wish to see? Hermione might return shortly, and we don't have much time, Harry urged. Draco remained somewhat obstinate, unwilling to witness those pests. However, Neville's curiosity got the better of him. I want to see. I've never been to the Muggle world, nor have I ever seen it. Harry smiled. It'll surely open your eyes. With that, he drew a strand of silvery blue thread from his temple using his wand, winding it a few times before gently placing it into the pensieve. As he slightly rotated the basin, the silvery blue thread transformed into a substance resembling neither water nor mist, filling the bottom of the basin. This is your last chance. Do you want to see? Harry asked Draco, grinning. Draco hesitated, watching as Harry grew impatient, preparing to drag Neville along to see it. At last he made up his mind. I'll see. Harry smiled broadly, pulling Draco over as the three of them squeezed together at the table. Following Harry's instructions, they slowly immersed their faces into the pensieve. In a whirl of motion, the trio found themselves on a bustling street. Harry, gripping the dazed pair, led them to the roadside, narrowly avoiding the speeding cars. Although this was merely a memory and they were not in any real danger, instinctively, they moved aside. This is the Muggle world? Draco surveyed the clean streets, the throngs of people, the carriages on the road, and the towering buildings, taking a moment to regain his voice. Indeed, this is the area outside the Leaky Cauldron. Harry pointed behind them. The two turned to see the dilapidated door, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. Next, Harry swiftly guided them through glimpses of the streets, shops, schools, and amusement parks, all carefully selected memories, devoid of Dudley and his gang of friends. In merely around 10 minutes, Harry had pulled them away from the memory. Do you still think they are all pests? Harry asked Draco, grinning. Draco shifted uncomfortably in his chair. What I saw was real. There is also Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. You've heard of those, haven't you? No matter the place, such areas exist everywhere. Do not judge others through the lens of your own biases, Harry replied with a smile. Draco still appeared unconvinced. Observing his demeanor, Harry chose not to push further. Changing a person's perspective is a challenging endeavor, especially considering it likely stemmed from Draco's childhood traumas. Such memories could not be altered in mere minutes. Only time could transform his outlook. As Harry glanced at the time, he gently reminded Draco to return to his compartment, given that they were nearing their destination and Hermione would soon be back. If Draco was unwilling to sit with Hermione, it would be wise for him to head back swiftly, After all, Neville and he would never allow Draco to displace her. With a disgruntled expression, Draco departed the compartment, tempted to hurl a few harsh words at Harry. However, Harry assured him that he would teach him the spell for summoning a mirror once they reached school, which quelled Draco's ire, leading him to leave without further ado. Before he exited, he remembered to assist in stowing the pensive back into Harry's bag, and specifically cautioned him against taking it out carelessly, for the method of its creation had been lost to time, rendering each one exceedingly precious. Barely 3 minutes had passed since Draco's departure when Hermione returned, accompanied by a pale-faced red-haired boy. "This is Ron Weasley," she explained to the two of them. "I found him being bullied by his brothers and older students while I was exploring, so I brought him along. We still have space here. And we're almost at Hogwarts, right?" Harry nodded, inviting Ron to take a seat, momentarily entranced by his fiery hair. Red hair. Surname Weasley. Could he possibly be a descendant of Gareth? With this thought in mind, Harry inquired, "Have you heard of Gareth Weasley?" Ron, still shaken and ghostly pale, blinked in surprise at the mention of the Weasley name. What did you say?" "Gareth Weasley. He lived about a century ago," Harry replied. Ron's brow furrowed. 100 years? That's quite a long time. I'm not sure if we have that ancestor. I've never really paid attention to what our ancestors were called. If you're curious, I can ask my dad when we get to school. He'll definitely know," Ron admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Harry felt no great disappointment. He too would struggle to name the ancestors of the Potter line from a century ago. "Well then, thank you. By the way, did your brothers bully you? I thought I saw your family looking quite harmonious on the platform," Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. Ron's face paled again, and he shivered, as if recalling a particularly frightful experience. Hermione cast him a sympathetic glance before explaining to Harry. It turned out that Hermione had merely intended to stroll down the corridor and return when the time was right. However, while passing a compartment, she had heard Ron's terrified cries, tinged with a hint of tears. Without hesitation, she had flung open the door, only to find a pair of red-haired twins and a dark-skinned boy approaching Ron, who was cowering in the corner, clutching a box filled with spiders. Fueled by a sense of justice, Hermione intervened, rescuing Ron and chastising the trio. Upon discovering the twins were Ron's brothers, her anger intensified, leading her to scold them even more harshly. She then pulled Ron away from the compartment and comforted him for a while before bringing him back. Grateful for Hermione's timely intervention, Ron readily followed her. Observing Ron's pitiful demeanor, Harry offered him a chocolate frog to help ease his distress. The group exchanged further introductions, and Ron was instantly awestruck upon learning of Harry's identity. He fumbled, staring at the well-known lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, but was quickly deterred by Hermione and Neville's serious expressions. They had already inquired why Harry chose to conceal it, and he had explained that the scar symbolized the loss of his parents, making him reluctant to expose it. Hermione quietly elucidated this to Ron, who turned crimson as he apologized to Harry, who waved it off, indicating that ignorance was no sin. Their conversation drifted back to Hogwarts, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Even Neville, previously reserved, joined in with ease. As dusk descended, the lights in the compartment flickered twice before illuminating fully. Peering through the train window, they could only discern the shadowy outlines of trees, enveloped in darkness. It was not until a cool female voice echoed through the train, announcing that they would arrive in 5 minutes, that they rose to tidy the remnants of snacks and litter from the table. They discussed the timing for returning books before preparing to disembark. Before long, the train slowed to a halt at a platform steeped in history. As Harry disembarked with the throng, he marveled at the scene around him, noting that it looked remarkably similar to how it had a century ago. Aside from some growth in the trees, even the benches by the platform remained unchanged. Habitually adjusting his school uniform jacket, he set off towards the thestral-drawn carriages. First years. Come this way. Hurry. I want to see you all." A gruff voice boomed from the other side of the platform, prompting Harry to glance over. There stood a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a lantern the size of a horse's head. His face was obscured by a bushy beard, and his beetle-like eyes were wide as he scanned the crowd of first years. Harry's heart raced. It's him. It's Hagrid. The Hagrid he had been searching for over the past 5 years. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickened his pace, jogging toward Hagrid. "Hagrid!" Harry called out. It's Harry," Hagrid bellowed with delight, stepping forward to embrace the approaching boy. "How have you been this past month? Come here, let me have a look at you." Harry was momentarily speechless. How had he spent a month? It felt like he hadn't seen Hagrid in 5 years. "I'm well," Harry managed to reply, patting Hagrid's waist, now the tallest point he could reach. "That's good. We'll chat later. I've got work to do. Hagrid winked at Harry, lifting the lantern high and calling out, First years. First years, gather here. Chapter 10. The Sorting. Harry stood transfixed, watching Hagrid's retreating figure. This was real. Not a dream. He had truly reunited with Hagrid and even touched him. This was no mere figment. He had known it all along. This was no dream. Though he had been back for a few days, a sense of unreality lingered. The complex attitudes of the Dursleys, the unchanged Hogwarts Express, the vaults of Gringotts, all rendered him with a peculiar sense of dislocation. It was only upon seeing Hagrid and feeling his presence that Harry truly felt he had returned to 1991, to a time a century later. Harry's gaze remained fixed on Hagrid, oblivious to Hermione, Neville and Ron, who were still on the other side of the crowd. He closely followed Hagrid down the narrow path beside the station, positioning himself right behind him. Upon reaching the lake, Hagrid produced a specially crafted boat, calling out to the group of first years, "For to a boat! All aboard! Be careful not to fall in. The water is quite cold." Harry, momentarily distracted, recalled his forgotten friends and hastily selected a boat, securing one foot on it while glancing back for the three familiar figures. With Hagrid's lantern lighting the way, Harry soon spotted Ron's unmistakable red hair. Ron, Hermione, Neville, over here. Hearing Harry's call, the trio turned and hurried over, each being assisted into the boat by Harry. He was the last to board, pulled in by the three, retracting his foot from the shore just in time. As they settled in, Harry heard a disdainful snort. Nearby, Draco sat in another boat with his two cronies, clearly displeased that Harry hadn't called him over. He glared at Harry indignant. Harry flashed Draco a grin and gestured toward Crabbe and Goyle, remarking, "Looks like your boat is already full. See you at school." Draco, momentarily at a loss for words, scrutinized the sizes of his companions and the boat, finally conceding defeat. Once everyone was seated, Hagrid counted the number of passengers and stepped onto his boat. The vessel swayed slightly, prompting the fleet of boats behind him to follow suit and glide across the water. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the surface of the lake, where shimmering ripples danced, and dozens of small boats silently drifted across the dark, unfathomable waters, disturbed only by the waves created by their passage. Duck! Hagrid bellowed as he eyed the looming cliff that pressed against the lake's edge, lowering his head just in time to narrowly miss the jagged stone face. Harry, unable to suppress his thoughts, glanced upward at the rocky wall that was still some distance from his head. He decided not to duck. Having passed the cliff, they proceeded for less than 5 minutes before Hagrid called out again, "Brace yourselves. Your first glimpse of Hogwarts is upon us." The new students were captivated, shifting restlessly in their boats and craning their necks to ensure they wouldn't miss this moment. Harry, too, extended his neck eagerly, yearning to behold Hogwarts once more. Would it resemble the castle from a century ago? Had it undergone changes? Having attended school once already, he wondered if Hogwarts would still acknowledge him. A collective gasp escaped from their lips, the sound swelling into a cacophony that startled the fish in the lake. In the distance, atop the mountains, stood a magnificent ancient castle, shimmering under the moonlight, with almost every window aglow with warm orange light. Majestic, serene, noble, mysterious, and inviting. Nearly every beautiful adjective could be employed to describe this castle, yet each seemed insufficient to capture its splendor. Harry gazed at the castle with an infatuation that never waned, forever enraptured by Hogwarts. Before long, the boats docked at the lakeside pier, and the new students disembarked, following Hagrid along the wooden path towards the castle's grand entrance. After a brief walk, they found themselves standing at the foot of the grand staircase. Hagrid took another count, adjusted his attire, and knocked on the massive door with his palm, reminiscent of a large fan. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a stern-looking witch clad in emerald green robes, her serious demeanor accentuated by silver-rimmed glasses and her meticulously arranged black hair fashioned into a neat bun. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced with a smile. "I've counted them all. Not a single one is missing." McGonagall's expression remained unchanged as she nodded at Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid, I will take it from here." Hagrid managed to wink at Harry before hastily departing in another direction. Without any apparent action from McGonagall, the door fully opened, revealing a vast entrance hall. "Follow me," she instructed, turning to lead the way inside. The new students quietly followed, jostling together, each hesitant to speak. Torches flickered along the stone walls of the entrance hall, the ceiling seemingly lost to the shadows above. Before them lay a wide marble staircase flanked by smooth wooden banisters. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall announced as they ascended the steps, pausing at the top to address the newcomers. "The feast is about to commence, but before that, we must conduct an important ceremony, the sorting hat." Hogwarts is home to 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, each with its own illustrious history and nurturing of remarkable witches and wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope you will all strive to bring glory to your respective houses, regardless of where you are sorted. Now please take a moment to gather yourselves. Be alert, as the sorting ceremony will be held before the entire school. McGonagall calmly elaborated on some aspects of Hogwarts, her gaze lingering momentarily on the somewhat disheveled attire of the new students. In a few minutes, I will return to escort you to the ceremony. With that, she turned and walked towards an inconspicuous wooden door to the right of the staircase. Once McGonagall's figure vanished behind the door, the students began to chatter excitedly about the sorting ceremony. Ron, looking pale, shared anecdotes from his brothers, drawing from his experience as the youngest of 5. Harry, however, paid no mind to the buzzing discussions around him. He had closed his eyes, striving to summon the magic within him and resonate with the magical energies surrounding them. A series of shimmering silver bubbles, invisible to others, encircled Harry, appearing and vanishing until one slender beam of light persisted, quietly swirling around him. This peculiar magic enveloped his forehead, gently penetrating his headband and resting upon his scar. Harry exhaled, feeling a rush of sweat dampen his back, his face slightly pale. Wielding ancient magic at 11 was still a considerable challenge. Yet, the nearby young wizards were startled by the ghosts that had just glided past, all wearing expressions of shock, leaving Harry feeling rather inconspicuous among them. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his forehead, prompting Harry to instinctively reach up. It was the transformed handkerchief. The effects of the transfiguration charm were waning, and having been infused with ancient magic moments ago, it could no longer maintain its shape, reverting back to a mere handkerchief, tumbling from his forehead. Clutching the handkerchief in one hand, he hastily combed his hair back with the other, frowning at the fabric. The handkerchief, now permeated with ancient magic, could no longer be transformed, and it appeared his scar would have to be exposed. Here a hand extended towards Harry, presenting a neatly folded white handkerchief adorned with a golden-threaded fire-breathing dragon. Harry looked up to find Draco standing on the step above him, casting glares at anyone who dared to meet his curious gaze. Gratefully, Harry accepted the handkerchief. With a flick of his wand, it morphed into a white headband embroidered with a golden dragon motif, which he quickly tied around his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, McGonagall returned, positioned behind Draco, holding a scroll of parchment. She cast a discerning glance at Harry's wand and the headband on his forehead. "Now form 2 lines and follow me," she commanded before leading the group towards the grand door facing the marble staircase, from which a low murmur of voices emanated, as if hundreds of people were conversing within. McGonagall swung open the door, guiding the first years through the immense hall, passing rows of long tables filled with students, and making their way to the far end where a raised platform awaited them. Behind the platform sat a dozen professors, the center occupied by the illustrious Dumbledore, adorned in robes embellished with stars and moons. As the students quieted, peering curiously at the new arrivals, McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool upon the platform and retrieved an ancient, tattered hat, placing it atop the stool. The hat stirred, its brim parting like a mouth, and began to sing. Harry, quick on the uptake, pointed his wand and muttered, "Silencio." The melody that reached his ears was reduced to a soft hum, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he observed Draco's distorted expression. He could only apologize, as the Sorting Hat song was a rite of passage for the newcomers. Having already experienced it himself, he felt fortunate to be spared from such an ordeal once more. Until the Sorting Hat finally came to a halt, Harry quietly dispelled the magic, glancing around to ensure no one noticed his actions, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Now, I will call your names for the sorting." Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hand and began the roll call. Hannah Abbott. A round-faced blonde girl timidly stepped forward. Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat proclaimed the house loudly, and a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the table on the right, welcoming the girl into their fold. Following that, Professor McGonagall continued to call names in alphabetical order, some taking longer than others. Harry watched with great interest. Even though he had witnessed the sorting numerous times before, it never failed to amuse him. Among them, Hermione was the first to go up, jogging while softly muttering something to herself. Gryffindor. She removed the hat and dashed towards the long table on the far right, where the students cheered as she took her seat. Next was Neville, who took an inordinate amount of time, almost 3 minutes, before the Sorting Hat finally declared Gryffindor. Neville sprinted towards Hermione, inadvertently carrying the hat away with him. Laughter erupted in the hall as he blushed and sheepishly returned it. After a few more names, it was Draco's turn. The moment the hat brushed against his hair, it shouted Slytherin. He grinned smugly, waving at Harry and mouthing for him to join. Harry could only pretend he hadn't seen. He had spent 5 years in Slytherin. The dank, musty environment and the hideous merfolk outside the windows had long since become tiresome. Finally, he heard his own name, Harry Potter. The hall fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony of chatter, with some standing to gaze at Harry. He felt as though he were a monkey in a zoo. As he took his seat, the sorting hat was placed on his head by Professor McGonagall, slowly descending to obscure his vision. How peculiar. Why do I feel as though I have sorted you before? A thin voice whispered in his ear. Harry, feeling a touch anxious, tightened his fists hidden within his sleeves, hoping he wouldn't be discovered. Indeed, quite strange. You seem familiar, yet you are undoubtedly a new student. What could be the issue? Listening to the sorting hat's rambling inquiries, Harry felt somewhat weary. Could you possibly sort me first? He feared that if he waited any longer, the hat might recall something. Although Professor Weasley had assured him in her letter that the hat had been confused. A century was a long time, and no spell could remain intact for such a duration. What if it failed now? Well, fine. I have plenty of time to ponder, let me see. The noise from outside grew louder, and Harry had already been seated for over 3 minutes without any sign of movement from the sorting hat. Everyone was anxiously watching him from the audience. Gryffindor. At last. The sorting hat announced the name of the house, and the table adorned in gold and crimson erupted with the most fervent applause of the evening. With some excitedly thumping the table, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, though somewhat disappointed, offered polite applause, while the Slytherin table remained silent. Draco's face flushed with anger as he glared at Harry. Harry removed the hat, placing it on the bench, and inclined his head slightly towards Professor McGonagall, before jogging over to the nearly standing Gryffindor table. Hermione and Neville waved excitedly at him, making space beside them. Chapter 11. Dislike for Gryffindor. Harry nodded and smiled at the classmates greeting him. Sitting next to Neville, he felt as though his face would freeze in a grin. 3 more students followed him. Lisa Turpin was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed by Ron, who relaxed instantly upon being placed in Gryffindor, and joyfully bounded over to Harry and the others. The last was Blaise Zabini, sorted into Slytherin. Harry, seated against the wall, could just catch a glimpse of the distant Slytherin table, where Draco was still glaring at him. He gestured silently to Draco, indicating that they could talk later, which finally diverted Draco's attention. Hello. I'm Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, a 5th year and the prefect of Gryffindor. Welcome to Gryffindor. A tall, red-haired boy leaned towards Harry, extending his hand with a tone that bore a hint of formality. Harry shook his hand in return. Thank you, I'm delighted to be in Gryffindor. Ha. We've got Potter. We've got Potter. 2 voices exclaimed in unison, one of them throwing an arm around Harry's shoulder and shaking him playfully, causing Harry to feel as though he were adjusting the stereo while watching television. Turning to see who it was, he found a pair of identical red-haired twins, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Surely, these were the twins who had bullied Ron on the train? I'm George. I'm Fred, they proclaimed together, bowing deeply in exaggerated fashion before Harry, their hands raised high. Their antics drew laughter from the Gryffindor table, and even some from the distant Ravenclaw table. Harry furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the playful twins. He couldn't quite reconcile how they could be the ones to bully their brother. Perhaps they were simply inclined towards mischief. But what had happened on the train had gone beyond mere pranks. What were they truly implying? The twins, keenly sensing Harry's discomfort, exchanged glances with Hermione and Neville, who were also glaring at them, seemingly grasping the situation. It seems you have some misconceptions about us. Perhaps we could discuss it if the opportunity arises, Fred said with a smile. Of course, if you'd rather not, we won't impose, George chimed in cheerfully, leaning casually against Fred. Silence. Return to your seats. Professor Dumbledore is about to speak. Percy called sternly at the twins. They made faces at their older brother before scampering back to their places. Professor Dumbledore rose, arms outstretched, welcoming the new students to Hogwarts. Before we commence the feast, I must say a few words. Nitwits. Ninnies. Numbskulls. He concluded with a flourish, sitting back down to applause and cheers. In the blink of an eye, the long tables were laden with an array of food, roast beef, pudding, fried chicken legs, and for the vegetarians, roasted potatoes and salads, albeit in lesser quantities, which seemed to fail to excite the young witches and wizards. Harry wasted no time, swiftly filling his plate with food and digging in. He raised his cup to inspect its contents. Pumpkin juice. After taking a sip, he sighed contentedly. Hogwarts pumpkin juice still had that delightful taste. Once he had filled his stomach to a satisfying degree, he finally took notice of the conversations around him. The boy beside Ron was animatedly recounting tales of his witch mother and muggle father, drawing laughter from those nearby. When Hermione noticed that Harry had finished eating, she leaned in to quietly introduce him to the new students of their year, realizing he had been too engrossed in his meal to catch the earlier introductions. Harry listened attentively, matching names to faces, recalling that the speaker was Seamus, while the dark-skinned boy beside Neville was Dean, and the two girls further ahead were Parvati and Lavender. Having discerned the true nature of his classmates, and with their appetites sufficiently satiated, the array of dishes on the table vanished, making way for an assortment of desserts, fruit tarts, cream cakes, jellies, and ice creams. Harry nibbled on a slice of fruit pie, raising his gaze towards the head table, scrutinizing the professors one by one. Suddenly he felt a surge of intense hostility. Having recently engaged in ancient magic, he was acutely sensitive to such animosity. He turned his attention to its source, a professor swathed in a thick hood, who was currently facing away from him while conversing with a dark-robed colleague. Furrowing his brow, Harry recognized the figure as Professor Quirrell, the same professor he had encountered during his shopping trip with Hagrid. However, he could not fathom why this professor harbored such animosity towards him. Before he could ponder further, Harry noticed the dark-robed professor was staring directly at him. His gaze held a blend of scrutiny, disdain, and an almost imperceptible hint of guilt. Guilt? Who was he? Why would he feel guilt towards Harry? Grasping the significance of this emotion, Harry's mind began to race. Their eyes met, and the professor immediately averted his gaze, his lips moving as he whispered something to Professor Quirrell, who dropped his fork in surprise. Turning to Percy, Harry inquired, "Who is that professor beside Quirrell?" "Oh. It seems you are already acquainted with Professor Quirrell. That is Professor Snape, Severus Snape, who teaches potions and is also the head of Slytherin House. He has a pronounced bias towards his own house, so it would be wise not to provoke him. He despises Gryffindor." Percy leaned closer to Harry, imparting this information in a hushed tone. Harry's initial excitement quickly faded into dismay. This was the very potions master he had hoped to seek assistance from. Yet now, as a Gryffindor, he was acutely aware of Snape's disdain for his house. This was indeed disheartening news. Nonetheless, Harry began to contemplate the nature of that guilt. It was evident that this was his first encounter with Professor Snape. Thus, where could this guilt stem from? According to the records, Snape was 31 years old. A simple calculation revealed that, in relation to him, it could only pertain to his parents. Did Snape have a connection to either his father or mother? However, the disdain in his gaze was evidently genuine. They often said he resembled his father. Did that imply a troubled relationship with him? Harry felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was there a grudge against his father? Perhaps a favorable connection to his mother? Could he be a rival? This was becoming quite complicated. Harry couldn't help but thump his head lightly. After a hearty feast, his thoughts felt as if they were resting. For the moment, he could not devise a plan to approach the potions master, and decided to wait until class to observe him further. Soon, all remnants of food vanished from the table, leaving the plates gleaming as if brand new. Dumbledore rose once more from the head table, and the hall fell silent as he began to speak. "Now that everyone is well fed, I wish to address a few important matters as the term commences. First-year students, please take heed. The forest area on the school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Our older classmates should also remember this." Harry cast a glance towards the Weasley twins, who were stifling laughter. "Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch teams will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Finally," he added, "I must warn you all, should you wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a most unfortunate demise, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." A few chuckles erupted, but Harry remained perplexed, furrowing his brow. He could not comprehend the need for such a warning. The last time he attended school, the only dangers were the curses found within restricted books. When had the fourth floor corridor become a hazardous zone? Why was there no mention of this in Hogwarts' extensive history? Has this forbidden zone existed before? Harry quietly inquired of Percy. Percy frowned in response. "No, it's a new development this year. Typically, such dangerous places would warrant a detailed explanation, but this time there has been none. At the very least, he should clarify it with us prefects. Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore declared, waving his wand lightly, conjuring a ribbon of colors that formed into lines of text in the air. "Everyone is free to choose their preferred melody." Dumbledore gestured as if conducting an orchestra. "Ready, sing." Harry scrutinized the lyrics, singing the school song in a hymn-like tone, but soon found his tune veering off course. As the melodies became peculiar, he even detected the sound of a funeral march. During Headmaster Black's tenure, the school song had always been sung in unison to a single melody. Harry could assert he had never witnessed such a chaotic rendition before. After enduring the school song, Dumbledore, still conducting with his wand, led the Weasley twins into the final refrain of the funeral march. Harry fidgeted restlessly. Feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, he yearned to return to his dormitory. Finally, when Dumbledore announced that it was time for everyone to head back to their respective dormitories, Harry sprang to his feet and strode purposefully towards the exit. Suddenly, he stumbled as he was caught by a firm grip. No running. First-year students must follow the prefects. Percy shouted, holding on to Harry's arm. Gryffindor first years, follow me. Fortunately, they were seated close together, and soon everyone had gathered, trailing behind Percy. Harry reluctantly followed Percy, knowing he was quite familiar with the route to the Gryffindor common room, and hardly required a guide. As they walked, Percy elaborated on the path and warned everyone about the trick stairs. Along the way, they encountered Peeves, with Percy sternly admonishing the poltergeist to leave them alone. However, Peeves did not play tricks on them. Instead, he appeared terrified as he gazed at a familiar figure among the first years. When Percy threatened to summon the Bloody Baron, Peeves let out a shriek and vanished through the wall. Did you see that? Be cautious when encountering Peeves in the future. He delights in causing mischief for everyone. Only the Slytherin ghost, the Baron, can put him in his place. Percy believed his words had made an impact, earnestly instructing the first years. Only Harry felt a bit embarrassed, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. The timeline of Peeves' appearances had become somewhat ambiguous, but he had certainly been at Hogwarts a century ago. Back then, he had been just as he was now, reveling in mischief, often targeting Harry until he learned ancient magic and dealt him a severe lesson. From that point on, Peeves would flee in terror upon spotting him. However, logically, this seemed improbable. Harry was puzzled. During the feast, he had seen the ghosts from each house, none of whom had shown any sign of recognition. It was likely that Professor Weasley, in conjunction with the other faculty, had cast a powerful spell on the ghosts, Peeves included. Yet now, Peeves had unmistakably recognized him. Regrettably, Peeves had fled too swiftly, otherwise Harry would have surely sought clarification. Eventually, they halted before a portrait of a plump lady wearing a pink gown, who smiled and declared, "Password, Dragon Dung." Percy responded, "Correct." The fat lady replied, as the portrait swung open like a door, revealing a circular passageway behind it. The passage was somewhat narrow, barely allowing two individuals to pass simultaneously. "Let us proceed," Percy urged, leading the way into the passage. The others hurriedly followed, and after moving a few meters, they emerged into a spacious hall, resplendent in gold and crimson decor, with a fireplace at one side, crackling warmly with a lively flame. By the fireplace and extending to the entrance of the corridor, plush armchairs were nestled against the wall, accompanied by round and square tables of various sizes scattered about. The windows were expansive, allowing a clear view of a corner of the Black Lake and a broad expanse of grass. Harry stifled a yawn. The effects of his energy tonic were waning, and having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, he was utterly exhausted. When Percy issued the password, Harry nearly failed to respond. Since mastering Parseltongue at Slytherin, he had not used the password again. Fortunately, Percy had caught him in the Great Hall. Otherwise, even if he knew the way, he would have been unable to enter the common room. Upon entering, Percy first guided the girls through a door where the head girl awaited them, then led the boys through another door. Inside was a spiral staircase, and as they ascended, Percy halted. "Here we are. 5 to a dormitory. The names are on the doors, and your luggage is placed by your respective beds. Rest well, everyone." With that, he turned and left. Harry glanced at the name on the door, located his dormitory, and staggered inside. The polygonal room contained 5 four-poster beds, draped with deep crimson velvet curtains. Spotting his suitcase, Harry mumbled something to himself and dashed over, collapsing onto the bed, and within moments, soft snores filled the air. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, until Neville recalled that Harry had not slept the previous night, and had taken a potion on the train. Its effects were likely waning now. "So that's it. I thought he was just ignoring us," said Seamus, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. "He is really a good person. Once he wakes up, you'll see," Neville asserted confidently, with Ron nodding in agreement as he carefully placed his pet beside his pillow. "By the way, will he be uncomfortable sleeping like that? Should we help him?" Ron furrowed his brow, standing beside Harry's bed, which was conveniently next to Harry's. The others exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. As they hesitated, Harry's neatly arranged clothing began to transform, reverting to the tattered jacket he wore at the Dursleys, while the garments underneath morphed into his ragged pajamas. What is this? What is happening? Dean exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Neville, maintaining a stern expression, approached and lowered the curtains, reaching out to remove Harry's glasses and place them on the bedside table. If Harry wishes to share, he will. It's wrong to pry into others' privacy. Seamus stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Dean was just surprised, that's all. Speaking of which, are you all not tired? I'm completely worn out. Following Seamus's prompt, they suddenly became aware of their own exhaustion. After a hurried wash-up, they climbed back into their beds, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, all succumbed to a deep, sweet slumber. Night enveloped Hogwarts, extinguishing most of its lights, concealing it in darkness like a slumbering giant. Peeves flitted through the corridors of the castle, eventually arriving at a place he typically avoided, the headmaster's office. This area was protected by various magical defenses, usually impassable for ghosts, but that did not deter Peeves. He struggled through the trickling water beast and floated up the stairs, peering through the door of the office. The dimly lit chamber was devoid of life. The portraits on the walls were all asleep, some even snoring loudly. Dumbledore? Peeves called softly. Silence ensued, with even the snores undisturbed. Peeves entered the room fully, raising his voice slightly. Dumbledore. Still no response. Relieved, Peeves hurried to the portrait and whispered, Black. Black. The portrait depicted a man with dark hair and a well-groomed goatee, exuding an air of unkindness even in slumber. Peeves. What brings you here? Phineas Black lazily opened his eyes, regarding the colorful poltergeist with disdain. What brings me here? How dare you ask? Peeves fumed, about to shout when a thought struck him, and he quickly lowered his voice. You sent me to deliver a message. He has back. He has truly returned to Hogwarts. Who? Phineas inquired, noticing something amiss as the voice came from behind Peeves. Dumbledore, clad in his nightclothes and holding a candlestick, observed Peeves with keen interest. Ah. It's you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Peeves chuckled nervously, drifting slowly toward the window. Do call me old fool instead. I prefer it. Dumbledore said with a grin, taking a couple of steps forward to place the candlestick on the table. Peeves, as if struck by a whip, let out a shrill scream and vanished through the window at unprecedented speed. Dumbledore smirked, properly setting the candlestick down before standing before the portrait wall. Phineas. I trust you are aware of whom Peeves is referring to, yes? In response, Phineas let out a loud snore. All the portraits opened their eyes, no longer feigning sleep, and began calling out to Phineas. Eventually, Phineas could no longer pretend and reluctantly opened his eyes, looking innocently at Dumbledore. Were you calling me? Apologies. I must have dozed off. After all, one cannot expect too much from a portrait, can one? Phineas. We have an obligation to assist the current headmaster of Hogwarts. This is an unbreakable rule. Headmistress Dolores Umbridge scolded sternly. Do you wish to be expelled from Hogwarts? Phineas glanced up, visibly annoyed, and replied, I haven't said anything yet. No need to label me so harshly. The one you mentioned returning. Who is it? You should know, that child has enrolled this year. And I must confirm the situation within the school, Dumbledore stated amicably. Phineas wore a pained expression, straining to see the individual in the portrait, but unfortunately, something obscured his view entirely. With a quick thought he shouted, Headmaster Fitzgerald? Headmaster Neofer Fitzgerald? Are you there? Can I say something? Upon hearing Phineas's call, Dumbledore looked upward in chronological order. There hung a blank portrait, empty of any presence, with the name and term dates marked below. It was the portrait of Phineas's predecessor. Stop calling. She's never here. Headmistress Umbridge snapped. Phineas's eyes darted around, while Dumbledore patiently awaited. Realizing he could not escape without saying something, Phineas decided to speak up, having already consulted with Headmaster Neofer, who offered no answer. Thus, he would not be held accountable. Ahem. We're speaking of a student from my tenure, named Harry Potter. The one who thwarted the Goblin Rebellion. Phineas blurted out, then immediately sealed his lips, not uttering another sound. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted dramatically. Such an important matter. Why was this name absent from history? It must hold great significance. And what did return mean? What was his purpose? Phineas remained silent, even shutting his eyes. Had it not been for the former Black family's legacy, he would remember nothing at all. Those professors. So audacious. Even daring to act against the headmaster. He was unwilling to disclose such an embarrassing incident, being outwitted by the entire student body and faculty during his term. Dumbledore gazed contemplatively at the blank portrait, pondering the necessity of investigating the enigmatic Principal Neophil Fitzgerald. However, the name Harry Potter? A name mirroring that of Harry himself. What could it signify? With a furrowed brow, Dumbledore turned and retrieved a hefty, ancient tome from the shelves that adorned the walls. "Thank you all for your assistance. And good night," he remarked, waving his hand toward the candelabrum, which then levitated gracefully behind him as he made his way to his chamber. Meanwhile, Harry remained blissfully ensconced in his cozy bedding, utterly oblivious to the fact that even with Professor Weasley and others having exerted themselves considerably, on his very first day of enrollment, his cover was nearly to be stripped away. Regardless of how fatigued he had been the previous day, he awoke promptly at 7 o'clock the following morning. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he groped around for some time before finally locating his spectacles on the bedside table, restoring clarity to his vision. His roommates were still deep in slumber, and upon glancing at the time, Harry noted it was still early, opting not to disturb them. He opened his trunk, retrieving his toiletries to head for the washroom. In a mere 10 minutes, he emerged victorious from the morning ritual, wrapping a towel around himself and drying his hair with another as he returned to his bedside. His clothes were sufficiently tattered, and he had no desire to wear them any longer, so he tossed them straight into the wastebasket, knowing the house elves would come to tidy up. From his backpack, he extracted the package prepared by Madame Malkin, selecting the necessary attire before commencing the organization of his belongings. He hung his clothes neatly, placed small decorations and leftover snacks on the shelf by his bed, and arranged several extracurricular reading materials atop it. He set aside the first-year textbooks to a separate compartment of his satchel, along with a brand new quill and ink. Yet, upon inspecting the quantities, Harry deemed it prudent to procure additional supplies, as these would not suffice for the entirety of the year. At last, with everything in order, he realized time was rapidly approaching 8 o'clock. He hurriedly roused each of his companions. They were expected to assemble in the Great Hall. Percy had mentioned the previous evening that Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, would distribute their timetables during breakfast, and being late would certainly result in a reprimand. As the others stirred from their slumber, the once tranquil dormitory erupted into a chaotic frenzy, with everyone in a hurried scramble, occasionally colliding with one another. In exasperation, Harry seized his wand to lend a hand. Upon receiving his roommate's consent, he adeptly utilized domestic magic to sort their garments into sets and hang them in the wardrobe, while also organizing their textbooks into their respective bags, along with an adequate supply of parchment and ink. By the time everyone had finished washing up, their orderly dormitory stood before them. Seamus was on the verge of tears from gratitude. "Harry, you are truly my savior. Thank you immensely," Seamus exclaimed, visibly wanting to embrace Harry, who quickly declined, urging him to change attire as they were short on time. The Gryffindor common room was a fair distance from the Great Hall. Neville, who was putting on his shoes, turned pale. I forgot how to get to the Great Hall." Ron and Dean exchanged glances, equally unable to recall the route after such a tiring day prior. Harry pondered for a moment, then used his bed as a cover to extract the wizard's combat guide, flipping to the map page and pulling the page free. He produced several sheets of blank parchment, duplicating the map. One by one, maps materialized upon the parchment. Here, a simplified map of Hogwarts. While it may not be exhaustive, it will suffice for locating the various classrooms and the Great Hall. Harry distributed the maps, garnering further thanks from his roommates. The group rushed out of the dormitory, descending the stairs to the Gryffindor common room. At that moment, the common room was relatively empty, and they had no time for idle observation as they closely followed in Harry's footsteps toward the exit. By the time they arrived breathlessly at the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall was just approaching the Gryffindor table with a stack of timetables. A variety of breakfast options adorned the long table: scrambled eggs, beans, bacon, sausages, and more. They hastily took their seats and grabbed a few items of food as Professor McGonagall reached them, pleased to see the newcomers arriving somewhat on time, and proceeded to distribute the timetables. Harry accepted the timetable, offered a brief thank you, and then focused on studying it. The first-year curriculum was not particularly extensive, with nearly half a day of free time each day. However, they needed to note that today was Monday, which meant Transfiguration class in the morning. The timetable indicated that their professor for Transfiguration would be none other than their head, Professor McGonagall. Observing her stern demeanor, Harry inferred that tardiness would undoubtedly yield consequences he would prefer to avoid. Upon sharing this information with his roommates, they silently hastened their dining pace, hastily shoving bites of food into their mouths before trailing after Harry in a brisk run toward the Transfiguration classroom. They managed to arrive safely at the classroom by 8:55. Upon entering, they found a considerable number of students already seated, and as Harry and his friends rushed in, The available seats dwindled. Without exchanging words, they quickly settled into their places, pulling out their Transfiguration textbooks to place on their desks. No sooner had they sat down than Harry felt a piercing gaze upon him. He glanced over to find Draco seated across the aisle, fixated on him. Harry offered an awkward smile. Having already settled in, it seemed inappropriate to change seats, and he noted a tabby cat on the podium, intently watching them. Draco had initially intended to say something, but upon noticing Harry's repeated gestures, he fell silent. As class commenced, the tabby cat leapt gracefully from the desk and transformed into Professor McGonagall, causing a stir throughout the classroom. Draco patted his chest, relieved he hadn't acted impulsively, lest he be caught off guard. Excellent, no one is late, Professor McGonagall remarked approvingly, surveying the classroom of newcomers, each one present. She continued with a few remarks before showcasing her signature demonstration, transforming a desk into a pig and back again, capturing the attention of all the students and igniting their interest in Transfiguration. After having everyone practice their wand movements and gestures, she distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to begin by transforming the matchstick into a needle. Harry glanced around. Everyone had received their matchstick, yet it seemed Professor McGonagall had overlooked him, as he had yet to receive one. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand to signal. I did not receive a matchstick. Professor McGonagall nodded. I did not hand one to you. Please come over here. With that, she turned and made her way to the podium. Harry followed closely behind, reaching the podium, which was a small distance from the first row of desks, allowing for quiet conversation without drawing the attention of his classmates. Everyone else practiced diligently. The first to succeed will earn points for their house, Professor McGonagall announced to the students peering in their direction. Initially apprehensive, Hermione and the others quickly bent their heads, fiercely concentrating on the matchstick before them. Satisfied with their diligence, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Harry. Chapter 13. Desensitization Therapy. That hairband from yesterday. What did you use to transform it? She inquired softly. Harry was taken aback for a brief moment before realizing that Professor McGonagall must have witnessed the event the previous night. He promptly replied, it was a handkerchief borrowed from Draco. He then retrieved the neatly folded handkerchief from his pocket and placed it on the table, intending to return it to Draco when the opportunity arose. Professor McGonagall examined it briefly before setting it down again, signaling for Harry to keep it safe. Where did you learn Transfiguration? To what extent have you progressed? She was well aware of the Dursleys' ways and knew they would never provide Harry with any magical enlightenment. Harry scratched his head, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Should he confess to Professor McGonagall that he had learned from Professor Weasley, the Transfiguration professor from a century ago? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a flickering light danced around Professor McGonagall, revealing a slightly singed piece of parchment that appeared beside her. She promptly picked it up, scrutinized it, and furrowed her brow. Glancing at the note and then at Harry's troubled expression, she pursed her lips and stowed the parchment away. You may return to your seat. Today in Transfiguration, you are free to read at your leisure and are excused from any assignments. However, I require you to submit a paper on Transfiguration within the week. I need to assess your current level of understanding in order to arrange your future coursework. Harry exhaled in relief, nodding vigorously in agreement. Just as he turned to depart, Professor McGonagall called him back. I recall you have no classes this afternoon, correct? Yes, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied. Then after lunch, wait for me in the Great Hall. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to speak with you, she stated with a serious tone. Harry was taken aback, but before he could voice his curiosity, McGonagall ushered him back to his seat. Reluctantly, he returned to his desk, retrieving the unfinished A Brief History of Hogwarts from his backpack. He had barely read 2 lines when a commotion erupted in the classroom. Professor, why does Potter get to skip practice? A coarse voice boomed, causing everyone to turn and look. Millicent Bulstrode, a stout girl with coarse brown hair, glared at Harry with ill intent. Draco's face turned ashen. Bulstrode, what do you think you are doing? Millicent shrank slightly but defiantly pointed at the book in Harry's hands. He's not even reading the Transfiguration textbook. Or are you, Professor, going to protect a Gryffindor student? Enough. Professor McGonagall strode over, her gaze piercing. Mr. Potter's academic progress far surpasses yours. To accommodate you first years, he must remain in the same classroom as you. He is permitted to read other texts. If you can achieve the same level of proficiency, I will allow you to do the same and even exempt you from assignments. With that, McGonagall gestured for Harry to demonstrate. Harry thought for a moment, tapped the empty desk behind him with his wand, and in an instant, it transformed into a magnificent lion. The creature sat languidly, lifted a paw to groom itself, then stood and unleashed a furious roar at Millicent, showering her with spittle. Enough! McGonagall commanded. Harry quickly waved his wand, reverting the lion back into a desk. He then levitated the desk back to its original position. An impressive transfiguration charm. An admirable levitation spell. If Professor Flitwick were present, you would certainly earn additional points, she declared. However, as this is transfiguration class, I can only award you points for your transfiguration work. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall appeared quite pleased with Harry's display, and turned to Millicent. Miss Bulstrode, can you perform such a feat? If so, I will award you points and exempt you from your assignments. Millicent, still stunned by the lion, remained frozen, her face dripping with saliva. After a long pause, she shook her head, indicating her inability to do so. Then take your seat. Disrupt the class again, and I shall deduct points from Slytherin. McGonagall reprimanded sternly. Millicent hurriedly returned to her seat, her classmates instinctively shifting away, wary of coming into contact with her slimy state. The first-year Slytherins were quite united, having good relations with the Malfoy family, and Draco had already made it clear that he would stand by Harry Potter, which irked some of the older students. However, they had little leverage against this year's newcomers, as their families were not to be trifled with. Only the oblivious Millicent, who had evidently been misled by someone, had embarrassed the Malfoy family on the very first day. The first-year Slytherins exchanged glances, silently resolving to keep their distance from this troublesome classmate. The classroom settled back into tranquility until the bell rang. Only Draco and Hermione had their scores altered, earning an additional 5 points each from Professor McGonagall. After class, the corridors filled with students rushing toward the Great Hall. Harry gestured for his roommates to go ahead while he waited by the classroom door for Draco. Once the hallway cleared, Draco emerged with the first-year Slytherins. What are you doing here? Draco asked, his tone unfriendly. Harry smiled nonchalantly, offering a handkerchief. Here, this is yours. Thanks. I wanted to set a time to teach you that little spell we discussed. Draco's expression softened slightly as he accepted the handkerchief and tucked it into his pocket. Do you have class this afternoon? Not this afternoon. The headmaster wants to speak with me, Harry replied. What? It's only the first day of school. What does he want with you? Draco exclaimed, clearly startled. At home, he had heard many disparaging remarks about Dumbledore from his father and godfather. And aside from acknowledging Dumbledore's prowess as a wizard, he had no favorable impressions. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. It's probably about my academic progress. You saw it for yourself. Though he refrained from elaborating, everyone understood that Harry's academic trajectory was far from that of the average first-year student, even those from pureblood families who had learned ancestral spells prior to attending school. All right, then let's plan for another day. How about Wednesday afternoon? We only have one history of magic class, Draco suggested, checking his schedule. Harry pulled out his own timetable. That works. Our schedules align. We also have just one history of magic class, so we can meet after that. Then it's settled. Are you going to the Great Hall for dinner? Shall we go together? Draco inquired, tucking away his schedule. Harry glanced in the direction behind Draco and shook his head. You all go ahead. It seems someone is looking for me. Draco turned to look, spotting a flash of red hair in the corner. Is there trouble? No, it should be a misunderstanding. I just need to speak with them, Harry replied. Draco didn't press further. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Regardless, my father is still a governor at Hogwarts and can exert some influence. Harry nodded with a smile, bidding farewell to the group. Once the Slytherins had departed, Harry leaned against the wall, watching the corner. Aren't you coming over? Do I need to fetch you? Two familiar red heads peeked around the corner. It was the Weasley twins from the third year. Hey Harry. One of the twins greeted cheerfully, as if they had merely chanced upon him rather than seeking him out deliberately. We have a few things to discuss with you. The twins approached, stating earnestly. Harry nodded. Let us talk here. What's on your mind? The twins exchanged glances, then looked seriously at Harry. We want to know why you seem to have such a strong opinion about us. Harry scrutinized the twins, who towered over him, and upon confirming their sincerity, recounted the incident on the train. After hearing Harry's explanation, the expressions on the Weasley twins' faces morphed into a peculiar mixture of indignation, resignation, and guilt. So what exactly happened? Harry inquired. The twins exchanged glances once more, and taking turns began to explain. When we were younger, we took Dad's wand without permission, wanting to try out a spell we read about in a book. But we needed a target, so we chose Ron's toy bear. However, he was adamantly opposed to lending us the teddy bear, prompting us to concoct a little mischief. To our astonishment, the spell went awry. and the bear transformed into a spider of equal size in his arms. Ever since that incident, he has harbored a profound fear of spiders. Even the tiniest ones no larger than a grain of rice. We deemed this intolerable, considering the plethora of spiders that inhabit Hogwarts. Our friend Lee Jordan, upon learning of this, mentioned he had encountered an article in a Muggle magazine that described it as a psychological affliction, one that potions and magic could not remedy temporarily. We borrowed that magazine, which suggested employing desensitization therapy. We enlisted Lee's help, who graciously brought along a remarkably realistic spider toy. Our intention was to cure Ron of this ailment before he returned to school. After all, it was a consequence of our actions. Harry slapped his forehead in exasperation. What could he possibly say about these two? Should he be grateful that Ron was still alive? This is not how you cure a phobia. Aren't you afraid you might scare Ron to death on the train? Harry lamented. The twins' shoulders slumped in defeat. We merely wished to make amends. Considering it truly was our fault. We thought it to be a minor issue, but that Muggle magazine warned of severe repercussions if it persisted. Did it not occur to you to seek help from St. Mungo's? Or the Hogwarts infirmary? At the very least, you could have asked your parents or professors for assistance. Harry could not help but inquire. The twins exchanged sheepish glances, scratching their heads. We didn't think of that, they admitted. Harry was left speechless, once again lamenting Ron's misfortune at encountering this pair of comedic siblings. It was a miracle he was still alive. After clearing up the misunderstanding and cautioning the twins against such antics in the future, Harry hastened towards the Great Hall, eager to resolve his lunch before his appointment with Dumbledore. The Weasley twins exaggeratedly bowed to Harry's retreating figure, loudly proclaiming their farewell to the great savior. At their words, Harry quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run. Once Harry's figure vanished down the corridor, Fred furrowed his brow and asked, "George, did you notice?" In front of Harry, we felt as if we were facing Bill. Indeed, I felt it too, as if we were being lectured by upperclassmen. And yet he is merely 11, George echoed, puzzled by how Harry had managed to sway them without any hint of resistance. Oh well, it matters not. After all, Harry is Harry, Fred replied. George leaned on Fred's shoulder, agreeing, "Let us hurry to the Great Hall before there's nothing left to eat. We should also check with Madame Pomfrey to see if she can assist with Ron's little issue." Having made their plans, the twins hurried towards the Great Hall. After a while, the door to Transfiguration class finally opened, and Professor McGonagall stood behind it, a hand pressed to her forehead in mild distress. She was genuinely grateful to Harry for persuading the Weasley twins. Otherwise, this year's first-year students might not have made it through unscathed. Harry sat at the long table, casually taking some fries and fish sticks, eating rapidly while feeling frustrated. He had originally intended to spend the afternoon in the library, where he heard there were issues of the Daily Prophet dating back to its inception, alongside a collection of essays by outstanding students over the years, filled with juicy gossip. He wished to investigate his parents' history and the circumstances surrounding the Potter family. After all, the Potters were an old pureblood family, and their vault surely contained more than just a few galleons. Not to mention, he needed to research the relationship between his parents and Professor Snape. It was imperative to clarify this before time ran out, as he had only this year to accomplish his goals, and considering the time required for potion brewing, it might not even amount to a full year. However, all those plans were dashed, and he could only hope to visit the library another day, praying that Dumbledore's summons did not herald something grave that would consume more of his time. Soon his hunger satiated, Harry wiped his mouth and set his cutlery beside his plate, causing the entire set to vanish instantly. He stood to survey the room. Noting that Dumbledore was absent from the staff table, he merely greeted Ron and Neville before slipping out through a side door adjacent to the Great Hall. Ascending the stairs, even knowing the shortcuts, it took Harry over 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the gargoyle. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore sent me," Harry said tentatively, unsure of the password. After a moment of silence and no response, he hesitated, contemplating whether to return to the Great Hall to consult Professor McGonagall, or to wait here. Just as he was deliberating, the gargoyle shifted, revealing a staircase ascending upward. Resigned, Harry stepped onto the staircase. The spiraling steps carried him upward until he halted before a black wooden door, gently knocking upon it. Chapter 14. Post-meal exercise. The door swung open immediately, yet no one stood behind it. Harry entered the headmaster's office, which bore little resemblance to its former self, although the layout remained largely unchanged. The details and decor indicated that the current occupant was not Headmaster Black. "Professor Dumbledore?" Harry called softly, but received no reply, save for a gentle chirp. Following the sound, he noticed a perch by the window, where a resplendent golden-red bird was perched. "A phoenix!" Harry exclaimed in delight, swiftly approaching. He had long desired a phoenix and had once aided one, but it had flown away upon recovery. Rumor had it that phoenixes were a family legacy of the Dumbledores, each Dumbledore possessing their own familiar phoenix. This must be the headmaster Albus Dumbledore's companion. Harry raised his hand, inquiringly looking at the phoenix. May I? The phoenix chirped softly, shifting closer to Harry's outstretched hand. Finally, he placed his hand upon the phoenix's feathers, gently stroking it, his face alight with joy. Even if it were not his own. Simply touching a phoenix was a remarkable experience. Ah, it seems you have already made the acquaintance of Fawkes. Dumbledore's voice resonated from behind Harry. Reluctant to turn around, Harry continued to gently caress the phoenix, discovering that her name was Fawkes, a splendid name indeed. Very well, Harry, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. I summoned you for an important matter, Dumbledore said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He had contemplated this meeting all morning, never anticipating it would unfold in such a manner. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Harry finally turned to face Dumbledore. The headmaster still donned his robe adorned with stars and moons. His hair and beard a snowy white, though somewhat disheveled, and his half-moon spectacles perched on his nose, revealing the faint shadows beneath his eyes, suggesting a night spent awake. Come, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Pumpkin juice or tea? Dumbledore asked as he moved behind his desk, settling into his chair and rummaging through a drawer. Harry approached and took a seat in the armchair opposite the desk. Tea would be lovely, thank you, Professor Dumbledore. No sooner had he spoken than a tray appeared before him, holding a teapot and teacup, accompanied by sugar cubes and milk. The teapot levitated, pouring tea into his cup, while a spoon floated, stirring the brew. Harry dropped a sugar cube into the cup and added a splash of milk, allowing the spoon to continue its work. Dumbledore observed this scene thoughtfully, finally withdrawing his hand from the drawer, revealing a bottle of a potion very familiar to Harry, an invigorating elixir. He uncorked the bottle, hesitated briefly, then gulped it down in one go, grimacing as he hastily retrieved a handful of cockroach clusters from a nearby drawer, popping them into his mouth. Harry stifled a grin, watching the legs of the cockroach candies wriggle near Dumbledore's lips. This was indeed a different side of Dumbledore. Apologies, I'm getting on in years. A night without sleep can be rather taxing. Dumbledore swallowed the candy in his mouth and retrieved a few more pieces, extending them towards Harry. Would you care for some? No, thank you. Harry promptly declined, finding no fondness for the confectionery. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I inquire what brings you to summon me today? Harry asked directly. Noticing Harry's refusal, Dumbledore appeared somewhat disappointed, ultimately popping the remaining candies into his mouth, chewing them thoughtfully before slowly shifting his chair, turning to gaze at the portraits of former headmasters adorning the wall behind him. I wish to introduce you to a former headmaster. Harry's heart skipped a beat as he followed Dumbledore's gaze and beheld Phineas Nigellus Black, who was staring wide-eyed, scrutinizing the small wizard partially obscured by the desk. He was unfamiliar with Harry's first-year appearance. After all, as a headmaster, it was impossible for him to know every new student, even a Slytherin. His awareness of Harry began in the third year, when Harry had started venturing beyond the school grounds and had successfully passed the trials laid out by various professors, which led to their eventual acquaintance. The transformations boys undergo in their adolescence are profound, and the difference between Harry in his third year and his first was stark. Not to mention that Phineas's most vivid recollection was of Harry in his fifth year. At long last, Phineas recognized him through his large, almond-shaped eyes and striking emerald gaze. It's you. Indeed, it's you. Phineas exclaimed, leaning eagerly over the edge of his frame, almost wishing to leap out of the portrait. Harry maintained an expression of confusion, though turmoil churned within him. What was happening? Although he knew he couldn't conceal his identity for long, this was merely his first day at school. Wasn't he a bit premature? You need not feign ignorance. I have already divulged everything to the current headmaster, as I am but a portrait and must cooperate with him. Phineas observed Harry's expression, his urgency dissipating as he gracefully returned to his seat, revealing a mischievous grin to Harry. Very well, Phineas. Thank you for your cooperation, but I must now have a conversation with Harry. Is that acceptable? Dumbledore said gently. Harry's heart sank, feeling as though a stone had plummeted from his chest to his stomach, heavy and ominous. Dumbledore then nodded apologetically to the assembled portraits, drew his wand, and with a subtle flick cast a charm. Harry felt as if a bowl had been placed over them, muffling all whispers. The clattering of silverware vanished, and even Fawkes's song was silenced, leaving only the faint sound of a spoon stirring in a teacup. It seemed this effect was confined to the area around the desk. In the next moment, Harry's gaze was drawn to the wand in Dumbledore's hand, 15 inches in length, adorned with various knots and scars. This wand was familiar to Harry. Not merely familiar, but one he had wielded before. Though only in a vision, the sensation was unmistakable. It was the genuine article. Dumbledore noticed Harry's focus. Do you recognize it? Harry instinctively followed Dumbledore's hand with his gaze, nodding reflexively before immediately shaking his head. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry, let us speak candidly. Last night, Peeves the poltergeist visited Phineas and informed me that a century ago, there was another Harry Potter, a renowned student who mysteriously vanished after his 5th year. His deeds were significant enough to etch his name into the annals of magical history. Yet strangely, after a night of research, I found no trace of him, save for some mentions in a historical novel about the Weasley family. According to the descriptions, I discovered that this Harry Potter from a century ago bears an uncanny resemblance to you. No, it would be more accurate to say he is your exact counterpart. The lightning-shaped scar, the slight frame. Dumbledore continued, following the clues Phineas provided. I investigated the matter concerning Headmistress Nyaphis. She is absent from the portraits. Initially, I assumed she merely did not frequent the headmaster's office. However, upon questioning previous headmasters, they all claimed that since Phineas's tenure, her portrait had not been seen. As the headmaster of this esteemed institution, I possess certain undisclosed privileges, which allowed me to uncover a hidden chamber that is not marked on any map. Regrettably, despite employing various methods, I could not unlock that door. Harry listened quietly, resigned to his fate. It was merely one night. Yet the preparations made by the Weasley professors were unraveling under the scrutiny of the elder before him. What could he do? He could only accept it. And as he contemplated this, an idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could seek the headmaster's assistance? Then, headmaster, what would you like to know? Harry straightened his posture, gazing earnestly at Dumbledore. Since matters had come to this, he might as well strive for some advantages for himself. Are you still Harry Potter? Headmaster Dumbledore furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young boy before him, before finally speaking. Harry looked at him in confusion. Who else would I be? Dumbledore's gaze settled on Harry's forehead, where a meticulously crafted brown headband adorned with golden threads perfectly concealed the unsightly scar. Harry felt Dumbledore's penetrating gaze and instinctively rubbed his forehead, suddenly realizing, are you referring to the fragment of soul within the scar? There's no need to worry about it. I can resolve it when I find the time. In fact, I have already dealt with it once, but upon my return, the scar remained. Dumbledore's expression sharpened, his grip on the wand tightening to the point where the knuckles turned white. Fragment of soul? Harry was bewildered by the sudden intensity emanating from the elder, causing him to tense up, reminiscent of that encounter with the dragon. What kind of fragment? Dumbledore relaxed slightly, then inquired. Harry grimaced. It is a fragment resembling a skinless house elf, devoid of thought and consciousness, merely clinging to my soul. After extensive research, I learned it was likely a piece of a soul, which I managed to eliminate with Professor Fig's assistance. Thereafter, my scar vanished, back in my 4th year. Pausing, Harry continued, later, I delved deeper into the literature, discovering that such occurrences typically arise during the creation of a Horcrux. At the time, I did not understand why I would be one of them. Eventually, through some vague recollections, I explored my oldest memories and witnessed my mother shielding me from the curse's light. He then began searching around Hogwarts for locations resembling those in his memory, seeking the one who had slain his mother and left behind the fragment of soul, only to realize upon returning that the individual likely had not even been born a century ago, thus making his search futile. Can you still eliminate it now, without Professor Fig's assistance? Dumbledore asked, his curiosity piqued as he pondered over his many questions, selecting the one that concerned him most. Harry nodded. Of course. Though Professor Fig's help was invaluable, the primary effort must come from me. I would have no qualms about doing it again. However, I currently require Hogwarts's environment, at least a day's time, as I had originally intended to resolve it over the weekend. Dumbledore's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his gaze still reflective and investigative. After a considerable pause, he meticulously asked Harry about the events from a century past. Harry began recounting his own experiences from his 1st year, selecting a few representative incidents to illustrate his narrative. The entire afternoon slipped away as Harry recounted his past, continuing until darkness enveloped the room, when suddenly his stomach emitted a loud growl. Oh dear. I lost track of time. Is it already so late? Dumbledore exclaimed, glancing at the candles that had automatically ignited. Please, do not hesitate to help yourself to some refreshments while you are here. The evening banquet in the hall is likely to be missed. What can Harry say? He can merely nod. Dumbledore rapped on the table, and instantly, 2 sets of cutlery appeared, accompanied by a lavish spread of food. I apologize for the delay. Allow me to treat you to some of Hogwarts' hidden delicacies as compensation. Shall we? Dumbledore beamed at Harry. The protective barrier around the desk remained intact. But Harry paid it no mind, his attention captivated by a dish on the table, sweet and sour ribs. You know? Dumbledore appeared taken aback. Seeing Dumbledore's lack of objection, Harry deftly conjured a pair of chopsticks with his wand, awkwardly attempting to grasp the glistening ribs. Previously, the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, Professor Howing from China, had a great fondness for magical creatures. During my adventures rescuing several of them, she invited me to sample some of her homeland's specialties. It turns out there was such a connection. Dumbledore, mimicking Harry, conjured his own pair of chopsticks, though his movements were far more graceful than Harry's. I am aware that Hogwarts possesses certain unique hidden dishes, but one must notify the house elves in advance to partake. I am not quite familiar with the origins of these dishes. The two swiftly devoured the food laid before them, and before long, only remnants remained on the plates. Dumbledore tapped the table once more, and the cutlery vanished, replaced by 2 goblets of drink. Harry lifted his cup and gulped it down, releasing a satisfied sigh. So, do you know how to open the door to the Chamber of Secrets? What lies within? Dumbledore inquired again. Harry leaned back in his chair. Opening that chamber requires ancient magic, akin to what Professor Fig and I have been exploring. Inside there are 4 portraits, and Headmaster Neophor is among them. Then, would you care to indulge this old man in a post-meal exercise? Dumbledore added promptly. Harry glanced at the eager Dumbledore, and then at the darkening sky outside, resignedly nodding. After all, a trip to the library was no longer feasible today. Engaging in a discussion in this manner, he only needed to assist Dumbledore in finding evidence to substantiate his claims. This should align him with the headmaster, which would surely benefit his future endeavors. Not to mention Dumbledore's decades of service at the school would provide him with a clearer understanding of his parents' and Professor Snape's situations than what was merely inscribed on paper. Chapter 15. Headmaster Neophor. By the way, Harry, may I inquire about your current level of magical proficiency? Dumbledore asked. Though he was eager to learn all there was to know about the chamber, he also had to consider Harry's safety. Harry scratched his head, pondering how to articulate this. After a moment, he retrieved his OWL's certificate from a century ago from his satchel, spreading it out on the table. Perhaps this could suffice? However, I have reverted back to the age of 11, so my magical capacity may be somewhat diminished. Everything else remains intact. Dumbledore picked up the certificate, tapping it with his wand to verify its authenticity, confirming it indeed belonged to 100 years past, before returning it to Harry. As you possess a certain degree of self-defense capability, then there should be no issue. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Dumbledore inquired. Harry rummaged through his satchel and replied, No, I'm ready to depart at any moment. I have everything I require. Then let us be off. The corridors of Hogwarts after curfew were eerily quiet, many torches extinguished, casting a foreboding atmosphere. Yet, the 2 figures hastening through the corridors paid little heed to their surroundings. The pair, one tall and one short, swiftly navigated the passageways, descending the stairs and passing through door after door until they halted before a wall. This wall appeared identical to the surrounding ones, but Dumbledore, upon closer inspection, discerned a subtle difference. Despite exhausting all means, he could not unveil the hidden door within this wall. Harry raised his hand to press against it, channeling ancient magic. Silvery energy coalesced into a series of bubbles that adhered to the wall, slowly permeating it. The wall transformed into a transparent, mirror-like surface, revealing a corridor behind it that was entirely incongruous with Hogwarts. Standing before the door, Harry began to stretch. Professor Dumbledore, let's warm up. The journey ahead may not be easy. Dumbledore, observing his aging limbs, joined in Harry's stretching routine. Should anyone pass by, they would undoubtedly be startled to see 2 figures limbering up before a rippling mirror-like wall in such an odd manner. Ready? Are you prepared? Harry asked, uncertain if the mechanisms and guardians beyond the door had reset, but being prepared could only be advantageous. Dumbledore stretched his arms, simultaneously transforming his robes into a more practical, fitted outfit. Harry extended his hand, cautiously probing into the watery mirror, which rippled at his touch. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, crossing through the portal. Dumbledore followed closely behind. And as they entered the corridor beyond the mirror, the rippling surface behind them gradually calmed, reverting to an unremarkable wall. The subsequent journey proceeded relatively smoothly, requiring only magical means to solve puzzles and trigger mechanisms. Having traversed this path before, Harry was quite adept, and Dumbledore, equipped with his own magic and wisdom, was no less capable despite it being his inaugural visit. After navigating through several mechanisms, they arrived at the combat segment, and perhaps due to Dumbledore's presence. The stone guardians had doubled in number compared to Harry's previous encounter. These stone sentinels proved formidable. Ordinary spells had their effectiveness halved against them, with only ancient magic inflicting significant damage. Harry nimbly darted around, casting spells without mercy upon the stone guardians while utilizing his positioning to prevent them from attacking him simultaneously. During the onslaught, Harry also collected the dissipating magical energy to amass ancient magic energy. Once sufficient, a single strike would suffice to vanquish a guardian. Though the accumulation was rather slow and could not be employed consecutively, Harry's physical prowess had regressed to that of an 11-year-old, and he gradually began to tire. Fortunately, Dumbledore swiftly dealt with his own guardian and came to assist Harry. "Thank you, Professor. I'm grateful for your presence." Once all the guardians lay in shattered fragments upon the ground, Harry collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, and pulled several potions from his satchel, hastily gulping them down. There was still a distance to cover, and he had no time for a slow recovery. "No need to thank me. It is I who should apologize. Your familiarity with magic has made me forget you are still but 11. Dumbledore said apologetically, having merely caught his breath after the battle, with hardly a drop of sweat to show for it. "Truly, you are the greatest wizard of the past century." Harry marveled, not asking for much, only wishing for such physical capability when he reached adulthood. "I am but an old man. You are still quite young. You will inevitably surpass me in the future," Dumbledore replied, chuckling as he observed Harry's expression. After a brief respite, the two continued onward, passing through several more stone guardian checkpoints, until they finally arrived at the last stone door. Harry gazed at the conspicuous ancient magical symbols upon the door, eager to approach, but was halted by Dumbledore. "This door appears somewhat peculiar. Could there be a danger? Perhaps I should test it first?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the stone door, which bore a resemblance to the outer wall, but with differences. Harry's understanding of the situation was based on events from a century ago. Who could say what perils may have emerged in the interim? Harry could only allow Dumbledore to proceed and probe. After several detection spells were cast, the stone door revealed no response, compelling him to step aside and let Harry advance. Placing his hand upon the inscription, ancient magical energy began to emanate from within Harry, fully channeled into the marking, causing the door to creak open. Despite having been sealed for a century, the sound of the stone door opening was remarkably subdued, gliding open smoothly with only a faint creak from the hinges. Behind the door lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring all visibility. Dumbledore pulled Harry back and stepped inside first. Just as they entered, the stone door closed behind them. A flicker of light. Dumbledore illuminated his wand, yet its effect was lackluster, merely illuminating the raised platform upon which they stood. He attempted to amplify his magical energy, but the surrounding darkness devoured the light like an insatiable beast, rendering his efforts futile. Moving forward a couple of steps revealed a platform that reached Dumbledore's waist, seemingly lacking something. Harry, upon noticing, suddenly recalled and halted Dumbledore's advance. He rummaged through his satchel for a while before retrieving a somewhat tattered book. Feeling the weight of Dumbledore's gaze upon him, Harry's cheeks flushed. This book ought to have remained within the confines of the restricted section, yet he had neglected to return it. He wondered whether the school had recorded the existence of this book. If questioned about his pilfering, he would be entirely unjustly accused. Forcing himself to disregard Dumbledore's scrutiny, Harry hastened to place the book upon the platform. A peculiar radiance spread from the platform outward, igniting the braziers along the surrounding walls, casting a blue flame. Once all the braziers were lit, the brilliance did not cease. It coalesced upon the ground. The edges of the floor began to glow blue, as if there were no floor at all. The flickering lights formed a colossal map. It vividly displayed vast, illuminated mountain ranges. Dumbledore stood before the railing, scrutinizing the ground, and after a moment of astonishment, he realized it depicted Hogwarts. Harry approached, comparing it to his memories. He noted that the illuminated areas within the mountains had significantly diminished, leaving only 2 spots aglow with that abundant blue light. Matching the map, Harry identified these 2 locations as Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Noticing that the once glimmering wizarding villages surrounding Hogwarts had vanished entirely. "Welcome back at last." A resonant voice startled the two as they pondered over the map. Harry looked up to see 4 enormous portraits hanging on the wall. The lady in the central portrait was gazing directly at them. "Headmistress Neover," Harry exclaimed, quickly descending the steps to stand before the grand portrait. "Is this the current headmistress?" Neover regarded the imposing figure behind Harry. He hastily introduced, "This is Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor Albus Dumbledore." "Good day, Madam," Dumbledore greeted with a bow. Neover curtsied in return. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, for bringing the current headmaster here. As for what follows, you need not be involved. A good student ought to be in bed. Harry was taken aback. What was this? A bridge-burning maneuver? Ignoring Harry's protests, Dumbledore acquiesced to Neover's suggestion, summoning Fawkes to forcibly escort Harry to the fat lady. Fawkes delivered him and promptly vanished, leaving Harry grasping at air. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already midnight. There was no point in going further, and he was indeed exhausted. Resolving himself, he uttered the password and returned to the dormitory. The conversation between the portrait and the individuals within the map remained a mystery to all. Dumbledore did not return to his office until nearly dawn, while Neover's portrait remained blank. The following morning, Harry roused all his dorm mates as usual. Upon heading to the Great Hall for breakfast, he noticed Dumbledore was absent. The first class after breakfast was Charms, and with the classroom situated at a considerable distance from the hall, he hurriedly made his way there. The Charms professor was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Flitwick was a diminutive man with unusually large ears. It was rumored he had fairy blood, and was once a champion of the dueling competition. Before the lesson commenced, he took attendance from a list, and when he called Harry's name, Harry, in his excitement, stumbled off the elevated desk, eliciting gasps from his peers. During the lesson, Professor Flitwick did not require the students to use their wands. Instead, he discussed wand movement techniques, the composition and pronunciation of spells. It was only as class was nearing its end that he fixed his sparkling gaze upon Harry. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you earned the privilege of no homework in her class. You know, if you can articulate that. Here Flitwick trailed off, his eyes fixated on the textbook in Harry's hands. Harry momentarily froze before comprehending, and promptly drew his wand, executing several spells from the book, and combining them into a small performance. Professor Flitwick was delighted, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly marvelous! Your spellcasting is superb, Harry. As a reward, I shall grant you the privilege of no homework." The classroom erupted in awe, with everyone glancing enviously at Harry, but this time, no one dared to voice an objection. The last student who had done so was still being ostracized by their peers. Upon exiting the Charms classroom, the throng surged toward the Great Hall. Teenage boys were ravenous, and mealtime resembled a pack of wild beasts being released. The afternoon was packed with lessons, beginning with herbology in the greenhouses outside the castle, followed by a rush 30-minute interlude before heading to the third floor for History of Magic, making their schedule quite tight. After a quick lunch, Harry and his companions hastened toward the entrance hall, intending to exit the castle to attend herbology lessons in the greenhouses to the north. The herbology professor was Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. She was a plump witch, perpetually clad in a tattered, earth-toned robe, often stained with soil and the hues of plants. When the students arrived at the greenhouse, she was already waiting, though she had been concealed among the lush magical plants, tending to those required for the lesson. When the bell rang, Professor Sprout emerged, warmly greeting the students and taking attendance. From the moment Harry laid eyes on Professor Sprout, he found himself in a daze. The herbology professor before him was entirely different from the one who had taught him for 5 years. Professor Mirabelle Garlick was akin to the sun, not only in demeanor and aura, but also in beauty. Even after years of exploration, Harry could confidently assert that Professor Garlick was the most beautiful witch he had ever encountered. Throughout Hogwarts, from 1st to 7th year, there were admirers of Professor Garlick. Yet the present Professor Sprout, while not unappealing, was simply of a different style. Both exuded warmth and relaxation, creating a sense of comfort. This left Harry feeling quite disoriented. The same essence but different appearances. Anyone would be thrown off balance. As a result, when Professor Sprout called out Harry's name several times, it took him a moment to react before he hurriedly responded. Throughout the class he remained in a state of mental fog. Fortunately, his herbology grades were decent, and having reviewed the first-year material in advance, he managed to avoid any mishaps. Though everyone around him harbored concerns for his state, not a single word was uttered. They merely tugged him along towards the History of Magic classroom. Chapter 16. The newspaper as tall as Hagrid. It was only upon seeing Professor Binns that Harry truly regained his senses, and he couldn't help but marvel at the professor's unwavering dedication. A century ago, he had been the History of Magic professor, and a century later, he remained the same. Regrettably, despite the passage of 100 years, Professor Binns' class had not changed at all. Harry strained to keep his eyes wide open, determined to endure, especially since he had only attained an A in his OWLs for History of Magic, and was now aiming to challenge himself to achieve an E. However, he overestimated his stamina. Although he managed to last 5 minutes longer than his peers, he ultimately succumbed and collapsed onto his desk just 10 minutes into the lesson. The only solace he found was that, before he fell, He caught a glimpse of Hermione diligently taking notes. It appeared he now had a source for history of magic notes. "Wake up. Class is over," Hermione called, packing her bag while casting an exasperated glance at their classmates, who were sprawled across the room in slumber. Regardless of gender or house, everyone seemed to be enjoying a peaceful rest, oblivious to the fact that Professor Binns had already departed. Harry abruptly lifted his head from the desk, his gaze dazed as he surveyed the surroundings, his cheeks bearing the imprints left by the book. After a chorus of calls back and forth, the entire class finally stirred awake, dragging their weary bodies towards the great hall, where dinner awaited them. Once they had finished their meal, the first-year students, who had endured the trials of a grueling day in history of magic, began to feel rejuvenated. "Harry, are you heading to the library after dinner?" Hermione inquired, swallowing her food. Harry first glanced over at the staff table, where Dumbledore was still absent, and he nodded decisively yes. The plan they had made yesterday had been interrupted, and he was determined not to let it happen again today. Besides, he had realized that his classmate was no ordinary overachiever. Having her assistance in researching some materials would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than embarking on the task alone. However, he needed to contemplate what reward could entice Hermione to help him. Harry also turned to Ron and Neville, and it was Neville who firmly decided to accompany Harry and Hermione. Ron wavered for a long while between playing in the common room and going to the library to complete his assignments before ultimately deciding to go to the library out of loyalty to Harry. As for Seamus and Dean, they shook their heads vigorously, insisting they would return to the common room, and Harry paid them no mind. The quartet, determined to visit the library, hastened their eating, filled their stomachs, bid farewell to familiar faces at the long table, and made their way to the library. Upon their arrival, the sky had darkened considerably. The library was ablaze with candlelight, the walls adorned with burning braziers, and numerous candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire space as if it were day. Hermione quickly located an unoccupied long table, and beckoned the others to join her in hushed tones. "We must be quiet here, it's best not to speak," she cautioned. "That's Madame Pants, the librarian over there. If you need help finding any books, you can ask her, but be warned, she despises those who do not treat books with care. If she sees you mishandling them, you will be promptly ejected." Leaning in, the four gathered around to listen to her introduction. Harry was astounded. Despite their full day of classes, Hermione had managed to familiarize herself with the library's general rules. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. Hermione swiftly spread out her assignments, skillfully extracting several reference books from a nearby shelf, and immediately began writing the essay assigned by their professors that day. Ron and Neville stared in disbelief at Hermione's actions. They hadn't even grasped the direction of their own essays, and she was already writing. Moreover, Hermione's quill danced across the parchment, producing tiny, dense script. Had it not been for her occasional pauses to consult her references, they would have suspected she could complete the assignment in one breath. Although Harry was exempt from the assignment, Professor McGonagall had still assigned a paper, but that could wait until the weekend. He went to the bookshelf and handed a few books to the dazed duo, encouraging them to try writing their essays or at least reading. Meanwhile, he approached Madame Pants, for he sought the newspapers that were added to the library's collection daily. If he were to search for them one by one, he would have no time for anything else that night. "Good evening," Harry whispered. Madame Pants, standing behind the checkout desk, regarded him with a stern expression. "What is it you need?" "I'm looking for newspapers from 1971 to 1981. Could you assist me?" Harry inquired. Madame Pants nodded, stepping out from behind the desk and leading Harry to the newspaper section. With a flick of her wand, a thick stack of newspapers soared from the shelves and landed on a nearby empty table. Without pausing, she continued to summon more stacks, each neatly piled together. Harry stared in astonishment at the mountain of newspapers. 10 years' worth had accumulated into towering heaps, each nearly as tall as Hagrid. It struck him then how naive he had been. He had never anticipated there would be so many newspapers. "Here are the newspapers you requested. But I must warn you, these cannot be taken out of the library. No one is allowed to remain after curfew," Madame Pants admonished sternly. Harry scratched his head sheepishly, expressing his gratitude to Madame Pants before drawing his wand and directing the newspapers to arrange themselves into 10 smaller, more manageable stacks by year. He chose not to return to Hermione, instead beginning to sift through the papers at the vacant table. Fortunately, Harry's levitation charm served him well. Madame Pants did not reprimand him for using magic in the library, only reminding him to ensure the newspapers remained undamaged before turning to leave. Harry commenced his search with the newspapers from 1971, the year his parents had just enrolled, but they were not notable figures. The papers contained reports of sinister deeds committed by a mysterious individual and news about the victims, with little else to note. The entire year's worth of newspapers was filled with such grim tidings, and as Harry read, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. The long lists of victims and the haunting scenes captured in moving photographs of despair compelled him to hasten through the pages. Utilizing a small spell invented by Artemis, Harry scanned through the stacks, searching for any mention of the surname Potter. Aside from a few advertisements for magical shampoo, nothing relevant emerged. It wasn't until he reached the newspaper from 1979 that he found more mentions of the Potter name. Immediately, he set aside the old papers and pulled out the 1979 edition, scrutinizing it closely. On February 14, 1979, the only heir of the Potter family, James Potter, married a Muggle-born witch from Gryffindor, and there was even a photograph. Harry's finger lingered over the image, which depicted a large gathering of people. In the center stood a pair of joyfully smiling young individuals, a man with tousled black hair and round glasses, and a woman dressed in a formal gown, holding a bouquet and radiating happiness. Beside the man stood a remarkably handsome friend, casting a shower of sparks at the couple with his wand, while a somewhat frail-looking man stood at the far edge of the group, smiling at the lively scene before him. A diminutive man briefly flickered in the photograph, his back turned, rendering his face unseen. Harry gazed at the image for quite some time, reluctant to turn the page. He felt an overwhelming urge to cut the picture out, but the watchful eye of Madame Pants nearby quelled that impulse. At worst, he could wait until midnight to sneak the newspaper out and make a copy. On April 20, 1979, James Potter and Lily Potter, under the guidance of Frank Longbottom, became Aurors. They successfully captured several dark wizards and thwarted Voldemort's persecution of Muggles. On June 15, 1979, the renowned Auror couple, the Potters, found themselves pursued by Voldemort, but bravely repelled the attacks from Death Eaters, emerging unscathed. On August 3, 1979, the illustrious Potter couple, alongside the Longbottoms, once again drove back Voldemort, successfully rescuing a family of wizards of Muggle descent. From that point until the newspapers were exhausted in December, Harry found no further news. After some contemplation, Harry began sifting through newspapers from 1980, discovering even fewer reports regarding the Potter couple, with only a mention in January of their third escape from Voldemort's clutches. With only 1 year remaining, Harry glanced at the time, realizing he had been perusing the papers for over 2 hours, and that curfew was fast approaching. He hastened his pace, flipping through the final stack of 1981 newspapers. The early months were still filled with a series of tragic reports. Harry did not scrutinize them closely, but in the August edition, he spotted a familiar name. The Longbottoms had been rescued. The couple had been driven to madness, but thankfully, their child survived and was entrusted to the care of Mrs. Longbottom. Pausing for a moment, Harry continued to flip through until he reached the newspaper dated November 1st. The first page celebrated Voldemort's disappearance, adorned with large photographs of jubilant wizards celebrating across the land. The second page featured the boy who lived, Harry Potter, including a photograph of a sleeping infant, with a lightning-shaped scar prominently displayed on his forehead. It was not until the third page that news of the Potter couple appeared, stating merely that they had been tragically murdered by Voldemort. Harry stared blankly at the page, frozen in shock. It was not until Madame Pants approached him, informing him that curfew was imminent and the library would soon close, that he stood up to gather the scattered newspapers. Madame Pants glanced at the page where Harry lingered, waved her wand, and the newspapers flew back to their shelves, urging Harry to leave promptly. Gratefully, he thanked her and exited, where Hermione and the others were already waiting for him at the door. Noticing Harry's unusual demeanor, Hermione immediately inquired, "What's wrong?" Harry rubbed his face and replied, "It's nothing. Just found some information about my parents." At this point he glanced at Neville, who looked just as worried, entirely oblivious to the implications. "Let's hurry back. Curfew is almost here, and we don't want to get caught," Harry declared, leading the way towards Gryffindor Tower. The others had no choice but to jog after him, aware that getting caught would mean losing points. After 2 days of classes, everyone understood how precious those points were, and no one wished to risk deduction. Upon reaching the common room, they refrained from discussing their feelings, wishing each other good night before retreating to their dormitories. Harry lay in bed, the surrounding curtains drawn, enveloping him in a cocoon akin to a small tent. In the dormitory, Seamus and Dean continued their quarrel over wizard chess, while Ron enthusiastically offered suggestions. Neville, however, remained apart, muttering to himself on his bed, seemingly reciting. The noise from outside only amplified the tranquility within the curtain, as Harry stared at the floral patterns above him, his mind consumed by the image of the wedding photograph and the ruins of a house. Time slipped away, and eventually, the commotion outside subsided to the sound of soft snores. Rubbing his eyes, Harry mumbled a few words before closing them, preparing for sleep. No need to rush. No need to rush. Everything must come in due time. The newspapers only claim that he has vanished, not that he is dead. His conversation with Dumbledore the previous day had also indicated that the current wizarding world was not as tranquil as it appeared. He had perused the papers over the past few days, filled with trivial matters. Anything that could warrant Dumbledore's concern would undoubtedly be far from insignificant. From the scant information available, the most plausible culprit could only be the dark wizard who had ravaged the magical world for over a decade. Voldemort. Take it slow. Take it slow, Harry reassured himself, eyes tightly shut, fearful that opening them might betray his intentions. As he pondered, fatigue gradually overcame him, and before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. Wednesday's morning class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and upon entering the classroom, Harry wished he could block his sense of smell. The room was filled with the pungent odor of garlic, mingling with a foul stench that was hardly more pleasant than that of a troll. After enduring a few minutes, Harry could no longer bear it. He rummaged through his bag to produce a half-face mask, sprinkling it with peppermint oil before donning it, which alleviated some of the stench. He demonstrated, prompting the other students to follow suit. Those without masks used handkerchiefs, while others, lacking anything at all, sprinkled oil on their sleeves to cover their faces. Some even resorted to using a small blade to cut a large piece of fabric from their shirts to shield their faces. Professor Quirrell watched in bewilderment as students noisily exchanged oils and fabrics, stuttering as he attempted to explain that this was to prevent the scent of vampires. Regrettably, no one paid him heed. Had it not been for the fear of losing points, the students would have likely fled. With the odor issue addressed, Harry remained dissatisfied. For Quirrell could only read from the book, stumbling over the words, and was incapable of imparting any defensive spells or practical knowledge. Chapter 17. Draco is truly a good person. Even when merely reading, Quirrell stumbled, his efficiency far inferior to that of the students studying on their own. Furrowing his brow through half the class, Harry could no longer endure it. He decisively closed his book and began working on the assignment Professor McGonagall had given him. His time was valuable and should not be squandered. Quirrell's expression changed momentarily upon seeing Harry's actions, but he continued to stutter through the text. As Quirrell turned to write on the blackboard, Harry suddenly looked up, feeling a surge of animosity directed at him. This time, free from distractions, Harry distinctly sensed that the hostility emanated from Quirrell. Moreover, there was an odd sense of familiarity. When Quirrell turned back, Harry immediately lowered his gaze, focusing intently on his assignment. If the opportunity arose, he could inquire with Professor Dumbledore about Quirrell's true nature. In uncertain times, it was wise to conceal one's thoughts. As the class bell rang, students hurried towards the exit, the sound of Quirrell's assignment being drowned out by the rush. Harry feigned ignorance, swiftly exiting the classroom and pulling down his mask to inhale the fresh air outside. Tugging at his clothes in disgust, Harry grimaced, feeling as though he had been marinated in the stench of the lesson. After conferring with his friends, none wished to carry the foul odor to lunch, and they unanimously decided to return to their dormitories to change. If they hurried, they might still catch the tail end of lunch. If not, they would rather endure hunger. Ultimately, it was their growling stomachs that propelled them back to the Great Hall, where they snatched a few chicken legs just before lunch disappeared, preventing them from going hungry. Quickly devouring the chicken legs, they rushed towards the History of Magic classroom, all the while complaining about the day's dreadful classes. What on earth was that? Quirrell in the morning and Professor Binns in the afternoon. After a refreshing afternoon nap, Harry observed Draco, who was dawdling in the classroom, and suddenly recalled their arrangement for him to teach Draco the mirror spell today. Harry turned to his friends for confirmation. Aside from Hermione, who was eager to accompany him due to her fascination with spells, the other two members of their trio displayed no interest whatsoever. Ron regarded Draco with a look of disdain, hesitating to voice his thoughts. However, Harry chose to disregard Ron's attitude, fully accustomed to the discord among houses. Gareth and Sebastian had quarreled since their first year, yet he managed to maintain cordial relations with both. Neville, what about you? Would you like to join us? Harry inquired. Neville hesitated briefly before shaking his head. No, I need to go to the library. There are several subjects I don't quite understand, and I need to catch up. Upon hearing this, Hermione also felt torn. She too desired to visit the library. Yet, she was reluctant to miss out on Harry's instruction of the small spell. Given that the Malfoy family, being purebloods, exhibited such keen interest in the spell, her curiosity only deepened. Ultimately, however, Harry's insistence prevailed. After all, the library would always be there, but this was a singular opportunity for his guidance. Hermione believed that even though they were all from the same house and could seek each other's assistance anytime, it was unreasonable to take that for granted. She had observed Harry's capabilities over the past few days and realized that his level was far beyond what they should possess at their age. Thus, the challenges he faced were undoubtedly more complex than mere academics. As a friend, she felt it was unacceptable to hinder him with trivial matters when she could not offer help. As they exited the classroom, Draco quickly caught up with them, cheerfully greeting Harry. Upon noticing Hermione trailing behind, he merely nodded in acknowledgement without exchanging further pleasantries. Draco had not brought Crabbe and Goyle along, believing their presence would only waste Harry's time and serve as a source of annoyance. After some contemplation, Harry led the trio out of the castle. By the edge of the Black Lake, a few large trees provided shade, behind which lay a small patch of grass, secluded and cool, a spot Harry once cherished for reading and practicing spells. The spell is called the Water Mirror. You must wave your wand in this manner, accompanied by this gesture. Harry wasted no time and commenced the lesson as soon as they arrived. The principle of the spell involved summoning a mirror formed from the moisture in the air. It was best to practice in a location with abundant water at first. Once familiar, one could conjure it at will. Hermione softly recited a few incantations, her eyes fixated on Harry's demonstration. Once she had committed the actions to memory, she began attempting to cast the spell over the lake's surface. Draco, being the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, had not neglected his studies despite his parents' indulgence. Having been exposed to magic from a young age, he grasped the concept quickly. After just 2 attempts, he successfully summoned a competent, usable water mirror. Excellent. Just as I said, it's a simple spell. The rest is merely a matter of practice. Harry clapped his hands, visibly pleased with Draco's rapid progress. I recall you mentioning that you study potions under your godfather. I'm curious, what level of potion master is he? Draco cast a proud glance at Hermione, who was still diligently practicing by the lake, before replying, my godfather? Why, he is the head of our house, Severus Snape. He is a master of potions. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Such an effortless connection. Would you be able to introduce me to your godfather, Professor Snape? I have some potions that require the expertise of a master. It's quite challenging to reach out to those renowned experts, but of course, I would offer substantial compensation. Draco smirked. I should have suggested you join Slytherin sooner. As far as I know, my godfather has a distinct aversion to Gryffindors. If you were a Slytherin student, there would be no issue, but here you are. He gestured disdainfully at the Gryffindor emblem on Harry's chest. Harry felt exasperated. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events, but given the situation, there was little he could do. Fine. In light of your teaching me magic, I will assist you in making the inquiry. Draco relented, having thoroughly enjoyed the jest. Harry was elated. Thank you. You truly are a good friend. Draco's pale cheeks flushed crimson. Potter. Harry laughed heartily and dashed off to assist Hermione by the lake. Hermione was exceptionally astute. The spell was not particularly difficult, as evidenced by Draco's swift mastery. However, having lived in the Muggle world, she lacked certain knowledge and familiarity with the magical realm, making her learning somewhat arduous. Yet, with Harry's simple guidance, she quickly grasped the concept. And on her next attempt, she succeeded. For young witches and wizards from Muggle backgrounds, once the initial hurdle is overcome, their learning pace often surpasses that of their wizarding counterparts. After all, before attending Hogwarts, these Muggle-born students had received a foundational education in primary school, where systematic learning methods were taught. Even the most disinterested child would, through subtle influence, develop some study habits. Conversely, young wizards from magical families relied solely on their parents for education. The magical world lacked a primary schooling system, and parents, who were not professional educators, imparted knowledge as they saw fit. With parents often occupied with work, the learning environment for these young wizards was typically relaxed, devoid of any pressure. In light of these contrasts, disparities emerged. It was only as young wizards matured and developed sufficient self-discipline that the situation began to improve. After observing for a while, both Harry and Draco were proficient in summoning water mirrors in water-rich areas, signaling the conclusion of their extracurricular lesson. Since Draco needed to assist Harry with his potion inquiries, he departed ahead. Hermione felt it was time to leave as well, and they agreed to continue to the library. Harry had merely skimmed the newspaper yesterday, and intended to explore the student bookshelf today. However, before they could step into the castle, they were intercepted. Harry! What a coincidence! Are you returning to the castle? Beamed Dumbledore, who appeared to be on the verge of stepping out. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Hermione promptly greeted. And to you as well, Miss Granger. Harry frowned. He had already been delayed once by Dumbledore's agenda, and he wondered what was in store this time. "May I have a word with Harry? If you don't mind, Miss Granger?" Dumbledore kindly addressed the young witch. Hermione looked as if she might suffocate, hardly able to believe that Dumbledore remembered her name. A Muggleborn who had only been enrolled for less than a week. Though thrilled, Hermione did not forget her place as Harry's friend. She cast a worried glance at Harry, silently inquiring. Harry nodded reassuringly. "It's all right. You can go to the library. Neville is still there." Only then did Hermione respond to Dumbledore. "Very well, Professor. I shall take my leave." Her suspicions were confirmed. Harry had to confront numerous matters since his first year. That was why he was so formidable. No, this couldn't continue. She needed to quicken her pace. What if Harry needed assistance in the future, and she found herself incapable of providing aid? That would be utterly disheartening. As Hermione hurried along, her teeth gnawed her lip white. No, she could not do this alone. She needed companions. The faces of all those she had met since boarding the train flashed through her mind, ultimately settling on a select few. With newfound determination, Hermione paused in her stride towards the library, lifted her gaze to ascertain her direction, and consulted the map that Harry had gifted her before swiftly darting off in another direction. "Would you mind taking a stroll with me?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry felt somewhat agitated. What did it matter if he minded? Was there yet more to be discussed? "I have conveyed all that I know and can express." Yet, despite these words, Harry continued to follow Dumbledore's lead as they made their way outside the castle. They did not venture to some desolate location. They merely strolled along the path beside the Black Lake. "I apologize for disrupting your plans, but I am curious. What are your intentions? Additionally, what is your perspective on the current situation?" Dumbledore inquired. Harry hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the tall figure beside him, and after a lengthy silence, he resolved to speak candidly. Regardless of the circumstances, this headmaster appeared far more reliable than Headmaster Black, and given Dumbledore's esteemed standing in the present magical world, any endeavors he wished to pursue would undoubtedly encounter fewer obstacles with Dumbledore's assistance. As for intricate machinations, Harry felt that without the guidance of strategists like Onimus and Sebastian, it would be acceptable to temporarily relinquish his intellect and become a dutiful warrior, especially since he was already a Gryffindor. "First, I need to understand the relationship between Professor Snape and my parents. I require the potions master to remedy my condition." Following that, Harry gradually laid bare his entire plan, including his subsequent inquiries into Voldemort and the matter of vengeance. Dumbledore listened in stunned silence, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. How should he respond? Truly, one could see why he was capable of quelling the Goblin rebellion. Had he not intervened, Harry might have indeed executed everything in his own sequence. Although the process might be fraught with challenges, with Harry's status as the chosen one, as he matured, a mere rallying cry would likely render him unstoppable in the magical realm. "I believe I can assist you regarding Professor Snape. Just tell me the potions you require, and I shall have him brew them for you," Dumbledore stated. Harry frowned, observing Dumbledore's nonchalant demeanor, and suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, asking, "Does Professor Snape have some leverage in your possession?" Dumbledore staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. "Why do you ask? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why a young, promising potions master would choose to remain at the school, instructing a cadre of utterly clueless students." Harry replied, his expression devoid of emotion, unconcerned with his choice of words. "Even my former potions professor, Professor Sharp, only opted for a teaching position after retiring from the Aurors. Beyond that, I can conceive of no other reason that would compel a potions master to endure such indignities." Dumbledore, somewhat embarrassed, suppressed the words he had not yet uttered. From an entirely uninformed perspective, Harry's reasoning indeed seemed plausible. There are many matters at play. You are still quite young," Dumbledore remarked, silenced once more by Harry's reproachful gaze. The Harry before him, though still appearing as the 11-year-old child, harbored the spirit of a formidable wizard on the precipice of adulthood, not easily misled by mere words. "Headmaster Dumbledore, we agreed to speak candidly. I have articulated my thoughts and objectives quite clearly. I do not expect you to show me any leniency, but at the very least, do not treat me as a fool," Harry asserted, his expression resolute. "Very well. Very well, I understand," Dumbledore replied, standing there, removing his glasses to wipe them with the hem of his robe before replacing them, his eyes glinting with newfound clarity. "I have heard you possess a pensieve?" Harry fell silent, aware that only Neville and Draco knew of his pensieve. He considered them to be trustworthy friends, leading him to conclude that the headmaster must have acquired knowledge of the events on the train through other channels. Chapter 18 Memories. Upon further reflection, It became increasingly likely that Dumbledore knew everything. He had spies surrounding him. Observing the wary expression that had settled on Harry's face, Dumbledore could only sigh. The child had grown wise, no longer easily deceived. I do have some leverage over him, Dumbledore confessed. Harry's expression indicated he had suspected as much. While he was curious about the nature of this leverage, seeing how obedient Professor Snape was to Dumbledore suggested that the leverage must be significant. The enmity between the two was of little concern to Harry. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat deflated, had no choice but to ask again, "What do you wish to know?" "The relationship between Professor Snape and my parents." Harry replied without hesitation. "Why do you want to know this?" "I sensed something amiss in Professor Snape's gaze towards me. I am certain it was our first meeting. Considering the professor's age, he must have had some connection to my parents, perhaps animosity, or perhaps a misunderstanding. If I can ascertain their relationship, I might find a way to seek his assistance," Harry explained. Dumbledore wore a complex expression. "In that case, you are not mistaken. He indeed had a connection to your parents. Your father once saved his life, and your mother was a friend of his before he enrolled." Harry's face was one of astonishment. "You cannot be serious?" Dumbledore responded earnestly, "I am absolutely certain." "Impossible," Harry declared emphatically. "I have never seen anyone exhibit hatred towards the child of their savior. I possess memories from that time," Dumbledore countered, producing his trump card. What could be more persuasive than a recollection of the event itself? Harry immediately began searching for a suitable spot. After glancing around, he transfigured a small stone on the ground into a makeshift pedestal of appropriate height, laboriously retrieving the pensive from his bag and placing it atop the surface. His gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. Dumbledore, invigorated, was confident that his memory was indeed correct. He had spoken the truth. He was not mistaken. Swiftly, he extracted a strand of memory and placed it into the pensive, simultaneously causing the surrounding grass and foliage to burgeon into a makeshift tent, allowing the two of them to immerse their heads into the pensive. When their feet met solid ground once more, they found themselves within the confines of the headmaster's office. Another Dumbledore sat behind the desk, perusing several documents. Suddenly, a figure in a portrait on the wall shouted, "Headmaster Dumbledore! A student is chasing Madame Pomfrey to the Whomping Willow. Today is a full moon." The Dumbledore behind the desk sprang to his feet, hastily moving towards the window. As the phoenix fox took flight to perch upon his shoulder, as a flash of fire illuminated the scene, the image transformed. Upon landing once again, the surroundings morphed into the dark edges of the forbidden forest. Harry believed he saw himself, his adult self, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was not him but a much younger James Potter. His father, James, with a grave expression, dashed towards the Whomping Willow, deftly navigating the flailing branches, using the levitation charm to direct a branch to strike a knot on the tree, causing it to cease its violent motions. The memory of Dumbledore stood hidden nearby, observing this scene unfold. A piercing howl echoed from afar, prompting James to move with increased urgency. He sprinted towards the base of the Whomping Willow and, with a sudden crouch, slipped into a tree hole that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Harry, eager to follow, was halted by Dumbledore, who advised, "Do not rush. They will emerge shortly." "Did you not follow them to see?" Harry asked in astonishment, suddenly feeling that Headmaster Black was marginally superior to Dumbledore. At least Black would intervene when students faced danger, while Dumbledore merely stood by and watched. It was evident even to Harry that the howl belonged to a werewolf. How could Dumbledore not know? He was fully aware of the presence of a werewolf, and that one student had entered, followed closely by another, yet he simply stood by and observed. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly, suddenly regretting bringing Harry to witness this. However, he was correct in stating that they did emerge quite rapidly, accompanied by various loud noises and chaotic commotion. James pulled a frail, dark-haired boy from the tree hollow, swiftly distancing himself from the Whomping Willow before reactivating it. A young werewolf, barely peeking out, was immediately struck back by the tree, emitting a series of anguished howls. "A werewolf? You dare to harbor a werewolf in the school? I shall inform the headmaster." The pallor of the dark-haired boy's face deepened as he shouted at James. "Severus Snape! Calm yourself." "Calm myself? You just called me Snape," he suddenly realized. "You all knew. The headmaster is aware too. That Lupin? Lupin is a werewolf." His complexion grew even more ashen, devoid of any color. You even allowed a werewolf to associate with Lily." "Lupin is safe. He is under control," James responded, his own expression grim as his temper began to flare. "How could you?" Snape glared at James, then shifted his gaze to the werewolf striving to break free from the Whomping Willow, his eyes filled with malice. He pointed his wand at the creature. its tip beginning to glow ominously. James immediately tackled Snape. "You cannot do this. Let go of me, Potter. I cannot allow Lily to be in the same house as a werewolf." Snape screamed. The two engaged in a scuffle until they both drew their wands, at which point a memory of Dumbledore emerged. Enough. The two combatants were separated by an unseen force and pinned to the grass. "Mr. Potter, you acted commendably by preventing a fellow student's demise." Dumbledore's apparition appeared, gently addressing James. 50 points to Gryffindor. "Now you may return." "But Professor, enough? I shall handle the remainder." Dumbledore interjected, fixing a steady gaze upon him until James, unable to withstand it, departed the grounds, glancing back repeatedly. "You knew. You always knew." Snape's demeanor shifted to one of frantic anger. "There are so many students in this school. What do you think of them?" Dumbledore remained silent, merely observing him until Snape had exhausted his emotional outburst, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. "I am aware. Which is why I have done everything within my power to safeguard the students of this institution," Dumbledore stated calmly. Snape's expression twisted in outrage. "He is a werewolf. He has been here all along. What if he bites someone? He nearly did today. If you are willing to adhere to school regulations, then you will remain unharmed. I understand your concern for your classmates, but the one inside is also your peer. Mr. Potter just saved your life." Dumbledore's expression turned serious. "I have no such peer. I do not need him to save me. Regardless of your denial, he did save you, and that is a fact. Return now. This matter ends here. I will not publicize that Mr. Potter rescued you, nor will I deduct points from you," Dumbledore said matter-of-factly. Snape appeared utterly despondent. He wished to argue but found himself unable to voice his thoughts. In the end, he merely cast a resentful glance at the tree hollow before rising and rushing towards the castle. The memory faded, and Harry and Dumbledore emerged from it. Harry silently stowed away his pensive, awaiting Dumbledore to restore the surrounding flora. "So that is the case," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him with a mixture of intrigue and incredulity. "I am genuinely curious. Professor Snape must possess some significant leverage over you to refrain from poisoning you after such an incident." Dumbledore fell silent, hesitating before responding. "What have I done wrong? What have you done right?" Harry exclaimed, astonished that Dumbledore still believed he was blameless. "Setting aside the matter of admitting a werewolf into the school, endangering all the students, Professor Snape was clearly lured into this situation, likely connected to my reckless father. You did not even punish that student and instead rewarded one of the instigators? Not to mention, you threatened a student with your words and demeanor. Harry, that is your father. I know that is my father, but that does not justify his actions." Harry's gaze was clear and resolute. "Everyone makes mistakes in their youth. He erred and requires punishment. This is the essence of proper education. Yet I see none of that. I only see your favoritism and cover-ups. Has no one ever told you that you are not a competent educator?" Dumbledore appeared taken aback, as he had never faced such direct confrontation. Everyone had always assumed he was right. Since he had imprisoned Grindelwald in the tower decades ago, he had been exalted, and even his cautious nature had been influenced by such an environment, leading him to a state of complacency. "I apologize." Dumbledore regained his composure and looked earnestly into Harry's eyes. "You are right. I have made a grave error. But what is more alarming is that I did not even realize it. I am not a qualified educator. You should not be apologizing to me. You owe an apology to Professor Snape. You owe him that," Harry stated earnestly. "Yes, I will do so," Dumbledore replied sincerely. Then he regarded Harry with a complex expression, hesitating for a long moment. "I have another memory, related to Severus and your parents." Harry was at a loss for words. Why didn't you do this sooner? He had already packed everything away. Glancing at the sky, Harry resignedly retrieved the pensive once more, placing it on the stone pedestal that had yet to be restored. "If you don't mind," Dumbledore extracted another memory, preparing to rejuvenate the surrounding greenery once more. They both entered into a new memory. They found themselves in a dimly lit bar on the second floor. Harry blinked in recognition. This was the Hog's Head Inn, as the angle allowed him to see the large boar's head behind the bar. Soon, a hooded figure hastily passed through them, quietly pressing against the door crack of a room on the second floor. Harry approached to examine the hooded individual closely, and immediately recognized it as Professor Snape. He followed Snape's gaze into the illuminated room, where Dumbledore conversed with a witch. The witch donned glasses resembling the bottom of a wine bottle, adorned with bizarre, sparkling ornaments, her expression dazed, her voice hoarse. "Only one child born on the last day of July will defeat the Dark Lord." The fragmented words drifted out, and as Harry intended to enter the room for a closer listen, He noticed Dumbledore's piercing gaze fixated on the entrance. Ooh! Professor Snape appeared as if struck, crashing against the wall. Yet he quickly rolled up and vanished with a disapparition. Dumbledore, moving swiftly, opened the door just in time to catch a glimpse of a robe's hem. Excellent, Professor Trelawney, you will receive a letter of appointment from Hogwarts. Congratulations on becoming the divination professor, Dumbledore said, scanning the corridor with caution before turning back to the now-revived witch. Really? I mean, thank you, Trelawney exclaimed, her surprise evident as she feigned prior knowledge. The surroundings began to blur, and soon Harry found himself standing on the edge of a cliff, with Dumbledore standing coldly at the precipice, while Professor Snape appeared distressed, unkempt, pale, and vacant-eyed, standing behind him. Please, I know you are the only one who can help. Snape pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. This is all your fault. I know, but please save her. I had no idea it would be her. If only you could. No, only you can save her. Snape implored urgently. Then, what are you willing to sacrifice? Dumbledore turned, coldly scrutinizing the disheveled wizard before him. Everything. Professor Snape knelt upon the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, prostrating himself before Dumbledore. The scene shifted once more, this time to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore sat wearily behind his desk. Snape, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted in rage, glared at him. You promised. You assured me. I am sorry. But I arrived too late. You explicitly stated. Snape bellowed, drawing disapproving glances from the portraits that adorned the walls. She had choices, yet she chose to protect her child. Dumbledore remarked calmly. Snape froze, his expression vacant, murmuring, It's gone. Everything is gone. No, she still has her child. Have you seen him? He possesses her eyes. She sacrificed her life to safeguard him. You will help her, will you not? Dumbledore's hands were clasped, obscuring the lower half of his face, his gaze flickering. Her child? Snape turned his gaze towards Dumbledore's face, yet it seemed as though he was looking through him at something else. Indeed. The child she protected with her life, Dumbledore whispered, his words akin to a devil's murmur. Chapter 19. The Chamber of Secrets. Where is that child? A glimmer of light sparked in Snape's eyes. He is in a safe place, where he will remain secure until he enters Hogwarts. We both know that Voldemort has merely vanished, not perished. One day, he will return, and when he does, this child will undoubtedly be his target. Dumbledore continued undeterred. Will you protect him? Will you safeguard the child Lily sacrificed everything for? Snape turned to leave, casting one last statement over his shoulder. This is the final time. As the memory concluded, the two returned to their original position. The sky had begun to darken, the sunset casting a crimson hue across the heavens, vibrant as if stained with blood. Harry stared blankly at the distant sunset, momentarily at a loss for words, even forgetting to stow away the pensive. This is how it is, Dumbledore remarked, retracting his wand. Harry remained silent, his mind a tumultuous storm, unaware of his own thoughts. Are you all right? Dumbledore inquired with concern, questioning whether he had been too impulsive. After all, Harry was merely a child. Had he been too forthright in conveying the entirety of the circumstances? Yet, he could not entirely blame himself, Dumbledore mused, as Harry's accusations had unsettled him, prompting a desire to witness Harry's reaction upon learning that Snape was the architect of his family's plight. I'm fine, Harry muttered, unable to suppress a glare at Dumbledore. Did he not see through the old man's ulterior motives? He hastily took a few steps, suddenly turning back to reclaim the pensive before continuing on his way. Me fine. I need some time alone. May I take a couple of days off, Mr. Headmaster? Harry wore a forced smile, eliciting a shiver down Dumbledore's spine. Of course. The current curriculum should pose no issues for you. I shall arrange for your leave, Dumbledore quickly replied. Satisfied, Harry nodded, disregarding Dumbledore further as he strode onto the lawn, moving in a straight line toward the castle, clearing any obstacles in his path, including several boulders and trees. Dumbledore, adjusting his crooked nose, silently followed behind to tidy up the mess. He could not allow anyone to discover a newly forged path by morning. Upon entering the castle, Harry swiftly ascended to the second floor, bypassing several staircases, until he reached a spot devoid of portraits. There stood a tall clock with a mirror, as grand as a door. The mirror bore a keyhole, intricately carved with lifelike serpents. With his wand, Harry traced the mirror's surface, whispering in Parseltongue, "Open." The small serpent flicked its tongue, circling the keyhole before a soft click echoed through the air. Harry pulled open the mirrored door and stepped inside, the mirror closing slowly behind him. By the time Dumbledore had tidied up and followed the portrait's alerts to the vicinity, Harry's presence had completely vanished. With a sigh, He prepared to inform Harry's professors of his absence. He recalled that Snape's potions class was on Friday, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. Opting instead to write a few notes for Fawkes to deliver to the professors, he decisively chose to exit, as he had further matters to attend to. Once Harry entered the Chamber of Secrets and the door closed behind him, he was enveloped in darkness. It had been far too long since anyone had last visited this place. The air was thick with the scent of dust, prompting Harry to cough several times. Utilizing a bubble head charm, he encased his head in a transparent sphere to alleviate the discomfort. Originally intended for use in Quirrell's class, the charm was deemed too conspicuous for a first year, leading him to opt for a mask instead. Once his breathing steadied, Harry illuminated his wand and located the braziers positioned near the stone columns. Flames roared to life. A flash of fire ignited, and the braziers blazed, illuminating the small chamber of secrets. Harry surveyed the dust-laden floor and began to cast cleaning charms in abundance, gradually revealing the original hue of the floor. After a few steps forward, he halted, frowning at the wall. There, an entire set of furniture had appeared. A grand armchair and a row of low stools, scattered with several square coffee tables, some even adorned with velvet tablecloths. The coffee tables bore exquisite tea sets, albeit coated in dust. These elegant furnishings were undoubtedly not of his doing, nor were they the handiwork of his companions. Sebastian and Ominis, though Slytherin students, hailed from humble backgrounds, and one was blind, neither possessing the means to acquire such finery. When they met here, they had never even arranged for a chair, always standing, let alone Gareth, a Gryffindor. Even if he had orchestrated this, it would never have taken on the Slytherin aesthetic. Gripping his wand, Harry cautiously approached to inspect the furniture. Though thick layers of dust coated the chairs and sofa, he remained vigilant. One could never know what curses might linger. After casting several detection spells and confirming the absence of danger, Harry drew nearer, cleared the dust from the sofa, and after another thorough inspection, finally settled into the solitary armchair in the center. The spacious chair enveloped him, and he leaned back, lost in thought as he gazed into the flickering flames of the brazier. After some time, Harry straightened up and retrieved a thick, bound letter from his satchel, searching for the correspondence from Sebastian regarding the Chamber of Secrets. The letter detailed that after Harry's disappearance, the two had collaborated with Gareth to implement certain modifications, first sealing off the path to the abandoned manor outside the school, followed by Ominis adding a Parseltongue key to the entrance in the second-floor corridor. Consequently, unless one could speak Parseltongue, entry into the chamber would be impossible. They had also left behind some items for Harry, items unsuitable for storage in Gringotts, such as the leather garments brought by the house elf Deco, and the enchanted weapons crafted by goblins. Ominis specifically noted that currently, only the Gunter family could speak Parseltongue, but he assured that he would prevent the rest of the Gunter family from discovering this place. Moreover, it was likely that he would be the last Hogwarts student from the Gunter family, for his uncle had long decided to keep his children at home for their education, never intending to send them to school. This is rather peculiar. Who could possibly gain entry here? Has the Gunter family allowed their descendants to attend school again? Harry tucked away the letter, furrowing his brow in confusion. Troubles seemed to pile up one after another, and this admission was far more exhausting than the last. Rising to his feet, Harry began to meander along the corner of the wall. Since they had mentioned leaving something for him, the fact that everything was now missing, along with the presence of other items, indicated that they had indeed been robbed. This thief not only absconded with his belongings but had also claimed this place as their own, transforming it into a gathering spot. Surely, there must be some clues to uncover. Before long, Harry found himself facing the wall directly opposite the armchair, where a triptych frame stood, adorned with a landscape painting. This was originally an exit leading to the abandoned manor, but he could not fathom how they had managed to seal this passage. It appeared merely as an ordinary painting. Nostalgia washed over him as he reached out to touch the frame's edge. He recalled how he and Sebastian had painstakingly pieced it together after a long search. Due to the enchantment, its previous damage was undetectable. Suddenly, he drew back his hand sharply, a small wound appearing on his finger. His gaze fell upon the spot he had just touched, where a small serpent ornament lay. His finger had inadvertently grazed its sharp teeth. Harry examined the serpent closely, reassured that it was merely a decorative piece. He was aware that many curses in the magical realm could be triggered by a single drop of blood, having encountered several during his adventures, which made him exceedingly cautious. The tiny cut on his finger healed swiftly with a simple spell, causing him no significant harm. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he found himself momentarily frozen. The once cohesive landscape painting had abruptly transformed into three entirely distinct home-themed illustrations. The leftmost depiction featured only a simple chair, while the right showcased a roaring fireplace, and the center displayed a long table laden with sumptuous food. Bewildered, Harry pondered the situation. Since discovering the hidden chamber, they had gathered here on numerous occasions and had studied this painting extensively. It had never exhibited such a change before. A hooded figure darted across the rightmost image, prompting Harry to lean in closer. "Who are you?" he demanded. The figure froze mid-exit. "Harry Potter?" A familiar male voice echoed back. "You know me?" Harry inquired, instinctively stepping back and aiming his wand at the painting, prepared to obliterate it should anything seem amiss. "Wait." The figure hurried towards the edge of the frame, vanishing into the artwork in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared within the image, pulling back his hood and grinning at Harry. "Long time no see, Sebastian," Harry exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, nearly dropping his wand. And me, came the chorus. "Calm down, Weasley, can't you be a bit more composed?" Gareth interjected. "Oh, meanies." Harry leaned closer to the painting, eagerly observing the familiar faces that now adorned the canvas. The three figures beamed at him, their expressions radiating warmth. I can't believe I get to see you like this again, Harry." Gareth laughed heartily. The trio appeared to be in their 30s, youthful yet dignified. "How did you end up here?" Harry felt a smile creeping onto his lips, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Let me explain," O'Meany's began, sitting calmly on the sole chair within the painting. He looked somewhat gaunt, his cheeks sunken, clad in an old, ill-fitting black robe that accentuated his slight frame. "Ever since you left, Professor Weasley instructed us to keep everything about you a secret. After graduation, we went our separate ways and lost contact until we received a letter from Professor Weasley shortly before her passing. We reunited at her funeral. Professor Weasley lifted our ban. Perhaps because we had matured, and we deliberated for quite some time on what to leave behind, unsure if you would ever see it. Thus we created our portraits." Gareth interjected. "We debated extensively about where to hang them, and it was only when O'Meany's health began to wane that we decided on Hogwarts. Sebastian informed us of the entrance to the hidden chamber from the abandoned manor, and we decided to transform that landscape painting, concealing ourselves within the forested area of the image, only to re-emerge when you appeared. But fret not, for we usually reside elsewhere. The entrance to that manor has been destroyed, rendering this place a perfect hidden chamber for our portraits." Sebastian chimed in. "The decoration on the frame was crafted by O'Meany's, and we received assistance from Professor Fig. His wife has studied ancient magic for a long time, and possesses items imbued with ancient magical energy. He used some of those to create that little serpent, which can detect the presence of ancient magic. We occasionally observe from the forest." At this point, O'Meany's looked somewhat contrite. "I must apologize, Harry. I initially believed that the presence of Parseltongue would no longer be an issue in this school, which is why I set the entrance password in Parseltongue as the first key and stored some of your belongings here. Little did I know what madness had seized the Gunter family, allowing their descendants back into Hogwarts, leading to the loss of your items." Gareth's expression betrayed his guilt. He had been instrumental in transferring everything from the Room of Requirement, only for it to end up in the hands of others. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "None of that matters. They are mere possessions. If I manage to acquire them once, I can certainly do so again." As he spoke, he settled down on the floor, engaging in conversation with the three portraits. He shared his current situation, while they recounted various events that had unfolded during his absence, allowing Harry to relax completely, a smile never leaving his face. Upon learning of Harry's troubles, Gareth hurriedly offered suggestions, yet Harry felt it best to refrain from trying any of them. O'Meany's, however, began to ponder various known facts, striving to devise a foolproof plan to assist Harry. Sebastian remained silent, merely sharing the spells he had learned since Harry's departure, encouraging Harry to give them a try. Chapter 20, Werewolves, Prophecies, and Mother. However, the spells he mentioned nearly compelled Gareth and O'Meany's to leap from their portraits to duel him. Ever since Harry had stopped adventuring alongside him, Sebastian had delved deeper into the realm of dark magic. Fortunately, he still held on to his principles, or he would undoubtedly have earned a notorious reputation as a dark wizard. Harry smirked, politely declining Sebastian's offers of assistance, assuring him that the magic he had already learned was sufficient for now, and that he would seek him out for further instruction should the need arise. After a lengthy reunion, the clock struck midnight, and Harry's stomach grumbled audibly, particularly as Gareth's portrait displayed a banquet before him, with Gareth occasionally sampling a dish, intensifying Harry's hunger. Unable to resist any longer, Harry recalled something and softly called out, "Diddy?" With a soft pop, a young house elf appeared beside Harry, clad in a rather tattered tea towel. His enormous eyes occupied half his face. Bat-like ears perched atop his head, and his hair was relatively lush compared to other elves. "Young Master Wizard, may I inquire if you require any assistance?" Didi inquired in a high-pitched voice. Harry gazed in astonishment at the young house elf before him, perplexed by the incongruity of his age. "Daiko informed me that I could summon his child, Didi. Are you indeed Daiko's offspring?" Harry could not restrain his curiosity. The three portraits immediately leaned closer to the edge of their frames. They had met Daiko before, but this was their first encounter with his child. Didi appeared somewhat bewildered, then suddenly enlightened, and almost immediately, he became animated. "You are the esteemed Harry Potter, are you not? The legendary Harry Potter? If there is no other Harry Potter, it must be me," Harry replied dryly. Didi let out a shriek and promptly vanished. Harry looked bewilderedly at his friends. "What just happened? How should we know?" The trio responded in unison. Before they could utter another word, a loud bang echoed through the air as Didi returned, pulling along an elderly house elf. "Mr. Potter," Didi exclaimed with delight, "this is my father. His name is also Didi. He can tell you everything." The elder Didi trembled, his body a mass of wrinkles, appearing as though he could barely stand upright. He too looked quite excited, and in a raspy voice, began to recount his tale. It turned out that he was indeed the child Daiko had mentioned, but having waited until old age without encountering Harry, he felt time was running short. Thus, he bequeathed his name to his child, allowing him to continue awaiting Harry Potter's return at Hogwarts. Harry felt deeply touched. It was astonishing that a house elf, not even belonging to him, could carry on such a legacy of waiting for him across generations. Yet, regardless of his emotions, the matter at hand needed resolution. Harry instructed the young Didi to escort the elder Didi back and procure something for himself to eat. Didi joyfully accepted the task and departed with his father. Before long, he returned with a tray laden with beef sandwiches and a large jug of hot milk. After finally enjoying a long overdue dinner, Harry felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. At merely 11 years of age, his initial days at school had not been particularly smooth, but the familiar company had alleviated his inner turmoil, and now he could hardly keep his eyes open. Glancing around, Harry decided against returning. Instead, he arranged the chairs in a row to form a makeshift bed and retrieved a blanket from his backpack, collapsing into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, oblivious to the passing time in the dimly lit corridor, which lacked windows. When he finally awoke, he realized he had experienced one of the most comfortable sleeps since his return to the age of 11. This comfort made him reluctant to rise, cocooned within the warmth of the blanket. Ultimately, the pangs of hunger compelled him to reluctantly get up, fumbling for his glasses beside the pillow, restoring the chairs to their original arrangement, and calling for Didi to bring him some food. In the entire corridor, apart from the faint crackling of the burning braziers, the only sound was that of Harry munching on his meal. After Didi had tidied up and left, Harry glanced at the time, astonished to discover it was already 2 p.m. on Thursday. He had slept for over 10 hours, no wonder he felt a bit sore. "Harry, are you alright?" Omines inquired. Harry slowly strolled over to the portraits, where only Omines remained. The other two frames were empty. "Where are they?" Harry could not help but ask. Omines chuckled softly. "Both are restless souls, hanging their portraits in various places. They must have ventured elsewhere by now." Harry nodded, then realized Omines could not see him, and hastily added, "That's good. I was worried you might be confined here. I was even contemplating how to transport your portraits." "No need for such trouble. We have portraits in other locations as well. Here they are typically concealed. We seldom visit. Should you not see us in the future, you can activate the small serpent at the edge of the frame with ancient magic, and we will be alerted," Omines explained amiably. "That's a relief," Harry sighed. He sat idly before the portraits, his gaze drifting, lost in thought. "Are you still troubled by that, Professor?" Omines prodded after a lengthy silence. Harry sighed again. "It's such a bother. My mind is in turmoil. What a predicament this is. No wonder Snape's gaze was so complex on the first day of school. If I were in his place, I would have already caused a scene." Omines began to analyze the situation point by point. "Firstly, the professor's relationship with your father is certainly strained, and judging by your description, he is likely the oppressed party. Your father must have had a few decent friends who would support him, but that is not your concern, and can be overlooked for now. Secondly, there is the matter of his connection to you. Your parents were murdered by Voldemort because of him, and thus he owes you a debt. Finally, regarding his relationship with your mother, I suspect he harbored a secret affection for her, which later transformed into guilt that has gradually shifted towards you." Listening to Omines' clear and structured analysis, Harry's restless emotions began to untangle. "Thank you. I now know how to proceed." Harry's gaze grew resolute. He was not one to dawdle. With clarity in mind, he prepared to take action. However, before he could depart, Gareth burst onto the scene in a flurry. Harry! Harry! Guess what I've discovered? Gareth rushed out from the edge of the frame, nearly colliding with the long table. What have you found? Slow down. I'm not going anywhere, Harry replied, somewhat exasperated. Gareth, ever the clumsy one, appeared exhilarated. You would never believe it. I told you that fostering good relationships with everyone was the right course. What exactly have you discovered? Harry inquired, now intrigued. Gareth grinned broadly. You know, I have many friends. Yes, and then? I sent some portraits to my friends' homes, and we agreed to visit each other in the future. And then? One of my friends, inspired by me, also sent portraits to his friends' homes. Are we not at the crux yet? Harry rolled his eyes. Now we are. Gareth chuckled. That friend has close ties with the Potter family, and he managed to reach Henry Potter. Potter? My ancestor? Harry's interest piqued. But that is not all. Gareth perched on the edge of the frame. He has a son named Philemont Potter, and that Philemont's son is named James. Harry processed this information and stood frozen. Are you saying you met my great-grandfather? Gareth laughed heartily indeed. I met your great-grandfather. The tousled hair you all share is hereditary. Upon seeing him, it was as though I was gazing at an older version of you. Harry sprang to his feet, spinning in circles. Where is he? Can I meet him? No, wait. Does Hogwarts have his portrait? Are there portraits of my grandfather or father? When will I get to see them? What do they mean to me? Gareth, feeling dizzy from Harry's whirling, quickly continued. I made some inquiries. Keep an eye on your recent letters. He will have the Potter family's house elf write to you. As for the rest, I have yet to uncover. Harry suppressed his excitement and sincerely thanked Gareth. Gareth appeared slightly embarrassed. Oh dear. I wish I could have gathered more detailed information. This is already splendid. At least I now know I have other relatives, Harry beamed. After conversing for a while longer, Harry resolved to step outside. He had lingered in the corridor for quite some time, neglecting to inform Hermione and the others of his whereabouts. And having spent the entire night away from the dormitory, he wondered if his classmates were worried. Observing Dumbledore's seemingly unreliable demeanor, Harry sensed that he would not benevolently enlighten the new students about anything. Before leaving, Harry contemplated and summoned Didi, requesting assistance in tidying up the place and procuring some necessities. With Omenes and the others present, this secret chamber could serve as a cozy gathering spot. He inscribed the needed items on a piece of parchment and provided Didi with some galleons to oversee the arrangement, prioritizing the installation of adequate lighting, for it was unwise to dwell in perpetual dimness that was detrimental to the eyes. Just as he was about to exit, Harry gritted his teeth and inquired, By the way, do you know who the other Parseltongue is? The one who cleared out my belongings. Gareth scratched his head, recalling, I think his name was Tom. I heard his companions refer to him as Riddle, perhaps a nickname? That must have been over 40 years ago. I can't quite remember. Harry nodded, pushed open the grand door of the corridor, and stepped outside. Beyond the threshold lay a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Harry looked up to find the sky adorned with countless stars. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire afternoon in the corridor, and now it was already past curfew. After some contemplation, Harry decisively cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Once he oriented himself, he made his way toward the dungeon. The following day, he had inquired with Percy about the location of Snape's office, initially hoping to foster a favorable relationship. However, it appeared that his rapport with the potions master might not be as amicable as he had wished. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to secure some benefits for himself. What can be utilized should be fully exploited, Harry thought with a hint of coldness. Reminding himself that he had spent 5 years at Slytherin House, and possessed a modicum of knowledge on what he ought to know, he treaded lightly down the staircase. Noticing the candlelight on the stone walls beginning to flicker and fade, Harry attentively listened to the sounds echoing in the corridor, identifying each door as he passed. Finally, he located the sign marking the potions professor's office on the last floor. He glanced around to ensure that no patrolling professors were nearby, dispelled the disillusionment charm. He balled his hand into a fist and knocked forcefully on the door. Bang! 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 The resounding noise reverberated through the corridor, startling the figures in the portrait at the end, who scattered in fright. After a moment of silence without response, he raised his fist again, preparing to knock a second time. Just as his hand was lifted, it was seized. Turning his head, he found a shadowy figure standing behind him, pale fingers gripping his arm with a force that nearly lifted him off the ground. How unfortunate. Snape was on patrol tonight, Harry thought to himself. Breaking free of the grip, he turned to face the towering wizard before him. Snape glared at Harry with a sinister expression, and as their eyes met, His breath caught momentarily before he averted his gaze, revealing a look of disdain. Behold, the savior of Gryffindor, daring to pound on the door of his unfortunate professor in the dead of night. Ah, right, it was curfew, so this was indeed a nocturnal escapade? Professor, I am well aware. Harry interrupted Snape's impending deduction, not wishing to suffer a significant loss before reaping any potential benefits. Snape's expression darkened. He found it hard to believe Harry's words. After all, to him, Harry was merely an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore, that cunning old fox, incessantly proclaimed his intent to provide Harry with a complete life. How could he possibly divulge everything to Harry during the very first week of school? Absolutely impossible. Ah. It seems our esteemed savior wishes to leverage Dumbledore to suppress his poor professor. What a delightful surprise, Snape thought with a sneer, methodically seeking reasons to deduct points from Harry. Werewolf prophecy, mother. Harry calmly uttered 3 words. Snape's visage instantly drained of color, his eyes hollowed, and his lips pressed tightly together as he glared down at Harry, as if attempting to burn a hole through him with his gaze. Professor, are you certain we should discuss this here? Harry raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Damn that old bee. Snape cursed, yanking the door open forcefully, brandishing his wand as he swung it with vigor, causing the office door to swing back and crash against the wall with a heavy thud. Chapter 21, The Deal. With the door flung wide open, the dimly lit office was revealed. Snape strode in, only turning back once he reached his desk. What are you standing there for? Do you require an invitation to enter? Harry rolled his eyes and stepped into the office. As he advanced a few paces, the heavy door slammed shut behind him, producing a loud echo that lingered for some time. What do you know? Snape asked coldly. Harry took a moment to observe the surroundings of the office before responding, making his way to a chair by the unlit fireplace. I have a general understanding, though the details are not entirely clear. However, that is of little consequence. Sitting with his back to Snape, Harry spoke softly, gazing at the fireplace devoid of flames. Snape pursed his lips in silence, uncertain of what to say or how to approach the child before him. He had promised Dumbledore that, for Lily's sake, he would protect Harry's life. But that did not mean he could calmly interact with this boy face to face. What do you want? Why would Dumbledore tell you these things? After a lengthy pause, Snape finally inquired in a raspy voice. Harry did not turn to face him, as if the fireplace laden with ashes held flowers instead. Why he would tell me is a question you might pose to him. If he is inclined, he will share. If not, it is of no concern to me. After a brief pause, Harry continued. I am aware that your relationship with my father and mother is complex, but that is not my issue. You cannot transfer your resentment or feelings towards them onto me. This had been a solution he had pondered for quite some time. As Omenes had stated, the grievances of their parents belong to them alone, and thus he need not involve himself further. I have come merely to seek assistance, which you may also interpret as a transaction. Harry laid bare his intentions, rummaging through his satchel to retrieve several items he had prepared in advance, sheets of parchment and well-preserved potion ingredients. He placed them on the coffee table, stating, These are my compensation. I wish to request your aid in brewing some potions to improve my health. The apothecary informed me that only a master of potions can concoct these elixirs. Once again, the office fell into a profound silence, with Snape standing motionless as though petrified. Harry remained unperturbed, seated in the chair, staring vacantly at the fireplace. After a considerable duration, Snape finally approached, examining the items on the table. He felt a surge of astonishment. The potion formulas appeared to date back merely a century, and with diligent searching, they could likely be found. However, some of the well-preserved potion ingredients were different. A few had been declared extinct over 30 years ago. After reviewing the items, Snape suppressed his questions and, without looking at Harry, fixated on the objects on the table. Which potions do you require? Harry named several potions, then added, some of them have been lost to time. There may be alternatives available now, but I am uncertain. I would need to visit the hospital wing for a thorough examination to ascertain specifics. These, of course, are part of my compensation. If you are willing to assist in brewing, I can also bear the costs of the necessary materials and galleons. Snape remained silent, merely raising his wand. Harry, momentarily taken aback, made no move and allowed Snape's spell to strike him. Soon, an array of colorful auras began to swirl around Harry. Surprisingly, only 2 faint green rings, emblematic of good health, surrounded him, while the rest were predominantly yellow, with several nearing a deep red hue. Snape's expression darkened. He was unaware of the life Lily's child had been living, yet Dumbledore had always claimed he was faring well. But at that moment, it was evident that this hardly resembled a life of comfort, perhaps only marginally better than his own experience upon entering Hogwarts. Clenching his teeth, Snape swallowed the curse that nearly escaped his lips, summoned a piece of parchment, and began to write. The quill moved swiftly, producing somewhat hasty, yet legible script. Before long, the parchment was filled. Snape placed it on the desk, cleared away the other items, and stated, "I shall accept this transaction. The parchment outlines what you need to prepare. Of course, if Mr. Savior is reluctant to trust me, he is welcome to seek validation from another." Harry ignored the sarcasm and examined the parchment, which contained various guidelines, such as prohibited foods, daily exercise requirements, and even specific times for sleeping and waking. It also detailed the schedule for potion consumption, not merely to be ingested in one go, as Harry had previously assumed, but rather a daily regimen accompanied by various soothing agents and nutritious foods. Additionally, the potion formulas would need to be altered every so often, a process that would span half a semester. He must adhere to this parchment's instructions at least until Christmas. The upside was that it was a one-time commitment. If he could endure this regimen for a few months, he would no longer have to worry about his health. "Thank you, I accept. How much do I owe for the materials and labor?" Harry inquired, carefully folding the parchment. Snape remained silent for a moment, then replied, "What you've provided is sufficient." Harry frowned. "Since this is a transaction, I expect you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Does the Savior believe my potion-making skills are insufficient?" Snape's voice emerged, strained as if forced through gritted teeth. "Am I not aware of what suffices? Who do you think you are, deserving of my loss to assist you? Truly, Mr. Savior, you epitomize arrogance." Harry's lips twitched, his demeanor cooling. "If you say it is enough, then it is. My part is complete. When may we commence?" "Next Monday," Snape replied tersely. "Very well, I understand. Thank you, Professor. I shall take my leave." Harry stood and headed toward the office door. Upon opening it, he paused. "Professor, from this point forward, we are square. I will not meddle in matters concerning my parents, but if Dumbledore attempts to leverage my mother against you, you need not heed him. I believe I can manage that." With that, Harry pushed the door open and stepped out. Snape's cold voice echoed behind him. 5 points deducted for a Gryffindor student wandering at night and disrespecting a professor. Harry spun around in shock, the door slamming shut before his face, nearly striking his nose. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, deftly casting the disillusionment charm, and sprinting toward Gryffindor Tower. As he passed through the entrance hall, he couldn't help but glance at the gem hourglass. The Gryffindor hourglass, once containing a few rubies, was now completely devoid of them, with several black stones inside. This was not merely a deduction of points, they were now in debt to the hourglass. Gritting his teeth, Harry stormed up the staircase, reflecting that he had never before faced such a point deduction in this life or the last. He shuddered at the thought of how the Gryffindor students would react upon seeing the hourglass tomorrow. However, according to Slytherin customs, any self-imposed point deductions must be returned in double. Otherwise, one would face internal penalties. He believed Gryffindor likely had similar rules, and he could not afford to make any mistakes moving forward, needing to secure an additional 100 points within the semester. Truly, he had a knack for courting trouble. Breathless, Harry climbed the stairs, realizing that his aura was in direct conflict with Snape's. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his roommates already ensconced in dreams. Harry quietly went through his evening routine, and, without even drawing the bed curtains, collapsed into the comfort of his blankets. The following morning, Ron woke him with a shout, bombarding Harry with questions about his previous day's activities. No classes had occurred, and no one was in the dormitory or the library. They had even sought out the professor, only to learn he was on leave. Harry felt warmth in his heart. It was nothing serious, merely minor issues that were nearly resolved, and they would not recur. Dressed and ready, Harry exited the dormitory to find Hermione seated in the common room, engrossed in a thick book, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the staircase. Upon spotting Harry, she visibly relaxed, closing her book and approaching him briskly. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, no need to worry," Harry replied with a smile. "Let us hurry. Don't we have class this morning?" It was Friday, and they had only one potions class that morning. This thought made Harry feel a bit uneasy. After his midnight confrontation with Snape, he was now about to find himself at the mercy of the professor. He had thoroughly memorized the parchment Snape had given him, selecting only the foods he could safely consume, and slowed his pace to savor each bite. Although the formal regimen would not commence until next Monday, Harry reasoned that starting a bit earlier wouldn't hurt, considering it an opportunity to acclimatize. Despite his leisurely dining pace, he finished breakfast just before everyone else departed. Following behind his peers toward the dungeons, he heard heated arguments emanating from the entrance hall, causing him to shrink back and quicken his steps. Upon entering the potions classroom, There were still 10 minutes before class began. The room was silent, with all the Slytherin students already seated, each desk shared by 2 individuals. Harry casually selected a desk to place his belongings, but when Ron attempted to join him, Harry declined. "Ron, you should sit with Hermione. Her grades are commendable. And if anything goes awry, she can assist you. Potions can be somewhat perilous," Harry advised earnestly. Ron's face flushed crimson, mumbling as he dropped his bag beside Hermione. She shot him a disapproving glare, yet held her head high, feeling a swell of pride from Harry's praise. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to relive Gareth's peculiar concoctions from potions class. He beckoned Neville, who had been standing awkwardly nearby, to join him, and began organizing the books and notes on the desk. Based on past experience, the first lesson typically involved making a Scabbers potion, a simple concoction ideal for novices, and it was a customary starting point for first-year students. Harry was familiar with this potion. As long as he attended to a few key details, he could brew an excellent version. Neville eagerly followed Harry's lead, knowing well that learning alongside Harry was a wise choice. Soon the class began. Snape strode into the classroom, his long black robes billowing behind him like the wings of a bat. After delivering a stern lecture, Snape produced the attendance sheet and began calling names. When he reached Harry, he paused momentarily but said nothing further. "Now set up your cauldrons. The materials are in the cupboard. The steps are on the blackboard." The blackboard sprang to life, displaying a series of instructions that moved before their eyes. Harry instructed Neville to ignite the fire and pour in water, while he himself hurried to the cupboard to gather the necessary ingredients. Upon returning, the water in the cauldron had reached the optimal temperature, and Harry swiftly and accurately processed the potion ingredients, quietly explaining each step's intricacies and points of caution to Neville. Snape meandered through the classroom, intermittently lavishing praise upon the Slytherin students or reprimanding those from Gryffindor, leaving no moment idle. Strangely, however, he never approached Harry, even as Ron, seated directly in front of Harry, bore the brunt of Snape's scathing remarks, while Harry remained entirely overlooked, as though his desk were devoid of occupants. Harry merely shrugged, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Neville, also a victim of neglect, exhaled a sigh of relief. From the moment he laid eyes on Snape, an inexplicable fear gripped him, and being overlooked was just fine with him. In half the allotted time, Harry successfully brewed a potion for scabies and, after carefully bottling it, tidied up the cauldron. He replenished the water and encouraged Neville to attempt the brewing himself, as they still had plenty of ingredients left. With Snape absent from his watchful gaze, Neville managed to concoct a potion that, while not perfect, was commendable. Stuttering, Neville expressed his gratitude to Harry, thrilled to have completed a potion successfully for the first time outside of herbology class. As they whispered amongst themselves, a sudden scream shattered the atmosphere. Instinctively, Harry cast a shield charm, safeguarding the area around him. Green gas billowed through the classroom, as Snape's furious voice rang out, "Fool! Can't you pay attention to the blackboard? Clear it out!" In an instant, the green gas dissipated, revealing the front row of students. Each exposed patch of skin bore large, festering blisters, Draco included. Crabbe was sobbing audibly, his nose swollen as if on the verge of bursting. Snape's face darkened as he directed the students to support one another to the hospital wing, with Slytherin nearly decimated, leaving only a few who sat at a distance. He instructed the remaining students to continue their work and submit their potions upon completion. Harry cleared his workspace, and once Hermione and Ron were finished, the 4 of them ascended to the podium to present their potions. Chapter 22. The Overlooked Harry. Harry's potion was a pure light blue, appearing quite successful, while Neville's potion contained some impurities but was not fundamentally flawed. Hermione and Ron, having collaborated on their potion, had produced a bizarre pink concoction with a thick texture. Harry even noticed bubbles rising within the bottle. Neville received an A, Harry was left without a grade, and Hermione and Ron garnered a P. Hermione looked furious, her teeth gritted as she glared at Ron, as though she wished to snap his neck. Nevertheless, she managed to restrain her temper, mindful of the professor's presence. "Professor, you haven't graded Harry yet," Hermione exclaimed. Snape seemed oblivious, engrossed in his own tasks. As Hermione attempted to voice another complaint, Harry quickly pulled her away. Alongside Ron and Neville, they dragged Hermione out of the potions classroom. "It's all right, Hermione. This is nothing to worry about. It's just my personal feud with the professor, and it's fine," Harry reassured her. Hermione appeared unconvinced, insisting, "But he's a professor. How can there be a personal feud? What could Harry possibly have against him? He has barely been back in the magical world for a week. If there is any vendetta, it must be against that person." At this thought, Hermione gasped, casting a scrutinizing glance back at the classroom door. Why would Dumbledore appoint him as a professor? Harry was perplexed, wondering where this was all leading. All right, let us hurry. If we delay any longer, we'll miss lunch. Ron urged impatiently. Hermione, seething, shot back, and you dare say anything. How exactly did you make that potion? I distinctly told you to stir it 5 times. What did you do? Ron evasively replied, I did stir it. 5 times, I'm sure of it. It must have been some step you messed up before. The two began an intense argument over the matter, neither willing to concede. Neville, caught in the middle, felt uncomfortable. He had also brewed potions independently and was certain it was Ron's mistake, but the two were too embroiled in their dispute for him to interject. Walking ahead, Harry couldn't help but chuckle at their bickering. As they passed through the entrance hall, Hermione inadvertently caught sight of the Gryffindor hourglass, its large black gems prominently displayed within. She erupted with a scream that could shatter eardrums. Who did this? I worked so hard with Harry to add points for Gryffindor. Harry, feeling guilty, quickened his pace. He had only received points from Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout, having skipped an entire day of classes, so he couldn't count himself among those who contributed. Moreover, those points had been deducted due to his actions. Observing Hermione's agitation, Harry had no doubt that if she discovered he was the reason for the deduction, she would certainly wring his neck. Finally managing to pull Hermione away from the hourglass and into the great hall, the 3 boys wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved. That was terrifying. We must never provoke her. During lunch, Hedwig dropped a note in front of Harry. He was puzzled. Typically, owls delivered mail in the morning. Who could possibly be sending him a message at this hour? Not wanting to dwell on it, he opened the note. The handwriting was scrawled hastily, as if written in a hurry. It was a letter from Hagrid. He invited Harry to visit his hut that afternoon, located beside the Forbidden Forest. Harry pondered for a moment before asking his friends. Hagrid invited me over. Are you all coming? We have no classes this afternoon. Neville promptly declined, explaining he had arranged to assist Professor Sprout in the greenhouse with magical plants, a subject he found fascinating. Ron and Hermione, however, expressed keen interest in joining, with Ron merely eager for a fun outing and Hermione curious to see what awaited them. Harry scribbled a note on the back indicating he would be attending with his friends, and sent Hedwig off with it. After lunch and a brief rest, the 4 friends made their way outside the castle. They traversed the sunlit grass, following a path that led to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There stood a small wooden hut, though small was relative when it came to Hagrid. A fence surrounded several plots of land outside, where cabbages and pumpkins were growing. The door to the hut was closed, so Harry approached and knocked. Excited barking erupted from within, followed by Hagrid's voice calling out, "Get back! Move aside! Fong! Move aside!" Heavy footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal Hagrid's towering figure. "Harry, you've come! Haha! Are these your friends?" "Come." Hagrid joyfully ushered the 3 inside. The interior was oversized, making Harry and his friends feel as if they had stumbled into a giant's domain. After struggling to sit on chairs that were somewhat too high, Hagrid brought over a kettle and brewed tea for them, though the cups appeared more like bowls of soup. "I just baked some rock cakes. Care for a taste?" Hagrid enthusiastically inquired. Having just eaten, Harry's stomach was still full, and only Ron chose to sample the treat. Hagrid, allow me to introduce my companions. This is Ron. And this is Hermione, both esteemed members of Gryffindor and dear friends of mine. There is also Neville, but he is currently occupied in the greenhouse with Professor Sprout, so he could not join us." Harry gestured towards Hagrid as he introduced his friends. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh as he looked at Ron. "Another Weasley, is it? I must admit, I exerted a tremendous amount of effort to drive his twin brother out of the Forbidden Forest." Ron chuckled sheepishly, reaching for a rock cake and shoving it into his mouth. Harry swore he heard a loud crunch. Ron grimaced in pain and silently returned the rock cake to the table. The group began to converse about the Weasley brothers when Hagrid, while refilling Harry's teacup, inadvertently dropped a newspaper clipping from his sleeve, which fluttered down before Harry's eyes. The clipping detailed the incident on July 31st, when Gringotts was invaded by dark wizards. Harry picked up the clipping and scrutinized it closely. It reported that the vault number 713 had been breached, yet the goblins insisted that nothing had been stolen, as the vault had already been emptied prior to the invasion. Harry recalled a somewhat distant memory. He vaguely remembered Hagrid taking something from another vault before they withdrew money, but he couldn't quite recall which vault it had been. Could it have been this one? Harry immediately turned to Hagrid for clarification, but Hagrid averted his gaze and stuffed a rock cake into Harry's hands, seemingly eager to change the subject. "Hagrid, who prompted you to invite me here?" Harry asked directly. "What? No one. I invited you myself," Hagrid quickly replied, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Harry's gaze. Harry nearly laughed in disbelief. Was it Dumbledore? When did he contact you? Hagrid paused, awkwardly pouring tea for everyone, only to realize he had already filled their cups, causing tea to spill over onto the table. The group hastily jumped up. The scalding liquid was far from pleasant upon contact with their skin. Hagrid flustered, apologized profusely while wiping the table, and after tidying up, began to gruffly usher everyone out. Harry, unfazed, held onto the newspaper clipping as he prepared to leave. Hagrid, if there's anything you need to discuss, feel free to come directly to me. I'll handle things with Dumbledore. Hagrid, in a state of disarray, knocked over a chair. How do you know that? I mean, don't worry, I don't hold it against you. Harry smiled and bid farewell to Hagrid. As the three friends made their way back to the castle, Hermione and Ron remained silent, having sensed something amiss. Yet they refrained from speaking, respecting Harry's quietude. The following day marked the weekend, and nearly everyone remained in bed. Save for Harry, who adhered to his schedule and rose for breakfast in the Great Hall before leisurely wandering around the castle, ultimately arriving at the door of the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stood immobile as Harry tentatively inquired, "Is Professor Dumbledore in?" Receiving no response, he waited silently for a few minutes, growing impatient, and rolled his eyes before turning to leave. He sought out Professor McGonagall's office and knocked on the door, promptly hearing a voice call, "Come in." Harry entered to find Professor McGonagall sitting sternly behind her desk, cluttered with piles of parchment, some homework and some official documents. "Mr. Potter? What brings you here?" she inquired, pausing her work to look up. "May I ask where Professor Dumbledore has gone?" "He scheduled a meeting with me on Saturday, but did not provide me with the password." Harry lied, maintaining a composed demeanor. McGonagall furrowed her brow. "Did you not visit him last time? He did not mention any appointment with you, and the headmaster left the school on Wednesday evening. I believe the specifics of his whereabouts are not for you to know. There was no password last time. The door simply opened when I arrived." Harry bit his lip in frustration, thinking, that old man moves quickly. In that case, I shall wait for the headmaster's return. My apologies for the interruption, Professor McGonagall. As Harry turned to leave, McGonagall called after him, "Wait, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor?" Harry replied, puzzled. "I would like to inquire how you managed to provoke Professor Snape into deducting 50 points from Gryffindor right at the beginning of the term." McGonagall's expression was grave. "If this deduction exceeds whatever transgression you committed, I believe I may need to intervene." Internally, Harry cursed Snape for his lack of ethics. He had assumed that only the two of them had been present during the incident, and Snape's character did not seem the type to boast. Who could have guessed that McGonagall would inquire? Snape actually spoke of it. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. I shall make every effort to compensate for the lost 50 points, and aim to earn an additional 50 before Christmas," Harry replied earnestly. McGonagall tightened her frown. "So, Professor Snape's claims are indeed accurate? You truly insulted your potions, Professor?" Harry's lips twitched. That old bat. "Professor McGonagall, I believe you are aware of my father's history with Professor Snape, hence, are you blaming him? Who wouldn't he?" As he spoke, Harry left the remainder to others' imaginations. Observing the distressed expression on Harry's face, McGonagall appeared irritated. The issues of the previous generation should be resolved by them, not by placing the burden on a child. "Who informed you about your father's circumstances?" "There's no need to elaborate, Professor. That was a debt my father incurred, and he is no longer here. It is only natural for me, as his son, to be subjected to scrutiny. All of this was disclosed to me by Professor Dumbledore." Harry displayed a demeanor of quiet resignation, indicating his reluctance to pursue the matter further. McGonagall, recognizing the futility of continuing, handed him a document. "Since you've stated it so, let us consider it settled. Could you deliver this to Professor Flitwick for me?" "Of course." Harry stepped forward to take the document, and prepared to take his leave. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Potter. 20 points to Gryffindor." McGonagall resumed her work, gesturing for him to exit. Harry could hardly contain himself, nearly laughing as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude and dashed out of the office. After delivering the seemingly inconsequential document to Professor Flitwick, he left the castle, wandering aimlessly for a while, uncertain of what to do next. Standing at the balcony overlooking the courtyard, Harry watched the students frolicking below, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he touched his forehead. He would begin his physical regimen next Monday, and before that, he needed to eliminate any lingering threats. Resolved, Harry set about his preparations. After checking the necessary items and glancing at the time, he decisively made his way toward the Great Hall. After all, lunch should not be missed. Upon arriving, He found the long tables already laden with food, filled with ravenous students. He located Hermione and the others, informing them that he had matters to attend to and might not return to the dormitory that evening, so they need not worry. Ron, not overly concerned, shrugged it off, noting that Harry had already spent a night away and was fine, indicating that there was likely no significant issue. Hermione pursed her lips, nodding seriously as she resolved to head to the library after lunch, determined to keep Ron and Neville with her. They were far too weak to assist Harry. As Harry watched Hermione tugging Ron by the collar toward the library, he could only throw up his hands at Ron's baffled expression, signaling his own helplessness. The next step was to find a sufficiently safe location, one abundant in magical elements. Harry could not help but cast his gaze towards the Forbidden Forest, a realm abundant in magical elements. Yet he was acutely aware of a certain location within that was relatively safe. Chapter 23. Resolving the Scar Issue. The weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. Even though it was already September, the sun's rays were still somewhat scorching against his skin. Harry navigated around the grassy expanse in front of the castle, seeking out a secluded corner adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, where a narrow path led into the thicket. The lush trees and underbrush obscured his view. Despite the brilliance of the sunlight outside, the forest remained shrouded in shadow. After carefully surveying his surroundings and confirming he was alone, Harry retrieved a broomstick from his satchel. The broom appeared somewhat antiquated, yet it was remarkably well preserved. He set it upon the ground, and upon his command, it obediently levitated into his outstretched palms. Mounting the broom, he gave it a gentle kick, and it slowly ascended, circling a tree twice before he exhaled in relief. The quality of the broom was still quite commendable, having withstood the test of time and remaining functional. After orienting himself, Harry crouched low and began to accelerate. He zipped past tree after tree, heading northward. After an intense half-hour of flying through the forest, he finally broke free from the treetops, soaring higher. He was now far from Hogwarts. It was unlikely anyone would catch sight of him. The speed of direct flight was significantly faster than through the thicket, prompting Harry to further increase his velocity. After over half an hour, he halted beside a small pond, squinting to observe the scene below. A tiny waterfall cascaded into the pond, which shimmered a vibrant green, its depths unfathomable. The banks were lined with peculiar stones, obscuring the view beneath the surface. Harry circled the pond twice, ensuring there was no threat, before settling in a relatively flat area. This spot had not been visited in years. Vines climbed everywhere, completely obscuring any previous traces. With determination, Harry set to work clearing the vines, taking more than 10 minutes to unearth what he sought. Hidden among a cluster of rocks was a stone brazier, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Flames roared to life. A spark accurately struck the brazier, igniting a fire that blazed forth. The sound of creaking mechanisms echoed as the stone wall behind him began to part, dirt crumbling away as vines were torn asunder, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Harry waited a moment, until a breeze wafted forth, before he ventured inside. He had been here once before, to assist Cedric Diggory in finding his remains, granting him peace. Cautiously traversing deeper into the tunnel, Harry was pleased to discover that since his last visit, no one else had come. The area remained unoccupied by any new magical creatures, the entire passageway devoid of anything but dust. Continuing onward, he arrived at a more spacious chamber, where a chasm allowed a glimpse of the sky above. He cleared a small area, retrieving a sleeping bag, a cast-iron pot, and various containers from his satchel. The sleeping bag was positioned against one of the stone walls, and he erected a makeshift shelter with wooden poles and tarpaulin, reinforcing it with protective spells. On the ground, he fashioned a stone platform, placing a single ancient fire seat atop it, and proceeded to scatter the various containers around. These contained potions with protective and alerting properties. Although the location had been deserted for ages, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Summoning a pot of fresh water, Harry placed it on the platform and patiently awaited it to boil. Once the water was bubbling, he introduced a bottle of a strange, dark brown potion into the mixture. With a soft pop, a cloud of grayish mist billowed up, causing the water to cool instantly, transforming into a refreshing silver-gray hue. Satisfied with the aroma, Harry retrieved another potion, awaiting the liquid to reach a boil once more, and then added a bottle of ink-green liquid. Another burst of smoke erupted, and the contents of the pot shifted to a sky-blue color. He repeated this process, continuously adding potions of various hues, until the amalgamation of colorful vapors coalesced into a dense, white mist, enveloping the corner entirely. At this point, the liquid in the pot had reverted to its original clarity. With tiny bubbles gently rising from the bottom, Harry took an empty vial, and carefully poured the liquid from the pot into it. Despite the appearance of a full pot, Only 7/10 filled the small vial, leaving none behind. He set the pot aside, grasped the vial, and shook it, sending tiny bubbles scattering into the air. Raising the vial in a toast, he exclaimed, "Cheers!" Then, tilting it to his lips, he downed the mysterious potion. With a crash, the vial shattered upon the ground, splintering into many pieces. Harry fell back onto the sleeping bag, straining to maintain control of his body as he leaned against the stone wall, finally closing his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, and it felt as if every bone and sinew in his body had been torn asunder, and then hastily reassembled. The scar on his forehead ignited with a searing pain, a penetrating sensation as if it sought to pierce his skull and imprint itself upon his mind. Time became unmeasurable as silver light, akin to bubbles, began to swirl around Harry. His furrowed brow unfurled as these luminescent orbs drew near. An increasing multitude of lights surged from all directions, gradually encasing Harry in their embrace, invisible currents gently lifting him. He felt as if he had lost consciousness, his body relaxed and limbs hanging limply, surrounded by the ethereal glow. The darkness before him dissipated entirely, giving way to a brightness akin to day. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes, finding himself before a magnificent structure reminiscent of Hogwarts' main castle. Pushing open the grand doors, he entered a space resembling a cathedral, lined with rows of chairs and adorned with large stained-glass windows. At the front, where one might expect a statue of Jesus, stood an unusual figure, like a torrent of water spiraling upwards, radiating a silver-gray luminescence that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. Harry advanced, and as he did, his clothing transformed into a flowing white robe, albeit somewhat soiled. Suddenly he halted, standing beside a row of chairs, and peered down at the ground. Crouched beneath the seats was a crimson shadow, resembling a skinned house elf. Yet it was still very much alive. It exhibited faint breaths and heartbeats, even emitting low, mournful groans. Disgust coursed through Harry as he gazed upon this curled creature. This was the thing concealed within his scar. Reaching out towards the statue, the silver light obediently flowed towards him, enveloping his hand. With a decisive motion, Harry propelled the radiant energy towards the creature below. Like tendrils of rope, the light ensnared the creature, tightening inexorably as it emitted a piercing wail. Harry's brow knitted in discomfort, yet he did not relent, continuously summoning more light from the statue to join the fray. As the luminous strands multiplied, they embedded themselves into the creature's form, its cries echoing throughout the hall. Harry remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Eventually, the creature was torn asunder by the luminous bindings, its screams abruptly silenced. Though it had ceased to breathe, no blood flowed. Instead, it transformed into a wispy vapor. Harry silently observed the scene shrouded in mist, witnessing the figures of his parents he had once seen, alongside some individuals garbed in black robes kneeling upon the ground within the vision. As he grasped a few luminous shards from the fog, Harry stood transfixed, watching until the mist dissipated. The statue on the pedestal, continually summoned by Harry's light, now retained only a small fraction of its former brilliance. Without further delay, he began to wipe the stains from his white robe with the shimmering fragments in hand. Each blemish was covered by the shards, restoring the garment to its pristine condition. When the final stain vanished, only a sliver of the statue's base remained. A smile graced Harry's face as he turned away, unfazed, and strode towards the great hall's exit. Upon stepping out the door, an unexpected, thunderous tolling of a bell resonated from an unknown source. Complying instinctively, Harry closed his eyes, and the blinding white light faded, plunging him once more into darkness. Bang! Harry jolted awake, falling abruptly onto his sleeping bag. As he felt the thick fabric beneath him, an involuntary smile spread across his face, relieved that he had prepared adequately. Otherwise, he would have surely landed on the floor. The mist that had surrounded him had completely vanished, and the light within the cave had disappeared, leaving only the flickering of the ancient Lumos fire to illuminate a small area. Harry attempted to rise but found himself unable to do so. His limbs refused to obey, as if each had a mind of its own. He meant to brace himself against the ground, yet his hand struck his left leg instead. Helplessly, he flopped back down, grateful that his prior precautions and potion traps were sufficiently effective. At this moment, he felt akin to a mere invalid, utterly incapable of wielding even a trace of magic, let alone ancient spells. Despite his desire to remain vigilant, the softness of the sleeping bag and the warmth of the Lumos fire lulled him into slumber. Meanwhile, in Hogwarts, a piercing scream echoed from the third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom, startling passing students. They hastily informed nearby professors who hurriedly gathered. Witnessing their colleagues burst through the classroom door, the students, eager to enter, found themselves thwarted by Professor Flitwick's enchantment at the threshold, leaving them to huddle outside, straining to overhear the events within. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick was adept at concealing any signs of disturbance. Professor McGonagall ascended the stairs to the back of the classroom, swiftly making her way to the professor's office. The screams persisted, albeit at a diminished intensity. Upon opening the door, she beheld Quirrell curled up on the floor, drenched in sweat, emanating a foul stench. His exposed arms were marred by signs of decay, with some areas revealing ghastly white bones. Quirinus, what has happened to you? McGonagall gasped, drawing her wand to examine him. Quirrell's screams ceased abruptly as he struggled to open his eyes, staring fearfully at the wand in McGonagall's hand. No, wait, don't, Quirrell stammered, resisting her examination. Apologis, Professor McGonagall. I was merely injured by a dark magical artifact, and I cannot undergo any magical scrutiny at present, or it may reactivate the dark magic. He explained rapidly, his usual stutter absent, though he was desperate. Should McGonagall uncover anything, it would spell disaster. McGonagall hesitated. Scrutinising Quirrell pas le visage. Are you certain? Would you like me to escort you to the hospital wing? No thank you. I mean, I have prepared for this. I merely need to treat my stutter. It was just a small accident. I will recover swiftly, Quirrell insisted, trembling as he struggled to rise from the ground. McGonagall regarded him skeptically. Are you sure you do not require assistance? Absolutely. I mean, Professor McGonagall, I may need to take a leave of absence from next week's classes, Quirrell stated. Very well then. I will inform Dumbledore to arrange next week's lessons accordingly. Please take care of yourself. McGonagall, seeing Quirrell's determination, relented, yet before departing, she could not help but advise Quirinus. I understand the students may not regard you favorably, but that does not warrant your recklessness. Every dark magical artifact comes at a cost. It would be best to refrain from engaging with them in the future. Quirrell's pallor intensified, and he could not suppress a shiver, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Thank you for your warning, Professor McGonagall. I shall never do so again. With that, McGonagall chose not to pursue the matter further and departed. Calling upon Professor Flitwick outside, the two professors dispersed the gathering students and repaired the classroom door before parting ways. Quirrell collapsed once more to the floor, trembling, as unseen manifestations of decay marred his body, yet no blood flowed from his wounds. Master! Master! Quirrell mumbled, yearning for aid. After a lengthy pause, a raspy voice responded, Fool! Quirrell whimpered, his gaze falling upon a locked cabinet in the corner. When he regained consciousness, the cave was illuminated by light streaming in from the precipice. Harry stretched out his hand, cautiously forming a fist, confirming that his body had fully recovered before carefully rising from the sleeping bag to stretch his limbs and inspect the scattered potions around him. The traps remained undisturbed. With only a few corpses of mice and insects nearby, Harry tidied the area, organizing his belongings before glancing at the time. To his astonishment, it was now 3 p.m. on a Sunday. He exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that his estimation of time had been fairly accurate, though he had taken longer to recuperate than expected. Otherwise, everything else seemed unchanged from his previous experience. Chapter 24. Route? As he walked towards the cave's exit, Harry pondered how to return to Hogwarts swiftly without attracting undue attention. Midway through his journey, he found himself slightly out of breath. Retrieving some food from his satchel, he sat on the ground to eat. After regaining his breath, he stood up to continue onward, though his body felt weaker than before, and he struggled to maintain his pace after only a brief distance. Unable to resist, Harry cast a detection spell on himself, confirming that his body showed no signs of change. He could only attribute his weariness to his magic not being fully restored. Striving to reach the cave's mouth, he rested for a few minutes to gather his strength before opening the door, feeling grateful that he had not ventured too far into the depths, for otherwise, exiting would have posed a significant challenge. The chamber was imbued with magical suppression, rendering brooms useless. He could only rely on his own legs. Outside, the sun shone brightly, prompting Harry to shield his eyes. Having grown accustomed to the dim surroundings, the sudden exposure to daylight felt overwhelming. Ah, you have finally emerged, Harry. Harry instinctively pointed his wand towards the source of the voice, his gaze sharp. Upon recognizing the figure, he slowly exhaled, leaning against the stone wall, the previous tension leaving him feeling drained. Professor Dumbledore, how did you know I was here? Harry raised an eyebrow, irked that the old man had approached him when he had yet to settle their previous score. Dumbledore stood by the water's edge, leisurely removing his glasses to clean them. You may not realize it, but you have ventured beyond the boundaries of Hogwarts. Harry paused, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He recalled that this area was indeed part of the Forbidden Forest, which had always been a component of Hogwarts, so how could he be outside of it? This place does not belong to Hogwarts. Harry exclaimed, astonished. What on earth has transpired over the past century? Why has the school's grounds shrunk so drastically? Observing his astonished expression, Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss, awkwardly adjusting his glasses. Indeed, over the years the Muggles had advanced at an astonishing pace, encroaching upon areas that once belonged to the magical realm. Even Hogwarts was not immune to this encroachment. I had researched it, and according to records from over a century ago, there should have been an entirely magical village in this vicinity, which at that time was considered part of Hogwarts' domain. However, that area has now transformed into a Muggle farm. To further safeguard the secrets of the magical world, Hogwarts has been compelled to continuously contract its boundaries. Although the Forbidden Forest possesses certain magical protections to deter Muggles from inadvertently stumbling into danger, it has indeed extended beyond the periphery of Hogwarts. Harry felt a sense of resignation, never anticipating that he would be discovered for such a reason. On the first day of school, when he learned that the Forbidden Forest had been designated off-limits, he assumed it was merely to prevent younger students from wandering in. Who could have foreseen it would genuinely become a forbidden domain? Exceeding a certain boundary was tantamount to truancy. Given the circumstances, Harry found himself at a loss. He couldn't even contemplate fleeing, let alone attempt to escape in Dumbledore's presence. I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. This was truly my oversight, Harry admitted candidly. Then may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Dumbledore asked. Harry pondered for a moment, then removed the headband from his forehead. Retrieving a vial of scar removal potion from his bag, he poured it into his hand and pressed it firmly against his scar. Ouch! Harry grimaced, stifling cries of pain, as wisps of white smoke emanated from his forehead. When he finally lifted his hand, the lightning-shaped scar was visibly faded. What was once starkly evident had now transformed into a mere shadow of its former self. Have you resolved it? Dumbledore exclaimed, hastily kneeling to examine Harry's forehead closely. Harry chuckled, of course. I refuse to allow such a glaring flaw to remain. Dumbledore's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He seemed to underestimate the extent of Harry's abilities learned over the past century. Professor Dumbledore, Harry interjected, interrupting the headmaster's musings. What is it? What is your plan? And what is your objective? Can you enlighten me? Please do not involve innocent parties, nor attempt to manipulate Hagrid into leading me into a trap. You know he is not suited for such matters. Harry's expression remained calm. Dumbledore smiled, mimicking Harry's posture as he settled against the opposite stone wall. It appears you are quite informed? No, I only grasp a portion of the truth. Perhaps the shock from that day overshadowed your recollection of Hagrid's nature. He is not one for remembering details and had to hastily reorganize on Friday. Does the clipping in Hagrid's invitation not imply anything? Harry remarked. Dumbledore continued to smile, his demeanor appearing somewhat pleased. It seems I can no longer regard you as a mere child. You certainly cannot consider me a child. After all, I have surpassed my 16th birthday, and in just 1 year, I shall be of age. Harry could not help but assert. Dumbledore laughed heartily, observing the juxtaposition of Harry's youthful face with his surprisingly mature demeanor, reflecting on his own advancing age. Thus please enlighten me, Professor Dumbledore. What must I face? And what actions must I undertake? Harry inquired earnestly. Dumbledore appeared somewhat hesitant, yet his greatest concern was already laid bare today. Harry had dispelled his doubts before him. The sunlight cascaded gently upon the water's surface, casting shimmering reflections upon the stone walls, while the forest echoed with the calls of birds and the roars of unknown beasts. Harry patiently awaited an answer, taking the liberty to pull out some food and drink, arranging them on the relatively flat ground between them. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Harry to imagine the various sounds within the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore finally sighed and began to speak. 12 years ago, I received a job application. Dumbledore leaned against the stone wall, gazing at the jagged mountainside as he slowly unraveled the origins of it all. Harry listened intently, his expression unreadable. Only the whiteness of his clenched fingers revealed the turmoil within. Dumbledore spoke incessantly, his aged voice weaving tales of perilous events, akin to a bard recounting an unknown epic. After a lengthy discourse, Dumbledore removed his glasses and wiped the damp corners of his eyes. This is how it transpired. I am truly sorry, Harry. I had hoped to provide you with a normal life that any ordinary child could enjoy, but I have failed. Magic is indeed wondrous. Perhaps Merlin wished to spare you from enduring such trials, granting you a relatively perfect school life as recompense. Harry fixated on his hands, gripping a teacup with all his might, struggling to restrain himself from resorting to violence against his professor. What do you mean by recompense? What constitutes a normal life? Living in my aunt's house, subjected to unfair treatment. Is that what you call normal? Is this the wondrous compensation that you, Dumbledore, have concocted? Professor, have you made your decision? Shall we share information? Harry asked through gritted teeth. This old man's words seemed devoid of substance. Although he had spoken at length, it was merely about events long past, which Harry could have uncovered with a bit of effort and time. Yet, the crucial details remained shrouded in secrecy. Harry resolved firmly that if this old man continued to be so vague, offering no clarity, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. By avoiding all of Dumbledore's arrangements and defying his intentions, he was determined to disrupt his plans. He firmly believed that the old man could not simply alter his subsequent strategies at will. Dumbledore appeared somewhat sheepish, acutely aware of his somewhat unethical thoughts, though he had yet to voice them. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, you are aware of him, correct? Dumbledore inquired. Harry rolled his eyes. The garlic-loving professor? What of him? He was a graduate of Ravenclaw, excelling in his studies. After graduation, he applied to be a professor of Muggle studies, and upon acceptance, he remained at the school. Last year, he ventured into the Albanian forest, and upon his return, he was transformed into his current state. Dumbledore divulged, noting Harry's awareness of Quirrell's oddities. To prevent Harry from inadvertently causing Quirrell's demise, he felt it prudent to disclose the truth. There are rumors that Voldemort once appeared in the Albanian forest, which leads me to suspect that his transformation is somehow linked to Voldemort. And yet, you allow him into the school, mingling with a bunch of utterly defenseless young wizards? Harry exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend. Even during Phineas Black's tenure, such negligence had never occurred in the school, though back then, it had largely been Professor Weasley who held the reins. Dumbledore appeared somewhat weary. Thus, I appointed Severus as a safeguard, instructing him to keep a watchful eye on Quirrell's movements. An unspoken tension enveloped the air, punctuated only by the sound of rushing water. Even if I am not on good terms with Snape, one must admit, he has it rough, Harry remarked. Is it not insignificant? After all, he merely attends classes and monitors suspicious individuals during his free time. Dumbledore's voice dwindled, as if he suddenly realized the moral implications of his actions. 7 years of potions classes, coupled with nonsensical essays, nightly patrols, and the additional tasks you assign him, Harry counted on his fingers, suddenly glancing warily at Dumbledore. How much are you paying him? Surely, you wouldn't treat me like this in the future, would you? I must remind you that I am merely 11 years old, a child. No less. Dumbledore defended himself vigorously. You can verify this with the Ministry of Magic. I was born in 1980. I am indeed 11. Harry, ever vigilant, discerned the audacity of the old man. Realizing he harbored such intentions, he refused to concede. As for Snape, that was another matter entirely. They were already at odds. So he could accept a few jobs for a single fee, but would not stoop to his level. The two continued to debate their future arrangements until, at last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they reached a partial consensus. Henceforth, Harry would have unrestricted access to the headmaster's office, seeking Dumbledore's wisdom whenever he encountered perplexities. And refusal was not an option. Should Dumbledore require Harry's assistance for any undertaking, the starting fee would be 100 galleons, subject to increase depending on the nature of the task, with no upper limit. Dumbledore would be obligated to share any information regarding Voldemort with Harry, and vice versa. Harry's only obligation was to attend his classes regularly. While he could receive preferential treatment from professors, he must adhere to the standard academic pace alongside his peers. Although somewhat dissatisfied, Harry considered his petite frame and ultimately acquiesced to this stipulation. As their negotiations drew to a close, both the elder and the youth wore expressions of satisfaction, adorned with decorous smiles as they clasped hands. By the way, headmaster, may I inquire about something? As Dumbledore accompanied Harry back to the headmaster's office on Fox, Harry suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, "Oh, what is it?" Dumbledore inquired. "Do you know a student named Tom, who attended around 40 years ago, also known as Riddle?" Harry posed the question. Dumbledore's expression froze. Tom? Riddle? It appeared he recognized the name. Harry, no longer in a hurry to leave, revealed a friendly smile, his wand idly twirling in his hand. "Is he still alive? I have quite a debt to settle with him." Dumbledore appeared troubled, uncertain how to respond. Was he alive? Or was he dead? It was unclear whether he was still among the living, but he was certainly not deceased, and you know it. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured golden lines that formed a sequence of words in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle, and then in a swift transformation, it read, "I am Lord Voldemort." Harry's teeth ground together, a heavy addition to the already substantial ledger of grievances in his mind. "How did you come to know this name?" in the current magical world. I might be the only one aware that Tom is Voldemort. Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Harry, initially intending to leave, found himself reluctantly answering due to their recent agreement. My friends Gareth Weasley and Omini's Gaunt left behind a portrait for me and a gift in a secret chamber at Hogwarts, but when I went to retrieve it, everything was gone. They told me it was that very Tom who took it. The surname Gaunt piqued Dumbledore's interest, and he regarded Harry with a complex expression. Is it the Gaunt family I am familiar with? There seems to be only one Gaunt family in the magical community, is there not? But are there any members left? Chapter 25, Side Effects. Harry's expression was one of schadenfreude, showing no respect for the plight of his friend's family. The Gaunt line has been extinct for decades, Dumbledore stated. That is splendid news. Harry replied with glee. Dumbledore was perplexed. Isn't your friend a Gaunt? You see, Omini's has been blind since childhood. He perceives the world through his wand. However, the Gaunt family took pleasure in tormenting muggles with dark magic, and he couldn't stand it, leading to his estrangement from the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attended Hogwarts, as the Gaunt family has always upheld their educational traditions. At this revelation, Harry suddenly realized that Voldemort was the Parselmouth who had entered the Chamber of Secrets, a descendant of the Gaunt family. Splendid. Another grievance could be added to his mental ledger. Ultimately, Harry departed the headmaster's office, his mind racing with the weight of his new knowledge, rubbing his growling stomach. He felt disheartened that the old man had not provided him with dinner. With curfew fast approaching, Harry decisively sought out an empty classroom, summoned Diddy for some food, stuffed it into his backpack, and returned to the dormitory. After hastily consuming his belated dinner in the common room, he assisted Hermione with some of her academic challenges. Following a rather uneventful evening, he was poised to embark on the second week of life at Hogwarts. The alarm clock he had specially set rang, and Harry yawned as he got up, hastily washed up, and left the dormitory. He traversed the deserted common room, and descended the staircase to the Great Hall. It was still before 8 o'clock, and according to Snape's parchment he was right on time. Harry felt a sense of satisfaction as he took his seat, and began to eat some scrambled eggs and toast, lamenting the absence of bacon and ham from his diet. Tapping his cup, the pumpkin juice transformed into warm milk, which Harry drank eagerly, leaving a ring of white around his mouth. As soon as he set down his cup, a tiny potion vial appeared beside his plate, the transparent bottle containing a lovely, grass-green potion. Harry glanced at the professor's table, where the pallid Snape sat, expressionless, his fork and knife diligently cutting into something. He opened the potion bottle, and inhaled its refreshing herbal scent, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, with a single gulp, his face immediately turned a shade of green. Darkness clouded his vision as he clutched his mouth, fearing he might expel both the potion and his breakfast. An indescribable taste filled his mouth, and with all his might, he managed to swallow the potion, feeling stars bursting before his eyes. Glaring indignantly at the professor's table, he caught Snape offering him a mock smile, prompting Harry to grit his teeth and lower his gaze. What else could he do? The potion had ruined his appetite, and looking at the remnants on his plate he felt no desire to eat. Thankfully, he had consumed some food beforehand, or he would have had to force himself to eat now. As he pulled a candy from his pocket, ready to pop it into his mouth, he noticed a note on the table. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he opened it to find hasty handwriting stating, "No sugar for 2 hours after drinking the potion." Harry inhaled deeply, grinding his teeth as he reluctantly returned the candy to his pocket. Just wait and see. While he resolved to comply, he continually reassured himself that it was merely a matter of a few months. No fear. Glancing up at the professor's table, he found Snape watching him intently. Upon seeing Harry's displeased expression, Snape flashed a toothy grin that startled the students who witnessed it. Harry adjusted his expression, offering Snape a tight-lipped nod while indicating the potion bottle upside down. Without further ado, he gathered his belongings and exited the Great Hall, as he could no longer eat. When Harry arrived at class, Ron and the others hurriedly rushed into the Great Hall, barely catching the tail end of breakfast and snagging a few pieces of bread. "Why didn't Harry call us?" Dean complained. Harry had awoken early, having set his own alarm clock. "If you wanted to, you could have set your own alarm," Ron retorted, refusing to let Harry take the blame. "We're all in the same dorm." Dean's face flushed red. "So what if we are? If you want to wake up at the same time as Harry, I can tell him to wake you every day. Just don't complain when he calls you too early." Ron rolled his eyes. "He's not your dad. It's not his responsibility." Upon concluding his remarks, Ron did not glance back at Dean but sprinted towards the classroom, with Neville hastily trailing behind, wholeheartedly agreeing with Ron's sentiments. Seamus hesitated for a moment, then patted Dean on the shoulder, urging, "Come on, mate. We're going to be late. Moreover, Harry is several months younger than us. It's quite unfair to expect him to look after us when we haven't even offered to care for him. Dean mumbled in response, quickly matching Seamus's pace. In Transfiguration class, Harry submitted his special assignment, which Professor McGonagall evaluated on the spot, awarding him an outstanding and an additional 10 points. By the end of the lesson, Draco and Hermione had both transformed matches into needles simultaneously, each earning 5 points for their respective houses. During lunch, Harry stared glumly at the pink potion before him, the note indicating it was to be taken before meals. Judging by the morning's potion's taste, Harry feared he might not be able to eat lunch. Yet Severus Snape's parchment specified that meals must be taken on time, 3 times a day. Rolling his eyes, Harry chose to ignore the professor's table. After all, looking would only provoke his irritation. He picked up the potion bottle, uncorked it, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Harry's face contorted immediately, his mouth involuntarily opened, saliva nearly trickling down his chin. Sour. Exceedingly sour. The kind of acidity that felt as if it were searing his mouth. Frantically, Harry covered his mouth, rummaging through his pockets until he found a handkerchief to shield himself from publicly spewing saliva. "What are you drinking?" Hermione could not help but inquire. After a moment, Harry replied, "A potion for bodily regulation." Hermione regarded him with newfound sympathy. No wonder he needed it. He was still shorter than she was. Once the sourness subsided, a wave of hunger surged through Harry, as if the potion had burned a hole in his stomach, compelling him to devour all the food on the table. Eagerly grabbing some sustenance, Harry began to eat voraciously, only feeling satisfied after consuming double his usual portion. By evening, the potion had transformed into a deep, inky black, appearing decidedly ominous. Ron, alarmed, urged Harry not to drink it, suggesting he take it to Dumbledore for identification. But Harry exerted considerable effort to restrain him. Fortunately, there was no accompanying note this time. Harry resolutely opted to eat first. Once he felt about 7/10 full, he bravely consumed the pitch-black potion, wearing an expression of heroic sacrifice. The onlookers held their breath, while Seamus and Dean prepared to leap into action, fearful that Harry might collapse, and they would be unable to assist him. However, their concerns proved unfounded. Harry merely grimaced, experiencing no other discomfort. This black potion was intensely bitter, tenfold more so than the Eastern beverage he had encountered in Professor Quirrell's class. Harry felt as if he had swallowed a vial of bile. Fortunately, the bitter taste dissipated with a mere rinse of his mouth. With no assignments to complete, he returned to the common room to assist his friends with their homework, before yawning incessantly. His friends urged him to retire early, and Harry, teary-eyed from yawning, did not resist their kindness, heading straight to his dormitory. After a brief wash-up and changing into his pajamas, he collapsed onto his bed and fell swiftly into a dreamless slumber. He slept soundly until a minute before his alarm rang, at which point he opened his eyes promptly, surprised to find his body moving with such newfound ease. Had the effects of the potion truly been so pronounced? After only 1 day of consuming it, he felt significantly lighter, as though a colossal weight had been lifted from him. Days passed in this manner, and Harry endured the daily onslaught of potions. The Gryffindor table became accustomed to his expressions, their recordings of his reactions becoming a fixed feature of their routine. Every 2 weeks, he visited Snape for reassessment, the potion's color gradually lightening. Snape continued to treat Harry with his habitual indifference, ignoring Neville as well. Yet Harry's potion results remained commendable, as it was merely a first-year course, making it easy to guide Neville. Moreover, the potion classes had devolved into Snape lecturing on material preparation, followed by students executing the processes outlined on the blackboard. As long as one paid attention, one could concoct a potion of reasonable quality. Without Snape's constant scrutiny and scathing remarks, Neville found the classes considerably less daunting. Quirrell returned to class after a half-month absence, during which Snape had substituted, successfully rendering Defense Against the Dark Arts the least favored class at Hogwarts, even surpassing potions in unpopularity. The root of this predicament lay in Snape's relentless attempts to take over the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which had finally come to fruition, resulting in a deluge of challenging assignments and an impressive display of his acerbic wit. Students suffered greatly, with some younger girls reduced to tears. Upon Quirrell's return, he was met with applause. The students no longer harbored disdain for the garlic-infused classroom atmosphere, as masks remedied that concern. Not to mention, Quirrell had effectively overcome his stutter, allowing his lessons to flow smoothly, making them comprehensible. The assignments from those 2 weeks were returned to Professor Quirrell, and everyone was astonished to discover they had all received an outstanding, not a single acceptable among them. Ron incredulously clutched his paper, riddled with errors. nearly shouting in glee at the prospect of framing it. In the interim, Harry had several interactions with Draco, refusing to indulge his whims. If Draco wished to join in their activities, he could. If not, they would simply spend their time apart, with Ron having no objections. Regardless, the time they spent together still exceeded that with Draco. Eventually, Draco even lowered his guard, engaging Hermione in discussions regarding academic matters. Notably, the Slytherins voiced their discontent, only to be derided by Draco, who challenged them to confront the Chosen One and see who truly had the fortitude. If any first-year student had grievances, they should endeavor to surpass Granger. A group of purebloods could hardly compete with the academic prowess of a Muggleborn, and if they dared to speak ill, they would find themselves met with dire consequences. With that proclamation, Slytherin fell silent, no longer voicing objections regarding Draco's proximity to Gryffindor. Gryffindor also harbored some unsavory sentiments. Yet those murmurs failed to reach the common room, as the gossipers soon found themselves in unfortunate predicaments, either receiving a beating or breaking out in rashes. Gradually Gryffindor quieted, with the Weasley twins discreetly amassing funds from Harry to launch their entrepreneurial endeavors. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly harmonious, with students from different houses gathering to study or play together, as if the barriers between the houses had vanished. On Halloween morning, Harry awoke to find the castle adorned with decorations, festooned with bats and jack-o'-lanterns, and the suits of armor in the corridors had been humorously embellished. The potion he received that morning had faded nearly to invisibility, prompting Harry to consider that it was time to obtain a new potion. He resolved to venture into the Forbidden Forest in the coming days to gather ingredients such as the venom of a giant spider, or the mucus from a troll. As these materials were rare and costly, with the troll population dwindling, the Forbidden Forest was among the few remaining habitats, and it was rumored that the Ministry of Magic was contemplating breeding a new batch of trolls. The eight-eyed giant spider is indeed a formidable creature, classified as a 5x dangerous being and notorious for its gregarious nature. Encountering one is akin to bidding farewell to the world for any ordinary wizard, and it is worth noting that its native habitat is far from England. Consequently, these two materials have long been considered rare commodities, suitable as rewards without any embarrassment. Having made his decision, Harry chose to put aside his thoughts and attend class quietly, preparing for the evening's feast. Today's lesson was on spells, and Professor Flitwick had begun to let the students practice the levitation charm. After such a lengthy period of theoretical learning, the prospect of hands-on practice excited everyone. Although wands had been used in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had insisted on repetitive practice of turning matches into needles, only concluding that segment of learning when everyone could successfully transfigure a satisfactory sewing needle. In the throes of excitement, errors abounded. Seamus accidentally blew up his feather, while Ron managed to poke his feather to the ground, nearly breaking his wand in the process. Hermione, achieving success on her first attempt, added to her score, and began guiding those around her. Her peers respected her, especially since Harry had consistently praised Hermione's academic prowess in the common room, leading the first-year students to look up to Harry without question. Chapter 26, A Duel with a Troll. After class, the students surged towards Gryffindor Tower, eagerly anticipating the Halloween feast. Each was determined to don a unique costume, vowing to stand out in their own special way. Harry, however, had no particular thoughts on the matter. He transfigured a hawk's head to adorn his own, fashioned large wings to rest upon his back, transforming into a griffin. To distinguish himself from Ravenclaw, he even altered his sleeves to resemble furry lioness paws. Satisfied with his reflection, Harry turned around, only to be startled and nearly leap onto the sink at the sight of his fellow classmates in chaotic revelry. Neville, draped in strips of fabric pretending to be a devil's snare, Seamus, with a ghostly pale face and long wig, and Ron, wrapped haphazardly in a white sheet, all added to the mayhem. After a moment of silence, Harry decided to avert his gaze, reminding himself that dinner awaited, and lingering would not do. Emerging from the dormitory, Harry's costume undoubtedly became the pride of their common room, earning him the admiration of his peers. Laughing and chatting, the group made their way to the Great Hall, with Harry reflecting on how wonderful Gryffindor was, albeit a tad distant from the feast. Upon entering the Great Hall, one could easily wonder if they had stepped into a peculiar realm. The students had crafted their costumes themselves, and the sheer variety of creativity was astonishing. After Dumbledore delivered a brief address, announcing the commencement of the feast, the tables overflowed with food, and the hall erupted into joyous noise as everyone dined and celebrated. Harry claimed 3 seats for himself, picking his favorite dishes, as his wings took up considerable space. However, with the feast still in progress, removing his costume would render him an outsider, so he persevered. just as he stuffed a piece of roast beef into his mouth. The doors of the hall burst open with a bang, and Quirrell stumbled in, shouting, "Troll! A troll in the dungeons! I thought you knew!" A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room before a scream erupted, sending students scattering in search of safety. Quirrell collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Dumbledore, raising his wand to his throat, boomed, "Silence!" Once order was restored, he continued, "All students, follow your house prefects back to your dormitories." The chaotic hall gradually became organized as the prefects stood up, calling for their houses to exit in an orderly fashion. Harry rose and glanced at the professor's table. Dumbledore nodded slightly at him. Harry removed his wings and reverted his hat to its original form, signaling to Hermione before vanishing into the throng of Gryffindor students. This was remarkably fortuitous. Harry hurried towards the dungeons, initially planning to search for the troll's lair in the Forbidden Forest. But Quirrell had conveniently delivered one right to him. As he exited the hall and descended the staircase, Harry caught a whiff of the troll's distinctive foul odor, prompting him to manifest his senses and track the creature's location. In mere moments, the troll had already reached the first floor, causing Harry to furrow his brow at its surprising swiftness. He raced towards the source, casting various protective spells upon himself as he ran. Upon reaching a corner, Harry paused against the wall, aware that the troll would soon pass this way. Sure enough, as his breath steadied, he heard the heavy footsteps of the troll approaching. Carefully discerning the sounds and scents, Harry silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. With a swift motion, he leapt forward, vigorously waving his wand, unleashing spells as if they were free. The troll's club was the first to be struck away, only to be maneuvered back to smash against its own head, followed by 2 attacking spells that left shallow marks upon the troll's thick hide. Stunned from the blow, the troll shook its head and grasped its weapon once more, roaring in anger as it charged towards Harry. Furrowing his brow, Harry quickly retreated behind the corner. Something was amiss with this troll. He keenly observed that, despite his spells, the creature showed no signs of being affected as it rampaged down the corridor. Soon, Harry noticed that the troll's body occasionally flickered with a subtle glow. This was a troll enhanced by magic. Instantly on high alert, Harry recognized that trolls possessed a formidable resistance to magic. Not only were spell effects diminished, but healing and enhancement spells had minimal impact as well. However, such a level of enhancement would not merely require ordinary spells, but also intricate magical runes. Yet how could a troll remain still for someone to etch runes upon it? It was evident that dark magic, perhaps even the soul-sucking curse, would be necessary. With this realization, Harry's eyes narrowed. The corridor was coming to an end, and further ahead lay potential encounters with others. He halted, casting a spell that pushed the troll back a few steps, switching his wand to his left hand while extending his right hand towards the creature. A silvery aura began to swirl around him, concentrating around his right hand. Seeing its prey standing still, the troll, despite being repelled a few steps, charged toward the small figure at the end of the corridor, a malicious expression on its face. Unfazed, Harry continued to channel ancient magical energy. "Potter!" A furious voice erupted from behind him, but Harry had no time to look back. With a swift motion, his open right hand clenched, freezing the troll in place. Unable to move a single finger, Harry began to swing his arm vigorously, sending the troll crashing against the walls, floor, and ceiling as if it were a basketball in motion. Only when he felt his arm tiring did he forcefully bring it down. The giant fell to the ground as if struck by a colossal boulder, shattering the floor into a flurry of debris. The magical runes adorning its body flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. The injuries that had been concealed by the runes suddenly erupted, and the giant lay quietly in the shallow pit created by its fall, its breathing increasingly labored. Harry exhaled slowly, retracting his arm and shaking it off. Transferring his wand back to his right hand, he performed a quick tidying spell, adjusting his somewhat disheveled clothing. "How dare you? How dare you?" Harry suddenly recalled that someone had been behind him moments earlier. He turned around to find a pale-faced Snape, wand raised, glaring at him with fury. Professor. Is there something the matter?" Harry feigned innocence, chiding himself for being careless. "Potter, how dare you? You actually ventured out alone to seek a giant. Just like your father. Arrogant, presumptuous, utterly clueless." Snape's voice was hoarse, venom dripping from his words as he lashed out at Harry. Professor Dumbledore sent me." Harry interjected decisively, interrupting Snape. If he was merely going to be scolded, he could tolerate it, considering it was out of concern for him. But if points were to be deducted, he preferred to cut him off. He still had not recovered from the last deduction. "What did you say?" "Merlin." Another voice interjected, and both Harry and Snape turned to see Professor McGonagall, her face ashen, standing beside Professor Flitwick. "Mr. Potter, Is what you say true? You must understand that falsely accusing the headmaster carries severe consequences. Harry's mouth twitched. Were they all converging here at once? Did that old man Dumbledore not know how to provide cover? He could hardly be blamed. Yes, I mean it. Headmaster Dumbledore sent me. He wanted to assess my academic progress. Harry declared solemnly, his demeanor earnest and resolute. Dumbledore. Snape's voice emerged almost through clenched teeth. McGonagall's hands began to tremble. How could he behave in such a manner? May the dead not suffer in vain. Harry thought to himself, old man, may you fend for yourself. Harry stood obediently, standing out even more in the chaotic corridor behind him. McGonagall took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of reprimands, and lowered her voice as she addressed Harry. You performed commendably, Mr. Potter, but do not act so recklessly in the future. It is best to leave such matters to the professors. If Dumbledore assigns you any further tasks, you may come directly to me. Harry clasped his hands behind his back, fingers interlaced. Understood, Professor. 30 points to Gryffindor. In recognition of Mr. Potter's bravery and impressive magic, McGonagall announced. Harry's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed an unexpected boon. He had been tirelessly seeking opportunities to earn points for over a month, and with only 10 points left to recover from the previous deductions, McGonagall's contribution was precisely what he needed, even exceeding it by 20 points. What are you waiting for? Return to your dormitory. With the matter resolved, Snape's expression returned to normal, though he spoke to Harry with a dark tone. McGonagall nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Potter, hurry back. The food has been delivered to the common rooms. You can join the Halloween feast. Thank you, Professor. I shall return at once. Harry responded obediently, but then hesitated, glancing back at the giant. Professor McGonagall, since I defeated the giant, does that count as my quarry? Snape scoffed, yet remained silent under McGonagall's fierce gaze. McGonagall pondered for a moment before replying. It can be counted as yours, but this giant was reported to the Board of Governors by Professor Quirrell as a teaching tool. So, McGonagall's words trailed off, a hint of difficulty in her expression. I understand, Professor. I only require a few materials from the giant. Not the entirety, just a small amount. Harry quickly interjected. McGonagall smiled. That of course is permissible. You may sell the remainder to the school, as you did slay it. After a brief pause, she added, do you require any assistance from the professors? Professor Snape is quite skilled in material collection. Harry glanced at Snape's expression and promptly shook his head, retrieving a large glass jar from his satchel. No need, Professor. I can manage it myself. It won't take long. He then dashed toward the giant, suppressing his disgust as he collected several valuable materials, carefully stowing them in various containers before bidding farewell to the professors present. Since Harry had run past, Snape had been watching him intently, and upon seeing Harry's adept movements, he furrowed his brow. Logically, Harry should not possess such proficiency. Such skill would require the collection of materials from hundreds of giants. Where had he learned this? Where could he find so many giants to practice on? Connecting this with Dumbledore's vague remarks about Harry, an ominous premonition surged within him. It seemed imperative to have a serious conversation with Dumbledore. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry stealthily blended into the crowd, locating Hermione at a small round table. Ron and Neville were seated beside her, both wearing anxious expressions, their bodies inclined as if ready to spring into action at any moment. The table was laden with an array of foods, many of which were Harry's favorites. Approaching them, Harry smiled and quietly recounted the evening's events. He quickly washed his hands and began to eat. He was ravenous after the evening's exertions. Ron and Neville enthusiastically praised Harry's heroic deeds, while Hermione tirelessly searched through her book for the spells Harry had mentioned. However, the book in her hands was merely a first-year text, and most of the spells Harry had used were not included. Feeling dejected, Hermione only perked up after Harry promised to help her with special training in the future, teaching her some commonly used spells. Neville, who had been listening, looked at Harry with a hesitant expression, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent, even becoming distracted when talking to Ron. Noticing this, Ron's eyes twinkled as he pieced it together and grinned at Harry. Would you mind if 2 more joined? Neville and I want to learn too. We're friends, after all, and we don't want to be left behind. Harry contemplated for a moment. Whether it was 1 sheep or 3, it made little difference. He had no objections, but he clarified that if they were to learn, they must commit fully. The phased curriculum he had arranged needed to be adhered to. Dropping out midway was absolutely not an option. Ron, brimming with confidence, thumped his chest, vowing to put in his utmost effort. Neville said nothing, merely gazing at Harry with gratitude, his eyes reflecting determination. Chapter 27. Snape must have poisoned it in that case. Why not establish a small club? This way. We could also apply to Professor McGonagall for a classroom, Hermione suggested. Harry pondered for a moment and replied, that might not be feasible. Clubs can only be established starting from third year, and we must have a senior student 2 years our senior to guide us, along with a professor willing to act as a faculty advisor. Hermione conceded and promptly began to contemplate the time and place for their studies. After thinking for a moment, Harry pulled out their class schedule. We could choose Friday afternoons, as we have no classes then, allowing us more time to study and practice. As for the practice location, leave that to me. I know a place that is perfect and won't attract any visitors. The others agreed wholeheartedly with Harry's choice. And Ron even marked a golden star on their schedule for Friday afternoon using his wand. Although clubs can only be established in third year, we can choose a name in advance, Ron exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hermione's eyes lit up. Yes, we can come up with a name. What should it be? Gryffindor Task Force, Ron immediately suggested. That won't do. What if Harry were to guide students from other houses in the future? Hermione immediately dismissed the idea. When it came to naming things, Harry resolutely chose to forego the task, acknowledging his ineptitude in the art of nomenclature. Perhaps Hogwarts Squad? Ron quickly proposed another suggestion. Why do you have such a vendetta against the squad? Hermione retorted, exasperated. Then what would you suggest we call it? Ron shot back defiantly, his tone growing heated. Neville anxiously observed the two, pleading, please, let us not argue. We're merely brainstorming here. Hermione also suggested several names, all of which Ron promptly rejected. Although Hermione was reluctant to concede, she had to admit that Ron had a knack for nitpicking. She found herself unable to counter his objections. Meanwhile, Harry paid little heed to their debate, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the now spotless dishes. Logically, the potion should have been placed on the table by now, but it had yet to appear. Had Snape forgotten? If this preparation were to be interrupted midway, they would need to start anew. And Harry was certainly not keen on enduring another month of potion consumption. Before the two could reach a consensus in their bickering, a familiar small vial materialized before Harry. However, this vial was markedly different from the previous ones. The potion he was supposed to drink tonight was a vibrant peacock blue, bubbling with peculiar effervescence, whereas the one he had consumed the night before had been a translucent gray, gradually lightening from black. Hermione and Ron ceased their argument, gazing at the potion before Harry with expressions of sheer horror. What is that? Ron inquired. Harry picked up the note that had appeared with the potion and read its succinct message. Change of potion. After scrutinizing the handwriting, which was identical to the previous ones, Harry tucked the note away and prepared to drink from the vial. Wait. Hermione grasped Harry's arm, exclaiming, how can you drink that directly? It's completely different from what you had before. Are you sure? Harry chuckled softly. Of course I'm sure. Don't worry, I value my life. Strangely enough, apart from Hermione, neither Ron nor Neville had noticed the differences in Harry's potion. After all, the previous vials were no larger than a thumb, and with so many people and items on the long table, it had gone unnoticed what Harry was actually drinking. However, they were confident that it was not the poisonous appearance of the current vial. Harry found this rather exasperating, and had to reiterate that he was well aware of what he was doing. Neville, growing increasingly restless, insisted they consult Professor McGonagall, arguing that Snape, who harbored such animosity towards Gryffindor, would never act so benevolently. Harry rolled his eyes. He certainly wouldn't be so altruistic, but this was a transaction. You see, I paid for it. Though what he gave didn't quite equate to what he received, he was indeed trying to make amends. Upon hearing that Harry had been drinking the potion for over a month, Ron and Neville finally relented. With his eyes closed, Harry downed the potion in one go. Surprisingly, this time the potion bore no unpleasant taste. Instead, it had a refreshing herbal aroma. Harry opened his eyes, incredulously regarding the vial in his hand. Could it be that Snape had experienced a change of heart? Ron watched Harry's every move intently, poised to rush him to the hospital wing at a moment's notice. However, even after 5 minutes had passed since Harry consumed the potion, nothing unusual transpired. Harry was perplexed. Could it truly be that Snape had a pang of conscience? Not until he began to feel the familiar drowsiness did he realize there was nothing amiss. After observing for quite some time, Ron concluded there was nothing wrong and decided to let it go. Harry waved them off, encouraging them to continue their discussion while he retired to bed. Yet, as soon as he stood, he sensed something was off. His legs felt utterly numb. He barely managed to keep himself upright, but walking even a couple of steps proved impossible. Harry sighed, realizing that a potion that tasted good was no easy feat to consume. I told you. Snape must have poisoned it. I'm going to find Professor McGonagall. Ron shouted. Ron, it's Professor Snape. Just wait a moment. Let us hear what Harry has to say. Hermione exclaimed as she seized Ron, redirecting her focus to Harry. At that moment, a piece of parchment appeared on the table, and Harry strained to reach for it. Drink before bed. Of course, if the Savior prefers to drink after meals, that's fine too. Harry rolled his eyes, recognizing Snape's pettiness. It's nothing. It's just a side effect of the potion. I'll need you two to help me to bed, Harry said resignedly. Ron and Neville, puffing out their chests, each took one of Harry's arms, awkwardly helping him toward the dormitory. Hermione trailed behind, collecting their belongings, shouldering 4 bags as she followed, only putting them down once Harry was settled in bed. The following morning, Harry shifted his legs, and indeed he regained feeling. He noticed that the reaction was not as pronounced as the first time he had consumed the potion, which he did not mind. Rising from the bed, he tossed everything off the mattress into the laundry basket. After a tussle with the troll the day before, and having taken the potion at an unusual time, he had to make do with an uncomfortable night's sleep. The odor emanating from the bed was indescribable. Had his roommates not been so tolerant, he would likely have awakened in the common room. Subsequently, Harry found himself nearly driven to madness. The morning potion rendered his mouth completely numb, making it impossible to speak without drooling, effectively thwarting his chances of gaining points in class. By noon his stomach was insatiable, not in a numbed state but rather wide open, allowing him to consume at least 3 times the usual amount of food. The members of the Gryffindor long table were taken aback, fearing they might have to send Harry to the hospital wing, worried he might choke at the table. Fortunately, the side effects did lessen with each passing day, and Harry could only endure them. Since Halloween, Quirrell had reverted to his original stammering self, much to the discontent of the entire student body. Rumor had it the Weasley twins had begun to seek out dark magical items to sneak into Quirrell's possession, hoping to induce another incident to cure his stutter. After hearing this, Harry sought out the twins, urging them to refrain from such reckless behavior. Setting aside the dangers of dark magical items, Quirrell was entirely unpredictable. Harry would not put it past him to suddenly lash out and harm the twins. With this thought, Harry couldn't help but frown. Dumbledore had yet to ascertain the nature of Quirrell's issue. Following the Halloween troll incident, he had taken no action, which was rather excessive. What if Quirrell decided he could no longer endure the situation? Thus, in the second week after Halloween, Harry returned to the headmaster's office. This time fortune favored him, as Dumbledore happened to be present, looking weary as he sat behind his desk, massaging his temples. When will Quirrell be resolved? Harry asked, cutting straight to the chase. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. You cannot place the safety of the entire student body in the hands of Quirrell's potential benevolence. Harry took a seat directly across from Dumbledore. I understand, but Harry, I sense something is amiss. Dumbledore finally spoke after a pause. Harry pondered carefully, his eyes suddenly widening. Are you suggesting he is signaling for help? Dumbledore regarded Harry with approval. Indeed, I believe so. That troll. If Quirrell truly wished to harm the students, why would he choose a time when all the students and staff were gathered together? And remember, he said, I should know what I am supposed to know. What exactly is it that he should be aware of? Is it his own peculiar behavior? Or the troll's entry into the castle? Harry let out a sharp breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he was indeed seeking help, it indicated that he had exhausted all other avenues, resorting to this cryptic method that nearly everyone would overlook. He was under threat, but what kind of threat was it? An oath? A curse? Or something else entirely? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Harry felt compelled to consult his books. His knowledge was still rather limited, and he had never encountered a circumstance quite like this. Dumbledore sighed, sharing Harry's intrigue. I too wish to uncover the truth. For some time, I have been investigating his activities in the Albanian forest, and while I have gathered some leads, it appears he may be nearing his breaking point. Are we to merely stand by? Harry frowned. What if he loses control and harms the students? I have already instructed Severus to keep a watchful eye on him. He won't have the opportunity to act against the students. Dumbledore's words trailed off, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Harry's hair stood on end as he suddenly comprehended why this venerable man was so renowned. Are we to passively accept this? Is there truly no other course of action? Harry could not help but inquire. Dumbledore fell into silence once more, contemplating before finally responding. There is another way. What is it? Harry pressed. Do you know his objective? Dumbledore asked. Harry grimaced. I detest riddles. Is it so troublesome to ask directly? I do not know. Then are you familiar with Nicholas Flamel? Dumbledore continued. Harry pondered for a moment before recalling. You mean the French alchemist? The one who created the Philosopher's Stone? His goal is the stone. The stone is at Hogwarts? Wait a moment. The day my vault was robbed at Gringotts, you deliberately let Hagrid slip that information. Which means he acquired the parcel that day was the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel gave you the stone? Percy mentioned that the fourth-floor corridor was off-limits only this year. The stone is there. Dumbledore appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat softly. Ahem, let us not dwell on the past. I haven't asked Hagrid to do anything since then. Let us focus on the Philosopher's Stone. The stone's properties include transforming base metals into gold and granting immortality. The individual behind Quirrell surely seeks the elixir of life rather than gold, correct? Harry mused, frowning. But hasn't it vanished? That is why I am investigating. Hoping to ascertain his current condition, Dumbledore replied. So we are to merely watch. Harry expressed his dissatisfaction. Dumbledore considered for a moment. Shall we attempt to lure him out? Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. Please devise a feasible plan clearly articulated, without any veiled intentions. I do not wish to be treacherously stabbed in the back by my own. Dumbledore feigned innocence. How could that be? I am always sincere. As he spoke, Dumbledore placed a crimson stone on his desk. Harry immediately recognized its significance, holding his breath as he scrutinized the Philosopher's Stone. Its irregular shape resembled a gem crafted from blood, palm-sized and shimmering with an inexplicable light, surrounded by a powerful magical aura. I wonder if, using this as bait, the one behind him might reveal themselves? Dumbledore pondered, albeit hesitantly. They will undoubtedly appear, but I believe it prudent to refrain from revealing it too soon. What if Voldemort resorts to murder to silence us? Our efforts would be in vain, Harry cautioned. Dumbledore remained silent, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. Before his gaze shifted to Harry. Harry shivered uncomfortably. What are you planning? Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, abruptly changing the subject. Your flying skills seem quite adept, don't they? A sense of foreboding washed over Harry. What exactly are you implying? Voldemort has at least 2 targets within this school, one being the Philosopher's Stone. The other, Dumbledore's serious gaze fixed on Harry. Harry's lips twitched. What do you want me to do? Give him an opportunity, a chance to act against you, Dumbledore stated. Harry leaned back, crossing his legs, fingers drumming on the armrest. May I interpret this as a commission, Headmaster? If you wish, it certainly qualifies as such. However, it is a perilous endeavor. While I am confident in my ability to keep you safe, should you decline, I can devise a more secure plan, Dumbledore replied earnestly. Chapter 28. No negotiation. Harry grinned mischievously, summoning his wizarding combat guide and rapidly flipping through its pages, extracting a densely written sheet, and sliding it across the desk towards Dumbledore. I accept this commission. This is a contract. Please review it, and if there are no issues, leave your magical signature. Harry's movements were remarkably practiced, as if he had performed this countless times before. This was a habit cultivated from fulfilling numerous commissions. Always secure a contract first to avoid being left high and dry. Dumbledore cast a curious glance at Harry's book before taking the paper and examining it closely. The document clearly outlined the terms that both parties must adhere to, along with the agreed compensation. Dumbledore winced at the remuneration section, which explicitly stated 500 galleons. Harry, no negotiations, Headmaster. After all, my life is at stake. Harry interjected decisively. All right. Dumbledore retrieved his wand, marking the paper with his seal. Harry joyfully reclaimed the contract, admiring the signature that had appeared. Before tucking the document back into his wizarding combat guide, he then turned to Dumbledore. Now what is the plan? What must I do? Dumbledore, somewhat pained by the financial implications, contemplated where he might allocate funds to pay Harry. I hope you will join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I have seen your flying skills. You are quite proficient, are you not? But first years are not permitted to bring brooms. And is it really that easy to join the team? They have already trained and played a match, haven't they? Can someone joining mid-season really get on the field? With Dumbledore's words, Harry understood the plan. Aside from the library, dormitory and classroom, he had not ventured out alone. To provide Quirrell with a target, he needed to create an opportunity. What better opportunity than a Quidditch match? In the school, there was truly no better occasion. With a crowd present during the match, Quirrell could easily find a moment to strike. If Harry were positioned as a solitary keeper or seeker, it would be even more advantageous. I will arrange for you to showcase your flying prowess before the crowd. I will ensure Professor McGonagall witnesses your performance. She would certainly not overlook it, especially since Gryffindor has been in need of a suitable seeker for quite some time, Dumbledore declared. Harry scoffed. You must have planned this all along, haven't you? Had I not been discovered at the start of term, I would likely have already been a member of the Quidditch team. Dumbledore rubbed his nose. Let us not say it like that. I am merely discussing with you. Very well. Since we have signed a contract, I shall refrain from further comments. Kindly inform me of the plan, and I will cooperate. However, if you withhold information, and I fail to comply in time, it shall not be my concern, Harry replied, flashing a disingenuous smile. Dumbledore smiled gently, choosing not to pursue Harry's sarcastic remarks, and simply elucidated his plans, even detailing precisely when Harry should take action. This meticulous arrangement left Harry with a sense of admiration for Dumbledore. According to his directives, even without prior knowledge of the circumstances, his inherent nature would have compelled him to charge ahead, a testament to Dumbledore's cunning foresight. With all matters clarified, Harry decided it was time to leave. Turning on his heel, and exiting the headmaster's office, he reached into his satchel, caressing the broomstick handle within, a wave of worry washing over him. The flying broomsticks had evolved significantly over the past century, and were no longer comparable to the ones of yore. Rumor had it that the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, had been released, leaving Harry uncertain if his antiquated broom could keep pace with the present-day speed. However, for the moment, he had no alternative but to take things as they came. After all, according to Dumbledore's scheme, there would undoubtedly be a suitable broom available when the time arrived. Standing in the corridor, Harry glanced outside. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays still dazzling despite the winter season. At this hour, if he hurried, he could still make it in time for lunch. He dashed toward the Great Hall, only to encounter Hermione and a few others along the way, including Draco, who had surprisingly come without Crabbe and Goyle. Where are you all headed? Both Harry and Hermione inquired in unison. With a smile, Harry replied, I just visited the headmaster's office. What about you? We were on our way to the Gryffindor common room to find you. I brought your lunch and also your potion, Hermione said, as she unstrapped her backpack and produced a familiar lunchbox, along with a tightly wrapped potion bottle. After expressing his gratitude and taking the lunchbox, Harry settled into a chair by the window, first consuming the potion he needed before eagerly opening the lunchbox to eat. The lunchbox, prepared by Hermione's mother before their journey, was not particularly large, yet it was stuffed to the brim, proving insufficient for Harry's current appetite. Rubbing his belly and gazing at the now empty lunchbox, he swallowed hard, feeling the familiar discomfort of hunger, particularly poignant when one had taken a potion that left them unsatisfied. Just then, Ron and Neville pulled out their own packed meals, and even Draco revealed a beautifully crafted cookie bag from his pocket. With the support of his friends, Harry graciously accepted their offerings and finally satiated his hunger. I feel revitalized, Harry exclaimed contentedly, letting out a satisfied burp. What did you all want from me? Hermione skillfully used magic to clean the lunchbox. Did you forget? Today is Friday. Friday? Harry initially looked perplexed but quickly realized, slapping his forehead, oh dear. I almost forgot. Lately, the side effects of the potion have been making me a bit forgetful. My apologies. No worries. Where to next? Hermione inquired, putting away the lunchbox. Ron, hearing Hermione's words, insisted he wanted to join. Are you okay with that? Of course, Harry replied with a smile. Ron mumbled under his breath, reluctant to participate in the club alongside Draco, yet he had no choice now that Harry had agreed. After all, it was his loudness that had drawn Draco's attention. No one else could be blamed. Harry rose, ignoring Ron's discontent, and led the group upstairs. Come on. I'll take you to my secret hideout. Ron immediately cast aside his grievances with Draco, chattering incessantly about the secret hideout. Hermione firmly silenced Ron, advising him to refrain from excessive chatter lest they attract unwanted company before reaching their destination. Ron, feeling stifled, clamped his mouth shut, not daring to utter a sound. Ascending to the 8th floor and reaching the corridor's end, Harry halted, gazing at the portrait of the giant troll-bashing Barnabas. This is it. The others looked on in confusion, exchanging glances as they followed Harry's gaze, wondering if a secret passage lay behind the painting. Ron even approached, feeling along the edges of the portrait, provoking the troll to swing its club at him, while Barnabas was ignored altogether. Such familiarity astonished Hermione and the others, who hurriedly joined Ron in his exploration. Ron confidently declared, Fred and George told me about this. They said if you pay close attention, you can uncover the hidden passages behind tapestries and portraits. Some even lead to Hogsmeade. Encouraged by Ron's words, they meticulously examined the painting for any anomalies, even rubbing away the grime that had accumulated over time, hoping to uncover a mechanism. After Harry had circled the area 3 times and finally opened the door to the room of requirement, he turned to find that the others had not followed. Puzzled, He looked back, bemused. What are you all doing? The door is already open. The group, nearly glued to the painting, turned back with bewildered expressions, facing Harry, who stood at the entrance, one hand resting on the doorknob. Draco quickly stepped away from the portrait, dusting off non-existent particles from his clothes and clearing his throat. Oh, it's nothing. We were just examining the painting. I believe the history of magic mentioned this tale. Yes, indeed. Ron quickly chimed in, momentarily setting aside his concerns about Draco being a Slytherin, focusing instead on diffusing the awkwardness of the situation. Hermione smirked. I believe Malfoy remembers what was written in the history of magic, but Ron, have you even opened your textbook? I have. Ron's face flushed crimson, almost matching his hair. All right, let's hurry up. Are you all going to waste more time? Harry interjected, needing to stop their bickering before it escalated further. Upon hearing Harry, they finally fell silent and quickly gathered around him. So, welcome to the secret hideout of Harry Potter, Harry announced with a grin, swinging the door wide open. Behind it lay a short corridor, and after everyone had entered, Harry followed suit, shutting the door behind him. The 8th floor corridor once again fell silent. The portrait of the giant troll bashing Barnabas reverted to its original state, and the wall across from it became devoid of any features. As they traversed the short corridor, they emerged into a magnificent vaulted chamber, light streaming from the apex above, reminiscent of sunlight yet devoid of its heat. The circular room was adorned with cream-colored wallpaper, embellished with elegant patterns. 3 walls were lined with an array of books, while one wall featured a potion-making station and a peculiar loom. In the center stood a large rectangular table surrounded by several benches, capable of seating a dozen or more individuals, with a marble staircase leading to an unusual circular entrance at one end of the room. Another entrance existed on the first floor, located at the farthest end of the room. However, both doors remained closed. Wow! Hermione's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the towering bookshelves, nearly bursting with the desire to grab a volume immediately. What is this place? Why has my father never mentioned that Hogwarts had such a location? Draco marveled at the room's ornate decorations, finding it quite agreeable. This is the room of requirement. If you walk 3 times in the 8th floor corridor and mentally focus on the room you need, it will transform into whatever you desire. However, only those with a genuine need will discover its existence. When they later reflect on their entrance, if they cannot recall the original intent, they will find themselves unable to return, which is why it is often forgotten, Harry explained. Did you set this up? Draco gazed thoughtfully at the potion-making station, which bore the style of a century past. The contemporary potion stations were vastly different. Harry chuckled, marveling at Draco's keen perception. Indeed. Draco cast a deep glance at Harry, then fell silent. Shall we begin with our books? Or engage in some other activity? Hermione, having somehow acquired a hefty tome, held it close, her gaze fervently fixed on Harry. Our time is limited. Let us first delve into some magic. The books here cannot be taken outside. I will share the password for entry later, so you can return to peruse at your leisure, Harry suggested. Reluctantly, Hermione tucked the book away, visibly crestfallen. This place doesn't seem suitable for practicing magic, does it? Draco inquired, surveying the round room reminiscent of a library. Harry nodded. Certainly not here, but rather here. As he spoke, Harry pushed open the grand door at the back of the room, revealing the scene beyond. It was an expanse of lush greenery. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy clouds, and the vast meadow exuded a fragrant aroma. A gentle stream meandered through, and in the distance, a faint silhouette of a mountain could be seen. Where are we? Ron exclaimed, already standing on the grass, savoring its soft texture and the ticklish sensation of blades against his ankles. This was undeniably real. Neville dashed to a nearby stone wall, brushed aside some dirt, and unearthed a sprig of fragrant marshmallow plant. There are herbs here. They truly grow here. Neville was astonished. Is this outside Hogwarts? Is it the Forbidden Forest? Ron asked, his excitement palpable. Harry shook his head. This is still Hogwarts. As for why it appears thus, I can only attribute it to the wonders of magic. An awestruck chorus erupted from the group, and they dispersed to explore the meadow's offerings. Harry, unperturbed by their antics, summoned Diddy. Diddy's family served the house elves of the Room of Requirement, capable of assisting with anything needed in this space. Soon, a flat area was cleared near the riverside, enclosed by wooden fencing, with several humanoid magical targets erected inside. Chairs were positioned at a distance from the targets, along with a small table. Once everything was arranged, Diddy hesitated, casting a glance at Harry before ultimately saying nothing and vanishing with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 29. The Perils of Hair Loss. Harry pursed his lips slightly, It seemed that their expedition into the Forbidden Forest needed to be expedited. Not only did they need to secure compensation for Snape, but they also had to introduce some magical creatures here to prevent Diddy from languishing in idleness. However, he wondered if any magical creatures still required rescue in the Forbidden Forest, now that the Fire Ash Snake faction was no more. If not, he might have to venture into the stronghold of dark wizards to rescue a bunch. Enough playing. Gather round. We are here for serious business. Harry called out loudly to the scattered group. They quickly regrouped around him, gazing at the cleared area with renewed awe. Harry opened the gate of the wooden fence, which was merely a plank, and led everyone to their seats. He retrieved parchment and quills from his bag and placed them on the table, urging them to sit. You may write down the spells you wish to learn, and I will select the most overlapping ones to teach you, Harry stated. He had no desire to prepare lessons like the professors. Learning what piqued their interest would surely accelerate their progress. Draco swiftly seized a piece of parchment, grabbed a quill, and began writing fervently, regardless of whether he would be able to master the spells. He wrote them down regardless. Observing Draco's fervor, Hermione and the others were utterly flummoxed. While Hermione, having come from the Muggle world, had limited exposure to spells beyond those in textbooks, it was understandable that she struggled to write them down. However, Neville and Ron's lack of progress was rather excessive. They fumbled for ages without producing a single word, starkly contrasting with Draco's determined scribbling. Harry couldn't help but smack his forehead in frustration. What a miscalculation. After what felt like an eternity, Neville finally shyly presented a piece of parchment, tentatively scribbling some ideas. Hermione, frowning, doodled on her paper. Though she didn't know the specific incantations, she was aware of the types of spells she wished to learn. If she could merely describe them, Harry would surely know the appropriate spells. This realization spurred Hermione into action, and she began to write rapidly. Only Ron remained, scrunching his face in frustration, unable to produce a single word while sneaking glances at others' papers. After about 10 minutes, Harry called for their attention, collecting everyone's papers to review. Draco's parchment was densely filled with spells, some familiar, others gleaned from books, ranging from the armored charm to exploding charms, and even mischief spells, all crammed onto one sheet. Hermione's paper was even more extensive. She had written down her desired effects in small script, surpassing Draco's in quantity. Neville's paper, however, contained only one spell, causing Harry to frown upon inspection. Though he said nothing, merely placing it at the bottom of the pile. Ron submitted a parchment with only a few ink blots. Slumped in disappointment. Not only did he fall short compared to Hermione, but even Draco had outdone him, leaving Ron feeling thoroughly disheartened. Very well. Only Draco's list is particularly detailed, and Hermione's is commendable as well. You two have some overlap, so let us use Draco's as the standard. How does that sound? Harry inquired. No problem. The four chimed in unison. Harry tucked away the other parchments, retaining only Draco's, then tapped it with his wand, rearranging the inscriptions according to what he deemed necessary. Hermione's eyes widened in amazement. She found the magic incredibly practical. She wanted to learn it too. Once the parchment was organized, Harry conjured a wooden-framed blackboard, pinning the parchment to it, and struck it firmly, revealing a line of spells. The shield charm. This incantation is quite practical. Before we learn offensive spells, our first priority is to protect ourselves. This charm can guard against most dark curses. And throughout your time at Hogwarts, even after graduation, it may become one of your most frequently employed means of self-defense. Of course, if you possess a protective alchemical armor, that is another matter entirely. However, I believe that no matter how effective protective gear may be, knowing how to cast the spell is irreplaceable. At this point, Harry cast a meaningful glance at Draco, who certainly bore an impressive array of protective items. The Malfoy family truly lived up to their reputation as long-standing affluent wizards. I expect you all to master this spell and use it proficiently, otherwise you need not continue with my lessons, Harry stated sternly, hoping his friends would take it to heart, as this spell, when executed correctly, could indeed be a lifesaver. Upon hearing Harry's words, the previously lethargic Ron immediately straightened up. He certainly didn't want to be left behind by his friends or be outdone by Malfoy. Even Neville, who had been earnest throughout, could not help but furrow his brow, straining to memorize every word Harry uttered. Harry distributed a notebook to each of them, and Neville accepted his with a look of relief, quickly jotting down notes. He then demonstrated the wand movements and hand gestures associated with the shield charm, explaining that once they became sufficiently adept, they could forego the gestures. But that was not the case at present. Once everyone had firmly grasped the essentials and gestures of the incantation, Harry approached the humanoid targets with his wand. Now, let me demonstrate for you. Harry raised his wand and in the next moment, the humanoid targets brandished wand-like sticks and began to move erratically, simultaneously shooting various colors of sparks toward Harry. Harry stood resolutely in place, reciting the incantation in slow motion while executing the accompanying gestures, successfully defending against all sparks, even those approaching from behind. He flawlessly shielded himself, as the sparks erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors upon contact with the translucent barrier, creating a spectacle of dazzling brilliance. After merely 5 minutes of demonstration, Harry ceased, remaining impeccably clean, not even breaking a sweat. Draco watched with envy, wishing he could emulate Harry's prowess. This was the wizard he revered. Powerful, self-assured, yet undeniably graceful. As they commenced their practice, the initial task was to successfully cast the shield charm. Once they had mastered it sufficiently, Harry promised to assign a dummy for them to practice against, only moving on to the next spell when they could handle 5 dummies with no more than 2 sparks hitting them. Of course, Harry added, if you can successfully use the shield charm and demonstrate enough agility to evade the sparks, I will consider that a success. It is important to remember that during a wizarding duel, opponents do not merely stand there exchanging spells. Physical conditioning cannot be neglected, as sometimes being a step ahead can allow one to dodge several curses. Neville's eyes lit up. He felt ready to give it a try. Though he might struggle to keep up with his friends in spellcasting, his strength and resilience were assets he could rely on. Harry instructed the 4 to spread out and form a circle, commencing their practice of the shield charm. Draco was the first to succeed, and his excitement led him to eagerly request a dummy for further practice. Harry remained non-committal, summoning a dummy and adjusting it to the slowest speed, instructing Draco to remove his protective gear and set it aside before commencing the test. Meanwhile, Hermione and the others practiced, occasionally glancing over. To Draco's dismay, he found himself unable to defend against a single spark. He was immediately bombarded by an array of colorful sparks, marking his body with vibrant streaks. Frustrated, he stared at his wand, recalling how he had just succeeded moments ago. This is the consequence of inexperience, do you understand? Harry remarked softly. We are all in the same boat. Mastering a spell is not the challenge, but applying that learned spell effectively in practice. The professors continually urge us to practice for this very reason. Success on the first attempt is trivial. Consistent success signifies true mastery. Draco nodded silently, beginning to wave his wand fervently as barriers appeared and vanished. Observing Draco's missteps, the other 3 remained diligent, and after successfully casting the shield charm, they quickly resumed their practice. Harry was pleased with his friend's dedication, continually offering guidance based on his own experiences. They practiced until around 4 in the afternoon, at which point Hermione, Ron, and Draco lay exhausted on the ground, indifferent to the dust that clung to them. Only Neville, drenched in sweat, continued to practice relentlessly, diligently coordinating his gestures with the wand movements. Even Draco had to acknowledge that the bumbling Longbottom, whom he typically dismissed, was quite impressive. After a brief respite, Harry called everyone to attention, urging Neville to take a moment to rest. He then adjusted the colored dummy for Draco and instructed everyone to line up for practical application. Draco eagerly stepped forward, ready to redeem himself. Harry controlled the dummy, launching sparks at varying speeds. Draco, having practiced the shield charm all afternoon, confidently gauged his incantation speed and the timing of the spell's effect, managing to avoid a single spark. Before he could revel in his success, Harry altered the pace, increasing the frequency of the sparks. Draco's expression shifted as he found himself struggling. Within 2 minutes he had acclimatized again, only getting hit once. As he fully adjusted to this new rhythm, Harry began to mix things up, alternating between fast and slow, compelling Draco to shift his stance continuously to evade the sparks, leaving him disheveled yet ultimately unscathed. Moments later, Harry halted the dummy. Draco plopped down, panting, his meticulously styled hair now drenched in sweat, strands hanging down in a way that, surprisingly, appeared more appealing than his usual hairstyle. Harry couldn't help but comment, prompting Draco to nervously summon a water mirror to assess his appearance, producing a sharp crackle. Rubbing his ears, Harry turned to the remaining 3. Next, Hermione stepped up immediately. She had excelled in the first 2 phases, but faltered during the unpredictable stage, rolling and dodging without the opportunity to cast a spell. Harry paused to explain the mechanics to Hermione before allowing Ron to take his turn. As for Ron, he performed well throughout all stages, even managing the unpredictable phase that left Hermione struggling. However, his spellcasting remained inconsistent, and without his quick reflexes, he would have been overwhelmed by the sparks. Finally, it was Neville's turn, who exhibited a steadiness that was almost unnerving. Although his spellcasting speed and reflexes lagged behind those of his peers, he had a firm grasp of his abilities, occasionally seizing openings to deflect 2 sparks with 1 spell. Nevertheless, he too suffered from a few delayed reactions, resulting in several hits. Very well, that will suffice for today. Let us tidy ourselves up. Dinner is approaching. Harry clapped his hands, expressing his satisfaction with the day's progress. Everyone has met the expected outcomes. For the next week, you may practice independently. We will reconvene next Friday after lunch on the 8th floor. If anyone has prior commitments and cannot attend, please inform me in advance. Next week, we will increase the number of dummies to 2, so do not let your guard down. Understood. Neville declared resolutely, now aware of his strengths and weaknesses thanks to Harry's guidance, assuring himself that he would not falter next week. Draco continued to fuss over his hair and attire, his brow furrowed. Are you certain that letting my hair down will look better? Harry nodded decisively. Absolutely. That slick-back style requires a lot of gel, which if overused, can lead to hair loss. Draco's face turned pale. Really? Why did no one tell me? Harry shrugged. Who would know? Oh, Ron, come here. Harry tugged Hermione up from the ground, using magic to erase the spark marks from her. He then called to Ron, who lay on the ground motionless. May I borrow your wand for a moment? Ron casually handed over his wand. See? This was Charlie's old wand. Our family couldn't afford to get me a new one. His voice dwindled to almost a whisper by the end. Harry examined the wand. It was made of white wood, worn down significantly, with the tip nearly exposing the unicorn hair within. You need to replace this wand. It is unsuitable for you and far too antiquated. Your inconsistent spellcasting is due to this. Harry said. By the way, are you going home for Christmas? I probably won't be going back. My parents have already said we're going to Rome to see Charlie. Ron replied. Harry nodded. In that case, you should speak to Professor McGonagall and explain your situation, asking her to take you to purchase a new wand. But I don't have any money. Ron's face flushed crimson, his voice barely audible. Harry chuckled. Would you like to advance your Christmas gifts for the next 7 years? Ron's head shot up. You mean? Really? That is quite a sum. Chapter 30. You are not foolish. Nearby, Draco scoffed softly, but before he could say anything, Harry shot him a stern glance, prompting him to sulkily resume fiddling with his hair. Indeed, it is precisely as you suspect. As you are aware, I have inherited a considerable fortune, in addition to various other lucrative avenues, thus it is of little consequence. However, should you wish to advance your Christmas gift, be advised that I shall not be delivering any presents during the school term, Harry remarked with a smile. Ron eagerly nodded, exclaiming, I am willing. Prime desire no gifts. If it were possible, I would gladly exchange my present for a new wand. Then it is settled. Come with me to find Professor McGonagall. The weekend is upon us. And you might not even have to wait until Christmas. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder, signaling for them to proceed to the Great Hall, while he detained Neville. I have some matters to discuss with Neville. You two go ahead, and I shall meet you in the hall. Hermione nodded and swiftly pulled a questioning Ron along, while Draco waved away the water mirror, raked his fingers through his hair, and chose to trust Harry's judgment as he followed Hermione and Ron out. Once the trio departed, a serene silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the gentle murmur of the nearby stream breaking the stillness. Harry retrieved Neville's parchment from his pocket. Are you certain you wish to learn the Cruciatus Curse? Neville flinched and immediately looked up at Harry. Harry, maintaining a calm demeanor, held the parchment before him, revealing a single clear line of text that nearly pierced the surface of the parchment. Cruciatus Curse. Noticing no signs of disdain or contempt on Harry's face, only tranquility, Neville lowered his gaze once more. My parents. They were driven mad by this curse, and now they reside in St. Mungo's. They no longer recognize me. It was the Death Eaters who did this, Bellatrix Lestrange. I want revenge. Excellent, then our goals align. Harry folded the parchment and ignited it with his wand. The two watched as the parchment turned to ashes, the remnants whisked away by the wind, leaving nothing behind. However, this curse affects the mind. I will only teach you this spell after you reach your 5th year, and pass my trials. Harry brushed the remaining ashes from his hands. Not only do you seek vengeance against the Death Eaters, I too seek retribution against Voldemort. Our objectives are shared, so let us grow stronger together, Harry declared. Neville stared intently at the composed Harry, speechless for a moment. Time seemed to stretch, and Neville's forehead glistened with sweat as he nervously fidgeted with his clothing, attempting to wipe the perspiration from his palms, to little avail. He opened his mouth but no sound emerged. He merely licked his dry lips and tried to speak again, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable, startling himself. You don't think I'm foolish, do you? You are not foolish. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. How could one who learns the shield charm in a single day be considered foolish? To be frank, even among graduated wizards, including those in the ministry, few can master such a spell. You, in your first year, accomplished it in a day, more impressive than many adult wizards. You simply take a bit longer to react. Long before Hermione and the others expressed their desire to learn spells from him, Harry had conducted some research. He was astonished by the current state of the magical world. The fundamental shield charm had become a high-level spell only Aurors could wield. Neville swallowed hard, his anxiety tightening his fists. When he opened his mouth, tears streamed forth uncontrollably. He pressed his hand against his mouth, applying such force that he nearly drew blood from his teeth. A muffled sob broke the silence as tears cascaded down his cheeks. While he fought to suppress an outburst of anguish, nearly collapsing under the weight of his emotions, Harry reached out to steady him. We will undoubtedly succeed. No matter how powerful they may be, they are merely human. Why should we fear them? As long as we are diligent and persistent, we shall achieve our goals. In the end, 1 kill is merely recouping our losses, and 2 would yield a profit. It is no loss. As he spoke, Harry's gaze hardened. He was all too familiar with the act of killing, without mentioning the monstrous acromantulas, the inferi, or other such horrors. He could easily claim to have dispatched nearly 80 goblins. Even dark wizards, many a member of the Death Eater ranks had met their demise at his hands. Comparatively, the lives Voldemort had taken were far fewer than Harry could boast. After some time, Neville managed to stifle his tears, his eyes swollen to mere slits. Clutching his father's wand tightly, he vowed to avenge them with it. A fleeting red glimmer flashed from the wand, unnoticed by either boy. Once Neville had fully composed himself, Harry handed him an ice pack wrapped in a handkerchief, encouraging him to apply it to his eyes as they walked, hoping to reduce the swelling before reaching the Great Hall. The atmosphere in Hogwarts' Great Hall was lively. The trio returned to their house table after an afternoon of spell practice, eagerly devouring their food. Even Draco struggled to contain himself, and with his new hairstyle, the Slytherin table nearly mistook him for an imposter. As Hermione and Ron filled their bellies, they noticed Harry leading Neville to their bench, who sat in silence, hastily beginning to eat. If they did not act quickly, dinner would vanish. Having barely managed to satisfy their hunger before the food disappeared, Harry finally exhaled in relief. Reaching for a potion on the table, and glancing up at the staff table, Professor McGonagall remained there, engrossed in a newspaper. Harry quickly beckoned Ron and approached Professor McGonagall. The two, moving against the tide of students, soon drew her attention. McGonagall, noticing their approach, folded her paper and stepped away from her seat, waiting for them. Professor McGonagall, do you have a moment? We have a matter we wish to discuss, Harry inquired. Professor McGonagall regarded them sternly before nodding, indicating they should follow her. She turned and walked towards a small door beside the staff table. Harry and Ron hurried to keep pace. Upon entering, they discovered a dimly lit room with only a few candles illuminating the space. Here's the situation, Professor McGonagall, Harry began, allowing Ron to showcase his wand. This is the matter at hand. Once he finished explaining, Harry retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, revealing the 7 gold galleons he had prepared earlier. I recall that Ollivander offers a discount for first years, correct? Ron has yet to purchase a new wand, so he should still be eligible for the first-year discount, right? Harry asked with a smile. If not, Ron will be waiting several more years for a Christmas gift. At this, even Professor McGonagall could not suppress a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, Ollivander's first-year discount is always available. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I happen to be visiting Diagon Alley. Please come to my office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If that is agreeable, Mr. Weasley. Ron nodded vigorously, anxious that any delay might lead to rejection. Excellent. Then leave it to me. If all goes as planned, you shall see Mr. Weasley's new wand by tomorrow afternoon, Professor McGonagall said, accepting the pouch from Harry and gesturing for them to depart. As they exited the small room, an exhilarated Ron noted that few people remained in the corridor. Even his typically boundless energy was beginning to wane. Noticing this, Harry decided not to linger, and made his way directly to the Gryffindor common room. After a refreshing sleep, Harry awoke to find Neville's bed across from him now empty. Checking the time, he promptly roused Ron from his dreams, urging him to prepare and seek out Professor McGonagall to avoid being left behind. Standing by the window, Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of a small figure jogging slowly by the Black Lake. At this hour, when most remained in slumber, it was highly likely to be Neville. Harry couldn't help but let out a sigh as he retrieved the Wizarding Combat Handbook, searching for a guide on Auror training authored by Professor Sharp. He copied it and placed it on Neville's bed, weighing it down to prevent it from being mistakenly discarded. After freshening up, Harry made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast, reminding Ron that time was running short. If he didn't hurry, he would miss the meal. He hastily consumed some bread and scrambled eggs, downed his morning potion, and took a seat at an empty spot, pulling out his homework as he quietly awaited the side effects to subside. Based on past experience, he expected it would take just over an hour. Ron, in a flurry, grabbed a few slices of bread, neglecting to spread any jam, and dashed out as if pursued by a ghost. Harry glanced at the clock. Only 10 minutes remained until 9. He shook his head in exasperation. Despite his reminders, Ron's habit needed addressing. Unbeknownst to Ron, who was panting at the door of Professor McGonagall's office, he hastily swallowed the bread and knocked on the door. Professor McGonagall promptly opened it, allowing him inside. He approached the fireplace and used the Flu network to travel to Diagon Alley. Ron's face paled. Had he known, he would not have eaten those few slices of bread. Meanwhile, Harry in the Great Hall covered his mouth with a handkerchief to test his now numb lips, which had nearly returned to normal. He beckoned Hedwig, who had been waiting patiently, and handed her a note he had written earlier, asking her to deliver it to Professor Dumbledore. Hedwig gently nibbled Harry's finger, accepted the treat he offered, and soared into the air. Before long, a flash of fire revealed a singed note that appeared beside Harry. He opened it with satisfaction, tucked it away, and made his way outside the castle. Finding a secluded corner, Harry retrieved his old broomstick and mounted it, heading towards the Forbidden Forest with purpose. Soon, he located a nest of acromantulas and effortlessly dispatched several, collecting 7 or 8 vials of venom. Feeling satisfied, he prepared to leave when he heard rustling from a nearby thicket. Harry quickly concealed himself, pointing his wand at the source of the commotion. In a moment, a golden unicorn foal stumbled out from the underbrush, its pure eyes curiously scanning its surroundings while emitting a soft, juvenile whinny. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind the tree. The golden foal startled at the sight of Harry and turned to flee, only to become ensnared in the thicket. "Hush now, dear one, do not be afraid." "Hush," Harry called, clearing his mind and looking sincerely at the foal, while holding out a piece of honeycomb. The foal ceased its struggles and cautiously glanced at Harry, hesitating for a moment before approaching. It lowered its head to nibble the honeycomb from Harry's palm, letting out a joyful snort that elicited a smile from Harry as he gently stroked the foal's smooth back. "Little one, where are your parents? This is not a safe place for you. Acromantulas roam nearby, and it is perilous. Shall I help you find your family?" Harry whispered to the foal. The foal regarded him for a moment before nodding. Harry lifted the small creature, no larger than a lamb, and fashioned a pouch from blades of grass to carry it securely on his back. He then mounted his broom, flying slowly in the direction the foal had come from. After about 10 minutes, Harry suddenly halted at the treetops. There were people nearby. He immediately cast the disillusionment charm, ensuring the foal and broom were also concealed. As he crept closer, he witnessed a horrifying sight. A hooded figure was crouched over the neck of a unicorn, greedily drinking its blood. From a distance, the anguished cries of another unicorn echoed. Harry's hair stood on end. Someone dared to hunt unicorns near Hogwarts. In an instant he recognized the figure below, Quirrell. The foal, unable to contain its distress, let out a mournful cry, prompting the shadowy figure to look up, revealing a face smeared with silver blood. Indeed, it was Quirrell. Harry swiftly descended, and as he left the treetops, a spell struck the spot he had just vacated, sending up a plume of dark smoke. Hitting the ground, he rolled away, seeking refuge behind a large rock where he gently set the foal down, casting protective charms around it before rushing in another direction. Along the way, he took the opportunity to fire a few spells at Quirrell. However, moving while dodging trees affected his aim. Fortunately, Quirrell's attention was drawn away, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief as he found another hiding spot, and continued to unleash spells. Quirrell could only see vague shadows and, believing the relentless spells could not be from a student, he grew increasingly flustered, defensively casting a few haphazard spells before dissipating into a cloud of dark smoke. Harry narrowed his eyes but did not pursue. After waiting a moment to confirm Quirrell had escaped, he quickly ran to the fallen unicorn's side. Examining it closely, he sorrowfully caressed its eyes, then dug a deep grave in the clearing to lay the unicorn to rest. Summoning the earth, he scattered a handful of moonflower seeds before returning to the rock to find the foal. Chapter 31. A Clearing. It seemed that the deceased unicorn was either the mother or father of this little one. Harry watched as the foal lingered by the freshly filled grave, shedding large tears. With a heavy heart, he placed it back in the pouch and headed toward the source of the earlier cries. Minutes later, Harry spotted another unicorn, collapsed in a meadow, its wounds so severe that the bone was visible. It was whimpering continuously, its slender legs straining to rise, only to collapse again and again. Harry revealed himself, causing the unicorn to emit a wary snort. He stood still, setting the foal down, watching as it stumbled towards the fallen unicorn, tears streaming down its face as it gently licked its wounds. The injured unicorn, seeing the foal beside it, immediately relaxed, its gaze softening as it looked at Harry. Only then did Harry approach, inspecting its injuries. He retrieved various healing potions from his satchel, pouring them onto the wounds without hesitation, relieved to see them beginning to heal. After administering a blood-replenishing potion, Harry hesitated before asking, "Would you be willing to come with me? I know a place where you can recover safely. It wouldn't be secure for you with your child here." The unicorn attempted to rise, slowly getting to its feet, but its wounds split open again, causing it to collapse once more. Harry quickly used spells to mend the injuries, watching with concern. After a while, the wounds seemed to heal. But Harry knew this was merely superficial. A sudden movement could cause them to reopen. Finally, the unicorn nodded at Harry, prompting him to smile. He whispered to his satchel, which transformed into a larger bag, effortlessly enclosing both the unicorn and its foal within. With the bag secured on his back, Harry retrieved his broom, soaring swiftly towards Hogwarts. Upon exiting the Forbidden Forest, Harry took a moment to clean himself up before hastily making his way to the castle. Passing through the Great Hall, he noticed it was time for lunch, but there was no time to eat. He grabbed a potion bottle and dashed up to the 8th floor. Arriving at the entrance to the room of requirement, he quickly paced back and forth before opening the great door. With unwavering determination, Harry rushed into the lush clearing, quickly releasing the unicorns from the bag. The larger and smaller unicorns looked around in bewilderment, seemingly unaware of any danger, both appearing quite content. The injured unicorn, unable to move for the time being, was placed in a secluded hollow not far from the stream, shielded by massive rocks. It was a spot that would remain dry and did not require a shelter. Harry instructed Didi to fetch some soft straw to lay on the ground, marking the end of their immediate concerns. Didi, overjoyed at the sight of the two unicorns, scurried about, preparing a temporary abode for them. Harry, feeling the grumbling of his stomach, called out, "Didi, please bring me some food, and do hurry, bring plenty." "Absolutely, sir," Didi replied with a sharp tone, vanishing in an instant. Harry uncorked a potion vial and drank its contents, conjuring a set of tables and chairs to sit beside the unicorn's nest, pondering what could be more captivating than a unicorn for his dining entertainment. As the potion began to take effect, Didi returned, only for Harry to be met with a bemused expression as he beheld the offerings in Didi's hands. An array of magical creature feed. There were various flavors and types for all ages. "Didi, what I need is food for myself. Could you please expedite that?" Harry asked, exasperation seeping into his voice. Didi placed the magical creature feed on the ground, appearing somewhat sheepish, and prepared to dash toward the stone wall. But Harry quickly caught him by the towel. "Just be quick, and bring back as much as you can." Didi promptly disappeared again, leaving Harry to silently regard the magical creature feed on the ground. Perhaps he could give it a try? He had heard that humans could consume it as well. Fortunately, he did not dwell on this for long, as his hunger, feeling as though it would corrode his stomach, was finally alleviated when his lunch arrived. The table Harry conjured was barely able to accommodate all the food, requiring him to enlarge it just to fit everything. With no one else around, he began to devour the meal voraciously, the food soothing his stomach that had begun to cramp with hunger. As he neared the end of his feast, he slowed down, observing Didi as he tended to the unicorns, providing them with food and water, fluffing the straw to make it more comfortable, and using the house elf's unique magic to check their health and compile a list of necessary potions. Once Harry finished his meal, the list was handed to him. After scanning the items Didi had noted, Harry exhaled in relief. None were particularly rare and could be easily ordered from the apothecary. He immediately penned an order and handed the list to Didi, instructing him to send it off with an owl. Approaching the unicorn resting on the straw, Harry tentatively extended his hand. The unicorn gently laid its head beneath his touch, prompting a smile to bloom on Harry's face. "You are safe here, rest and recover. Didi will take good care of you, and when you are well enough to return he will see you home. There's no need to worry," Harry murmured softly. The unicorn gazed at him with tender eyes, filling Harry with a warm sense of joy. After a moment, the unicorn signaled for Harry to look at its tail. It took Harry a moment to grasp the unicorn's intent, but he quickly turned his gaze. The unicorn flicked its tail, causing a strand of its tail hair to fall. Harry turned with excitement. "Is this for me?" The unicorn nodded, and Harry carefully picked up the precious strand, knowing its worth was significant. Not only would it ensure the unicorn's comfort during their recovery, but it could also yield a profit for Harry. Beaming with gratitude, Harry thanked the unicorn, and carefully stored the strand after performing a basic magical preservation. If not properly handled, the magical properties would gradually dissipate, leaving merely a beautiful but ordinary hair. Luckily, Harry was adept at managing such materials, and although he could only perform basic magical handling at the moment, it would suffice for now, ensuring he could later sell it at a good price. Just as he secured the unicorn's tail hair, Harry noticed the unicorn straining to rise. Alarmed, he rushed to intervene. No, you mustn't get up yet. Your wound hasn't healed. However, his attempts to stop it were futile. He hesitated to use force, watching helplessly as the unicorn's injured leg tore open once more. With his wand in hand, Harry was ready to heal the unicorn, but was caught off guard when the unicorn nipped at his sleeve, causing him to stumble and miscast the spell. After a moment of confusion, Harry finally understood the unicorn's intention. It wished to offer him some of its blood. The voluntary gift of the unicorn's blood sent a thrill of excitement through Harry, causing his hands to tremble. He quickly retrieved a small crystal vial and held it to the unicorn's leg, where a few drops of blood began to seep from the previously unbleeding wound. Though it was not much, it filled the vial to a satisfying level. After sealing it, Harry hurried to treat the unicorn's injury, and this time, the unicorn did not resist. The small wound vanished almost instantly. Gratefully, Harry looked at the unicorn. Thank you. The unicorn settled back down quietly, no longer regarding Harry. He recognized this as a sign that the unicorn considered their accounts settled. Not taken aback by this, Harry reached out tentatively. The unicorn shifted slightly but did not entirely reject his touch, which he deemed a significant achievement. Not wishing to be greedy, Harry cherished the moment, knowing that in a few years as he grew he might not be able to touch the unicorn at all. Fortunately, the young unicorn showed no aversion to him. After playing with the little unicorn for a while, Harry reluctantly took his leave. Upon returning to the corridor on the 8th floor, Harry savored the lingering taste of the meal before making his way to the headmaster's office. He needed to inform Dumbledore about Quirrell's hunting of unicorns, as it was imperative to devise a plan to protect the other unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. After explaining the situation, Harry did not linger. He headed straight to the Gryffindor common room for some much-needed rest. After a morning filled with tension and an eventful afternoon, all he wanted was to relax. As he entered through the circular opening of the Gryffindor common room, he spotted Ron and the others in their usual corner, with Ron excitedly brandishing a new wand, 14 inches, made of willow, with a core of unicorn hair. Look at this. The flexibility is simply exceptional, Ron exclaimed as soon as he noticed Harry. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, having endured Ron's incessant bragging about his new wand since he returned from lunch. Seeing Ron's enthusiasm, Harry felt compelled to temper his excitement. Now that you have the right wand, I suppose you won't be dodging sparks at the next gathering, right? Ron faltered, his mouth opening and closing in surprise. His joy instantly replaced with a grimace. Harry didn't give him a chance to complain, greeting Hermione and Neville before turning back toward the dormitory. He needed a wash. He was covered in either blood or dirt, and though he had cleaned up a bit, nothing felt better than a good rinse. Before Ron could say anything to Hermione, she swiftly gathered her belongings, declaring, I'm off to the library. You should practice while you can. Don't let Harry down by being worse than Malfoy. I want tea, Ron shouted, ruffled his hair, and clutched his wand as he sought out an empty classroom to practice. After thoroughly cleaning himself from head to toe, Harry dried his hair and returned to his bed, first setting the vial of blood aside carefully. It was an exceedingly rare substance, valuable for crafting magical runes or brewing potions. Harry had never contemplated using it himself, fully aware of his own limitations. While he might possess slightly more prowess than an average wizard, he fell far short compared to seasoned masters. Thus, he resolved to pass the transaction to Snape, proposing that Snape receive half of the final product in exchange for his expertise, while he would supply the materials. A perfect arrangement. Of course, if that proved unfeasible, Harry felt that a third would also be acceptable. After examining the simply processed unicorn hair once more, he set it aside, took a piece of parchment, and penned a letter to Ollivander, knowing that the demand for such items was significant and would fetch a handsome price. He then rummaged through his bag to inspect the materials set aside from the troll, as well as the venom from the acromantula. Harry decided that this would suffice for the day. After dinner, he would deliver everything to Snape, as he had no desire to handle it any longer, especially after just having bathed. He wished to avoid any peculiar odors. Collapsing onto his bed, Harry removed his glasses and placed them on the bedside table. With a flick of his wand, the bed curtains drew closed, casting the room into shadow. He yawned widely, turned over, and fell into slumber. Upon awakening, he felt groggy and rubbed his eyes before finding his glasses. Pulling back the curtains, he glanced out the window. The sunset had painted half the sky in hues of red, and faint sounds of chatter echoed from the common room. Harry let out a large yawn, stretched, and climbed out of bed, donning a clean set of clothes and attempting to tame his hair before exiting the dormitory. Blending into the throng, he scanned the area but did not spot Hermione or the others. Without hesitation, he left the common room, intending to head straight to the Great Hall. Upon arrival, he found his friends seated on the benches, their faces etched with fatigue as they awaited dinner. "What happened to you all?" Harry inquired, puzzled. Ron was quick to elaborate. "Don't even mention it. I found an empty classroom to practice the armor's charm, and Peeves discovered me. He kept throwing things at me, but thankfully the charm held. I barely managed to escape and ran into Hermione. After I complained a bit, she dragged Neville and me off to confront Peeves. And we spent the afternoon being pelted with items. If we couldn't block them, we took the hits." Hermione, unfazed, continued to peruse her book. "Peeves is a rather convenient practice dummy, you know. We can't operate the dummies on the 8th floor. But Peeves is always willing to assist you in honing your magical skills. What more could you desire?" Neville sat silently, staring blankly at his empty plate, unwilling to utter a word. "Well, you make a fair point. Good luck," Harry remarked, his mouth twitching at Hermione's resourcefulness. Just then, dinner appeared on the long table, and Neville's eyes lit up as he swiftly seized a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly reaching for another. He was famished. Hermione and Ron were not much better off, devouring their meals like they had been starved, although Hermione's manner was slightly more refined. Harry also took some of his favored dishes, glancing up at the staff table, where Dumbledore was seated in his usual spot, and to his surprise, Quirrell was present as well. However, Quirrell appeared pallid, distractedly slicing his steak while casting furtive glances at the other professors. Chapter 32. Investment. With a chuckle, Harry lowered his gaze to his dinner, pleased to note that Quirrell seemed oblivious to the identity of his assailant in the Forbidden Forest. Fixated solely on the professors, this was indeed advantageous. After finishing dinner, Harry picked up the potion bottle that always appeared by his plate, and glanced once more at the staff table, only to find that Snape was no longer in his seat. He informed Ron, who was still munching away, and turned to leave. Descending the staircase, he made his way to Snape's office, familiar with the route. Quietly, he inquired in Parseltongue to the portrait of Medusa, "Is Professor Snape in?" Medusa's eyes widened in surprise. "You can speak Parseltongue." "Goodness. Yes, he is here. Would you like me to let you in?" No thanks, I'll just knock," Harry replied hastily, not wishing to provoke Snape further by entering unannounced. "Very well, Parseltongue speaker. If you have time, do come and visit me," Medusa said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "I wish to chat with someone. Professor Snape is dreadfully dull. He never speaks a word to me." Harry raised an eyebrow. "That sounds quite taxing for you. Surely you could converse with others too." "I only enjoy talking to Parseltongue speakers," Medusa hissed, casting Harry a flirtatious glance. Harry shifted his gaze, rapping 3 times on the door, no longer regarding Medusa. The door swung open to reveal a shadowy Snape, who glared down at Harry with an icy demeanor. "I come bearing gifts, Professor," Harry declared. Snape's fingers tightened, as if he intended to slam the door shut. "Unicorn blood. Voluntarily donated," Harry quickly interjected. Snape paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Harry, searching for any hint of deceit. After what felt like an eternity, during which Harry's arm grew weary, Snape finally relinquished the door and stepped aside. "Thank you," Harry said gratefully, retracting his hand and entering Snape's office. He walked directly to the sofa and began placing the prepared items onto the coffee table one by one. Snape remained silent, picking up the most prominent crystal vial to inspect it, confirming its contents before speaking. "The cost? I require half of the final product," Harry replied. "That is out of the question. 1/3. Snape said nothing further, merely turning away with the crystal vial and carefully placing it aside before returning to his previous position. Silent and still, Harry pushed the items on the table slightly, stating, "This is for the additional compensation. Previously prepared nutritional potions, which would be even better with fewer side effects." Snape let out a derisive snort, remaining silent. Harry shrugged, opting not to press further, and stood to leave. Just as he was about to step out, Snape's voice drifted after him. 2 weeks. Harry paused, nodded, and exited without another word. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was intercepted by the twins. "I heard you bought Ron a new wand?" He said it was traded for a 7-year Christmas gift. Harry nodded, affirming yes, Charlie's old wand didn't suit him well. It had quite the impact. The twins exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming as they regarded Harry. "Do you have a substantial amount of money to spare?" "Well, I suppose there is a fair amount, Harry replied modestly. He had a good impression of the Weasley family and paid little mind to their probing. Come on over here. The twins each took an arm and led Harry to a corner. They began pulling out an assortment of peculiar items from their pockets, eagerly introducing each one. This is the skiving snack box. Just eat one, and you'll develop various ailments that will let you escape class, but we're currently stuck at a crucial stage. This is canary cream. Eat it, and you'll transform into a canary, but again, we're blocked at an important step. And this? Extendable ears. Though right now, it's merely a concept. And more. Harry stroked his chin. So you are developing prank products? The twins high-fived in celebration. Exactly. Need investment? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Harry grinned. Then how much of a cut are you willing to offer me? The twins seemed to have anticipated this. Half. No, that's unacceptable. You both have great ideas and solid craftsmanship. I believe you can succeed. Half is far too much. I prefer to remain hands-off, so I only require 20. That's not acceptable. We can't agree to that. Fred immediately rejected. We cannot take advantage of you. George interjected immediately. If Mum finds out, we'll be in serious trouble. Observing their frantic refusals, Harry felt a sense of helplessness. It was always others who clamored for more investment and less profit-sharing. Yet with the twins, the situation was entirely reversed. Doesn't the energy you expend in research count as money? And the manpower spent on marketing is not insignificant either. If you open a shop in the future, you will have to manage all of this on your own. I truly wish to be nothing more than a passive investor. So 20 is quite sufficient, Harry explained. The twins hesitated, exchanging glances before ultimately acquiescing to Harry's request, though they resolved to each take only 35, reserving the remaining 10 for Harry's future needs, should he require it. However, they decided against informing Harry of this arrangement, opting to address it when the situation arose. After glancing at the half-finished products on the table, Harry resolved to invest 100 galleons in them. What they needed at this juncture was not merely product development, but an expansion of their knowledge base. Although the twins' ideas were promising, the alchemy and magic they employed were still rather rudimentary, easily discernible to the discerning eye. If exposed, their business could face insurmountable challenges. Harry possessed the funds and, using a cloth pouch, handed them 100 galleons. The twins, overjoyed, were momentarily at a loss for words. Instantly eager to write to their father for alchemical texts, knowledge that their family possessed in abundance. This prompted Harry to suddenly recall Gareth. The twins bore some resemblance to him in character, and Gareth was, after all, their predecessor. In Harry's memory, Gareth had been quite adept in alchemy. Perhaps he could introduce the twins to Gareth? Regardless, their research did carry certain risks, and having Gareth to oversee their work would undoubtedly be safer than their solitary endeavors. In the worst-case scenario, if they encountered danger, Gareth could seek Harry's assistance. With this in mind, Harry spoke. You might want to search for a portrait of your ancestor. I recall seeing one named Gareth Weasley, who was quite proficient in alchemy. You should seek his guidance, as it is said he left behind many portraits. Fred pondered this. Their family's ancestral home had long fallen into disrepair due to a lack of funds, and their ancestors' portraits resided at Aunt Muriel's house. However, they were not fond of Aunt Muriel, who always visited their home for the holidays, so they had seldom ventured to her residence, and were thus unfamiliar with Gareth. But this was easily rectified. Their father, Arthur Weasley, had a good relationship with Aunt Muriel, and could surely help locate the portrait. Nodding to himself, Fred declared, I'll have my family keep an eye out. If he is our ancestor, we will certainly find his portrait. George nodded in agreement. If the Weasley family indeed has such an ancestor, it will save us a considerable amount of time in our own explorations. Seeing the twins eager to write a letter, Harry tactfully took his leave. Turning to look around, he noticed Ron and the others were absent. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory, the twins stopped him. Tomorrow is our Quidditch team's practice. Would you like to come watch? If you wish, we can even lend you a broom. The school's old brooms are no match for ours, and while ours aren't the best, they are used in competitions. Harry paused, casting a suspicious glance at the two. Is this a suggestion from Dumbledore? Otherwise, why would they invite me at this hour? We're the team's beaters, and you are Harry Potter. It's perfectly fine for you to watch practice. George chuckled, then called out to a nearby upperclassman, Wood, can Harry come watch our practice tomorrow? A dark-haired fifth-year boy turned at the sound, scrutinized Harry, then broke into a broad grin. Of course. See, he agreed. He asked the Quidditch team captain. And if he says it's fine, then it absolutely is. Will you come? Fred asked as he tidied up the table. Harry could only nod. I will come. What time does practice begin? His plan with Dumbledore had already been to visit the Quidditch pitch, so the twins' invitation was too good to pass up. 7. Of course. You can arrive a little later since you're not training, George lamented. Wood treats us like we're not human. We have to train on Sundays too. And so early. Fred nodded in agreement, sharing in the lament. 8 o'clock would be fine. Starting at 7 means we have to wake up at 6. The two wore expressions of exaggerated despair, eliciting laughter from Harry. Offering them a half-hearted consolation, he then returned to the dormitory. Upon closing the door, the raucous noise of the common room faded away, leaving only faint sounds. Ron and Neville emerged from the washroom, yawning and supporting one another. Harry, you're back. Ron greeted with a long yawn. Yes, if you're tired, you should rest quickly. I'm going to watch the Gryffindor Quidditch team's practice tomorrow morning. Do you want to come? Harry asked, a hint of resignation in his tone. I think I'll pass. I need more practice. I don't know what's going on, but my wand feels different today, Neville replied, struggling to suppress a yawn, tears welling in his eyes. Ron perked up, intending to say he would join, but upon hearing Neville's words, he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Harry placed his coat on the chair by his bed and turned back, puzzled. What do you mean? I'm not going either. I need to make the most of my time. I don't want to fall behind Malfoy. Ron resolved firmly. Harry smiled. All right then. I'll tell you about the practice when I return. Yes. Both Neville and Ron chimed in unison, before succumbing once more to yawns and muttering their goodnights. Collapsing onto their beds, Harry shook his head, moving to draw the curtains for the two, dimming the lights in the dormitory before gathering his belongings to wash up. The next morning, before the alarm rang, Harry awoke, reached out to turn it off, and glanced at the time. 5 minutes until 7. He pulled back the bed curtains and was astonished to find Ron's bed already empty. A quick glance across the room revealed that Neville was also absent. Slipping on his slippers, he approached the window, and just as the previous day, he spotted two small figures outside. Harry couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, touching the headband on his forehead. With such companions, Voldemort stood no chance. In truth, Harry's scar had long since healed. But Dumbledore insisted he wear the headband daily to avoid drawing attention. He even employed a transformation spell to fabricate a false scar on Harry's forehead, a favor for which he had traded a notebook from his school days. Cheerfully addressing his personal hygiene, Harry selected his attire, opting for something that allowed for ease of movement and provided some level of protection. Although Dumbledore assured him of safety, Harry was not willing to entrust his well-being to anyone else, even if that person was Dumbledore. However, the clothing he currently wore had been custom-made by Madame Malkin and differed from what he had previously worn during his adventures. After rummaging through his belongings, he managed to assemble a suitable outfit for activity, also retrieving a scarf embedded with runes to mitigate magical harm, which remained in relatively good condition. Glancing outside, he noted the slightly overcast sky and decisively wrapped the scarf around his neck. Every little bit helped. Harry glanced once more in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. He certainly needed to seize an opportunity to venture there and gather more materials. The absence of runes embedded in his clothing left him feeling rather insecure. Checking the time, he swiftly made his way outside. As usual, he arrived at the Great Hall. After all, one must never neglect breakfast. After finishing his meal, Harry remained motionless at his seat, noticing that the potion he typically received on the side of his plate had not materialized today. A frown creased his brow. Just last night, Snape had mentioned there were still 2 weeks' worth of potions to consume. How could it be absent today? Could it be that Snape was intentionally withholding it due to Harry's poor attitude the night before? This thought made Harry increasingly restless. He considered heading to the dungeons to inquire, but hesitated, fearing it would consume precious time, as he had tasks to accomplish today. Chapter 33. Where are your glasses? Just as Harry began to feel anxious, a vial of potion appeared before him. This potion, astonishingly, was a pale gold, distinctly different from the usual concoctions. Alongside it lay a piece of parchment that appeared to contain more than just a few words. Harry grasped the parchment and glanced towards the staff table. Snape was conspicuously absent, yet Professor McGonagall was still present. He let out a slight sigh of relief. McGonagall's presence indicated he still had time. Unfolding the parchment, Harry read the text. Reward, 1/3 of the potion, the blessing of the goddess of life. If you grasp the effects of this potion, you should know what to do. Should the esteemed savior be unwilling to partake, then arrive at the potions classroom before 8:30 to collect the potion. A shiver ran down Harry's spine. He had never anticipated that this potion would carry such significance. He felt remorse towards Snape. Indeed, he recognized this potion. He had come across snippets of it in the restricted section, and the required ingredients were exceedingly rare, not even guaranteed to be successfully brewed by a master potion maker. In addition to the willingly offered blood of a unicorn, it required tears of joy from a phoenix, moonlight flowers blooming on a snowy night, and several peculiar ingredients. Generally, it was quite a challenge to gather them all. Yet Snape had managed to procure every last ingredient and brew it successfully. With determination, Harry incinerated the parchment in his hand, seized the potion vial before him, uncorked it, and drank it down in one swift motion. An indescribable sensation surged down his throat, partly cool, partly warm. Harry covered his mouth in astonishment, feeling as though he had swallowed something profound, yet also as if he had consumed nothing at all. The vial was empty, devoid of residue. Suddenly Harry shivered, his vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. Unable to resist, he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Just as he was about to reinsert them, he was astonished to discover that he could see perfectly clearly. When he lifted the glasses before him, everything was a blur. The blessing of the goddess of life was indeed a marvel. Excitedly, Harry placed the glasses on the table and surveyed his surroundings. The world before him had never appeared so vividly clear. Even the intricate patterns on the doors of the Great Hall were now distinctly visible. Previously, even with his glasses on, he could only make out vague outlines. But now everything was astonishingly sharp. According to the book, this potion adjusted a person's body to its optimal state. Just a single sip was sufficient. And a person could only consume it once in a lifetime. Any more would turn into a poison. Moreover, it was a poison that acted upon the soul. It could merge with any liquid, and the most intricate magic could not discern anything amiss. As this realization struck him, Harry felt a jolt of apprehension. Surely, Snape would not be so reckless. However, he noticed Professor McGonagall beginning to rise and head outside, leaving him no time for further contemplation as he hastily followed suit. He needed to arrive at the Quidditch pitch before Professor McGonagall. After all, she was the primary spectator. And it would be quite unfortunate if the audience was seated while the performers were absent. As he sprinted, Harry was surprised to find he did not feel fatigued at all. Even his breathing remained steady. It appeared to be the potion's doing. And Harry could not help but silently thank Snape. He would no longer be tormented by peculiar side effects. Additionally, he owed a nod of gratitude to the unicorn on the 8th floor. Entering the Quidditch pitch through the main gate, Harry looked up to see the Gryffindor players soaring through the air, appearing to engage in a form of formation. He did not call out to them but instead found a place to sit and eagerly watch their practice. After a few moments, Harry caught sight of Professor McGonagall entering the pitch, yet she made no sound as she walked towards the elevated spectators area. No one on the field seemed to notice her, and Harry pretended not to see her as he intently focused on the players above, searching for his opportunity. Before long, Wood shouted a few commands into the sky, and the team members descended, gathering on the grass in the center of the pitch. Harry blinked and leaped off the stands, racing towards them. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, and the twins looked as though they had just tasted something utterly foul. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired softly as he approached. Fred's face was ashen. "It's that McLaggen. He nothing but a pile of dung," George chimed in. Before Harry could pose another question, the two began to vent their frustrations. This McLaggen was a second-year student from Gryffindor, a lanky boy whose uncle worked at the Ministry of Magic. Since joining the team, he had relentlessly offered all manner of unsolicited advice to Wood, completely disregarding commands. Each match, he caused some sort of mishap, leaving Gryffindor languishing at the bottom of the league standings. If it weren't for the fact that Gryffindor couldn't find anyone else to replace him, Wood would have long since booted him from the team, for despite everything, McLaggen's flying skills were adequate. Harry patted George on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, realizing he could only shrug. After all, he was not yet a member of the team. Watching as Wood shouted at McLaggen, Harry shifted his gaze to Fred's broomstick. "Do you want to fly for a bit? It seems we won't be continuing practice anytime soon. We can just watch, or you could take a turn flying," Fred suggested. Harry nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. Have you ever played Quidditch?" George asked. Harry immediately shook his head. "No, you see, I grew up in the Muggle world, and there's no such thing as Quidditch there." This wasn't a lie, as Harry's focus had previously been entirely on escaping the confines of school to seek out Hagrid, and his knowledge of Quidditch was limited to scoring goals and catching the golden snitch. "Should I find someone to join us? Just as informal practice?" Fred offered. Harry grinned broadly. "That would be splendid. What could be better than Quidditch to showcase one's flying skills? Professor McGonagall is eagerly awaiting a performance. I'll give it a test flight first, and if you think it's satisfactory, we can all join in. How does that sound?" Harry proposed. Fred handed over his broomstick. "No problem. George, you fly with Harry and keep an eye on him," Fred commanded. George mounted his broomstick. Of course, let us get ready, boss. Harry laughed heartily, hopped onto the broom, and with a powerful kick, soared into the sky. The wind tousled his hair, and without the need for glasses, Harry marveled at the scenery before him. The grass, the black lake, the castle. Everything seemed to unveil itself as if a veil had been lifted, clearer than ever before. Unable to contain his joy, Harry burst into laughter, delighting in the freedom of swirling through the air. The new broom was undeniably superior to his old one. A gentle nudge was all it took to change direction, unlike his previous broom, which often required him to use his weight to alter course. After soaring through the air for a while, Harry suddenly recalled the flying trials he had participated in previously. He elevated his broomstick to survey the surroundings. But to his dismay, he found no noticeable rings of smoke or balloons. With a sigh of disappointment, he presumed that the activity had likely been discontinued. However, reminiscing about the exhilarating sensations from the trials, he couldn't resist the urge to lean forward and accelerate. As he sped up and dove, the broom seemed to meld seamlessly with Harry, responding to his commands as if it were an extension of his own limbs. He performed S-shaped maneuvers, spiraled, halted abruptly, and accelerated again, reveling in the thrill of the flight, nearly forgetting the purpose of his venture. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, prompting Harry to turn around swiftly. A large black spherical object was hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Harry's pupils dilated in fear. At this rate, a collision seemed inevitable, and he could only imagine the pain of shattered bones. Acting on instinct, he forcefully pressed down on the broomstick, and his body plummeted toward the ground like a kite with severed strings. The black sphere zipped past the tail of his broom and soared into the sky, even knocking down a few branches along the way. With a serious expression, Harry regained control of his broom. He had been flying at a low altitude to avoid trouble. But now, to evade the black sphere, he instinctively dove lower, feeling as though he might crash to the ground. In the distance, gasps and shouts echoed. But Harry paid them no heed. Gripping the broomstick tightly, he lifted it forcefully, shifting his weight back as he halted his descent just shy of a meter from the ground, transitioning into a parallel flight just above the grassy pitch. As the tips of his shoes grazed the turf, Harry glanced upward at the black sphere, which had begun gathering momentum again, charging toward him. A grin spread across his face, as he felt a rush of excitement akin to dodging the pursuit of the Ashwinder snakes in the Forbidden Forest. With a cheer, he had no intention of landing. Instead, he ascended further, engaging in a playful game of hide-and-seek with the black sphere. The ball, taunted by Harry's evasion, couldn't even brush against the hem of his robes. Just when Harry began to feel that the challenge was waning, a second black sphere joined the fray, and the two began to chase him down. This rekindled Harry's enthusiasm, and he played with unabated joy until George soared up and knocked the balls to the ground one by one. Only then did Harry, still yearning for more, follow George down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Wood seized him excitedly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Have you played before?" he inquired. "No, Harry played." Taken aback. "Your build is slender and agile. Perfect for the position." Wood circled Harry, as though he had stumbled upon a rare gem. Harry winced at the assessment of his size. "Wood, Potter!" A furious voice echoed from the stands. Professor McGonagall rushed toward them from either side of the pitch. "What on earth is happening? Why is Mr. Potter in the air? And being pursued by a bludger?" Wood's mind snapped into focus as he grabbed the departing Cormac. "It's him, Professor. Ask him. I'm quite certain. Even without a proper player, I wouldn't want someone like that on my team." It turned out that while Harry was enjoying his flight, Wood had been observing from the ground. He had casually praised Harry's skills, which had provoked Cormac, who, feeling indignant, insisted he too could manage the flight with ease. Without a second thought, he decided to challenge Harry, releasing a bludger with a powerful swing. The ball, as if it possessed a mind of its own, hurtled directly toward Harry. What followed was a display of Harry's impressive skills, which left Cormac feeling disgruntled. He attempted to mount his broom, but Wood restrained him, forbidding any further movement. Watching Harry navigate the air with such finesse, Wood could no longer contain himself. He had initially intended to release a snitch for testing, but Cormac seized the opportunity to unleash another bludger. This act infuriated Wood, who declared he would expel Cormac on the spot. Professor McGonagall had rushed to the pitch at the appearance of the first bludger, and, having missed the subsequent events, was equally incensed. She promptly endorsed Wood's decision and penalized Cormac with a hefty deduction of 20 points. This left Harry somewhat perplexed. The points he had fought hard to earn were so easily lost. After reprimanding Cormac and ordering him to leave the field, Professor McGonagall began to circle Harry, much like Wood had done. "Would you like to join the team, Mr. Potter?" she inquired directly. Harry blinked, Realizing this was not how he had anticipated the day to unfold, yet the goal seemed unchanged. Is it permissible for me, Professor? I mean, can first years join the team? He feigned ignorance. McGonagall pressed her lips together, stating, "That is not your concern. Simply answer me. Do you wish to join the Quidditch team?" Harry smiled and scratched the back of his head. "I would love to." Suddenly, Professor McGonagall noticed Harry's missing glasses. He mentally cursed his excitement for forgetting to find a pair to wear as a disguise. Just as Harry was racking his brain for an excuse, McGonagall, with a serious demeanor, admonished, "You cannot consume the vision potion regularly. You must understand this. Moreover, at your age, frequent consumption could hinder the normal development of your eyesight, leading to an increased dependency on the potion, which is unacceptable." Harry was taken aback, yet elated at the prospect of having a valid excuse. "Thank you for the reminder, Professor. This time I won't drink it again." Harry humbly acknowledged his mistake. Professor McGonagall was pleased with Harry's obedience, and instructed the team to maintain confidentiality before hastily departing. As soon as her figure vanished at the entrance, the twins surrounded Harry, enthusiastically urging him to fly with them. However, they were quickly subdued by Wood, who noted that the stands were filling up. Given that McGonagall had just instructed confidentiality, exposing Harry now would be a significant faux pas. Besides, everyone had witnessed Harry's flying prowess, which far surpassed Cormac's. They agreed to utilize the upcoming days for clandestine training, ensuring that they could catch their opponents off guard in the next match. Chapter 34. The Nimbus 2000. Following Wood's remarks, the topic was set aside. He called Harry aside and handed him a small notebook. "Harry, we need to continue training. Your position is Seeker. Do you know what that entails?" "Yes." Harry responded, pleased. "Excellent. This booklet contains a comprehensive guide to broomsticks that I've compiled. Take a look and see which one you prefer. Be sure to report your choice to Professor McGonagall, as you cannot bring your own broom in your first year." Wood leaned down, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders as he handed him the booklet. "I'll let you know the specific training schedule later. For now, you can only train with me individually as I need to arrange the timing." "Thank you so much, Senior Wood," Harry exclaimed as he perused the booklet, which was filled with detailed descriptions of broomstick features, and even included illustrations clipped from magazines. "Just call me Oliver," Wood grinned, patting Harry on the shoulder. "You can either study the broomsticks or watch our training from here. We'll be practicing until noon." Harry, eager to show his appreciation, replied, "I'll stay and observe. Since I can't join the team training, I at least want to understand how the players coordinate." Wood laughed heartily and personally led Harry to the players' bench, the closest spot to the pitch. After settling Harry in, Wood immediately turned around, shouting instructions to his team with a demeanor entirely different from that he had shown Harry. Harry was momentarily taken aback, marveling at Oliver Wood's remarkable ability to change his demeanor. After observing the team's flying practice for a while, he felt a harmonious atmosphere that was markedly improved from when he first arrived. Could it be that the assessment of McLaggen was indeed misguided? Having gained a basic understanding of the players' flying habits, Harry turned his attention to the brochure in his hands. It detailed the Nimbus series, Comet series, and Firebolt series, providing not only a comprehensive comparison of their merits and drawbacks, but also Oliver's personal flying experiences. Each broom was accompanied by a price tag beneath its image. After flipping through the pages, Harry skipped past the older models and focused on the more recent brooms manufactured in the last 2 years. Among them were the Nimbus 2000 and the Firebolt 2000, which he meticulously compared. He found himself in a quandary. Both brooms had similar fundamental specifications, with the only distinctions being their aesthetics and price. The Nimbus series had a somewhat rugged appearance, whereas the Firebolt series consistently embraced a sleek, aerodynamic design that exuded elegance and beauty. After much contemplation, Harry ultimately decided on the Firebolt 2000. After all, while performance may be fleeting, style was everlasting. Resolute in his choice, Harry made a copy of the Firebolt 2000 page, and set it aside before concentrating on watching his future teammates train. He remained by the pitch until the practice concluded, at which point he returned the brochure to Wood and, as instructed, distanced himself from the team members before heading back to the castle alone. After lunch, Harry presented the copied page to Professor McGonagall, along with the key to his vault. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Harry for a considerable time before returning the key, asserting that if Gryffindor secured the Quidditch Cup at the end of the term, the broom would be his reward. However, if Gryffindor did not clinch the championship, Harry could reimburse himself later. Reluctantly, Harry accepted this arrangement. Feeling the weight of his financial considerations, Harry realized that he needed to make an effort in Quidditch. He couldn't let Professor McGonagall's generosity go to waste. Pondering for a moment, Harry concluded that he needed to venture out, as he had yet to address his eyeglasses situation. This time, he had an excuse with the use of the clear vision potion, but what would he say next time? He couldn't possibly claim to have consumed the potion every day. After assessing his inventory, Harry resolved to take a trip to Hogsmeade. Remembering his previous commitment to Dumbledore, he resigned himself to head to the headmaster's office. Before entering, Harry discreetly transformed his glasses, changing his myopic lenses into plain glass. For some reason, he felt reluctant to let Dumbledore know that Snape still possessed the blessing of the Goddess of Life. Adjusting his glasses, Harry shook his head, feeling a bit uncomfortable and amused at himself. After wearing glasses for over 10 years, he found it odd to feel out of sorts without them for just a day. Upon reciting the password, the gargoyle twirled and revealed the staircase. Harry ascended, knocking perfunctorily on the door before pushing it open. Dumbledore. I need to. He halted at the threshold, astonished to find Professor McGonagall confronting Dumbledore with her hands on the desk. My apologies for the interruption. Harry quickly grasped the doorknob and retreated, slamming the door behind him. Just as he was about to flee, the door swung open once more. Professor McGonagall, her expression serious, addressed him. Mr. Potter, are you seeking the headmaster? He is here, but I have matters to attend to. With that, she sidestepped past Harry and hurried downstairs. Harry bit his lip, too apprehensive to utter a sound. It wasn't until he heard the gargoyle's movements that he sighed in relief and entered the office. What was that about? What was Professor McGonagall saying? He inquired, visibly shaken. Dumbledore, seated with his eyelids drooping, struggled to maintain his composure. Nothing. Couldn't you have knocked before entering? With an innocent expression, Harry replied, I did knock. Dumbledore shot him a glance, realizing that indeed, Harry had knocked, albeit half-heartedly. Wiping his face, Dumbledore decisively changed the subject. What brings you here today? I need to go to Hogsmeade, Harry stated plainly, avoiding any gossip. Dumbledore, leaning back in his chair, showed no intention of rising. You should be aware of a few secret passages, yes? You mentioned that I should inform you before leaving the school, and I intended to do so, but given Professor McGonagall's demeanor, it seems unnecessary, Harry replied innocently, striving to appear as compliant as possible. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he gestured for Harry to leave. Go on quickly. I don't want to take the secret passage, Harry asserted firmly. They exchanged determined stares, neither willing to relent. Ultimately, Dumbledore cracked under the pressure, picking up a quill and swiftly writing on parchment. Moments later, he tore off the sheet and handed it to Harry. Here, take this. Present it to the statue at the school gate. I trust you can find your way to Hogsmeade without needing someone to guide you? Harry accepted the parchment, grinning. No need, I know the way. Remember, you must return before dinner. Otherwise you won't be allowed out again, Dumbledore cautioned seriously. Harry nodded earnestly. Of course, dinner costs money after all. I must save where I can. My parents' inheritance isn't exactly vast. With that he dashed away, running so swiftly that he failed to notice the fleeting look of concern on Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore pressed a hand to his chest, contemplating whether to add a few more galleons to Harry's vault. After all, the Potter family legacy remained under his stewardship, entrusted to him by James until Harry came of age. Yet Harry was already quite mature for his age. What if he discovered something? A shiver ran down Dumbledore's spine, prompting him to dismiss the thought. All the income had been funneled into the Order of the Phoenix, tirelessly scrutinizing this and that without compensation. Moreover, there were those post-war compensations to consider. As he pondered, a rare pang of guilt washed over him, but after calculating his remaining assets, he resolutely cast the thought aside. Perhaps he would revisit it when he grew old and forgetful. Dumbledore coldly mused. As Harry strolled along the edge of the Black Lake, he couldn't help but sneeze twice and touch his slightly warm ears. Who is speaking ill of me? A gust of chilly wind carrying moisture from the lake swept over him, causing Harry to draw his coat tighter around himself. Surely he couldn't be catching a cold. He had just regained perfect health that morning. How could he possibly become ill so quickly? If a mere breeze could induce a cold, he would have to question Snape about whether he had been given a counterfeit potion. With this thought in mind, Harry quickened his pace, convinced that it was merely the cold by the lake that was troubling him. Upon reaching the school gates, he glanced towards the entrance, where Sebastian would typically await him. Alas, no one was there to accompany him this time. Shaking his head in disappointment, Harry made his way towards the guardian statue at the gates when suddenly a tall, thin figure emerged from the shadows. Startled, Harry's heart raced. Who are you? You are Harry Potter, aren't you? The little Gryffindor cub. So, you think you can escape the school? I've caught you. A raspy voice boomed as the figure stepped into the light. It was the castle caretaker, Filch. Harry let out a sigh of relief, amused at his own reaction. "Ah, it is Mr. Filch. My apologies, I did not see you. Here is the headmaster's authorization. I need to make a trip to Hogsmeade. Will you assist me in opening the door? Or shall I seek verification from the guard?" Harry greeted politely, retrieving the parchment that Dumbledore had given him. Filch, seemingly indifferent to the authenticity of the authorization in Harry's possession, was singularly focused on dragging him before a professor. Harry could not suppress an eye roll. How could Filch be more difficult than Mr. Mooney? At least Mr. Mooney had merely asked him to assist in collecting the statues of the invisibility beasts, while Filch was utterly unyielding. "Sir, I truly have an authorization. Perhaps you might take a look?" Harry waved the parchment in his hand, almost wishing to thrust it directly into Filch's face. "This is undoubtedly a forgery." Filch scoffed, reaching for Harry's arm. "I've seen plenty of Gryffindor tricks. You're just like the Weasley twins." Harry's mouth twitched. Splendid. It had to be the twins' fault. "How about this? The headmaster said the guard statue could verify it to open the gate. If it is indeed false, the guard statue will certainly refuse me passage. Wouldn't you agree? I'm merely a first year. I could never forge the headmaster's seal." Harry deftly evaded Filch's grasp and proclaimed loudly. Filch paused, hesitating for a moment, before standing by the gate, coldly regarding Harry. "Go and verify. I want to see this for myself. If it is false, you shall find yourself dangling in the dungeon." With Filch finally ceasing his advance, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, approaching the guard statue with the parchment in hand, unfolding it as a signal. The stone-carved guard statue creaked as it raised its spear and, upon setting it back onto its pedestal, the grand doors of Hogwarts swung open. Filch regarded Harry with a hint of surprise. Was this the treatment befitting the chosen one? Had the headmaster genuinely issued him an authorization to leave the school? Having validated his claim, Harry refrained from mocking Filch, understanding that it was merely part of his duties, albeit somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, Harry recognized that castle caretakers often had their quirks, which were not entirely uncommon. "Mr. Filch, may I exit now?" Harry inquired patiently, maintaining his politeness. Filch glanced at Harry and then at the open door, snorted, and turned to leave. Harry paid no mind, bidding him farewell as he strode through the exit. Contemplating Filch's frosty demeanor and foul temper, Harry pondered the necessity of cultivating a good relationship with the castle caretaker. After all, they lived in Hogwarts for nearly their entire lives, and often knew secret passages and tidbits of information even better than the headmaster. Harry gazed at the distant village of Hogsmeade, then glanced down at his short legs, silently retrieving his old broomstick. With a direct flight towards Hogsmeade, he mused over the fact that Filch owned a cat named Mrs. Norris, treating it almost as a companion. Surely, it would be far easier to win over a cat than to please an irritable old man. With this thought, Harry felt a wave of joy wash over him. Deciding to visit the Three Broomsticks to order a batch of dried fish, having heard that the current proprietor's culinary skills were quite impressive. After flying to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, Harry dismounted his broom, stowing it in his satchel, and began surveying the village before him. Compared to over a century ago, Hogsmeade seemed untouched by time. The slate-paved streets, the flowing waters beneath the bridges, and the surrounding hills had changed not at all. Harry could not help but grin, finally encountering a familiar place once more. He rushed into Hogsmeade, making his first stop at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, for he needed to order winter garments. Having grown taller recently, the trousers he had tailored by Madame Malkin were now too short, allowing the cold wind to creep in around his ankles, leaving him quite chilly. The shop assistant was somewhat surprised to see Harry, but upon his presentation of a sack of galleons, all doubts vanished. They promptly began taking his measurements and recommending styles and accessories. These, and these Harry declared, flipping through the floating catalog with his wand, occasionally pointing out his preferred styles. The assistant swiftly noted down the numbers of Harry's selections, sending each one off to the workshop without delay. "Oh, let's change the embellishment to griffins or a lily intertwined motif." "What? You are unfamiliar with the lily entwined motif? I suggest you check your stock. I recall reading that it was a trend from the eastern lands over a century ago." The assistant diligently recorded Harry's requests, even summoning another staff member to search through the thick archives for the lily motif he described. To the assistant's astonishment, they indeed discovered it within the patterns from over 110 years ago. The intricate and ornate design, adorned with gold and silver threads at the collar, cuffs, or hem, was understated yet luxurious. The assistant immediately sent a letter to the head of the main store, requesting this pattern be reinstated in the catalog for customers to choose. As a result, the assistant received commendation from the main store, and was transferred to the Paris branch to serve as a catalog designer. But that would be a tale for another time. After a thorough shopping spree, Harry ordered 4 sets of winter clothing and 2 sets of practical dueling robes, along with a variety of corresponding cufflinks, bow ties, and handkerchiefs, requesting that they be sent directly once completed. He then wandered over to the accessory section, selecting a pair of gold-framed non-prescription glasses, admiring himself in the mirror before purchasing them outright. Spending nearly 100 galleons, Harry felt quite satisfied as he exited the store, warmly bid farewell by the assistant. Glancing at the time, Harry hurried to the 3 broomsticks, where he commissioned the lovely Madame Rosmerta to prepare his dried fish. He even sampled a few pieces. The crunchy fish had no fishy taste, growing more delectable with each bite. Harry thought they would make perfect snacks. He placed an order for 10 galleons worth, filling 2 large barrels. Politely declining Madame Rosmerta's invitation for dinner, Harry turned to enter J. Pippin's potions. Before stepping inside, he lingered at the entrance, marveling that this apothecary had not gone out of business. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged shopkeeper, whose face bore no semblance of familiarity. After some contemplation, he produced a large vial of acromantula venom. After validating the authenticity and engaging in some haggling, Harry successfully recouped the money he had just spent. Although a pint of acromantula venom typically commanded a market price of 100 galleons, this substance was perpetually in high demand and scarce, allowing Harry to sell his large vial of fresh venom for an impressive 120 galleons. Content: Harry strolled out of the apothecary. This round trip had essentially cost him nothing. Perfection. Observing the dimming sky, Harry quickly descended the small path towards Honeydukes, where he purchased an assortment of sweets to serve as rewards for the upcoming week's practice. Those who performed well would receive delectable Honeydukes honey candies or exploding bonbons, while those who did poorly would be subjected to the malicious delight of watching him eat a small jar of cockroach clusters. To his surprise, the time spent selecting candies exceeded that spent choosing clothing. Upon exiting Honeydukes, Harry realized with alarm that darkness had begun to descend. He dashed towards the village's edge. Flying was generally prohibited in Hogsmeade, and he could only mount his broom to return to school from the village outskirts. As soon as Harry departed from the boundaries of Hogsmeade, he swiftly mounted his broomstick and soared directly towards the gates of the school. It was not that he wished to circumvent the walls. Rather, the perimeter of Hogwarts was fortified with protective enchantments. Should he attempt to breach the walls without explicit permission, all the guardian statues would be immediately activated. The only area where he could fly freely was the Forbidden Forest, which lacked a wall. However, that region was also guarded by hidden alert lines, and crossing them would alert Dumbledore, as Harry had experienced previously. In a reckless dash back to the entrance of Hogwarts, Harry noticed the gates beginning to close slowly. In a moment of urgency, he did not dismount from his broom, but instead lowered his body and zipped through the gap just as the gates were shutting. Upon entering the school, Harry finally exhaled in relief. Coming to a sudden halt on his broom, he leapt down and patted his chest, grateful for the timely arrival. Otherwise, he would surely have been caught and penalized. With light steps, he made his way toward the castle, stuffing his broom back into his satchel, feeling unburdened with hands free. The evening breeze was considerably colder than it had been in the afternoon. Harry could not help but tighten his coat once more, sincerely wishing that Madame Rosmerta's speed in preparing his items could be a tad quicker. As he reached the castle entrance, his keen eyes spotted a Maine Coon cat perched at the doorway, its ears twitching and a mischievous glint in its gaze as it regarded Harry's return. Pausing, Harry flashed a friendly smile, retrieving a delicately crafted fish treat from Madame Rosmerta, thankful he had packed a few because he found them delectable. Otherwise, he would have had to wait for the entire batch to be delivered. "Madame Loris, look what I have brought for you," beamed Harry, extending the fish treat toward her. Squatting at the entrance and remaining still while Madame Loris circled him twice before snatching the treat from his hand. Watching her relish the snack, Harry could not suppress a chuckle and pulled out another treat, waiting for her to finish before offering it to her. "Oi! What are you doing? What do you intend to do with my Madame Loris?" A loud shout startled Harry, nearly causing him to drop the treat. Madame Loris emitted a disgruntled meow, and Filch's tone immediately softened. "My dear, I apologize for scaring you." Limping over, Filch cradled Madame Loris and inspected her closely, then turned a watchful eye toward Harry. "What do you intend to do with Madame Loris?" With an innocent blink, Harry popped the fish treat into his mouth, crunching away. "Nothing. Just some snacks I bought this afternoon. Seeing Madame Loris upon my return, I thought she might enjoy a bit." Hearing Harry refer to her as she seemed to ease Filch's demeanor, he said nothing further and began to walk away with Madame Loris in his arms. "Wait, Mr. Filch," Harry called out, reaching into his bag to hand Filch an open paper bag. "These are the leftover fish treats from Madame Rosmerta. It appears Madame Loris quite likes them, so please give them to her." With a smile, Harry finished speaking, disregarding Filch's reaction as he hurried toward the Great Hall. He needed to quicken his pace, or he would miss dinner. After munching on a fish treat, his hunger intensified. Upon entering the bustling Great Hall, Harry immediately spotted his weary friends. As he approached them, he nodded politely at Dumbledore, who rarely graced the staff table with his presence, signaling that he had returned on time. Seeing Hermione nearly dozing off during mealtime, Harry could not help but reminisce. Had he been too harsh with them during classes? Their level of diligence seemed excessive. Moderation is key. Harry resolved to speak with them the following day, ensuring they did not remain overly tense. They were only first years. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment. So he reached out and caught Neville, who nearly toppled into his plate, earning a muffled thanks in return. Harry glanced around and spotted the twins, who were whispering with Lee Jordan, and asked them to assist in escorting Ron and Neville back to the dormitory later. He also found Lavender, and offered her a small bag of sweets as compensation for bringing Hermione back to rest. Finally, he settled down to enjoy his dinner in peace. Having satisfied his appetite, Harry contentedly patted his slightly bulging belly and rose to return to the dormitory. The ensuing week passed in tranquil stillness. Aside from Wood's growing anxiety for the upcoming match in 2 weeks, others enjoyed a leisurely pace. Harry also took the time to converse with his friends, advising them not to be overly strained, and to remember the balance of study and rest. Even Draco Malfoy received a personal visit from Harry. However, while Draco trained diligently, he did not push himself to the same extent as Hermione and the others. He was well aware of the importance of balance. Harry was unsure how to feel about this. Was it relief or something else entirely? On a Friday morning, several owls swooped down, delivering a long package that nearly toppled Harry's breakfast. Fortunately, he was quick enough to catch it just in time. "What is this?" Ron asked curiously. "What did you order?" "It looks much larger than the clothes and fish treats from a few days ago." Harry grinned broadly. "Well, they are not the same. The clothes and fish treats can be shrunk with a shrinking charm, even if there are many, but a finely crafted broomstick cannot be shrunk. Therefore, it arrives in its original size." Without needing to unwrap the parcel, Harry picked up the letter that accompanied it, stuffing the package directly into his satchel before sitting down to open Professor McGonagall's correspondence. "It is best not to open parcels in public, lest they all inquire about them, which I cannot afford. Minerva McGonagall." Harry casually tucked the letter into his pocket, ignoring Ron's incessant inquiries, and made his way cheerfully to the dungeons. Nothing, not even Snape's class, could dampen his spirits. Having endured potions while being overlooked, Harry shot a meaningful glance at Draco in the front row, then summoned Hermione and the others, deciding to skip the Great Hall and head directly to the 8th floor. Draco immediately grasped Harry's intention. As soon as they exited the classroom, he tossed his bag to Crabbe, instructing him and Goyle to dine without him while he took a more discreet path to the 8th floor. The two groups ultimately converged before the portrait of the troll, and Ron could not help but roll his eyes while Draco raised his chin, issuing an ambiguous scoff. Harry opened the door and turned to see them glaring at one another like rival roosters, while Hermione and Neville watched with keen interest. "What are we waiting for?" Harry interjected with a sigh. "Come inside. I have arranged for a new dish with the kitchen staff. Let us savor it together." "A new dish? What kind?" Ron's interest was piqued. "Is it tastier than fried chicken legs?" He glanced at Harry, blinking to alleviate his tired eyes. Draco too leaned in, rubbing his eye corners. "This Weasley truly knows how to glare. You'll find out once you come in." Harry replied with a smile, urging everyone to hurry before they were seen. They filed in, and the long table in the hall was already laden with dishes. Harry seated everyone at the table and began instructing them on how to use chopsticks. Initially, Draco was reluctant to learn, having heard that this was the dining utensil of an ancient Eastern civilization, until Harry mentioned that using chopsticks would enhance finger dexterity and wand control. Draco instantly changed his attitude. Hermione, having accompanied her parents to Chinatown and sampled some Eastern cuisine, could manage them with some difficulty. She observed Draco's earnestness and quietly asked Harry, "Is what you said true?" Harry chuckled softly. "Perhaps it is." Hermione immediately understood, unable to suppress a chuckle as she lowered her head. Once everyone had awkwardly mastered the use of chopsticks, Harry rapped on the table. Instantly, the empty dishes were filled with an array of colorful dishes, and an assortment of delightful aromas wafted through the air. There were sweet and sour ribs, black pepper beef strips, hand-torn cabbage, charcoal grilled lamb chops, salt-baked chicken, and of course the spicy boiled fish. Harry explained that the latter was particularly fiery, which might be a challenge for some. He introduced each dish in turn, then picked up a serving spoon and filled each person's bowl with a generous helping of white rice. Draco stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar spread before him. Were these Eastern dishes? Why had he never seen them on the long table? Nor had he ever heard his father mention them? Over a century ago, Hogwarts had a professor from the East who found the local cuisine rather unpalatable, prompting her to provide some guidance to the kitchen. Harry elaborated that this led to the inclusion of these dishes, although the Eastern spices were difficult to procure, requiring students to pre-order them from the kitchen. Over time, however, the students had gradually forgotten about these culinary delights. How do you know this? Ron asked, awkwardly grasping a piece of lamb chop. Harry opened his mouth. Well, Dumbledore treated me to it once. Although he had learned this information over 100 years ago, he wasn't lying. Dumbledore indeed had invited him to taste it in his office. I see. Draco observed the spread, casting a disdainful glance at Ron, who was enthusiastically digging in. Hesitantly, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, as he had a penchant for sweets. This dish, containing sugar, must surely qualify as a dessert, right? Though he was uncertain of what sweetmeat would taste like. The glossy, reddish-brown ribs entered his mouth, releasing a tangy sweetness that enveloped his palate. Draco's eyes lit up, tangy and delectable. The tender meat separated effortlessly from the bone, revealing a rich complexity and delicate flavor unlike anything he had ever tasted before. Chapter 36. The test completed. Satisfied, Draco swallowed the morsel, discreetly spitting out a slick bone, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the array of dishes before him. He selected the equally red-boiled fish. Sweet fish. That should be delightful. Draco completely forgot Harry's earlier warning. Carefully picking up a piece of snow-white fish, and inadvertently dipping it into the crimson oil on the surface. As he placed it into his mouth, he felt the succulent flesh disintegrate into tender flakes, only to be followed by a stinging sensation, fiery as though struck by a malevolent curse. Instantly, Draco's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. There's a curse. This dish is cursed, he exclaimed loudly, even rising from his seat, fanning his mouth with his hands, as if to alleviate the burning sensation. In mere moments, his lips began to swell. Ron dropped his chopsticks with a clatter, Neville, bewildered, chewed on a lamb chop, while Hermione trembled slightly, and Harry, taken aback, quickly filled a cup with milk and handed it to Draco. Calm down, Draco. Drink this quickly. It will help. Draco felt as though his mouth were no longer his own, eagerly accepting the milk from Harry and gulping it down. Sorry, Harry stifled a laugh, watching Draco's swollen mouth. I mentioned earlier, you might not have noticed, but this dish is quite spicy. I wanted you to experience authentic Eastern cuisine, so I didn't have the kitchen tone it down. I didn't know you couldn't handle spice. My apologies. Draco's face reddened further as he realized he had made a fool of himself in front of a group of Gryffindors. The fiery sensation in his mouth had faded, yet he felt his face grow even warmer. Please sit down and try something else. Only that dish is spicy, Harry urged, giving a firm kick to Ron, who was grinning widely. Draco kept his head down, silent, returning to his seat and resuming his meal of ribs with rice, eating quietly. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Neville glanced around, noting the silence. Hesitating, he extended his chopsticks toward the bowl of vibrant boiled fish. As he placed a piece of fish in his mouth, beads of sweat instantly appeared on Neville's forehead, his brows knitting tightly. Ron gasped in alarm. Neville, spit it out. If you can't handle it, just leave it. There are plenty of other dishes. Ignoring Ron, Neville resolutely swallowed the fish, blinking back tears as he took a couple of deep breaths to ease the burning in his mouth. He had hoped to give it a fair chance, but it seemed he truly couldn't handle it. Grabbing the milk, he took 2 large gulps before wiping the sweat from his brow. That's incredibly spicy. Not something just anyone can handle. Draco's expression brightened slightly. It turned out he wasn't the only one who found it unbearable. Ron, glancing skeptically at the two, asked, is it really that spicy? You'll find out for yourself. Hermione replied impatiently, reaching for the salt-baked chicken, completely avoiding the boiled fish. After pondering for a moment, Ron quickly finished his rice with cabbage before daringly picking up a piece of fish. Draco and Neville slowed their movements, watching Ron intently. As Ron caught a whiff of the sharp, spicy aroma, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Though the taste was peculiar, it was also oddly aromatic. Hesitantly, he popped it into his mouth, chewing cautiously. The next moment, his face turned the same shade as his hair. Suppressing the urge to spit it out, he grimaced as he swallowed, feeling as though his throat and esophagus had been seared by flames. He shot up from the table, gasping for air, and grabbed Neville's cup, chugging down 2 mouthfuls of milk to regain his composure. Embarrassed, Ron scratched his head. That was quite a kick. Hermione burst into laughter, and even Draco couldn't help but chuckle, the atmosphere turning jovial. Harry wore a satisfied smile, His earlier silence had been intentional, merely to observe Ron and Neville's reactions. The biases of their houses ran deep, but he hoped that within this small circle of friends, such nonsensical prejudices would not persist. Thankfully, neither of them disappointed him, especially Neville, who had astutely sensed the tension and taken the initiative to lighten the mood. Anyone who dared call Neville foolish or slow would certainly face Harry's wrath. Eventually, most of the dishes had been consumed, and Harry began to serve himself pieces of fish with rice, inhaling sharply as he took large bites, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, which he wiped away nonchalantly. It was utterly delicious. Harry's demeanor prompted the three who had previously sampled the dish to ponder whether their inability to handle it stemmed from their own shortcomings, or if Harry simply had an extraordinary tolerance. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ron mimicked Harry's approach, determinately pairing fiery fish with rice. Initially, he struggled with the sensation of burning, but with each bite, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the heat. The more it stung, the more he craved it. Only when his bowl was empty did Ron begrudgingly glance at the remaining boiled fish, still half full in the bowl. Draco, who had reacted most strongly, couldn't resist trying it again, but ultimately he remained unaccustomed to the taste and had to relent. After lunch, instead of heading straight outside to test their proficiency with the shield charm, Harry selected a book for each of them from the shelf, suggesting they read for a while to unwind before proceeding. For Ron, the notion of indulging in a hearty meal before immersing himself in reading was nothing short of a torment. Even the prospect of a Quidditch book, one that piqued his interest, could not redeem the situation. Harry, equally exasperated, resorted to encouraging Ron to leisurely pace around the table instead. After all, he had consumed quite a substantial amount, and engaging in vigorous activity too soon could lead to a stomachache. After perusing a book for approximately half an hour, Harry clapped his hands together, declaring, "All right, that should suffice. Let us proceed." With that, he took the lead in returning the book to the shelf, and made his way toward the breeding grounds. "By the way, there are 2 guests inside. It would be wise not to disturb them, lest you find yourselves injured, and I shall not be responsible for that." Midway through their journey, Harry suddenly recalled the 2 unicorns still within, and hastily issued a reminder. Though the group was curious about Harry's so-called guests, they refrained from questioning him further, sensing his urgency, and quickly followed in his wake. As they stepped into the open air, the refreshing scent of grass and foliage invigorated the weary souls among them. Harry led them toward the training area, evidently with no intention of showing them the unicorns. Ron glanced around, failing to spot the guests Harry had mentioned, which piqued his curiosity, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. Upon opening the gate, Harry entered and summoned a training dummy, inquiring, "Who wishes to go first?" Without uttering a word, Neville stepped forward. Harry nodded. "Very well, let us commence." With a flick of his wand, Harry animated the wooden figure, prompting everyone to step back to give Neville ample space. This particular dummy was markedly different from the last. Not only could it move autonomously, but the sparks it emitted had become increasingly unpredictable. Harry observed the dummy's agility with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. His efforts to modify it under Dumbledore's guidance had proven fruitful. In the arena, Neville, taken aback, narrowly evaded the first spark, diving and rolling away just in time. Before he could catch his breath, a second spark shot forth. With great precision, Neville adjusted his stance, narrowly escaping this second spark, his posture now well formed. The dummy's stick began to glow, and with a wave of his wand, Neville conjured a translucent shield that successfully blocked the third spark. As time passed, Neville maintained his composure, casting the shield charm with remarkable accuracy, thwarting each spark whether they came swiftly or slowly. Aside from the initial dust he had gathered, he bore no traces of sparks. After observing for a while longer, Harry waved his wand, halting the dummy's movements. "Excellent. Neville has mastered this spell sufficiently. Even in the face of battle, he should not encounter any issues. The next step is to internalize this spell as an instinct, which is no trivial feat, but it is premature to dwell on that now. Efforts will suffice." Harry felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding Neville's performance. Even he had taken nearly a week to reach Neville's current level of skill. It was clear that Neville's talent was on par with Harry's, if not surpassing it in terms of diligence. Neville's cheeks flushed slightly with pride at the recognition, though he appeared more resolute than ever. Next, Harry gestured for Neville to step aside and rest, promptly calling for the next participant. After nearly an hour of testing, Harry had assessed everyone's abilities. Regarding the results, Harry could not have been more pleased. Truly, they were remarkable companions. Even Ron, the laziest among them, managed to withstand all the sparks, indicating his genuine commitment to practice. Harry instructed everyone to return to the table by the fence, preparing to delve into the second spell. However, before he could begin his explanation, a loud gasp interrupted him. Confused, Harry turned to find the four of them staring at him in shock. "What is it?" he inquired, only to realize they were looking behind him. Harry spun around abruptly, and in the distance, a silvery figure was galloping freely, accompanied by a small golden shape energetically bouncing alongside it. Ah! A scream erupted from Draco, piercing Harry's eardrums, leaving him momentarily dazed. Does the Malfoy family possess mermaid blood? Is that real? Even Hermione's face expressed a dreamlike astonishment, her voice nearly drowned out by Draco's shriek. Rubbing his ears, Harry fought against the urge to silence Draco, realizing the truth. Those were the unicorns they had discovered in the Forbidden Forest. They had sustained injuries at the time, and the forest was home to other perilous creatures unsuitable for recovery, so he had brought them back. Now it appeared they had healed sufficiently to run about once more. Indeed, it was them. Didi had informed Harry that they were a father and son duo, and the deceased unicorn had likely been the little one's mother. The unicorn, having spotted Harry, approached and halted at the riverbank, hesitating as it pawed the ground. Noticing the group behind him, who appeared as if they had been pricked by thorns, Harry sternly instructed them to remain within the confines of the fence, warning them against stepping outside its boundaries. He would not be lenient otherwise. Once he had issued his warnings, Harry stepped out of the enclosure, casting a trap spell around the perimeter for added security. Should anyone cross the fence, they would find themselves suspended upside down by their ankles. This trap spell was quite effective, albeit limited to a fixed range. He wondered if it had been updated since. Harry approached the unicorn, pausing 2 meters away to await its response. Being male, he knew unicorns generally shunned human males, thus he opted for caution. The unicorn's horn was not merely a wand component. The little unicorn, however, had no such reservations and joyfully bounded toward Harry, racing around him in circles, which delighted Harry immensely. He hastily produced a piece of candy he had purchased days prior, and offered it to the little creature, causing its eyes to narrow with delight. After a moment's hesitation, the unicorn slowly approached Harry. Crouching down, he gently stroked the little unicorn's back, asking, "Is there something you wish to convey?" The unicorn gazed intently into Harry's eyes. Though it emitted no sound, Harry inexplicably understood its message. "You wish to return? But you want to leave him behind? Why?" Harry furrowed his brow. While this place was safe, it was also lonely. Apart from the little unicorn, no other creatures resided here. Harry couldn't visit every day. Only Didi came to replenish food and water. Was this truly beneficial for the little unicorn? Furthermore, Harry was strongly opposed to the unicorn's desire to return to the Forbidden Forest, especially with Quirrell still at the school. What if it encountered him again? After a lengthy discussion, the unicorn remained steadfast, simply gazing at Harry. Feeling somewhat defeated, Harry relented. "Very well, I shall have Didi escort you back. But you must exercise caution. Do not allow that dark wizard to capture you again." After a prolonged moment, the unicorn slowly nodded. Casting a gentle glance at the frolicking little unicorn, Harry turned to see his friends already climbing over the fence, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. "Would you like to go see? Those are my classmates. They are quite fond of you," Harry inquired. The unicorn glanced toward the fence, snorting in reluctance. It took a few steps in that direction before halting. Harry understood immediately, grinning as he took the little unicorn and dashed toward the fence, dispelling the trap before gently placing the creature inside the enclosure, beckoning Hermione to join them. Chapter 37, The Wrong Persuasion. "Why?" Draco stared incredulously at Harry. "Why can Granger go out?" The little unicorn was startled by Draco's voice and immediately darted away from him, sniffing the scent emanating from Neville before quietly approaching him. "Unicorns are drawn to pure-hearted females, particularly young girls, and you certainly do not fit that description." Harry rolled his eyes and retorted, not at all inclined to indulge him. "You're already too late to undergo a transformation." Draco's face flushed crimson, and he could only pout in acknowledgement, realizing he had read too few books. Had he been better informed, he would not have been subjected to such remarks. Nearby, the Weasley was laughing so hard he could scarcely contain himself. Hurry up, hurry up." Hermione had already begun to vault over the railing, unable to contain her excitement. Harry could only admonish them not to frighten the little unicorn, and hurried to catch up with Hermione, cautioning them against doing anything that might displease the unicorn, lest it be harmed. Grasping Hermione's arm, Harry urged her to slow her pace, walking gently towards the unicorn without displaying any eagerness. As they traversed the short distance, Harry recounted the origins of the unicorn, and upon hearing that it was to be returned that very night, Hermione's expression shifted to one of disapproval. "The Forbidden Forest is fraught with danger, and there are dark wizards hunting. Why can't it reside here? It's vast enough, isn't it? The mountains in the distance are real, aren't they? Hermione inquired. Harry shrugged, stating that it was the unicorn's own desire to return. It thrived in this environment. But you see, I cannot contravene its wishes, for how would that differentiate me from those poachers? Although Hermione felt an urge to lecture him with a furrowed brow, upon witnessing the unicorn before her, she found herself speechless, her face blooming with an almost dreamlike smile. The unicorn gently nudged Harry aside, bowing its head submissively to rest its large head upon Hermione's shoulder, allowing her to stroke its mane. Harry rubbed his nose and stepped back a few paces. This unicorn truly favored females over males. After all, he was still its savior. It seemed that Hermione would not be harmed. So Harry merely shrugged and returned to the railing to keep an eye on the three boys, ensuring they did not injure the little unicorn. Upon his return, Harry could scarcely contain his laughter. Draco had frightened the little unicorn earlier, and now it steadfastly refused to approach him. Even Ron was able to barter with honey sweets for a chance to pet the unicorn, but Draco was out of luck. Whenever he drew near, the unicorn would swiftly leap away, seeking refuge behind others. Not even Draco's offering of sweets crafted by his mother could sway the unicorn. He could only watch enviously as Ron and Neville frolicked with the unicorn, unable to approach at all. Harry strolled over, stifling his laughter, and said, "So you see, you ought to remain calm. After all, you are a Slytherin and the heir of the Malfoy line. Hasn't your father taught you to manage your emotions?" Draco's expression froze, and he composed himself, quietly squatting in place, lost in thought. Harry chose not to disturb him, merely observing the unicorns in silence. After a while, Hermione waved goodbye to the unicorn, and approached with a beaming smile. The unicorn whinnied, and the little unicorn echoed in response, running towards the railing, eager to leap over. Unfortunately, its small stature hindered its leap. The little unicorn paced anxiously by the railing, even nudging Harry with its tender horn. With a smile, Harry patted Draco's shoulder, signaling him to go first. He then lifted the little unicorn over the railing and handed it to Draco. The little unicorn trusted Harry completely, and even as it was handed to another, it did not struggle but instead curled its hooves in submission. Draco hesitated for a moment before wiping his hands on his robe, and steadied himself to receive the little unicorn, gently placing it back on the ground. Watching the little unicorn joyfully scamper towards its father, Draco couldn't help but rub his fingers together, the sensation of the unicorn's golden, soft fur lingering at his fingertips. "Harry!" Hermione called out from the railing. Harry turned to her, inquiring what was amiss. "I convinced the unicorn. It's willing to stay here until the dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest are caught before returning. I just need to visit it once a week." Hermione exclaimed with joy. Harry's expression was one of incredulity, so it wasn't that he couldn't persuade it, but rather that he had approached it incorrectly. A sudden impulse surged within him to retrieve the unicorn and reason with it. However, he merely entertained the thought momentarily, for it seemed the unicorn had already granted them a favor. Otherwise, it would have galloped away long ago. After Hermione returned to the railing, she sat there with a dreamy expression, as if still lost in the closeness she had shared with the unicorn. Harry did not rush them, allowing their emotions to settle before resuming their conversation. The lesson on the shield charm concluded, and the next topic would be the disarming charm, with the incantation being Expelliarmus. Harry detailed the specific movements involved. The four seated at the table diligently took notes, not allowing themselves to slacken. The key points and challenges of the charm were swiftly conveyed, and as per tradition, Harry began to demonstrate, allowing them to practice until they could successfully cast the spell. Following this, Harry provided an example similar to the last, but this time without any flashy theatrics, simply instructing the dummy to stand still and be targeted by the disarming charm. If the spell was cast correctly, the wand would be knocked from the dummy's hand and would automatically return after 5 seconds. Harry arranged for 4 dummies, one for each of them to practice independently. They continued practicing until just before dinner, at which point Harry called a halt. This time, they were not as disheveled as before, covered in dust and various sparkles. However, it was still evident that each was drenched in sweat. "That will be all for today. Continue practicing on your own throughout the week, but remember, moderation is key," Harry advised, eyeing Neville before continuing. "You must familiarize yourselves with the new spell, and do not forget what you have previously learned. At our next gathering, you will be randomly divided into 2 teams of 2 for a duel, permitted to use only the shield charm and the disarming charm. Rewards await the victors, while the defeated shall face consequences. As for the rewards and punishments, you shall discover them in due course." Harry smiled mischievously, a glint in his eye that suggested he harbored some ulterior motives. Upon hearing of the rewards, Ron's eyes lit up, and he surveyed his surroundings confidently, convinced of his capabilities. The weather outside remained somewhat chilly, so Harry did not permit them to venture out immediately. Instead, they lingered in the hall for a while, sipping tea until their perspiration had dried before finally opening the door to step outside. After dinner, as Harry was about to return to the common room, he was called by Wood. "Harry, do you have a moment?" Wood ran over from the long table, inquiring. Harry shook his head, asking if there was anything he needed him to do. "Tomorrow is the match. How prepared are you?" Wood lowered his voice, asking. Harry was taken aback. Wasn't it said that their match was scheduled for next week? Wood's expression shifted to one of disdain mixed with annoyance. Tomorrow was originally the match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, but it is rumored that snow will fall, and they are using the excuse of injured players to postpone the match. Currently, they hold the highest points, so the professors agreed to their request and have substituted us in. After all, Gryffindor has the lowest score, and we desperately need a match to boost our points. Of course, if you feel unprepared, I can explain it to the professors, Wood added, though he appeared reluctant to do so. Harry grinned widely, reassuring him, "Don't worry, Oliver, I'm ready to take to the field at any moment." "Really? That is fantastic. Be sure to have a hearty breakfast tomorrow. We meet in the players' room at 8:30, Wood exclaimed, nearly unable to contain his excitement, clapping Harry on the shoulder with such enthusiasm that it left Harry wincing in response. Originally, Wood intended to take Harry to the pitch for a bit more familiarization. However, upon glancing at the ominous sky, Harry decisively declined. Although there was a possibility of snow tomorrow, he felt it might commence at any moment, with dark clouds ominously gathering above the castle, as if threatening to descend upon him. Harry had no desire to venture outside and endure the discomfort. Falling ill would jeopardize tomorrow's match, a risk too great to take. Thus persuaded, Wood abandoned the idea, patted Harry on the shoulder, and hurried off to gather the other players, calling out loudly for a meeting in the locker room. The already listless twins appeared even more despondent. They had been exceedingly busy lately, juggling lessons in alchemy from their ancestors while contending with Wood's increasingly rigorous training regimen, leaving them no time to develop new products. Nevertheless, despite their reluctance, the twins could not evade this meeting and begrudgingly trailed at the rear toward the locker room. Harry could only shrug, feeling powerless to assist, and turned towards the library, where he had some matters to investigate. It was not until just before curfew that Harry emerged from the library, peering out into the corridor. He confirmed his earlier suspicions. Snow had indeed begun to fall. In less than 2 hours, the world outside had transformed into a blanket of white. Exiting the school was no simple task. Harry furrowed his brow, reflecting on the information he had just uncovered, which was only vaguely mentioned in the student notes from years past, far from comprehensive. If he wished to learn more, he would need to conduct his own inquiries. Being confined to the school meant he could only interact with those within its walls, and Harry doubted he would glean any insights from his classmates, many of whom were now parents themselves. Adults invariably shared a common practice, ensuring that children remained blissfully ignorant of matters that might trouble them. Harry felt a sense of helplessness in this regard. He considered himself on the cusp of adulthood, yet his physical age remained a mere 11 years, a most frustrating predicament. After much deliberation, Harry resolved to keep all his thoughts to himself, planning to request a few days of solitude from Dumbledore during the Christmas holiday. As for whether Dumbledore would acquiesce, that was a concern for another time. After all, he was not his guardian, and Harry was confident that the Dursleys would raise no objections. Walking down the deserted corridor, the lights along the walls suddenly dimmed. Harry paused, realizing with dismay that curfew had arrived, and he was still outside. Shaking off his distraction, he quickened his pace, currently on the 4th floor. He had to reach the 8th. He pushed forward, taking 2 steps at a time up the staircase while striving to silence his footfalls, lest the patter attract a patrolling professor, which would spell disaster. While he could manage most professors, encountering Snape would likely cost him 50 points, a mere dream of mercy. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Harry sped up even more. Breathless, he finally reached the 8th floor and couldn't suppress a sigh of relief. He was almost there. Meow. Harry halted, glancing toward the staircase entrance where a cat, Mrs. Norris, was perched. Her presence indicated that Filch was near. Sure enough, before Harry could make a move, the unmistakable sound of Filch's footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Resigned, Harry scratched his head and rummaged through his pocket for a small piece of dried fish, crouching down to offer it to Mrs. Norris. "Here you go, madam. I assure you, I did not linger outside on purpose." Mrs. Norris nudged Harry's fingertips with her fuzzy head, eagerly seizing the fish and crunching away while purring contentedly. "Who's there?" came a voice. "It's me, Mr. Filch," Harry responded as he stood up. "I apologize, Mr. Filch. I lost track of time in the library. And curfew caught me unawares. Filch, holding a candle and limping towards him, glanced at Mrs. Norris, who was happily munching, and said nothing. He merely stepped aside to allow Harry passage down the corridor. Thank you, Mr. Filch. It seems Mrs. Norris thoroughly enjoys that fish. Please let her know I appreciate it. Harry handed over a small bag of fish, and safely navigated through the corridor. After successfully passing the fat lady's portrait, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room. He patted his chest, realizing that ingratiating himself with Mrs. Norris had been a wise choice. The common room was empty, the lights extinguished, save for the flickering embers in the fireplace. Yawning, Harry turned and ascended the staircase to his dormitory. The following morning, Wood seized all the players in the common room for a hasty meeting, much to the twins' chagrin, who felt as though they might faint from exhaustion. By the way, have you seen Harry? Wood, mid-discourse about tactics, suddenly sensed something amiss and inquired immediately. Angelina, rubbing her sleepy eyes, replied, Harry? I came down first and didn't see anyone in the common room. Wood slapped his forehead. Oh no. He hasn't overslept, has he? I'll go fetch him. With that, he dashed toward the staircase. Hey, Oliver? Aren't you all going to have breakfast? The match time is fast approaching. Ron and Neville, returning from outside, nearly collided with the hurried Wood and asked in confusion. Are you friends of Harry? Have you seen him? Wood asked, recognizing them. Harry? He left ages ago. Didn't you see him? Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, having worked up quite a heat during practice with Neville in this frigid weather. Wood paused. What time? Probably just after 5. He must be warming up, Ron recalled. I came out just before 7, and the common room was empty. I thought I was the first one down, Angelina added with a shrug. Let us go, Oliver. You wouldn't want us playing on an empty stomach, would you? Exactly. If I'm hungry, my reaction time will be sluggish, and I'll end up getting trounced out there. If we lose the match, it'll be all your fault. Shut it, Weasleys. Wood groaned, rubbing his temples. Hurry up, let us get breakfast. Look at you, even the first years are more diligent than you. Wood continued to ramble. But no one was listening anymore. George and Fred cheered and bolted for the door, followed closely by Katie and Angelina. A throng of students rushed past Wood, as though fleeing from a ghost. Wood opened his mouth, his hand frozen in midair, a look of bewilderment on his face. Was he really that tedious? The snow that had fallen throughout the night ceased as the sun rose, leaving a layer thick enough to reach the calves. Yet, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Hogwarts students, who helped each other through the drifts, trudging toward the Quidditch pitch, their steps uneven. Despite the paths cleared by house elves, students complained about the narrowness of the pathways, preferring to trample through the snow rather than queue up behind one another. At the Quidditch pitch, inside the players' locker room, Wood paced restlessly. There were only 10 minutes until the match commenced, and their key player, Seeker Harry, had yet to appear. Stop pacing, Oliver, George muttered, rubbing his bleary eyes while leaning on his broomstick. Fred adopted the same posture, yawning. Harry wouldn't he forget? He is probably just outside. No sooner had he spoken than a knock sounded at the locker room door. Wood rushed over to pull it open, revealing Harry, slightly breathless and clutching his broom. I'm not late, am I? Sorry, I got held up with something this morning. Not late at all. Come in, Wood exclaimed, pulling Harry inside, and promptly closing the door behind him. He retrieved a crimson and gold Quidditch uniform from the cupboard and thrust it into Harry's hands. Change quickly. Don't worry, it's a new custom fit, not an old hand-me-down from Cormac. Harry chuckled softly, leaned his broom against the wall, and took his clothes to the changing room. Wow, brother, when did you acquire prophetic abilities? George exclaimed dramatically, covering his mouth with exaggerated flair. Fred immediately crossed his arms, declaring, from now on call me Mr. Prophet. So Mr. Prophet, will we win today's match? Angelina inquired teasingly. Fred feigned a grand gesture, exclaiming, let me open my third eye and take a look. Enough chatter. The team is assembled. One last word. Wood interrupted Fred's theatrics, earning a few raised eyebrows from the players. While this match represents our opportunity, remember, we can only truly contend for the championship if we win by a margin of 210 points, Wood stated solemnly. As Harry fastened the last button of his shirt and exited the changing room, he mused, so, I must catch the golden snitch only after you lead by more than 60 points to conclude the game? Precisely, Harry. So what do you think? Can you manage that? The Hufflepuff seeker is Cedric Diggory, and he is no easy opponent. Wood expressed his concern. Beep. The whistle sounded from outside, and Fred vigorously patted Wood on the shoulder, urging, come on. Time's up. Don't put pressure on Harry. I predict we will definitely win. Absolutely. George chimed in loudly, seizing Wood's other arm. And together they half-dragged him outside. The remaining players followed suit, each giving Harry an encouraging pat on the shoulder, their faces beaming with smiles. Harry secured the final button, grasped his broom, and donned a peculiar whistle around his neck, trailing at the back of the group as they exited the players' room. Outside, the field was blanketed in thick snow, the sunlight glimmering off the surface with a chilling radiance. Harry instinctively squinted, lifting his gaze to the sky. The freshly fallen snow had left the sky clear and azure, reminiscent of a tranquil sea, while the late November sun shone coldly down, like a giant bulb devoid of warmth. The glare from the snow and sunlight obscured his vision slightly, but it was manageable. He just needed to avoid staring directly at the ground. Turning to the elevated professor's stand, Harry noted that all the professors had arrived, sitting quietly in their places. He flashed a smile in their direction before shifting his focus to his opponents. Snape sat in the front row, disdainfully observing the Gryffindor players as they emerged one by one. When the last small figure appeared, he clenched his hand tightly within his sleeve. Upon seeing Harry smile in his direction, Snape's expression darkened instantly. "Damn Potter! Is he trying to provoke me?" Dumbledore occupied the central position, casting a sidelong glance at the timid Quirrell, and returned Harry's smile with an air of self-satisfaction. However, Harry, not even acknowledging him, shifted his gaze away. Unfazed, Dumbledore stroked his beard, watching with delight as both teams shook hands. "Hello, I hope we can have an exhilarating match. I'm Cedric Diggory." The handsome young man with chestnut hair greeted brightly. Harry smiled back, shaking his hand enthusiastically. "I'm Harry Potter, so don't hold back." "Of course not," Cedric replied with a dazzling grin. Harry swore he heard a shriek from the girls in the stands. "Mount your brooms," Madame Hooch announced, holding a vibrant red quaffle, standing between the two teams. Instantly, everyone mounted their brooms, the chasers' eyes fixed intently on Madame Hooch's hand. The beaters gripped their broomsticks with one hand while wielding a hefty bat in the other, crouching low in preparation. Harry and Cedric exchanged determined glances, both brimming with competitive spirit. Beep. The whistle sounded, and everyone soared into the air. Harry's broom was the finest among them, allowing him to ascend to the highest point first, his eyes scanning the entire pitch. Madame Hooch kicked open the box, and two bludgers shot toward the nearest players, while the golden snitch briefly revealed itself before vanishing from sight. With a powerful throw, the bright red quaffle soared into the air, and the chasers crouched low, ready to accelerate. As the two teams launched into action, the announcer Lee Jordan began his exhilarating commentary, while the chasers engaged in a fierce skirmish. Fred and George worked in perfect harmony, sending the bludgers flying, their accuracy effectively disrupting the Hufflepuff players' movements. Harry hovered in the air, searching for the snitch while keeping a keen eye on Cedric's actions. He had to wait for the score to reach a certain level, while simultaneously ensuring that Cedric's flight was hindered, preventing him from catching the snitch and ending the match. Just 10 minutes into the game, Harry spotted the snitch. Glancing at the score, he noted that Gryffindor was leading 30-10, but it wasn't enough. Cedric had also noticed the snitch. Harry immediately lowered his broom, closely tailing him. Utilizing the agility of his Nimbus 2000, Harry pressured Cedric's flying space, forcing him to abandon his pursuit of the snitch. This minor delay allowed the snitch to vanish once again. Cedric raised an eyebrow, smirking indifferently, and resumed his search for the elusive snitch while beginning to impede Harry's flight. Thus began a series of aerial contests, akin to a flying competition rather than a Quidditch match. They accelerated, squeezed, and spiraled upward, neither yielding an inch. Truly a match of equals. Harry hadn't flown like this in ages. Exhilaration coursed through him. Even the biting cold wind could not dampen his spirits. If only there weren't any interruptions. Harry's expression darkened as his broom suddenly jolted violently. The score now stood at 60-10, just 10 points shy. To make matters worse, the golden snitch had reappeared. Harry struggled to maintain control of his broom, desperately trying to obstruct Cedric. He couldn't let him catch the snitch so easily. The broom's tremors intensified. Cedric noticed something amiss and hesitated. In that fleeting moment, Harry surged past him, not stopping, hurtling toward the distant stands. Cedric was startled. He realized something was wrong with Harry. He accelerated, attempting to catch up, but the broom began to shake violently as if it were possessed, dragging Harry higher into the sky. Such erratic movement effectively hindered Cedric's pursuit. Furrowing his brow, he shouted, "Harry, what's wrong with your broom?" Harry had no time to respond. He was focused on controlling his broom, which was proving increasingly difficult. "Harry, the score." Wood's anxious voice echoed from afar. Harry's eyes brightened. He glanced around and instantly spotted the snitch's shadow, right beneath him. It was also beneath Cedric. Straining to free one hand, Harry placed the whistle in his mouth. Looking toward the professor's stand, he saw Quirrell fixated intently on him. With a grin, Harry bit down on the whistle, loosening his grip. In an instant, he was jettisoned from the broom. Gasps echoing throughout the crowd. The professors all rose to their feet, their faces etched with shock. The moment Harry released his grip, he blew the whistle, which emitted no sound. Yet Harry wore a satisfied smile, reaching out with his hand as his plummeting body brushed past Cedric, narrowly evading his grasp. With his palms tightly clenched, Harry plummeted through the void, coughing a few times upon impact, then raised his hand triumphantly. A golden glow seeped through his fingers. A whistle sounded. The match was over. Gryffindor triumphed over Hufflepuff with a score of 220-10. Harry bent down to pat the neck of his noble steed, Nightwing, saying, "Good boy, you can descend now." To the untrained eye, Nightwing's wings flickered as it gracefully descended to the ground. To the spectators, it appeared as though Harry was gently floating down from midair, attributed solely to the professor's magic, and no one thought twice about it. All attention was fixated on Harry's audacity. He had actually dared to leap from his broom in mid-flight. As he neared the ground, he halted Nightwing, dismounted, and gave a gentle pat on its hoof, instructing it to return to the Forbidden Forest. In the next moment, Harry found himself surrounded by a throng of people, their expressions a blend of concern and excitement, creating a cacophony of chatter. Through the crowd, Harry glanced toward the professor's table and met Dumbledore's gaze, who gave a slight nod, noting that Quirrell was no longer in the stands. Grateful for the attention, Harry accepted the broom Cedric had retrieved for him, relieved to find it undamaged after just one day's use. Emerging from the crowd, he sprinted toward the castle, heading straight for the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore awaited him. Before him was a steaming cup of red tea and an assortment of snacks. Harry plopped down into a chair, taking a sip of the tea, feeling the warmth spread from his mouth to his stomach, enveloping him in comfort. "How did it go?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore, fiddling with a silver object, remained transfixed by the intricate black and white patterns entwined upon its surface. "The situation is not favorable. By the way, how did you come to use Nightwing?" Dumbledore asked. His brow furrowed. Harry leaned back in his chair, entirely disregarding the snow and dirt marring the once pristine cushion. "I knew you would intervene, or perhaps summon Professor Snape. But I still felt that my life was safer in my own hands." Dumbledore's eyelids lifted slightly, a hint of resignation in his expression, yet he said nothing more, acknowledging the truth in Harry's words, and the merit of being prepared. "Where did you find Nightwing?" "This morning, I sought Hagrid, who provided me with a whistle. I brought Nightwing to the edge of the pitch to wait. You see, Nightwing is incredibly swift. And what better way to ensure my safety than to plummet from the sky, unnoticed? As long as I manage the altitude, I can be caught by Nightwing in a sufficiently safe manner." Harry spoke with restrained pride. Dumbledore noticed this and, setting down the silver object, waved his wand, enveloping Harry in a cloud of white smoke, instantly drying and warming his damp clothing. "Thank you. I was so hurried that I forgot," Harry exclaimed, his carefree demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Dumbledore. "If you wish to express gratitude, is there not some gesture you could make?" Chapter 39. The Reckless Trait. Harry, taken aback, swiftly drew his wand. "Here, let me return the favor. Pure water, like a spring." Dumbledore deftly dodged the torrent of water surging toward him, though the portrait behind him was not so fortunate, receiving a face full of water. Had it not been for the magical protections inherent to the headmaster's portrait, it would have been thoroughly drenched. "Hey, you disrespectful child. Points deducted. Points deducted. Dumbledore, quickly deduct points." Phineas cried out in exasperation, wishing he could leap from the frame to reprimand Harry. "Oh dear, my apologies," Harry offered dismissively, waving his wand to clear away the water stains left on the portrait. "You really are something. Can't you take a joke?" Dumbledore sighed, repositioning his chair to shield himself from Phineas's scolding while tapping the table to muffle the sound. Harry shrugged. "I am but a hot-blooded student, a Gryffindor at that. It is only fitting that I act impulsively when provoked. Does that not align with my reckless trait?" "Who told you that Gryffindor's trait is recklessness?" Dumbledore queried, frowning. Harry scoffed lightly. "Isn't that precisely how Gryffindor is nowadays?" Dumbledore fell silent, fiddling with the silver object in his hand before finally speaking. "It is my fault. I am not a competent educator. My friends have often remarked that I am more suited to politics." "Then why haven't you joined the Ministry of Magic?" Harry asked. Dumbledore, relaxed, mimicked Harry's earlier shrug. "Hogwarts needs me, and I dare say I am too formidable. As headmaster, I can contribute more to the magical community than as the minister." Harry pondered for a moment before continuing. "What I mean is, since you are the headmaster, shouldn't you be engaging in the duties expected of one? The current atmosphere at the school. I cannot believe you are unaware. Gryffindors are reckless and arrogant. Ravenclaws are self-preserving. Hufflepuffs are complacent, and Slytherins look down upon everyone. This school is not as good as it was under Headmaster Black, when there were merely divisions among houses, devoid of house prejudice. Dumbledore felt a shiver run down his spine, as if Phineas was glaring at him. I understand, he finally replied after a long pause, rubbing his forehead. I will take heed. I apologize for being an unfit headmaster. Harry regarded him steadily, and after a moment, broke into a grin. No, that is not entirely true. You are a competent headmaster. I recognize your greatness. Your vision extends beyond this school to the entire magical community. Your contributions to the wizarding world cannot be overlooked. However, you must realize that 90 of the wizards in the magical community hail from this school. This is the future of the magical world, and I hope you will give it the attention it deserves. A friend once told me that having more friends is preferable to having enemies. I understand your concerns about the pureblood families from Slytherin who might continue to align with Voldemort, but he has yet to re-emerge. Why not convert some of them to our side? Harry's eyes gleamed with ambition. Not all of them, just a portion. That way, even if Voldemort finds a way to return, our odds will be significantly improved, will they not? Dumbledore scrutinized Harry, his gaze sharp. And what of your intentions? As you suggest, Voldemort is vanquished, what then? With such power, what do you intend to do? He found Harry perplexing, and there was something familiar about him that he could not quite grasp. My intention? I merely seek vengeance. Harry reclined lazily in his chair, staring up at the vaulted ceiling. Dumbledore frowned. And after your vengeance is fulfilled? Who can predict such distant matters? After my vengeance, I might choose to embark on adventures. The world is vast, and I have yet to explore it properly. Harry grinned, suddenly animated. Did you know? My professors hail from India, the East, Africa. Each region possesses its unique magic, and I am genuinely curious. And what of the American magical community? There are so many places I have yet to visit. I only lament my lack of time. Observing Harry's expression of yearning, Dumbledore chuckled. And what of the future of the magical community? Isn't that your responsibility? My perspective is limited to myself and my friends. The magical world must be entrusted to you. Harry replied matter-of-factly. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. Yet I am growing old. Then cultivate new talent. Harry dismissed the notion. But those matters are for another day. Right now, we need to consider Quirrell. Harry quickly shifted the topic. Fully aware of the old man's thoughts, he had no desire to be tethered to one place for a lifetime. After all, the vast cosmos outside beckoned enticingly. What is Quirrell's situation? Harry inquired. Dumbledore idly manipulated the silverware in his hands, and the intricate dance of black and white lines re-emerged. As you can see, he and Voldemort are intertwined in a manner that leaves me uncertain of his complete allegiance. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Harry cast a glance at the tangled yarn, confidently asserting, Quirrell must be under duress. If he truly wished to eliminate me discreetly, there are myriad methods at his disposal. Take today for instance. He could have easily cast a spell directly upon me rather than targeting my broom. Should I perish, chaos would surely ensue, providing him ample opportunity to flee. Yet he refrained. Harry's conviction stemmed from his first-hand experience with the effects of magic. Dumbledore's frown deepened. The situation was precarious. Quirrell's entanglement with Voldemort was intricate, and until the nature of their connection was fully understood, Quirrell was left powerless to act. If Voldemort were to discover any hint of treachery, Quirrell's fate would be sealed. Harry, too, began to feel anxious, idly spinning his wand between his fingers and watching the golden sparks erupt from its tip. Suddenly a thought struck him. What transpired in the Albanian forest? He inquired. Dumbledore lifted his gaze, acknowledging the change he had observed in Quirrell upon his return. Sans signe omniora. He ventured into the Albanian forest. Perhaps age has dulled my senses. The magical creatures there informed me of a dreadful beast that possesses small animals. At this, Dumbledore paused, realization dawning upon him. Possession. How could I have overlooked that? If possession were indeed the case, he mused, fiddling with the silverware, and the black and white yarn instantly dispersed before intertwining once more. Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it is possession, how much time would you require to eliminate it? Dumbledore was momentarily speechless, his gaze falling upon Harry's forehead, where the truth struck him. If Harry could vanquish the remnants of a soul within him, then even if he could not expel Voldemort from Quirrell, he could certainly cloak his presence. Dumbledore sprang to his feet, the silverware clattering to the table with a sharp sound, and the black and white strands vanished. What do you need? How long can you sustain it? Dumbledore inquired earnestly. Harry grinned broadly. I need nothing. As long as I remain within the confines of Hogwarts, I can shield for a maximum of 10 minutes, any longer is unfeasible. Thus, the priority now is to find a solution. Dumbledore began to pace in front of his desk, occasionally halting to reflect before shaking his head and continuing. Harry, in no rush, reclined lazily against his chair, idly toying with his wand. After what felt like an eternity, during which Harry struggled to suppress a yawn, Dumbledore finally halted. I must seek out an old friend to borrow something. In the meantime, I kindly ask you to keep a vigilant eye on the school's affairs and refrain from taking hasty action until my return, if you would. Dumbledore's tone was serious. Harry paused his actions, deftly producing a contract. Deal. Dumbledore's lips twitched, as if he had more to say. But Harry's unwavering gaze compelled him to accept the parchment, leaving behind a magical seal. Harry took back the contract, beaming with satisfaction. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Quirrell. He will remain safe within the school until your return. And the students, should Severus fail to monitor him, Dumbledore began. Harry waved the parchment in the air. Fear not. It's all in the contract. With the knowledge of a solution in hand, Harry departed, tucking the contract away. Dumbledore sat in contemplation behind his desk for a moment before turning to Fawkes. It seems we must make a journey to France, my friend. Fawkes chirped softly, taking flight to circle above, before settling upon Dumbledore's shoulder. A flash of fire illuminated the room, and silence enveloped the office. Upon Harry's return to the Great Hall, he stumbled into the midst of Gryffindor's jubilant celebration. Though merely a mundane lunch, the atmosphere was vibrant, surpassing even that of a feast. Wood sat beside Harry, chattering animatedly. The upcoming matches are all for next year. As long as Ravenclaw can defeat Slytherin, then Hufflepuff can triumph over Ravenclaw. And we would only need to play 2 more matches. But if Ravenclaw falls to Slytherin, we would have to contend with 3 matches, burdened by nearly 100 points deficit. Harry silently chewed on his roast beef, his mind preoccupied with the task of enlisting Dobby's assistance in finding a reliable house elf for surveillance. What could be more suitable for the job than one of them? As Wood continued his incessant droning about the matches, Harry offered perfunctory agreements before scanning the room. He had finished his lunch. It was time to devise an escape from Wood's incessant chatter. Fortunately, the twins were nearby, and Harry cheerfully beckoned them over, swiftly shoving Wood onto his dear partner before making a hasty retreat. He first headed to the entrance hall, seeking out Gareth, well known for his extensive connections, and requested his assistance in consulting the portraits around the school, to keep an eye on Quirrell's movements. As for how Gareth would accomplish this, Harry admitted he was not well versed in portrait affairs. Next, he summoned Dobby and inquired about a house elf named Pippi in the kitchens. This particular elf had been brought over from America by a smuggler, and, due to his insistence on receiving wages in accordance with American customs, had been ostracized by the other house elves, resulting in his diminished presence. For just 1 sickle, he could serve an individual for an entire week. It was said that his original price was not so low, but the circumstances in this land differed from those in America. While Dumbledore was willing to pay him, most of the earnings had already gone toward settling fines and compensating for his rescue, leaving him without extra work and in dire straits, thus forcing him to lower his price. Unfortunately, no other house elf wished to help him gain publicity, and he could not freely appear before wizards, relegating him to the kitchens to perform the undesirable tasks that others shunned. Eager to earn money to repay his debts, and even hoping to save enough for a ticket back to America, Pippi was thrilled to seize this opportunity. Learning this news brought a satisfied smile to Harry's face. Matters easily resolved with money were trivial, especially at such a modest price. With no hesitation, Harry called out for Pippi. A frail house elf appeared before Harry, donning a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, his bat-like ears accentuating his small head. Sir, how may Pippi assist you? Pippi's voice bore a steadiness uncommon among house elves. I need you to keep an eye on Professor Quirrell. Should he leave the castle, inform me of any peculiar behavior. I will pay you 1 galleon per week, and if I am satisfied with your observations, I will grant you an additional 10 galleons as a reward, Harry specified. Pippi's eyes widened. He was eager to accept the job, but that's a professor. Sir, I cannot do anything that would harm Hogwarts. That is precisely why I am offering you 1 galleon. Your task is merely to observe him and report back on what you see. Furthermore, Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of this arrangement. Harry held out a galleon in the palm of his hand, presenting it to Pippi. Pippi's breath quickened. Does the headmaster truly know of this matter? Harry produced the contract. Here is his signature. You should be able to recognize its authenticity. The magical aura was unmistakable, and Pippi immediately discerned its legitimacy. He reached out to take the galleon. Pippi accepts your offer, sir. Pippi will perform splendidly. With a crisp crack, Peeves vanished from the hidden chamber of the corridor. Harry strolled through the transformed corridor, feeling quite satisfied with the newly adorned surroundings. Without lingering too long, he bid farewell to his friends and departed. The weekend always slipped by swiftly. As if in the blink of an eye, it was already Sunday evening. By the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, Ron was diligently scribbling away at a lengthy essay due for tomorrow, a daunting 3 feet in length, and he had only completed half of it thus far. Chapter 40, The Invisibility Cloak. I fail to understand why we must concern ourselves with such matters, Ron muttered incessantly as he wrote. Hermione, perusing her notes, occasionally jotted down additional remarks in another notebook. I've told you, Ron, do not simply copy, unless you wish for the professor to notice and deduct your points. I'm merely taking inspiration, Ron retorted stubbornly, his quill darting across the parchment in a flurry, rendering his writing nearly indecipherable. Harry, lacking any assignments, was leafing through a hefty tome he had borrowed from the headmaster's office. You've nearly reached the end. It's time for someone else to take a turn, or it will all be identical. Ron paused momentarily, measuring with a ruler before abruptly looking up. Seamus, may I borrow a glance at your essay? A roll of parchment was tossed from an armchair on the other side, which Ron caught. Thanks, mate. He then added a few appropriate transitions and continued transcribing. Hermione cast an exasperated glance at Harry. Aren't you going to intervene? Is it truly acceptable to copy assignments like this? Harry shrugged. It's his choice. Isn't it? If he falls behind Draco due to a shaky foundation, that will be his decision. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. We cannot oversee him for eternity. Ron's hand froze, feeling somewhat sheepish and flushed, uncertain whether he should continue. Harry closed the book he held, rising to his feet. It's getting late. I need to rest. We have class tomorrow morning. Hermione, what about you? I too shall return to the dormitory, Hermione replied. Harry said nothing further, merely nodding as he ascended the stairs. Hermione began to gather her belongings, fixing Ron with a serious gaze. You really must change your ways. How can you hope to keep pace with Harry in such a languid manner? Do you truly wish to be left behind due to a lack of solid fundamentals, as Harry suggested? With that, Hermione hefted her heavy bag onto her back and made her way toward the staircase. Neville patted Ron on the shoulder, pursing his lips, unsure of what to say, feeling that any words would be inappropriate. He understood that Ron had not forgotten his assignment, rather, he was too engrossed in practicing the spells Harry had taught, losing sight of priorities. They were still students, after all. This was not a time of war. It was incorrect, yet he could not declare Ron at fault. Silently, Ron gripped his quill, frozen in thought for a spell. He was aware that Harry's words were harsh, but he recognized his own misstep. He had promised to strive harder, yet he still found himself somewhat lost. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, rubbed his eyes, and resumed copying the assignment, silently vowing to seek Hermione's counsel the following day on how to manage his time. He decided to temporarily set aside thoughts of leisurely games. He could not afford to truly be left behind, could he? After all, who could blame him for being surrounded by such talented and industrious friends? His own abilities could hardly compare, so he must exert even greater effort. Contemplating this, Ron calmed himself and hastened to complete his work before returning to the dormitory. The following morning, Ron and Neville returned from their morning exercises, and Ron promptly sought out Hermione. After a discussion, Ron received a densely written sheet of parchment. The various time allocations caused him to break into a cold sweat as he looked at Hermione with uncertainty. Are you certain? This is my schedule, Hermione replied calmly. Ron glanced again at the parchment. 7 o'clock wake up, 7:30 to 8 o'clock light exercise, 8:20 breakfast, 9 to 11 o'clock classes, 11:30 to 12 o'clock lunch, 12:30 to 1:30 afternoon rest, 2 to 5:30 classes, if no classes, then write assignments in the library, 6 to 7 o'clock dinner, 7 to 9 o'clock practice course spells and the incantations Harry taught, 9 to 10 o'clock read extracurricular literature to broaden knowledge. Wednesday night is astronomy class, so magic practice is moved to the afternoon. Though the schedule appeared rather tight, it was entirely feasible, even allowing for a midday rest. Ron swallowed hard, thinking, this timetable perhaps maybe I should be able to manage it. Hermione eyed Ron with suspicion, making him feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? That's mine, yours is here, she said, withdrawing the parchment from Ron's grasp and retrieving another from her books. Harry gave this to me last night. The boys' and girls' schedules differ. You have additional morning exercises. Besides, Harry mentioned we don't need to be identical. We should play to our strengths. The new parchment was slightly more relaxed in its arrangements, even allowing for some blank time. Ron bit his lip, holding the parchment for a while before carefully tucking it into his pocket. Hermione, do you still have that notebook? Is it expensive? The parchment I prepared may be insufficient. It's not expensive, it's made by muggles. It won't last as long as parchment. But it's quite suitable for class notes. For 1 sickles, you can buy a notebook with nearly 100 pages, which should last you the entire year. Assuming you don't take too many notes, Hermione indicated, producing her notebook. The black leather cover bore no markings, and the pages were thick. The volume measured about 4 centimeters in thickness, appearing quite sturdy, with the ink not bleeding through to the second page. Ron sighed with relief, pulling a silver coin from his pocket. Could you help me buy one? Or perhaps lend me one for the time being? Wait a moment. Hermione took the coin and swiftly returned to her dormitory, emerging with a new notebook from her trunk. Here you go. This is a spare I brought with me. You can use it for now. I'll be going home for Christmas, and if you need more, I can buy another then, Hermione said, handing Ron a thick notebook identical to her own. Ron expressed his gratitude, safely stowing the notebook before hurrying after Neville upstairs. They needed to shower after their workout. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat. Over the next week, Ron adhered to the timetable Harry had provided, and was astonished to discover that he completed all his assignments within the allotted time, even finding ample leisure moments to engage in a game of wizardess chess with Seamus for a change of pace. In his free time, Ron did not squander the hours idly. Instead, he joined Hermione and Neville in the library, delving into various books. Although not directly related to their studies, it was still a productive use of time. This Friday, Harry did not introduce any new spells. Instead, he instructed them to pair up and practice the 2 spells they had already learned. During breaks, the entertainment consisted of watching Hermione frolic with the unicorns from a distance. This sight filled the 3 boys with envy, but what could they do? Being boys, they were not favored by the unicorns. And even the young unicorns seemed to gravitate more towards Hermione, leaving Harry somewhat neglected. For an entire month, Dumbledore had scarcely made an appearance. Peeves kept a watchful eye on Quirrell but made no significant moves, spending most of his time either in the library or his office. However, Peeves did report to Harry that the foul odor emanating from Quirrell had become increasingly pronounced, with Garlic nearly unable to mask the stench. As Christmas approached, Dumbledore finally returned to Hogwarts. The first order of business was to summon Harry from his class. Alas, this class was Professor Snape's potions lesson. Harry emerged from the classroom, enduring Snape's malevolent glare, while ignoring the cacophony of despair echoing from behind him. After all, Dumbledore had only one method of summoning. A piece of parchment scorched by flames abruptly materialized beside Snape. At that moment, Snape was patrolling the classroom, and the sudden blaze disrupted the students' concentration. Many hands trembled, and a few potions exploded, splattering the entire room with failed concoctions. Within the classroom, only Snape, Harry, Draco, Ron, and Neville remained relatively unscathed. The others were left in disarray, their skin marred by bizarre potion effects. Snape gritted his teeth, hissing through clenched jaws, instructing the students to support one another and report to the hospital wing, while he painstakingly cleaned up the chaotic remnants of the potions lesson. Some students' mixtures had fused together, making the cleanup an arduous task. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office he sneezed and frowned, tugging at his coat. Was he coming down with a cold? Shortly after, Harry pushed open the grand door to the office. Headmaster, I believe you should prepare yourself. After all, you have disrupted Professor Snape's lesson, and I doubt he will let this slide easily. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering that this morning was the first-year potions class. If Professor Snape places the blame on me, then you shall bear the responsibility. Harry took a few steps, settling into his usual seat, speaking with conviction. Dumbledore deftly shifted the topic. My old friend Nicholas has gone into hiding, and it took me quite some time to locate his residence. I borrowed an alchemical device said to be capable of trapping ghosts. So, does that mean we can proceed? Harry inquired eagerly. Quirrell cannot hold out for long. He will soon make another attempt on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Harry immediately perked up. I believe so. This is the alchemical device I borrowed. If it proves ineffective, we shall have to devise another plan. However, we must act swiftly, as Quirrell is running out of time. Dumbledore placed an exquisite, palm-sized golden birdcage on the table. Harry glanced at it but refrained from touching it. Alchemical devices typically had specific methods of use, and recklessly handling them could lead to unforeseen consequences. Better to err on the side of caution. When shall we take action? Harry asked. Dumbledore pondered briefly. Tonight. Where? Right here in my office. As he spoke, he retrieved a shimmering silver fabric from a drawer beside his desk, and placed it before Harry. You will wear this and accompany me. He will not detect your presence. Harry involuntarily held his breath, reaching out to touch it. An invisibility cloak? The one from Peveril? You know? Dumbledore replied, somewhat astonished. Of course I do. Harry stood up, grasping the cloak and shaking it out, draping the silvery gray fabric over his shoulders. He looked down to find himself entirely invisible. Indeed, this was Peveril's cloak, which was supposed to have vanished from history. This was passed down from your father. I borrowed it just before they met their tragic fate, and never had the chance to return it before the incident occurred, Dumbledore explained. Harry paused, folding the cloak neatly and returning to his seat, gently caressing the fabric. This belonged to his father, and perhaps his mother had worn it too? Now it can be returned to its rightful owner. I only hope you will use it wisely. Dumbledore's voice softened, almost a whisper. Harry remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment, Harry tucked the invisibility cloak into his satchel. So after dinner, I shall come to find you? You will wait just outside Quirrell's door. Don the invisibility cloak, and follow closely behind me, Dumbledore instructed. All right, then I shall take my leave. With no further pleasantries to exchange, Harry rose and departed. It was still Friday, and during the afternoon gathering, Harry lacked the enthusiasm to teach them new spells. Instead, he allowed them to practice with dummies or engage in dueling pairs. However, the spells were not confined to the two he had taught. They could practice any spell they knew, as even the most unassuming charms could yield unexpected results when employed effectively. Finally, the evening arrived. Harry haphazardly consumed a light meal. Casting a glance towards the staff table, Quirrell was still present, as was Dumbledore, while Snape's countenance was as foul as ever, his eyes darkly fixed on Dumbledore. Harry grinned slightly, reassured that he likely would not be implicated in any fallout. Exiting the Great Hall, he wandered the bustling corridors for a while, before slipping behind a tapestry into a hidden passageway, a shortcut to Quirrell's office known to few. Once inside the passage, Harry donned the invisibility cloak, covering himself entirely, and meticulously checked to ensure no part of him was exposed before continuing up toward the third floor. Emerging from the passage, Harry slowed his breathing and crouched motionless at a corner not far from Quirrell's office. Before long, Quirrell hurried past him and entered his office. Harry kept his gaze fixed on the ground, avoiding any glances in that direction, listening intently, for Voldemort was inhabiting Quirrell's body, and any hint of detection could spell disaster. A few minutes later, Dumbledore appeared at the end of the corridor, halting at Quirrell's office door, raising his hand to knock. Harry slightly rose, bending his body and softening his footsteps, silently following behind. The door soon swung open, revealing Quirrell's startled and fearful expression at the sight of Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Why how could you come here? Quirrell stammered. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Quirinus, good evening. I have received numerous complaints regarding you, and I thought it best to have a discussion. Are you available at this moment? I am very available. Quirrell's eyes darted as he stumbled over his words, retreating a few steps to allow Dumbledore entry. Dumbledore paused momentarily before stepping inside, with Harry matching his pace, following closely. Upon entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Dumbledore paused, drew his wand, and closed the door with a flick. Quirinus, I trust you won't mind if I employ a few minor charms? After all, you wouldn't want our conversation to be overheard by the students, would you? Dumbledore's demeanor remained amiable. Of course, please proceed, Quirrell stammered, stepping back apprehensively as he watched Dumbledore's wand. Several spells were cast, the door clicking shut with a soft sound, while a translucent barrier enveloped the walls, ceiling, and floor. That should suffice, Dumbledore remarked, sheathing his wand and leaning against a desk, fixing his gaze on Quirrell. Regarding the complaints, do you have anything to say, Quirinus? Quirrell began, but abruptly fell forward, crashing to the ground with a pained wail. Quickly, we must hurry. Harry yanked off the invisibility cloak, extending his right hand with fingers spread, aimed directly at Quirrell. Dumbledore sprang into action, displaying agility unexpected for his age, swiftly drawing his wand and wielding it forcefully. Quirrell was flipped over, revealing a ghastly visage. Deep, ghastly scars marred Quirrell's entire visage, stretching across his face like grotesque lines of despair. The wounds, dark as night, revealed the ghastly whiteness of bone, with flesh curling grotesquely away. Quirrell's hands, exposed beyond the confines of his clothing, were nearly devoid of skin, showcasing only the pallid remnants of his limbs, clinging desperately to a few strands of lifeless muscle. Quirrell! Dumbledore exclaimed in shock, his gaze fixed upon the figure before him, scarcely resembling a human. Help me, Professor! Save me! The Dark Lord! Yes, behind me! Quirrell screamed, his voice a stuttered plea for salvation. Upon catching sight of Harry, an ember of hope ignited within him. He recognized this as his singular opportunity. Though the outcome was uncertain, he had no alternative. He was still young and clung desperately to life. Dumbledore gingerly placed Quirrell upon a desk, retrieving an assortment of potions from his pocket. With an incantation that eluded Harry's comprehension, he administered a rudimentary treatment to alleviate Quirrell's agony, granting him the ability to articulate once more. "Professor, save me. The Dark Lord is consuming my life force. I am utterly helpless." Quirrell's eyes widened in terror, tears unspilling from dry sockets. What was his intent? To steal the Philosopher's Stone, to murder Harry Potter, to reshape his body, and resurrect himself. Quirrell spoke rapidly, oblivious to the punishment looming from Voldemort. A sigh of relief escaped him, as it appeared he had indeed been shielded, for otherwise he would not feel so at ease. "What stage are we at?" Dumbledore inquired swiftly. Quirrell, without hesitation, replied, "I'm preparing to extract information from Hagrid about the three-headed dog." "You're unaware of the creature's weakness?" Dumbledore frowned. Quirrell gazed at the ceiling in despair. I know. I am merely stalling for time." Many were aware of the three-headed dog's vulnerability. However, Voldemort held a disdainful view of magical creatures, dismissing the notion of understanding a beast meant solely for guarding, as it bore no utility for him. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of understanding. Quirrell was indeed seeking help. "If we sever Voldemort's connection, you may very well perish," he stated, urgency lacing his tone. Time was fleeting, and Dumbledore refrained from further pleasantries. "You must choose now." Quirrell's gaze grew even more desolate as he whimpered towards the ceiling. "But if we do not sever it, you will assuredly die," Dumbledore asserted gravely. "The moment to decide has arrived." He had caught sight of Harry, glistening with sweat, his complexion pale. "Sever it, even if it leads to my demise. I refuse to remain his puppet. I have family. I cannot entangle them with the Dark Lord." Quirrell's stammering ceased, revealing a fierce determination. Dumbledore had the answer he sought and promptly procured alchemical instruments, deftly engaging the mechanisms while reciting a complex incantation. The birdcage-like apparatus expanded, transforming into a conventional size, and a door swung open. With a flourish of his wand and the utterance of an ancient spell, pure white light enveloped Quirrell. His screams echoed once more, while Harry's pallor intensified, as unseen silver luminescence spiraled around Quirrell's form. As Dumbledore's vocal incantation ceased, he thrust his wand forward, and Harry's fingers curled involuntarily. A plume of black mist escaped Quirrell, ensnared by the white light as it surged toward the birdcage. Quirrell at this juncture was rendered voiceless, his eyes rolled back, revealing only the bloodshot whites, limbs slack against the edge of the desk, as if consciousness had fled. Dumbledore remained vigilant until every tendril of black mist was trapped within the cage, then swiftly sealed the door with a resounding thud. A piercing scream erupted from within the black fog. Harry released his grip, breathless, nearly soaked in perspiration. After gulping down a revitalizing potion, he steadied his breathing, furrowing his brow at the swirling black mist within the cage. "Is this Voldemort?" Harry inquired. "I never anticipated our next encounter would be in such a form, Tom," Dumbledore replied, his countenance stern, casting healing spells upon Quirrell unceasingly. Harry recognized only two of the spells, ultimately surrendering, for healing magic was not his forte. He had merely survived through potions. Dumbledore. Voldemort, still in his nebulous form, struggled to manifest a semblance of a face, howling impotently, thrashing about like a headless fly ensnared within the cage. "Such rudeness from youth. Have I not taught you? Do you not even wish to address me as Professor?" Dumbledore assessed Quirrell's condition. Exhaling a sigh of relief, his life was preserved. "You cannot imprison me. I shall inevitably return." Voldemort glared fiercely, emitting a feeble roar. Harry scoffed coldly. "Return? On what grounds? Your pitiful Horcruxes? It is you, Harry Potter." Voldemort's misty visage turned toward Harry, continuing to bellow. Harry nearly erupted in laughter. "Look at what the great Voldemort has been reduced to. Just a futile, enraged beast? I will kill you. I will." The black mist suddenly expanded, tendrils of it seeping through the bars of the cage. "This is bad." Dumbledore lunged toward the cage, but it was too late. Voldemort had somehow slipped through the bars. Despite the golden lightning erupting from the bars, dispelling much of the black mist, he still emerged. "I will always return. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, I will surely return for vengeance." Voldemort swirled above the classroom, declaring his threat before attempting to flee. Dumbledore brandished his wand as if wielding a sword, casting spells that penetrated the black fog, but failed to strike him. This instilled Voldemort with newfound confidence. He cackled madly, soaring above the classroom in search of an escape route, knowing that Dumbledore's prior enchantments, though ineffective against him, had kept him confined. However, Voldemort was unconcerned. Such magic was not permanent, and he needed only a sliver of a gap to flee. Harry observed the dark mist above with cold determination, steadied his wand, and aimed at the grotesque, flat face within the fog. Avada Kedavra. The sickly green beam erupted from Harry's wand, swiftly darting toward Voldemort. The green light illuminated Harry's face, which bore an expression of indifference. The curse pierced through the black mist, striking the ceiling and shattering part of it, debris and dust cascading down, obscuring Dumbledore's astonished countenance. Even the fleeing black smoke momentarily hesitated, followed by Voldemort's maniacal laughter. Dumbledore, is this the savior you have chosen? Harry did not relent, unleashing a barrage of green beams, each aimed at that abhorrent visage. Even though Voldemort was not currently fearful of the curses, he could not help but writhe in the mist to evade them. The relentless barrage of killing curses proved to be the final straw for the barrier, shattering it with a crisp sound of breaking glass. Voldemort hastily escaped through the window, vanishing into the night sky. Harry rushed to the window, furrowing his brow as he searched for signs of Voldemort, confirming that he had indeed fled. Frustrated, he slammed his fist against the windowsill, cursing, "Damn it! He got away." Dumbledore's voice was weary, barely escaping his lips before falling silent, as commotion erupted from outside. The noise from Harry's shattering of the ceiling had drawn the attention of nearby students and professors. Without a moment to spare, Harry bolted back into the classroom, donning the invisibility cloak over his head. In the next instant, the classroom door burst open with a loud bang. Severus Snape brandished his wand, casting a vigilant gaze across the classroom. "Headmaster? What transpired here?" "Nothing of great concern," Dumbledore replied, his tone laden with regret. "Quirrell was bewitched by a dark artifact. My attempts to neutralize it were rather forceful. He still lives, but I must trouble you, Severus, to escort him to the hospital wing." "The poor soul." Dumbledore sighed, his eyes drifting to the disfigured form of Quirrell, afflicted by the curse of the unicorn and the insidious taint of Voldemort. Though he remained alive, his existence bore little difference from that of the deceased. The sole comfort was that Dumbledore had concealed the truth of Voldemort from the world, preserving a semblance of dignity for Quirrell, shielding his family from the Dark Lord's sinister legacy. Snape swiftly approached, assessing Quirrell's condition. He pressed his lips together and administered a vial of vivid red potion, before levitating Quirrell and striding towards the exit. Professor McGonagall stood in shock at the doorway, her hand trembling against the frame, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Quirinus, how could he be so foolish? I warned him." "Alas," Professor Flitwick murmured, gently patting McGonagall's elbow to clear the way for Snape to pass with Quirrell. "It is my fault. I failed to recognize the signs in time. And now he has succumbed to the dark arts in this manner." Dumbledore, his back turned to the entrance, lowered his gaze to the ground, guilt etched upon his features. "Please, gather the students and usher them away. I must conduct a thorough examination of the defense against the dark arts classroom, to prevent any further harm." McGonagall wiped her eyes and nodded. "Rest assured, we shall attend to it immediately." With that, she turned to disperse the onlookers, followed closely by Professor Flitwick, who swiftly cleared the corridor of students, restoring the silence that once reigned. Dumbledore spoke an incantation, and as if time itself had reversed, the door damaged by Snape and the ceiling shattered by Harry were restored to their former states. He did not employ further magic, but instead walked slowly to secure the repaired door, standing quietly as he gazed at its inner surface. "Harry, you have cast the killing curse." Harry remained silent, removing his invisibility cloak and finding a seat, his eyes fixed upon the vacant lectern. "That was dark magic. An unforgivable curse. Are you aware of this?" Dumbledore inquired. "I am," Harry replied in a low voice. "It is the only spell I know that acts swiftly upon the soul. Ancient magic cannot match it." "You." Dumbledore paused, at a loss for words. Criticism? Condemnation? Reprimand? If such measures were effective, he would have employed them without hesitation. Yet, after months of dealing with Harry, he understood that such tactics would bear no fruit. What could be done? Would he truly condemn Harry to Azkaban? "You won't misuse it, will you?" After a lengthy silence, Dumbledore finally spoke again. "What constitutes misuse?" Harry retorted, turning his back to the door with a cold laugh. "It is the most effective incantation, is it not? When seeking vengeance." "Harry Potter," Dumbledore admonished sternly. Once more, Harry fell silent. After a considerable pause, he continued, "I apologize, but I harbor no regrets. This is my revenge, my war. Magic was created to be wielded. I understand that dark magic can warp the mind. I can only assert that I will not harm the innocent. But tell me, can that thing still be deemed human?" Now it was Dumbledore's turn to fall silent. He opened his mouth to speak but uttered no sound. Chapter 42, Unbreakable. If your concern persists, let us cease our collaboration. You may pursue your convictions, and I shall pursue mine. You know my objectives. Should anyone obstruct me, I shall show no mercy." Harry's tone was resolute, his grip on his wand tight enough to render his knuckles pale. As his words settled, the classroom once again fell into a profound silence. Neither party spoke, each lost in contemplation of their respective gains and losses. Harry was unwavering. He firmly believed that magic ought to be employed when necessary, provided it was not abused or wielded against the weak. This belief mirrored that of Sebastian, which was why he had not deterred their earlier collaboration in the pursuit of dark magic. Yet, acquiring knowledge did not necessitate its continuous application. Upon using the unforgivable curse for the first time, Harry had discerned its inherent flaws. Concluding that these 3 curses should only be employed against those who had forsaken their humanity, they should not be wielded indiscriminately. Such thoughts aligned with those of Omenes, leading to a quarrel with Sebastian. However, Harry's timely intervention to prevent Sebastian from attacking his uncle spared him from the grave sin of familial murder, thus awakening Sebastian to his own folly. Dumbledore, with heavy eyelids and fingers entwined, felt turmoil within. Harry's conviction was palpable, and he recognized that Harry's burgeoning abilities would render him resistant to guidance. Once, due to his prejudice and wariness towards Tom Riddle, a Dark Lord had emerged within the wizarding world. Some may argue that Voldemort was beyond redemption, but Dumbledore had never attempted to save him. That was his failure. What of this time? Could he genuinely place his trust in this boy? Harry was strikingly different from Voldemort, a fact Dumbledore was keenly aware of. Yet they bore unsettling similarities that prompted doubt. Would Harry truly not become the next Dark Lord? Time stretched on, and Harry grew impatient. Furrowing his brow, he pondered his next course of action. Without Dumbledore's backing, he would have to hasten to Knockturn Alley, seeking those peculiar pathways to establish his own network of intelligence. Harry. Dumbledore's voice emerged, weary and slightly hoarse, merely invoking Harry's name before lapsing into silence once more. Harry, feeling a surge of agitation, abruptly stood and turned to face Dumbledore's silhouette. "My heart has always been small, capable only of harboring my friends and family. Anyone who poses a threat to them becomes my adversary. I am not as magnanimous as you, carrying the weight of the entire wizarding world. Our goals diverge, and so too do our paths." Dumbledore turned to face him, their gazes meeting across the vast emptiness of the classroom. Suddenly he smiled. "In truth, we are not so different, Harry. I shall not hinder you. I will continue to assist you until you achieve your aims," Dumbledore said, leaning gently against the door, a smile gracing his lips. "You seek vengeance. I seek stability and preservation for the wizarding world. At the crux of it, we must vanquish Voldemort. So we are indeed aligned, Harry. Then shall we continue our collaboration?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Let us swear an oath, Harry," Dumbledore asserted with determination. "It is not that I doubt you, but I wish to serve as your final safeguard. The unbreakable vow." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Whom do you propose as the intermediary?" "Severus will suffice," Dumbledore replied, summoning a silver phoenix Patronus that soared through the door. Harry furrowed his brow but offered no dissent. Snape was indeed the most fitting candidate. He was privy to some of Dumbledore's secrets and aware of his own circumstances, tightly held in Dumbledore's grasp. Thus, at the very least, he would not sell Harry for a handsome price, which was sufficient. Before long, a knock echoed at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. As if Snape had never strayed far, Dumbledore opened the door to admit Snape, then closed it again, casting a series of spells to seal the classroom once more. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, his brow furrowing upon seeing Harry within the classroom, his tone brusque. Harry shrugged. "Dumbledore sent me." Snape immediately noted that Harry referred to the headmaster by surname alone, omitting any honorific. "Severus, I summoned you merely to serve as a witness. I hope I have not intruded upon your time?" Dumbledore inquired with a cheerful demeanor, having taken all necessary precautions. Snape curled his lip in disdain, retorting, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten to escort Quirrell safely to the hospital wing. Is this what you consider an intrusion? What manner of witness requires merely a potions professor? Has the so-called savior ceased to meet your expectations? Shall we find another? Alas, it seems time is not on our side." Snape's words were far from courteous, dripping with venom. Yet Dumbledore paid him no heed, stepping before Harry and extending a hand. Harry gazed at the aged, wrinkled hand before him and clasped it without hesitation. Together, they turned to face Snape, who was now the missing piece. Snape, bewildered and incensed, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? Potter, what have you gotten yourself into? And you, Dumbledore, did you not watch him grow? What is this all about?" Dumbledore lowered his gaze. Indeed, he had witnessed Harry's upbringing, receiving weekly letters from Mrs. Fig detailing Harry's every action. Yet, Merlin had played a cruel jest, allowing Harry to mature in battle for 5 years unbeknownst to him. This gap in time left Dumbledore perplexed, and despite his extensive searches through history and portraits, he could not discern the truth. Forgive him. Age brought with it an abundance of suspicion. He could see that Harry was a good boy, with unwavering resolve, a compassionate heart, and even formidable power. He lacked for nothing. He would undoubtedly succeed. However, Dumbledore dared not gamble any longer. At over a century old, he could not hope to vanquish another Dark Lord. Yet he could not simply erase Harry from existence. Doing so would render him no different from Voldemort. All he could do was secure a safety net for Harry. The future still belonged to them. What are you planning, Dumbledore? Snape's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. What are you thinking? You promised me. Yes, Severus, do come forth. This is what we agreed upon. Once the spell is complete, I shall explain, Dumbledore replied calmly, redirecting his attention to Harry. Is that acceptable? Of course, Harry nodded without hesitation. To him, Snape was far more reliable than Dumbledore. In light of his mother, the somewhat unequal transaction had favored him considerably. Snape pressed his lips together, his countenance darkening. He was at a loss regarding the cryptic exchange between the two. But soon he would understand, provided he was willing to bear witness. Professor Snape, could you expedite this? My hand is beginning to perspire, Harry called out. Snape clenched his jaw, the sound of his teeth grinding faintly audible. He pointed his wand at the clasped hands of the two, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Let us begin. Can you guarantee that from this moment forth, the killing curse shall only be employed against those unworthy of the title of human? Dumbledore asked gravely. Snape's hand quivered slightly, though his wand remained steady, emitting a golden spark that began to entwine around their wrists. I vow, Harry replied earnestly. The spark lingered at their wrists, leaving behind a chain-like mark. Can you assure me that you will remain true to your heart and not stray down a path of darkness? Dumbledore continued. I vow, Harry declared with unwavering conviction. The second mark formed, intersecting with the first upon their wrists. Harry did not release his grip, directing his gaze at Dumbledore. Can you promise to do everything within your power to help me defeat Voldemort? Dumbledore raised his eyes, locking onto Harry's. I vow. The third spark spiraled into existence, intertwining with the previous two, leaving imprints on their wrists. Snape felt his grip slacken, the wand easily reclaimed, signaling the conclusion of their vows. They withdrew their hands, the chain marks slowly fading under their scrutiny, yet they both understood that this was merely an illusion. Should anyone betray their oaths, they would undoubtedly pay with their lives. The killing curse? A path of darkness? Snape's voice was hoarse, his expression pale and hollow as he gazed at Dumbledore. What in the world is happening? Harry smirked. I'm leaving now, you can explain, as curfew is approaching, and I would rather not lose points again. With that, Harry turned and exited, fortunate that Dumbledore's prior enchantments muffled his footsteps. As the classroom door closed once more, Dumbledore settled onto the nearest desk. Do you have any questions? Snape remained silent for a considerable time. Will he die? I would stake my life to protect him, Dumbledore affirmed resolutely. Snape ceased to speak and walked away. That was sufficient. The events of that night did not create significant ripples at Hogwarts, the only source of discontent being Quirrell's trip to St. Mungo's, from which it was said he would never return. The Board of Governors arranged for a compensation package, given the incident occurred within the school. Students lamented loudly, for Snape had once again assumed the role of substitute teacher. Despite his dark circles, he energetically conducted defense against the dark arts lessons, which rendered his demeanor in potions class somewhat more amiable, albeit marginally. Fortunately, Dumbledore had no intention of overburdening Snape, assuring that he would find a second semester professor during the Christmas holidays, which somewhat lifted the students' spirits. Conversations gradually shifted, with many speculating whether Voldemort's curse had indeed grown stronger, especially since Quirrell had lasted less than a semester. Previous professors had managed to endure an entire academic year, regardless of the circumstances. In the days leading up to Christmas, Harry taught his friends a new spell, the summoning charm, which he found quite practical. In a secluded corner of the library's second floor at Hogwarts, Harry and his companions sat together, conversing quietly out of Madame Pance's earshot. Harry, are you going home for Christmas? Hermione asked, as usual, engrossed in a hefty tome that could easily serve as a weapon. Ron perked up, unusually equipped with a quill, meticulously comparing his notes to Hermione's. I probably won't go back, but I might take a short leave, Harry replied, jotting notes on parchment. Neville, serious as ever, cradled a potted plant with vine-like tendrils, writhing and reaching out. I have to go back. My grandmother wrote to insist on it. I want to go back, too. It's the longest I've ever been away from home, and I miss my mum and dad. Hermione chimed in. Do you need help getting out of school? No, I can manage, Harry said, setting aside his parchment and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Christmas gifts were indeed a challenge. Despite knowing relatively few people, he felt compelled to give so many presents. Ron sighed. I'm staying at school for Christmas. My parents are off to Romania to see Charlie. He works at the Dragon Reserve there. Dragons? Weasley. What kind of dragons? Draco exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. I want to raise dragons, but my dad won't allow it. Keep your voice down, Malfoy. Don't attract Madame Pants. Ron nearly leaped up to cover his mouth. Draco promptly fell silent, still gazing at Ron with eager anticipation, waiting for a response. Boys were invariably fascinated by dragons, and even Harry couldn't help but look over. What lingers most vividly in my memory are the Romanian longhorns, along with a few Peruvian vipertails and Norwegian ridgebacks. Most dragon breeds are represented, yet the Ukrainian ironbelly is conspicuously absent. I overheard Charlie mention that this particular dragon is exceedingly elusive. They even imported a protein dragon from Australia, yet the ironbelly remains unfound, well hidden by the wizards of Ukraine. Ron whispered, his words captivating even Hermione. Wow! Draco exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as his quill danced across the parchment, sketching fire dragons in swift succession. If only I could possess a fire dragon. He lamented, alas. The law forbids it. Ron scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Draco, ignoring Ron entirely, fixated on the myriad of little dragons he had drawn, contemplating the possibility of persuading his father to establish a dragon breeding facility. Suddenly, a cacophonous clatter erupted in the once quiet library. Harry and his friends, startled, sprang to their feet, instinctively drawing their wands towards the source of the noise, the bookshelf behind them. Who goes there? Harry demanded, his voice sharp. From a distance, Madame Pants hurried towards them, wand in hand, her expression grim. A whole shelf had shifted, its contents strewn across the floor. Come out! Harry called again. A tall figure cautiously emerged from behind the shelf, hands raised high in surrender, as though fearing further mishaps. Hagrid! The trio from Gryffindor exclaimed in unison. Madame Pants reached them, her teeth clenched as she glared at the scattered books. How dare you? Get out! I'm leaving, Hagrid stammered, a sheepish grin on his face as he clutched two books tightly, his eyes darting nervously towards Harry. The trio couldn't help but retract their wands, while Ron and Neville gathered the fallen books, and Hermione meticulously checked their condition and organized them by title. Draco took the neatly categorized books from Hermione and placed them back on the shelf one by one. Before long, order was restored, and Madame Pants' demeanor softened slightly. Thank you, Gryffindor, 10 points to your house, and 3 points to Slytherin. She acknowledged, her expression still serious as she escorted Hagrid towards the exit. Harry squinted, recognizing one of the books in Hagrid's possession. It was a guide to raising dragons. What could Hagrid possibly need with that? Draco, feeling slighted, grumbled to himself. After all, they had all contributed equally, so why did he only receive 3 points? Was it merely because there were fewer of them? As he pondered, he felt it was time to rekindle his relationship with his old friends. Gryffindor must not be allowed to dominate. What does Hagrid want with a dragon book? Ron queried as he returned from placing the last book back on the shelf. Harry stroked his chin, recalling Hagrid's earlier admission about his lifelong dream to raise a dragon. But that's against the law, Hermione interjected, her brow furrowed as she struggled to digest the implications. Harry, having spent considerable time at Hagrid's hut over the past 6 months, had grown quite familiar with him. Ron had amassed a bagful of rock cakes, which had served well as weights for his training, given their long shelf life and portability. Granger, don't be naive. Even if it is illegal, what does it matter? Yes, at Hogwarts, protected by Dumbledore, Draco scoffed. He had learned early on that he could rely on the Malfoy name for protection. Most in the magical community hesitated to cross him. His father had often remarked that the clumsy giant was under Dumbledore's wing, ensuring his safety. Raising a dragon seemed trivial. He doubted even Dumbledore would falter over such a minor issue. But where did Hagrid acquire a dragon? Neville pondered, his face scrunched in confusion. He needed to apply to Professor Sprout multiple times and pass a series of exams, just to receive a single seedling for his magical plants. How had Hagrid managed to obtain a dragon? Neville's question hit the mark. Hermione snapped her book shut, leaned slightly forward, and whispered conspiratorially, if he wanted a dragon and got one. What did he exchange for it? Money? No, it must be information about Hogwarts. Exactly. Harry, you mentioned that the corridor on the 4th floor was meant to protect something very important, So that must mean it pertains to information about the fourth floor. Hermione continued, her excitement palpable, while Harry's three companions stared blankly at Hermione as she paced faster, spouting bewildering theories. Harry felt a surge of inspiration. There was definitely something amiss. Even if Dumbledore favored Hagrid, wouldn't he allow him to raise a dragon at school? Would he? Hagrid has been longing to raise a dragon. And he got one. What did he trade for it? Hermione mused aloud. Harry encouraged her, so what could it be? Information about the fourth floor? Hermione jumped to her feet, her thoughts racing. Yes. If Hagrid has a dragon, it must involve some sort of deal. Perhaps regarding the protection of a valuable item. Could Hagrid be involved in a plot to steal something from the fourth floor? The excitement in her voice made her cheeks flush. She turned, only to find her friends staring at her in bewilderment, while Harry regarded her with admiration. Harry clapped softly, unable to suppress his appreciation for Hermione's brilliance. Well done. Your deductions are nearly flawless. Who do you think it could be? Harry inquired, curious to see how far Hermione's reasoning would take her. Quiet down, all of you. Madame Pants suddenly emerged from behind a shelf, her displeasure evident. Harry led the way in apologizing and ushering his friends to gather their belongings and exit. This was hardly an appropriate venue for discussion. They moved swiftly, none dawdling as they followed Harry out of the library. After a few steps, Harry noticed a painting and pushed it aside, revealing an empty room behind it. It seemed as though it had not been visited in ages. The floor covered in a thick layer of dust. Harry lit the candelabra within, declaring, "Let us talk here. It's unlikely many will venture into this space. It appears to have been a storeroom." Ron grimaced as he picked up a tattered cloth, its color indiscernible. "Looks like this place hasn't seen much action. First, let us eliminate Professor Quirrell. He.s. at Street Mungo S." Hermione stated firmly. Harry rubbed his forehead, relieved that the first suspect had been ruled out. However, he couldn't fault Hermione. The information imbalance was significant. "We need more clues. We must ascertain where Hagrid acquired that dragon egg to draw more accurate conclusions." Hermione contemplated for a moment before adding. Harry nodded. "So what should our next move be?" Hermione shot him a puzzled look, sensing he shouldn't be asking that question. Harry winked at her, and she immediately understood, falling silent. She realized Harry was testing the group's reasoning abilities. She must have passed the test, given the hint she received. Hermione ceased her verbal contributions, and instead began to observe the others. Ron discarded the cloth he had been holding and rubbed his hands on his clothes. "It's still early before curfew. We can simply go and ask Hagrid." "Why?" Harry inquired. "Will he even tell us?" Ron scoffed. "Just ask him directly. Does Hagrid strike you as someone who can keep secrets? If we press him a little, he surely won't be able to resist spilling the beans. Even if he doesn't, just engaging him in conversation will likely lead him to inadvertently let something slip." Well, it was prudent to start with someone familiar, and Ron clearly understood Hagrid's character and weaknesses. Harry nodded, glancing over at Draco. "What do you think?" Draco stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I could ask my father for assistance in investigating this. Dragon eggs are typically smuggled, so tracing the supply chain should yield a wealth of clues." "That's not a bad idea," Harry acknowledged. It was clever to seek help and shift the risk onto more capable adults, a distinctly Slytherin approach. Neville, frowning and glancing around, realized he hadn't yet voiced an opinion, and genuinely struggled to articulate what he could contribute. Harry patted his shoulder reassuringly. It was understandable. The effects of the forgetfulness charm from his childhood had greatly impacted his cognitive abilities. Perhaps in time this influence would wane, but for now, it was best to leave the cerebral tasks to others. "All of that sounds reasonable. Let us put our plan into action," Harry declared. "Draco, be cautious. I presume you wouldn't want your parents meddling in your school affairs?" Harry cast a knowing glance at Draco. Draco paused momentarily, quickly grasping Harry's implication. However, he hesitated. After all, it was his father. What was there to hide? Yet, contemplating his father's potential reaction upon learning of such matters, he understood. His father had always intended for him to attend Durmstrang, and any sign of instability here could very well lead to his transfer. He had no desire to change schools. The distance to Germany was daunting, and he certainly did not wish to be separated from his friends. Resolute in his thoughts, Draco nodded earnestly and pushed the door open. Needing to contemplate how best to communicate with Lucius, seeking his father's assistance without entangling the school or its affairs, especially not involving that half-giant, Harry turned to Ron. "You can take Neville with you to find Hagrid. Hermione should accompany you as well. You're meticulous and can extract the critical points from Hagrid's words. I want to go. He seems to be wary of me." At this, Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. having openly confronted Hagrid about Dumbledore's intention to provide him with information. Since then, Hagrid had been reluctant to engage in conversation, fearing Harry might inadvertently reveal something sensitive. Although Harry had refrained from discussing it further, Hagrid felt a sense of guilt towards him. He was always eager to assist when Harry needed help, yet when it came to conversation, Hagrid would cover his mouth, obstinately refusing to speak. This left Harry with little choice but to reduce his visits to Hagrid. Nevertheless, their friendship remained strong, with Hagrid occasionally sending some of his homemade pastries via Hedwig to Harry. Ron nodded solemnly, boldly leading the way out as if he had been assigned a momentous task. Hermione and Neville hurried to keep pace, discussing conversational techniques with Ron, which only served to overwhelm him. He couldn't help but retort, and they bickered as they walked, with Neville trailing behind, ready to interject once their argument escalated. Harry exited the room, amused as he observed the trio's retreating figures. This was beneficial in its own way. Such banter was conducive to, mental and emotional well-being. Shrugging, he ascended the stairs. His plans would require Dumbledore's approval, especially since he was the one orchestrating the fourth-floor corridor. Should he delay, what if it were dismantled? Quirrell had already ended up in St. Mungo's, and Harry had grown as well. The Savior's training regimen was no longer applicable. After being forthright with Dumbledore, Harry had come to understand the nature of the fourth floor. He had even taken a cursory tour. Aside from Snape's logical challenges, which were somewhat intriguing, the rest posed little difficulty. Had Dumbledore not explicitly stated that the final step was the true challenge, Harry might have suspected he was merely gifting the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. Those trivial trials could be easily navigated even by first-year students, yet they were now of no consequence. Just as Harry had mused, since they were futile, they would serve perfectly as assessments for their little organization. However, he could not partake. Otherwise it would not be an assessment but rather an act of cheating. Before long, Harry found himself standing before the door to the headmaster's office. Just as he was about to push it open, he suddenly recalled something. Retracting his hand and knocking earnestly on the door. Come in. Only then did Harry enter, cautiously peering in, relieved to find no one else present. He pushed the door wider and stepped inside. Harry, is there something you need? Dumbledore asked, pausing in his writing, a quill in hand, surprise etched on his face. Ordinarily, there were no pressing matters at the school, with his most challenging task recently being finding a suitable professor for the upcoming term. There are a few matters I'd like your assistance with, Harry replied with a smile, taking a seat opposite Dumbledore without reservation. It is like this. After Harry elucidated his thoughts, Dumbledore's interest was piqued. If what you say is true, your little group seems quite promising. Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. Harry nodded, maintaining his composure. Indeed, they are quite capable, not much different from how I was at that stage. Regarding Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore began, but upon seeing Harry frown he paused. That's not what I meant, Harry clarified. I meant to ask if Mr. Malfoy's father would have any objections. Lucius is not known for being accommodating. He wouldn't allow his son to become someone else's subordinate. Who said they are my subordinates? Harry retorted, displeasure evident in his tone. We are friends. I merely have learned a bit more than they have. How does learning spells not covered in textbooks equate to subordination? Dumbledore fell silent, suddenly chuckling. He realized he had overreacted. Indeed, who says that learning together leads to subservience? In that case, the largest wizarding organization in the magical realm would have to be Sprout, as Hufflepuff students are always the most numerous. Harry laughed as well. Moreover, Draco is Draco, while his father is his father. I am friends with Draco, not Mr. Malfoy. He is well aware they are family, yet they are not the same individual. The Malfoy family has always enjoyed taking risks, thus, it is entirely plausible that Draco has placed his bets on me. Harry analyzed the situation rationally. As the savior, it was conceivable that Draco would wager on him. Chapter 44. The Defense Association. You don't mind? Dumbledore asked. Harry scoffed, why would I? Isn't that the norm? To gain something, one must be willing to give something in return. Pausing for a moment, Harry continued, I seek reliable friends, companions with whom I can stand shoulder to shoulder. In return, I invest my time and energy in teaching them, offering my sincerity in friendship. What I will receive in return will undoubtedly be a group of genuinely exceptional friends. If any of them were to betray me, it would surely reflect my own failure to perceive the signs, for betrayal is not a decision made in an instant. The office fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, Dumbledore raised his hand and began to applaud. Harry, I am genuinely pleased. You truly are a reliable companion. I apologize for some of my previous missteps. Instantly, Harry became alert. What are you doing? The new year hasn't even arrived and I'm still 11. Even after the new year, I'll only be 12. Dumbledore's hand suddenly froze in midair, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. I merely offered you a compliment, he said, feeling quite aggrieved. Harry, growing more vigilant, could not help but rise and take 2 steps back, positioning himself behind the chair. Compliments never lead to good outcomes. Just so you know, I've been quite busy lately and have no time for commissions. I have enough money for now. The 4th floor corridor is your responsibility. Dumbledore decisively shifted the topic, realizing that if this conversation continued, he might end up compensating Harry in some way. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry exclaimed, having achieved his objective. And a broad smile broke across his face. Wonderful. He hadn't mentioned any fees. Just as he was about to push the door and leave, he was called back, and his heart skipped a beat. Had his intention to evade been discovered? What is it? Harry's hand gripped the doorknob as he pondered whether he could make a swift escape. Since I am responsible for the 4th floor corridor, I would like to add a few things to it. That's not unreasonable, is it? Dumbledore inquired. Harry paused. What do you intend to add? You must understand. My friends are still first years. Rest assured, I am aware and will not exceed the curriculum's knowledge. Moreover, I will provide this as a reward for their progress, Dumbledore stated, placing the Philosopher's Stone on the table. Harry frowned. Is that really necessary? Isn't it too precious? Haha, take a closer look, Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Harry stepped away from the door and approached to examine the Philosopher's Stone meticulously. Last time, he had been too astonished to truly appreciate this historically significant alchemical object. Upon closer inspection, Harry noticed something amiss. Is this stone a fake? He asked hesitantly, although its appearance and aura conveyed a sense of immense power and value. A deeper examination revealed that the magical essence contained within was far too scant, inconsistent with its legendary description. Dumbledore grinned mischievously. It is indeed genuine, though merely what Nicholas had left after his extensive use. You see, he lived for over 6 centuries and only managed to create this single Philosopher's Stone, enough to produce elixirs for his prolonged life. Harry suddenly comprehended the situation. The creation of the Philosopher's Stone required a significant amount of souls, and Nicholas had fortuitously crafted it during the Muggle Wars and Plagues, an opportunity that no longer existed in this era, thus rendering this stone the only one of its kind. So even if Voldemort passes your final test, he cannot create the elixir of life? Harry mused, idly toying with the Philosopher's Stone, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the fleeing Voldemort. Consider his misfortune, having hidden away so carefully, only to come to Hogwarts for the Philosopher's Stone, exhausting himself to forge connections and seek clues, only to be discovered by Dumbledore before even catching a glimpse of the stone. Hypothetically speaking, if he had stumbled upon the Philosopher's Stone, only to realize that its magic was nearly depleted, would he not be infuriated? Harry smacked his lips, feeling he had missed a straightforward opportunity to eliminate Voldemort. The remaining magic within the stone was only sufficient to transmute a single instance of gold, likely worth around 200 galleons, a commendable reward, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Harry promptly slipped the red gem into his pocket. Now, what do you wish to do? I hope you can teach more individuals, not merely confined to your small circle, Dumbledore suggested. Harry felt overwhelmed. Teaching 4 individuals already felt tedious, and judging by Dumbledore's demeanor, he suspected the expectation was for more than just a couple of students. Sensing Harry's reluctance, Dumbledore quickly continued, alternatively, you could allow your friends to teach, relieving you of the direct responsibility. Harry pondered this, contemplating the possibility of Ron and the others imparting the spells they had mastered to other students, thereby fulfilling Dumbledore's requirement while also reinforcing Ron and his friends' understanding of the spells. An advantageous arrangement. However, the school clubs required third-year students to establish, and his own group was not particularly suited for a large influx of members. Besides, Ron and his peers were merely first years and lacked the authority to lead. Realizing the potential pitfalls, Harry voiced his concerns. Dumbledore considered for a moment. I will arrange the location. The club can be an exception, as your case is not unprecedented. As for the authority, you can let your friends test the waters themselves. But isn't it the professor's duty to teach students magic? Harry inquired. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly. The defense against the dark arts professor has always been a challenge. I've written to all my acquaintances seeking a new professor, yet thus far, I have received no replies. Is the curse truly that formidable that you cannot unravel it? Harry asked curiously. Dumbledore appeared even more uncomfortable. I have meticulously examined the situation multiple times. It was merely a coincidence. From Hogwarts contracts to the classroom, I have scrutinized every inch and found no actual curse. That class is rather ominous, Harry remarked. incredulous that mere coincidence could lead to a succession of professors being consumed yearly. Even with a vast population in the magical world, such attrition was unsustainable, especially given the relatively small size of the wizarding community. Suddenly, Harry realized. You wish for me to establish a club and facilitate the study of spells from the defense against the dark arts within it, while a random professor can merely fill the role, correct? Dumbledore suddenly became highly interested in the trinkets on the table, intensely studying their designs. With a scoff, Harry took a seat, noticing Dumbledore's slightly perturbed demeanor. If I've taken on the responsibilities of a professor, then I believe I am entitled to a salary as well. Considering the club's weekly meetings, I think it only fair to receive at least half of a formal professor's wage. Don't you agree? Harry calculated leisurely. Dumbledore stiffened. One cannot phrase it that way. Professors must also conduct theoretical classes, and your club cannot accommodate all students. The two engaged in a spirited negotiation, neither willing to yield. Their voices escalating until Fawkes could no longer bear it, and tucked his head beneath his wings, clearly reluctant to remain in the room. The portraits on the walls ceased pretending to be asleep, and eagerly observed the lively debate between the elder and the youth. Phineas Black sneered. If Dumbledore manages to gain any advantage from Harry here, I'll personally reverse my surname. Eventually, nearing curfew, they reached a consensus. The final agreement stipulated that Harry would selectively accept students and endeavor to teach them, while Dumbledore would provide a suitable venue for their gatherings and pay Harry 40% of a formal professor's salary, along with supplying various alchemical tools for teaching magic. In essence, Harry would receive a monthly income of 45 galleons, as professors were entitled to room and board provided by the school, a privilege Harry enjoyed as a student. Since he lacked the authority to dictate the curriculum, they reached a compromise that resulted in the current arrangement. As for older students who might resist attending Harry's club, that was not a concern. After all, Dumbledore could not make choices for everyone. Should they be compelled to attend, Harry would undoubtedly grow impatient. He was not one to converse amicably, and one misstep could lead to half the students reporting to the hospital wing. Subsequently, they discussed the scheduling, settling on Fridays for Harry's sessions, which were non-negotiable, while class times remained fixed. Even if Harry did not require classes, the students did. So the club was arranged for weekend afternoons, lasting 2 hours, adequate time for Hermione and her friends to instruct the students while Harry merely needed to maintain order. As for attendance, Harry indicated he could do little. He would establish a qualification threshold, allowing only those who met the criteria to join his club, while those who did not would regrettably be turned away. If no one were to come, Harry would find himself rather pleased. Dumbledore gazed at Harry with a somber expression, pondering whether his salary had been in vain. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Harry proposed that as long as one could correctly cast the levitation charm and the transfiguration spell, it would suffice for them to be deemed competent. These two spells were taught during the first half of the first year. If anyone struggled with them, Dumbledore would need to reconsider what was amiss. Dumbledore expressed no objection to Harry's proposed standard of proficiency. It was agreed that the official commencement would take place on the first weekend following the Christmas holiday, and after the term began, Dumbledore would announce this news at the feast, urging Harry to prepare himself. By the way, the club still required a name. Dumbledore called Harry back just as he was about to leave. Harry felt overwhelmed. Naming things was utterly exasperating. After a moment's thought, he suddenly chuckled and suggested, "Let us call it the Defense Association, abbreviated as DA. Duh." Dumbledore paused. Dumbledore's Army? Then he laughed, realizing that perhaps it was best not to casually refer to it that way, lest Cornelius be unable to sleep at night. Harry rolled his eyes, thinking Dumbledore's vanity was quite amusing. I have always agreed with Sebastian's viewpoint. The best defense is a good offense. The magic I intend to teach them is not merely to enable them to cower in fear. With that, Harry did not linger to observe Dumbledore's reaction, and exited through the door. Dumbledore sat in his chair, anxiously stroking his beard, contemplating the possibility that Harry might inadvertently gather a legion of dark wizards. Imagining a throng of students screaming as their wands emitted a sickly green light, charging towards indistinct figures in black robes, Dumbledore found himself plucking a few strands of hair from his beard. Although he knew Harry was not so reckless, one could never be too sure. Dumbledore glanced at the parchment on his desk, where the name of the guiding professor was written as Severus Snape. He decisively crossed out that name and inscribed his own. After all, even as the headmaster, he was still a professor, and that was entirely appropriate. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Harry immediately regretted his decision. He would have to rely on Dumbledore to escort him back, as the curfew was already in effect. Should he encounter a patrolling professor on the way, He would have to explain himself. If it were Snape, he could expect to lose points. With a sigh, Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak from his bag, cast a silencing charm on his shoes, and swiftly made his way towards Gryffindor Tower. In the familiar corridor, he spotted a well-known cat sitting in the middle. Harry felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to sneak past carefully, but the fat lady seemed to have sensed his presence and let out a soft meow in his direction. Reluctantly, he removed the invisibility cloak. "Good evening, Madame Pomfrey. It's nice to see you again." He crouched down, expertly stroking her head as she leaned in, scratching her chin until she purred contentedly. Listening closely, he noted that Filch's distinctive footsteps were absent, indicating he was not nearby. Harry took out a few fish treats and placed them on a clean cloth in the corner. "Enjoy your midnight snack. I simply lost track of time. Please don't mention this to Mr. Filch, all right?" Harry whispered. The fat lady let out a sweet, melodious meow and moved aside to allow him passage. Harry donned the invisibility cloak once more and approached the portrait of the fat lady. Just a few steps in, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Turning to look, he saw two fourth-year Gryffindor students. Before Harry could speak, the fat lady emitted a piercing cry, and Filch suddenly emerged from behind a suit of armor, gleefully eyeing the two fourth-years. "Caught you. Out after hours. Come with me to see the Professor of Night Watch." Harry immediately fell silent, realizing that the reason he hadn't heard Filch earlier was because he had been lurking in the shadows behind the armor. He cast a sympathetic glance at the two students being dragged away and silently wished them luck, hoping that today was not one of Professor Snape's patrol nights. Through the portrait of the fat lady, Harry entered the Gryffindor common room, where Ron, Neville, and Hermione were indeed still awake, huddled together at the round table by the fireplace, whispering. Harry removed his invisibility cloak and asked, "What have you found out?" Chapter 45, Humph Boys. "Oh dear. Merlin." Harry looked innocently at the trio before him, as Hermione gasped and Ron glared at him, while Neville promptly drew his wand. Satisfied with Neville's vigilance, Harry sat down, tucking away the invisibility cloak. "Did you uncover anything? You nearly scared us to death, Harry," Ron lamented, eyeing Harry as if nothing had transpired. "Can't you learn a thing or two from Neville? Look how alert he is. If I were a villain, you'd have been lost countless times already." Harry seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. These were hard-earned lessons. "All right, enough of that. Let us discuss where Hagrid acquired the dragon egg." Harry redirected the conversation. Ron and Neville exchanged glances before turning to Hermione. With a sigh, Hermione produced a small notebook from her pocket. "Through our conversations, we only discovered that it is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, and it won't hatch for quite some time, approximately a month. Hagrid mentioned that he found it while drinking at the Hog's Head, having picked it up from the backyard. As for its owner, he has no idea. He recognized it as a dragon egg and returned to school without attempting to locate the original owner. He also claimed that it must have been smuggled. Even if it were lost, no one would report it. They would simply consider themselves unfortunate, or seek it out discreetly. As long as he keeps the secret, no one will know it was taken." At this point, a shared look of exasperation passed among Hermione and the others. For entrusting Hagrid with the secret was a daunting task. "Since that's the case, we won't find any useful information from Hagrid. We'll have to wait for news from Draco," Harry mused, stroking his chin. "After all, we can't leave the school to gather intel in Hogsmeade. Moreover, those involved in smuggling are dark wizards, and we are merely first-year students. We wouldn't be able to inquire effectively." Ron interjected. Harry quickly made a decision. "Then it's settled. We'll await Draco's news. Now it's time for bed. You wouldn't want to oversleep tomorrow, would you?" "And Ron, how was the last batch of cockroach clusters?" Ron's face turned a sickly green at the mention, though the candy had tasted delightful. He had no desire to experience that crawling sensation in his mouth again. "Good night," Ron exclaimed, leaping from his chair and sprinting towards the stairs. Neville followed closely behind. Although he hadn't lost last time, he too was unwilling to try the cockroach clusters, even if Ron claimed they were tasty. "Humph, boys," Hermione huffed, slamming her book shut. "I'm heading back to the dormitory as well. Harry, do you need assistance with anything during the Christmas holiday?" "No, Hermione. It's better for you to spend the holiday with your family. I only need to procure a few items. It's nothing too difficult," Harry replied with a smile. Hermione pouted slightly, adjusting the strap of her bag. "Very well then, good night, Harry." "Good night, Hermione." With a final click of the lock, the common room was left in silence, with Harry as its sole occupant. He gazed at the flickering embers in the fireplace, narrowing his eyes slightly. In his hand lay a note with familiar handwriting, bearing only a single time. When had this note come into his possession? Harry had been entirely unaware. having noticed it only while flipping through his notebook during the conversation with the others. What could this mean? What was Snape plotting? Harry unfolded the note once more, scrutinizing the words Friday night at 2200 hours. Should he attend? Harry frowned. That time was already past curfew. Ever since completing that unbreakable charm, Snape seemed to have escalated his disregard for Harry. During the roll call in class, neither his name nor Neville's appeared, as if the two were non-existent. Suddenly receiving a note requesting a meeting was perplexing. One could hardly dismiss the notion that it might be a trap. What could it possibly entail? Was it merely a pretext to catch him during curfew and deduct points? Surely, Snape could not be that petty. Harry pondered for a moment, casting the magical detection spells he knew repeatedly over the note, confirming it was simply a regular piece of parchment, devoid of any self-igniting enchantments, before cautiously stowing it in his satchel. If a meeting was to occur, then so be it, but he would ensure to retain evidence to prevent any sudden point deductions. Having resolved his thoughts, Harry yawned and decisively returned to his dormitory for a good night's rest, as he had Quidditch practice the following morning. Although he had been sidelined from the game, he felt a sense of duty to his team. The next day, braving the icy winds that rendered him a fool on the Quidditch pitch, Harry stumbled back to the castle, vowing never to attend practice again. The entire Gryffindor student body looked on sympathetically at their frozen players, their faces expressionless, with Fred even spilling water from the corners of his mouth. It was only after Harry regained his composure and cast a warming charm over everyone that they could finally enjoy breakfast. He silently resolved that this charm would be incorporated into his next lesson. Friday arrived without incident, and after completing potions class, Harry found himself intercepted by Draco outside the classroom. "What's the matter?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "Can't it wait? I happen to have some announcements to make." "I know writing letters for news takes time, so there's no need to rush," Draco replied, shaking his head. "That's not it. I wanted to ask if our group can accept new members. I assure you they are tight-lipped and quite talented." "Oh, who are they? Do I know them?" Harry's interest was piqued, as he had thought Draco was the sole representative of Slytherin. He considered the prospect of new members to alleviate Draco's teaching burden. "Blaise Zabini, my roommate. He is quite formidable, and his mother is impressive too. I initially wanted to consult my father about smuggling matters, but he is more suited for it. His family has been involved in smuggling across Europe, and he is a decent fellow, unlike Millicent, who has been brainwashed by the upper years and lacks independent thought," Draco explained rapidly. "Anyone else?" Harry asked. Draco hesitated. There's one more, Pansy Parkinson. We've known each other since childhood, and she performs well academically. I think she would be a good fit." "Oh," Harry elongated his response, raising his eyebrows at Draco. "Childhood friends, are we?" "Not in that sense," Draco retorted, flustered, his ears turning crimson. "What do you mean by that?" "I haven't said anything," Harry feigned innocence, spreading his hands. "Do you agree or not?" Draco insisted, refusing to dwell further on the topic. Harry crossed his arms, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I trust your judgment, but I must meet them first. There will also be a small test. If they pass, they can join us on the 8th floor. But initially," Draco began. Somewhat disgruntled, Harry shrugged. "I'm a Gryffindor. Although Ron and Neville may not excel, I've spent considerable time with them and know they possess genuine talent. As for Hermione, you needn't be reminded, her intellect is among the finest in our year, if not the entire school." Though reluctant, Draco nodded in agreement. Harry continued. "While I appreciate your friends, I still need to meet them. After all, the material I teach could very well be applied directly in battle. I cannot impart knowledge to those I do not trust. Do you understand?" Draco paused, contemplating, before solemnly assuring him, "Rest assured, the Zabini family has remained neutral throughout. Even over a decade ago, they were untouched. The Parkinson family is similar to ours, though Pansy and I diverge from our family's paths. I understand your concerns, and I can vouch for my friends." "Very well, they should be nearby. Let us meet them before lunch. If I approve, we'll proceed to the 8th floor together." Harry agreed with a nod. Draco glanced around. "Here? The courtyard. Magic isn't permitted in the corridors," Harry chuckled, turning to walk away. After ascending the stairs and pushing open a wooden door, he entered a small courtyard dominated by a large tree, its leaves long fallen. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a dappled pattern on the ground, the light dancing in rhythm with the breeze. Harry settled onto a stone bench beneath the tree, casting himself a warming charm, suddenly regretting his decision to meet outdoors. Fortunately, he did not wait long. Shortly, Draco arrived, ushering in two individuals. Harry scrutinized them. Blaise Zabini was a tall, slender boy with dark skin and narrowed eyes that sparkled with amusement, his complexion enhancing his striking features, lending him an air of distinct charm. Pansy Parkinson was a girl with sleek black hair cropped to her ears, her features refined, bearing a haughty expression reminiscent of Draco's earlier demeanor. "Harry, these are them," Draco announced as he approached, introducing the two. Harry rose and nodded in greeting. "Shall we begin?" he asked. Blaise smiled. "I have no objections." "Neither do I," Pansy added, tilting her chin slightly. "First, the levitation charm and the transformation charm. You're both familiar with these, I presume?" Harry inquired, drawing his wand and pointing it at a fallen branch. The branch transformed into a long table as Harry rummaged through his satchel to produce 2 tufts of golden hair. "This is shed unicorn hair, quite useful. Levitate them." He gestured toward the hair. Blaise stepped forward, declaring, "No need for chivalry. I'll go first." He drew his wand, examining the seemingly weightless hair on the table, and pronounced the incantation clearly. The golden strands quivered but failed to rise, instead emitting a faint glow. Furrowing his brow, Blaise scrutinized his wand and attempted again, successfully levitating the hair this time. Harry caught the floating strands in his hand, turning to Pansy. "Your turn, Miss Parkinson." Pansy cast a dubious glance at Blaise, receiving a nod in encouragement. She increased her magical output and successfully levitated the hair, which glowed softly. Harry accepted the hair with approval. "Excellent. Now, return the long table to its original form." This was a test of difficulty. While transformation was relatively easy, reverting an already transformed object was quite challenging. One needed either superior magical power to forcibly dispel the transformation, or a solid understanding of the transformation spell itself. Blaise and Pansy circled the long table, exchanging glances before simultaneously voicing the counterspell. The table distorted before reverting to a branch, only to explode into a cloud of ashes the next moment. Their faces paled. Had they truly failed? Harry clapped his hands. "Not bad, consider it a success. You merely lost control of your magic. As long as you can create a change in the long table, you pass. However, you did manage to revert it back to a branch, albeit the branch was too fragile. Welcome aboard. If you don't mind, let Draco introduce you further." "What do you say?" Harry concluded. Draco, clearly elated, responded, "No problem. I'll explain everything to them. You should head to lunch. We'll see you shortly." Harry smiled as he handed over the golden strands of hair to the two of them. "This is for you," he said, "the shed hair of a unicorn foal. Only those with pure hearts can invoke its magic. It can be woven into a fine cord to wear on your wrist. If someone harbors ill intentions towards you, it will serve as a warning." With that, Harry departed, leaving behind only the image of his waving hand. "Is it really all right for us to keep this?" Blaise hesitated, gazing at the golden tuft in his hand. The Zabini family, though affluent, recognized the rarity of such an item. Not everyone could encounter a unicorn foal in the midst of shedding its coat, and not everyone could effortlessly obtain such hair. Each unicorn foal was meticulously protected, especially during the molting phase, a time of great vulnerability when both their hair and horns underwent transformation. Draco raised his hand and waved it dismissively. "Take it. We all have one." A slender golden coil adorned his wrist, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. "You should each twist it into a coil yourself," Harry advised, "for that will blend in your individual magical essences, making it uniquely ours." Draco continued, "Let us go have lunch. I'll explain the situation to you both." As they walked, he quietly shared the mysteries behind his weekly Friday afternoon disappearances. Blaise listened intently, intrigued, while Pansy, although equally serious, frowned slightly upon hearing Draco mention Hermione. However, she wisely refrained from commenting further, resolving internally to discover what about this Muggle-born Gryffindor could captivate Draco's attention. By the time they arrived at the Great Hall, Harry had already left with the 3 Gryffindors. Draco paid it no mind, urging his companions to eat quickly, as the afternoon promised various activities, and it was best to be well fed. Blaise and Pansy, though puzzled, complied and filled their plates, unlike their usual practice of eating minimally, knowing they could always indulge in snacks later. After lunch, Draco led the two of them directly to the 8th floor. At the entrance to the room of requirement, he instructed them not to move, then paced 3 times in the corridor. A grand door materialized on the blank wall. Blaise and Pansy exchanged glances, astonished that Hogwarts contained a place not recorded in their family histories, yet they managed to maintain their composure. After all, Hogwarts had existed for over 1,000 years, and with each successive headmaster, the number of wondrous locations had increased. No one could claim to know all of Hogwarts, not even the headmaster. Draco pushed open the door, beckoning them inside. Pansy and Blaise exchanged no words, immediately following him into the room. As the door closed behind them, the wall returned to its blank state. Upon entering the vaulted chamber, They could no longer maintain their facade of calm. Their mouths agape, they marveled at everything around them. Pansy, well versed in decor, quickly recognized that every ornament was an antique from a century ago. Even a single piece would hold a place of honor in an ordinary household, a testament to their ancient lineage. Yet in this room, even the carpet was crafted with artistry from 100 years past. What kind of opulent individual could afford to tread upon such a masterpiece so carelessly? Blaze's gaze fell upon a planting table in the corner. The alchemical items there had long been lost to time. Nowadays, magical plants could only be cultivated in specially constructed greenhouses, and once a location was chosen, it could not be altered without dire consequences for the plants. Even his mother, who inherited the legacies of 7 families, had never possessed such a planting table, which allowed for the cultivation of magical flora, and was portable without compromising the plant's integrity. "You've arrived?" Harry called from the long table, motioning for them to sit. Draco ushered Pansy and Blaze to the empty side, their eyes fixed on Harry, who occupied the head of the table. Ahem, Harry cleared his throat. "First, let us introduce our new friends, Mr. Blaze Zabini and Miss Pansy Parkinson. These two are Draco's friends and fellow Slytherins, and they have successfully passed my test to officially join our group." Ron opened his mouth, ready to interject, but was promptly elbowed in the ribs by Hermione. Grimacing in pain as he closed his mouth, Hermione smiled and nodded at the two newcomers. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger." Pansy discreetly assessed Hermione's appearance, feeling a slight sense of relief. Evidently, this was not the type that Draco favored. She had noted the fierce elbow jab and recognized that such behavior did not align with the Malfoy family's standards, which was sufficient for her. "Neville Longbottom. And Ronald Weasley. Just call me Ron." "Excellent. Now that we all know each other's names, we can proceed to the important matters at hand," Harry said, satisfied with the Gryffindor trio's responses. He then discussed the upcoming lessons he would commence after Christmas for students of all grades. After witnessing the astonished expressions of the group, Harry clapped his hands, bringing them back to focus. "Today you'll have the opportunity to practice. Hermione, you'll be responsible for teaching Miss Parkinson the previous lessons, while Draco will guide Mr. Zabini," Harry instructed. "Just call me Blaze. And me just Pansy." "Very well. Pansy Blaze, you have a heavy workload today. You must master the spells they previously learned. I won't be introducing new material before Christmas, so mastering those 3 spells will suffice for a few lessons. As for the new curriculum, we will see how things unfold," Harry continued. "What about us?" Ron tugged at Neville, his face a picture of confusion. "What are we supposed to do?" Harry hesitated for a moment, appraising the two of them. "You two will serve as practice partners. The alchemical dummies have been borrowed by Dumbledore for repairs, so this is perfect." Ron's face fell. He was not particularly keen on this assignment. "Time is of the essence. Let us get started. However, Hermione and Pansy, you two should come with me for a moment," Harry instructed, leaving the 4 boys behind. As they entered the outer grounds, Harry navigated confidently toward the training area. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled Pansy along, barely able to contain her enthusiasm. "Where are we going?" Pansy asked, momentarily astonished by the surroundings before being yanked along by Hermione, feeling slightly irritated. "Unicorns," Hermione replied succinctly. "What?" Before Pansy could fully express her surprise, she found herself captivated by the sight of the creatures, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. Harry, agile and quick, stepped back slightly, revealing the young women from behind him. 2 unicorns, one large and one small, approached, the smaller one curiously nuzzling Pansy, burying its head in her embrace. Pansy was both thrilled and astonished, carefully stroking the foal's mane. The little unicorn was nearing the completion of its golden shedding. With only a few golden strands remaining on its tail, the rest transformed into a silvery white coat. "You can play with them for a while, but say your goodbyes," Harry called from a distance. "I will be sending them back shortly." "What?" Hermione gasped in shock. "Their injuries have healed, and Dumbledore informed me that the poaching dark wizards have been driven away. It is time for them to return to the wild," Harry explained. Though Hermione felt a pang of reluctance, she did not oppose. Instead, she gently stroked the unicorn's neck, bidding it farewell. After 10 minutes, Harry signaled for Hermione to step back. The unicorn seemed to sense its impending departure, flicking its tail and leaving a strand of its mane on Hermione as a parting gift, before obediently being stowed away by Harry into the bag. The young unicorn, startled, sought refuge behind Pansy, but upon observing Harry's resolute expression, it reluctantly nuzzled Pansy's head, vigorously shaking its tail, shedding a tuft of golden fur that Harry then gathered into the bag. Pansy hesitated, gazing at the fluffy gift in her hand. It was significantly more substantial than the earlier offering from Harry, ample enough to craft a distinctly noticeable bracelet. That was given to you by the unicorn. You should keep it, Harry remarked, sensing her uncertainty and casually encouraging her. Hermione, you can take Pansy over there to study. Those two targets, are Ron and Neville. Don't let them start just yet. I'll check on their progress once I return. Hermione nodded and led Pansy away, while Harry made his way towards the exit. After a few strides down the corridor, Harry glanced out the window, decided to retrieve his broom, and leaped out the window. There was no one around. And he was a bit closer to the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, Harry had also cast a disillusionment charm on himself, ensuring he remained unseen by students on other floors. After flying for a while, he discovered a suitable spot in midair, beside a tranquil lake deep within the Forbidden Forest, where moonlight grass flourished, and on full moon nights, the beloved moonlight flowers of the unicorns would bloom abundantly. After circling the lake a few times to confirm there were no dangers, Harry landed and released the two unicorns. Upon touching down, the unicorns surveyed their surroundings, nodding appreciatively at Harry. Once the young unicorn emerged, it prepared to depart. Harry waved goodbye to the unicorns, uncertain if he would see them again. Before leaving, the young unicorn hesitated, glancing back at Harry, and after a moment, it moved away from its father, trotting over to Harry and whinnying softly. A delicate, youthful horn fell away, revealing a sharp, glimmering adult horn in its place. You've grown, Harry exclaimed, astonished as he picked up the fallen horn. Is this for me? Thank you. The young unicorn snorted disdainfully at Harry before turning away, following its father into the woods. With a bittersweet heart, Harry tucked the horn into his satchel, pondering how a mere change of horn could lead to such disdain for boys. Despite his role as a savior, without lingering further, Harry mounted his broom and swiftly returned to the castle. Upon entering the training grounds, Harry spotted Hermione and Pansy, one instructing and the other learning, both deeply engrossed in their tasks, while Draco had already commenced his spell practice. Harry chose not to disrupt either group's studies, and called over Ron and Neville for a sparring session. Naturally, Harry assured them he would refrain from using any spells he had not taught them, which prompted Ron to agree. Together, they advanced towards Harry, spells flying and shields manifesting. Harry effortlessly defended against their attacks while countering with disarming and summoning charms. After toiling for half the day without even grazing Harry's robes, Ron and Neville found their synergy improving, managing to coordinate their efforts to the point where they almost created an opening in Harry's shield, nearly landing a disarming spell. Pleased with their progress, Harry called for a break, preparing them to be competent targets. Ron, grimacing, plopped down on the ground, suspecting that Harry had deliberately exhausted them first, ensuring they would have less energy and focus to evade novice spells when it was their turn to be targets. Ignoring him, Harry assessed the progress of the two newcomers. True to Draco's assurance, they exhibited notable talent. Neville had successfully mastered the shield charm, while the remaining task was practice and proficiency. Blaise had even managed to execute the disarming spell, albeit with a low success rate. However, this was insufficient to reach the level of teaching others. After inquiring about Hermione and Draco's teaching methods, Harry provided clarity on some details they had overlooked, which improved Blaise's success rate. Hermione realized, with a dawning comprehension, that teaching required attention to such details. Having learned the spells herself and practiced them repeatedly, she had gradually absorbed those nuances into habit, assuming everyone knew how to proceed, thus neglecting these aspects. With Harry's guidance, she finally understood that teaching and personal practice were distinct. Draco, too, nodded thoughtfully, finally grasping why Harry had urged them to teach others, recognizing and addressing gaps in their understanding. Under Harry's renewed instruction, Pansy and Blaise's shield charms began to take shape. Harry summoned Ron and Neville over, reminding them, "Remember, you can only use sparks. Is that clear?" Ron beamed, having thought they could only serve as targets without retaliating, unaware of this delightful twist. Though limited to sparks, this would still provide a measure of retribution against Slytherin. Observing Ron's excitement, Harry felt a twinge of suspicion. Was he scheming something? Scanning the training scene, Harry's gaze landed on Hermione, decisively assigning Ron to the girls' group. No matter the circumstance, Hermione always managed to temper Ron's bravado. Had it been Draco, a brawl might have ensued. Indeed, upon being assigned to the girls' group, Ron initially considered ramping up the difficulty, but upon catching Hermione's steely gaze, he immediately shrank back, obediently launching sparks at a steady pace. The sparks, in hues of red and gold, left vivid marks upon contact, difficult to erase, serving as Ron's last vestige of revenge against Slytherin. On the other hand, Neville maintained a commendable composure as a target, albeit initially hesitating to cast sparks toward Blaise until Harry admonished him. Finally overcoming his psychological barrier, he began to engage earnestly. That evening, the group forewent dinner. Harry had Diddy prepare some food, which they casually consumed in the training area, until nearly 9 o'clock, when Harry called a halt to all activity. The outdoor sky was still bright with the remnants of dusk. Aside from their fatigue, they hadn't perceived the passage of time. Upon exiting the room of requirement and witnessing the pitch-black sky, they realized they had engaged in high-intensity exercise for the entirety of the afternoon, and into the evening. A wave of delayed exhaustion washed over them, and even the most sprightly of Ron and Neville found their eyelids growing heavy. Being on the 8th floor, Harry observed the exhausted Slytherin trio and promptly instructed Ron and Neville to head back on their own, while he guided the two girls on a shortcut back to Slytherin. Fearing they might collapse from exhaustion en route, after ensuring they reached the entrance to their common room, Harry turned to leave. Draco, curious about how Harry knew the location of the Slytherin common room, opted to remain silent due to his weariness, yawning as he bid Harry farewell, nonchalantly uttering the password before retreating to the dormitory. Checking the time, Harry noted that he had little left before his appointed meeting with Snape, so he made his way directly to the potions master's office. In a short while, Harry stood before Snape's door, and upon seeing him, the Medusa portrait excitedly hissed and spoke to him. Unfortunately, Harry was not in the mood for a chat and simply stood there, waiting patiently for the clock to strike 10 o'clock. Chapter 47. You will help me, 1TU? As soon as the time arrived, Harry knocked on the door. The office door swung open in response, and Harry disregarded Medusa's forlorn gaze as he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Right on time. Snape's voice emanated from the depths of the room. Harry turned his gaze towards the sound. The dim light illuminating the desk cluttered with thick sheaves of parchment, evidently assignments from various grades. Is there something you need? He inquired nonchalantly. Severus Snape, wielding a quill, diligently inscribed comments on each assignment. His words sharp enough to provoke a pang of sympathy in Harry for the unfortunate student whose work he scrutinized. Take a look at this, Snape said, tossing a piece of parchment across the desk towards Harry. The parchment floated through the air as if guided by an unseen force. Harry reached out to catch it, immediately recognizing Dumbledore's handwriting. Is this a letter from Dumbledore to Snape? Harry pondered, bemused. Given their daily encounters, couldn't they speak face to face? Why resort to letters? Upon unrolling the parchment, Harry quickly grasped the situation. Dumbledore was quite the strategist. The letter requested Snape to engage in a duel practice with Harry during the first dinner after Christmas, permitting Snape to employ any spells at his disposal in an effort to expose Harry's hidden talents. Ideally, Dumbledore hoped to create a spectacle before the entire student body. Harry grimaced. Was Dumbledore truly orchestrating this? What audacity! He scoffed at the notion that even without employing the killing curse or other dark magic, should Snape force him to unleash his ancient magic, Snape might survive, but his dignity would undoubtedly be in shambles. Especially since Harry currently could only manage a single throwing spell. What have you gotten yourself into? Harry mused, bemused by Dumbledore's ruthless approach. He rolled up the parchment and cast it aside. Snape lifted his gaze, arching an eyebrow at Harry. Does the illustrious Mr. Potter believe that his unfortunate professor could possibly suffer defeat before the entire school? Or perhaps the savior wishes to employ the killing curse against his pitiful old professor in front of the whole school. Harry frowned at Snape's sardonic tone, wishing for a modicum of straightforwardness in their discourse. He reached into his satchel, rummaging for a moment before producing a piece of parchment he believed he would never need again, placing it before Snape. Consider this. While you may selectively trust Dumbledore's words, my intentions are entirely transparent. You are well aware of what I wish to accomplish, and I trust you will assist me. Harry asserted confidently. Over the past 6 months, with minimal assignments, he had spent ample time in the library, uncovering a wealth of information from students' notes. He had even stumbled upon a tattered Gryffindor girl's notebook, containing some observations regarding the relationship between Lily Evans and Severus Snape. Based on the timeline in the notes, Harry had even written to Aunt Petunia, sending along a vial of beauty potion, and though it had taken some time to receive her reply, it did little to diminish Aunt Petunia's disdainful assessment of Snape. However, this was sufficient for Harry to realize that Snape had known his mother long before attending Hogwarts, having introduced her to the magical world. Thus, drawing from his obsession with Hagrid, it was evident their initial relationship had been quite amiable. Yet, the subsequent unraveling of their bond was apparent. Differing circumstances and beliefs had driven a wedge between them. As for his father, whether he had taken advantage of the situation or not, Harry remained indifferent. From all the information he had gathered, it was clear that Lily Evans was not a woman easily swayed. Her choice of James implied that he possessed qualities that captivated her. In the end, His mother had perished at Voldemort's hands, and from the memories he had seen in Dumbledore's office, Snape's feelings for Lily were undeniably complex, encompassing far more than mere affection. One thing was abundantly clear to Harry. If his goal was to vanquish Voldemort, Snape would undoubtedly be his most valuable ally. Snape's hand trembled slightly, leaving a jagged scratch across the paper as he cast a vexed glance at the assignment's title before discarding it into the wastebasket, marking a large pin the corresponding section on a list. Once the clutter was cleared, Snape reached for the parchment that had drifted before him, though preserved well. The passage of time had rendered the report somewhat shabby. Ordinary wizarding level examination results. Pass grades. Outstanding. O fail grades. Poor P acceptable. E dreadful D passage roll T. Slytherin House Harry James Potter S results are as follows. Snape glared at the report, scrutinizing the abundance of OS, as if he could burn a hole through it with his gaze. In a swift motion he seized his wand, reciting an incantation designed to verify the authenticity of the report. A spell known to all professors, given that each year, there were always one or two fools who believed they could alter their results without being detected. The magical feedback promptly confirmed the document's legitimacy. But how could this be? Snape abruptly rose, his chair clattering to the ground with a loud crash. Ignoring the fallen chair, he clutched the parchment tightly, wrinkling the parchment in his grip as he finally met Harry's gaze. Snape studied him intently. The identical black hair, the similar stature, the same. No. Different expression, different aura, and most strikingly, different eyes. Snape found himself momentarily entranced by Harry's vivid green eyes, reminiscent of Lily's. Harry lowered his gaze, interrupting Snape's reverie, casting a sympathetic glance at the crumpled report in Snape's hand. May I have that back, Professor Snape? Silently, Snape returned the report, opening his mouth as if to speak. But no words emerged. He shut his mouth again, pressing his lips together. Harry carefully tucked away his report, pondering the implications of the situation. Will you assist me? He pressed once more, his impatience growing, aware that in negotiations, everything hinged on gain and loss. This sort of bargaining was not suited for him. It was no wonder Gareth often remarked he had chosen the wrong house. If your only objective is this, then I shall assist you. After a prolonged silence, Snape's hoarse voice finally broke through. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction at this outcome. He produced a crystal vial from his pocket, pointed his wand at his temple, and gently extracted a silvery memory, guiding it carefully into the vial. Placing the vial containing the memory on the desk, he said, "These are some of my memories. You may review them first. This is my assurance that I am capable of achieving my goal. Correspondingly, I wish to know what assurance you possess, Professor." Harry's gaze fixed upon Snape. Within the vial, the silvery memory swirled, resembling mist or flowing water. Snape watched for quite some time before averting his gaze. "Mr. Potter, is this truly your approach to collaboration? Not even granting me time to consider? How presumptuous." Harry shrugged, turning to leave. "The memory will dissipate by tomorrow morning. As for your agreement, it matters little to me. Should you acquiesce, I gain an ally. Should you refuse, I suffer no loss. After reviewing the memory, Professor Snape, you will understand how to proceed with the dual practice." Oh, and Dumbledore is aware of all this. However, his knowledge is incomplete, so do refrain from letting anything slip. Professor Snape. Before exiting, Harry added one final remark, removing his glasses to glance back at Snape. He then stepped out of the potions master's office, deftly donning his invisibility cloak and vanishing down the corridor. In the dimly lit office, Severus Snape stood alone as if petrified, gazing intently at the memory resting on the desk before him. The final action of Potter lingered in his mind. Their thoughts had converged. He had refrained from divulging the potion's details to Dumbledore. Was this, in a sense, his way of preserving a trump card? Snape scoffed, a sudden wave of anger surging within him. Why had he been so benevolent? Grasping a crystal vial from the desk, he held it tightly, squinting his eyes in contemplation of whether or not to delve into the memory. Time slipped away unnoticed until an abrupt scream from outside jolted Snape from his reverie. He glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. had arrived. With a darkened expression, he stared at his palm, cursing Potter for assuming that the pensive was a ubiquitous tool. Striding purposefully towards the cabinet, he retrieved a shallow dish from the bottom shelf. Silently, Snape uncapped the vial and poured the memory into the dish. Unlike a pensive, the memory seemed eager to disperse the moment it touched the surface. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Snape flicked his wand, containing the silvery mist of the memory within the confines of the dish. As a master of the mind's closure, he was equally adept at the art of legilimency. Examining a memory required no pensive, especially since this memory was merely a one-time replication, not necessitating a pensive for storage. Snape's obsidian eyes fixated on the swirling mist. As images began to materialize in his mind, a frail boy boarded a train, made friends, entered Hogwarts, was sorted into Slytherin, and eagerly sought news of Hagrid. He diligently studied, faced various trials, embarked on adventures with friends, learned dark magic, quarreled, and ultimately reconciled. The final scene depicted the boy awakening once more in his chamber, transformed back into his diminutive self. As dawn's light gradually illuminated the horizon, the memory dissipated entirely, leaving Snape seated in a stupor. So it was, he murmured, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips, though he seemed to have forgotten how to truly smile, his expression a distorted blend of laughter and tears. He recalled the scenes he had witnessed, the Potter boy ruthlessly vanquishing hordes of dark wizards, negotiating with adventurers, and maintaining a calm yet brutal demeanor in the face of trolls, ghouls, and goblins. He was not merely a Slytherin, he epitomized it. Snape's smile widened, unable to resist the urge to cover half of his face with his hand, revealing only his grinning mouth as a choked laugh escaped him. Lily, he would succeed. He would undoubtedly succeed. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached, heralding the Hogwarts holiday. Harry decisively signed his name on the list of students remaining at school, and promptly secured permission from Dumbledore to spend 3 days off campus, albeit restricted to Diagon Alley, with the option to use Professor McGonagall's fireplace for travel. Following that conversation, Snape had remained non-committal, but Harry was unperturbed. He would learn Snape's answer during the dueling demonstration at the end of the break. As for his agreement with Dumbledore to remain in Diagon Alley, Harry mused that Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts, not the alley's mayor. As long as he didn't venture beyond the leaky cauldron, no one would know if he explored Knockturn Alley. The date was set for after Christmas, as Harry was rather looking forward to the grand feast. Hermione and Neville, along with the trio from Slytherin, would be returning home. Draco, upon learning that Harry could stay, even invited him to visit, but Harry declined. Draco was still a mere first-year student, his voice overshadowed by Lucius Malfoy's authority. It was premature to visit, as the elder Malfoy's stance remained uncertain. In what seemed like an instant, Hogwarts appeared deserted, the usual throngs of students nowhere to be seen. Harry lounged leisurely in an armchair by the fireplace, idly perusing the newspaper. Ron, beside him, was pulling his hair in frustration over his textbook, wondering why he couldn't recall what the professor had taught on the matter. After glancing at his notes, Ron's expression shifted to one of realization, excitement flooding his face as he wrote his assignment. He now found the work no longer daunting, gradually discovering enjoyment in it. After all, unraveling once challenging problems through his notes and textbooks brought a sense of accomplishment. Satisfied, he closed his book and curiously looked out the window. What time was it? Why was it still light outside? 3 in the afternoon, Harry casually replied. Ron was astonished. I actually finished my homework. I did it all by myself. Merlin's beard. Harry chuckled. Congratulations, you've earned yourself some extra free time. Ron, still in a daze, meticulously checked his work once more, confirming that he had indeed completed all of his holiday assignments. Now it was truly time for freedom. Chapter 48, Christmas. As Ron wandered about in a dreamy state, eager to boast about his completed assignments, time flowed steadily. Ron, don't you want to attend the Christmas feast? Harry called out. Ron jolted awake, glancing out the window, alarmed to see the sky darkening. We must hurry or we'll be late. Didn't you mention asking the house elves to prepare Eastern dishes? Indeed, Harry replied, checking his attire, which was quite fitting. He tousled his hair, attempting to smooth it down, but ultimately gave up and strode out. Ron hurriedly followed. Will there be that rib dish? I love that one. And what about the spicy fish? Will we have that? Harry suddenly missed Hermione. Only she could silence Ron so effectively in such moments. For now, all he could do was quicken his pace, hoping to minimize their travel time. Once they reached the Great Hall, Ron would have no opportunity to chatter. Alas, after months of training, Ron's stamina was astonishingly superior to that of any typical first year. Harry found himself slightly out of breath while Ron remained blissfully unaware. It seemed he too needed to engage in some physical exercise, Harry mused. As anticipated, upon sighting the array of food on the long table, Ron abandoned Harry and swiftly claimed an empty seat, beckoning for Harry to join him. Today, the hall was arranged differently, with one long table in a semicircular formation, and even the professors had descended from their dais to sit at the curved edge of the table. Merry Christmas, Harry! Hagrid boomed, waving enthusiastically. Harry smiled and waved back. Merry Christmas! Those already seated exchanged festive greetings, and Dumbledore, positioned at the center, raised his glass with a grin. Harry had scarcely settled when several Ravenclaw students began to trickle into the hall. It seemed everyone had arrived. Once all were seated, Dumbledore stood to address them. Today is a joyous occasion, and I have no desire to utter anything disheartening. Therefore, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. With that he lifted his cup. Everyone followed suit, the professor's glasses filled with vibrant beverages, while the students had pumpkin juice, milk, and fruit juices. Merry Christmas! They all chorused. Ron hastily set down his cup of pumpkin juice, which he had barely sipped, and deftly picked up a serving spoon, expertly scooping up the sweet and sour ribs before him. In order to indulge more during their festive dinner, Ron diligently practiced using chopsticks. Now, he had surpassed even Harry in his proficiency. Everyone at the dinner was thoroughly satisfied, the table adorned with an array of party poppers that, when pulled, erupted in a cloud of smoke, releasing an assortment of small trinkets. Harry grabbed one, which produced a tiny white mouse that scurried off the dining table in a flash, disappearing from sight. Severus Snape, his face darkened in displeasure, clutched a lady's witch hat that had just popped out, casually tossing it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, unfazed, promptly exchanged his own hat, sharing a jovial toast with Professor McGonagall. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. How different were the Christmases of yore. Back at the Dursleys, he was also part of the festive meal, yet the roast turkey was never within his reach. His only salvageable morsels were the leftover slices of ham, roasted vegetables, and a whole jar of fruit pie, which he could only touch when clearing the table. A century ago, Christmas dinners were similarly grand, yet under Headmaster Black's insistence, all were required to don formal attire, accompanied by a ball. The food was plentiful, but most preferred to discreetly take their meals back to their common rooms for their respective feasts. Later, the Christmas holidays became Harry's opportunity to venture out, often sharing a whole roast turkey with fellow travelers in some distant inn. Reflecting on these varied experiences, Harry felt that this Christmas was the most joyful of all. As everyone leaned back, bellies full and smiles slightly strained, a tipsy Dumbledore announced the end of the banquet. Harry loosened his belt a notch and with Ron's support, they staggered towards the common room, having indulged a bit too much. Upon returning to the common room, Harry enthusiastically challenged Ron to a few rounds of wizard chess, only to be soundly defeated. The pieces seemed to disregard Harry's commands, causing him frustration as he unwittingly lost pieces to Ron's strategy. Of course, these were mere excuses. Harry resolved that once he became familiar with the pieces, he would seek revenge against Ron. Ron, brimming with confidence, thumped his chest, ready for any challenge. I fear no one when it comes to wizard chess. Even Bill has lost to me, he boasted, referring to the eldest and most accomplished Weasley sibling. Renowned for his 12 OWLS, Harry scoffed, that's nothing. Just wait, these pieces aren't suited to my style. If they obeyed me, you wouldn't win so easily. Ron raised an eyebrow, secretly aware of Harry's true skill level, but choosing to remain silent, as such matters were well understood among them. Exasperated by Ron's antics, Harry rolled his eyes, declaring it was time for bed. Let's go, sleep awaits. Tomorrow morning is all about the gifts, Ron teased, adding that he wouldn't be giving Harry a present this year. Harry shot a glance at Ron's wand, snorted dismissively, and ascended the stairs. Ron shrugged, oh, I'm well aware. I haven't forgotten your gift. The night passed in silence, the entirety of Hogwarts enveloped in tranquility, save for the occasional distant howl emanating from the Forbidden Forest. Harry, wake up. Just as Harry opened his eyes, still unable to draw back the bed curtains, he heard Ron's excited voice. He fumbled for his glasses, pulled back the deep red velvet drapes, and saw Ron seated at the foot of his bed, eagerly unwrapping gifts. Look, yours are over there, Ron exclaimed, gesturing toward a pile of gift boxes nearly as tall as the bed itself. As Harry scrutinized the ornate wrappings, he quickly identified the lavish gifts adorned with silver ribbons as those sent by Slytherin, likely from Draco and his companions. The bright red paper tied with golden ribbons was unmistakably Hermione's handiwork. A few gifts remained unidentifiable, including a large parcel. Pulling it out, Harry inspected it closely but found no accompanying note. Oh, you received this too? It's from my mom, Ron chimed in, peeking over and adding uneasily, she knows we're friends. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. I'm thrilled to receive a gift from Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied with a broad smile, swiftly tearing into the wrapping. Out tumbled a vibrant green hand-knit sweater, which Harry eagerly unfolded. The thick fabric felt soft to the touch, with a large intricately woven in yellow across the front. Mine is always maroon. I'm not particularly fond of this color, Ron muttered, snatching a piece of fudge that had fallen from Harry's parcel and popping it into his mouth. This year's fudge is exceptionally delicious. Suddenly, the dormitory door burst open, and Fred and George dashed in, clad in blue sweaters, each emblazoned with a yellow letter. For Fred and for George. Ha! You received one too. Fred laughed heartily. Harry, sitting on the floor, lifted his sweater in triumph, pulling it over his head. Please thank Mrs. Weasley for me. This sweater is simply perfect. Absolutely, George exclaimed, rushing over to Ron and playfully yanking his sweater over his head. What are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't wear it. Let go of me. Ron yelled in protest. Fred seized Ron's arm, allowing George to successfully don the sweater over him. Hurry up, you're always the last. Grumbling, Ron put on the sweater, attempting to smooth his disheveled hair. Fred, look what you've done. What's that, little Ronnie? Did you just mistake your brother for someone else? Fred and George feigned heartbreak, clutching their chests dramatically. Ron paused, indignantly retorting, Oh really? You two actually switched sweaters. The twins burst into laughter, darting out the door. We're off to find Percy. You lot hurry up and unwrap your gifts. We're going snowball fighting soon. Ron, still miffed, popped another piece of fudge into his mouth. What kind of brothers are you? I'm your sibling, for heaven's sake. Enough. Eat your own. That was sent by Mrs. Weasley for me. Harry scolded, gathering the fallen fudge and placing it into a clean bag, popping one into his mouth, savoring the sweetness that made him involuntarily squint with pleasure. Hey, that was made by my mom, Ron exclaimed, incredulous as he stared at his empty hands. Brothers keep accounts clear. That was sent to me by Mrs. Weasley, Harry shrugged, finally feeling a sense of reprieve from his chest defeat the previous night. Ron lunged at Harry, both tumbling to the floor in a playful scuffle. The door swung open once more, with Fred and George appearing, each hoisting a struggling Percy, entangled in a sweater. What are you two still bickering about? Hurry up, or the pristine snow will be ruined. Let me go. You two, Percy protested, his glasses askew as he shouted in frustration. Yet it was futile. Fred and George spirited him away downstairs. Harry laughed until he could barely breathe, eventually resuming his unwrapping of gifts. Draco had sent a box of exquisite confections, accompanied by a card stating they were handmade by Mrs. Malfoy. Harry sampled one and found it delectable, realizing why Draco insisted on having them sent from home every few days, treating them as treasures and preferring to buy sweets for his friends rather than share his family's stash. Hermione presented a substantial box of sugar-free confections, which Harry silently sealed before preparing to locate Hedwig to deliver it to his cousin, as he was determined to shed some weight. Pansy gifted a gemstone brooch, evidently a rather conventional choice among gifts, while Blaze's present was more thoughtful, a handwritten compendium of magical notes, purportedly unearthed from his family's library. As he continued to sift through the offerings, Harry stumbled upon Hagrid's gift, which contained a sizable bag of rock cakes and a handcrafted flute. He picked up the flute and managed to produce a few notes. Satisfied, he placed it on his bedside table, tossing the rock cakes directly to Ron, who surely needed to increase his load. As he gazed at the last two parcels on the floor, Harry's expression grew peculiar. One was from Dumbledore, adorned with his signature slightly crooked looping script, and the other was, surprisingly, from Snape. With resolute determination, Harry averted his gaze and unwrapped Dumbledore's gift, revealing a pair of dragon-hide gloves that could adapt to the shape of his hands, transforming from fingerless to full-fingered as desired, proving exceedingly practical. As for Snape's package, Harry hesitated momentarily before deciding to open it. Inside lay a square leather box, roughly the size of a grown adult's palm, equipped with a clasp. The instant Harry's fingers grazed the clasp, it clicked open on its own. Lifting the lid, he gasped as he beheld the contents within, various potions meticulously arranged in their designated spots, topped with a sheet of paper listing each potion's name in order. His gaze immediately landed on the central vial, containing the Golden Felix Felicis. Each potion was a single serving, remarkably convenient for use. Once familiar with their locations, they would prove invaluable in battle. A grin spread across Harry's face, for this was undoubtedly the finest gift he had received, signifying that Snape had chosen to assist him. Standing firmly by his side, Harry, this is also yours. How did it end up with me? Ron tossed a small box over, looking quite perplexed. Harry picked it up to discover it was from the Dursleys, likely having dropped it due to his distraction while unwrapping gifts. As he peeled back the wrapping paper, he was astonished to find a pair of thick woolen socks, brand new. This marked the first time the Dursleys had given him an actual Christmas present, as previously, he had only received substitutes like dog biscuits and coins. Once more, Harry's gaze shifted to the box of confections gifted by Hermione. After some contemplation, he reluctantly extracted a few of Mrs. Weasley's homemade sweets to place inside the box, hastily wrapping it back up with a pristine piece of wrapping paper. As he intended to send it out shortly, it should arrive today. Fred and George called for him for the third time, disregarding the chaos strewn about, as they donned their coats and rushed outside. After an entire morning of snowball fights, they returned, nearly soaked through. Harry changed his clothes and, clutching the carefully packed box, dashed toward the Ollery, ensuring the gift was dispatched just in time. Calculating the delivery, it should arrive before dinner, which was not too late.